Chapter 3144 The Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm reopens. As one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence was superior to the 10 major clans and top 5 sects even if it was nowhere as strong. Duan Ling Tian is a 10-direction celestial duke and has comprehended at least 6 profundities from the law of space. Most importantly, he's not even 100 years old. He was recommended to join the profound Nether Mansion by someone from the Simplicity Celestial sect. The expression of Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, turned unsightly when he received this information. Although he was not sure if this genius from the profound Nether Mansion was the same Duan Ling Tian from the Simplicity Celestial sect whom his son, Chen Li, had agreed to assassinate, he had a strong feeling they were the same person. Although their target, Duan Ling Tian, and the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian had a big difference in strength, he did not forget his target had been tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor to be sacrificed to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He knew the heaven sacrificial could help a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, rumor had it that the fruit would even help one to comprehend, at least, 6 profundities of Allah. It's too much of a coincidence. If Duan Ling Tian consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it makes sense that he's Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion. Chen Yuanshan was certain of his speculation. However, to err on the side of caution, he decided to investigate Duan Ling Tian, the outer disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Once I confirm the two are the same person, I'll have a word with my unfilial son. If Duan Ling Tian truly has become a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, coupled with his brilliant performance, the profound Nether Mansion would definitely look highly upon him. It'd be even more difficult for us to assassinate him. I can only hope I'm wrong and that they're not the same person. He was disinclined to believe there would be such coincidences, but he could not help but hope for the best. After bidding the few inspectors farewell, Duan Ling Tian and Qi Tianming continued their conversation. Old Qi, you mentioned earlier that if I want to make it into the top 10, it's best for me to enter 3 days later. What's the reason for that? Duan Ling Tian recalled Qi Tianming's earlier words. Qi Tianming's words alluded that there would be an advantage if he entered 3 days later, but he could not figure out what advantage he would gain. The first 3 days are like the time for people to accumulate points. When you enter 3 days later, you only need to eliminate a small group of people to obtain more points compared to entering as soon as the middle realm is opened, Qi Tianming explained. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, without Qi Tianming's explanation, he would not have thought about it. It was more efficient this way. He would be able to accumulate points faster with minimal work. After a while, he asked, if that's the case, isn't 3 days too short? You can wait a few more days if you want. However, the more time has passed, the number of people in there would dwindle. It'd be much more difficult for you to encounter people. Although you've only accumulated quite many points this time, I'm sure you've only encountered a few people, right? Qi Tianming asked knowingly. Duan Ling Tian promptly nodded. Indeed, he had only met a few people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In fact, it was mostly due to luck that he had encountered someone with many points and made it into the top 30. After a while, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Qi Tianming and returned to his room in the courtyard. Qi Tianming had arranged for Duan Ling Tian to stay in a spacious courtyard with a beautiful scenery of plants and flowers. During these 3 days, Duan Ling Tian planned to further comprehend the transportation profundity. At that time, it would have been impossible for me to breach his defenses if it weren't for the transportation profundity. Duan Ling Tian recalled his battle with the Martial Battle Mansion's Heng Feng a few days ago. He knew without the transportation profundity, he would not be able to breach Heng Feng's defenses since Heng Feng had comprehended the law of Earth. I only managed to go around his defense profundity due to the transporting formation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get past his defenses. Moreover, I haven't fully comprehended the transporting formation. If he was prepared and erected a shield around him with the defense profundity, my incomplete comprehension of the transportation profundity wouldn't be able to breach his shield at all. Duan Ling Tian knew if he were to encounter Heng Feng again, if Heng Feng was prepared, it would be impossible for him to breach Heng Feng's defenses again unless he had comprehended the transportation profundity. For this reason, he immersed himself in comprehending the transportation profundity over the next 3 days. Duan Ling Tian clearly knew that he was capable of eliminating Heng Feng mainly because of luck. If he were to meet Hang Feng again, it would be impossible for him to breach through his defense if he was well prepared. That's unless I've fully comprehended the teleportation profundity, otherwise, it's impossible to breach through Hang Feng's defense. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has been open for 6 days now. Why haven't we seen Duan Ling Tian? Similar questions could be heard in the 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Since there were people constantly guarding the transporting formations when the middle realm was open, they knew Duan Ling Tian had yet to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient heaven. Moreover, the scoreboard had been reset, but Duan Ling Tian's name had not appeared. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongjia was now ranked at the 16th place, and Hua Xiao was ranked at the 14th place. Since the middle realm had only opened for 6 days, it was easy for them to rank in the top 20. Those who ranked in the top 30 would usually rank in the top 20 if they entered the middle realm on the first day it opened. In fact, there were some who even managed to make it into the top 10. However, it was difficult for them to maintain these rankings. Similarly, in other grade 6 celestial mansions, many people were looking at the scoreboard as they discussed among themselves. Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion still hasn't entered the middle realm. Maybe, it's not just him though. There are 4 people who ranked in the top 10 last month who aren't on the scoreboard as well. Duan Ling Tian entered late last month. I wonder if he'll enter earlier this month. If so, I wonder if he'll be able to make it into the top 20. If he has really comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 20. In fact, he might even rank in the top 10. I really look forward to his performance. How strange, I'm not a member of the profound Nether Mansion and Duan Ling Tian's performance has nothing to do with me. However, I'm excited about his performance. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that people from other grade 6 celestial mansions were highly anticipating his performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He only discovered 6 days had passed since the middle realm reopened after he left his room to look for Qi Tianming. Moreover, the person who was currently ranked first had already accumulated more than 100 points. I was afraid of disturbing your cultivation so I didn't notify you, Qi Tianming explained. Then, his eyes flashed with excitement as he asked, so, do you plan to enter the middle realm today? Currently, the entire profound Nether Mansion was anticipating Duan Ling Tian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as well. Yes, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted. 6 days had passed since the middle realm reopened. If he did not enter now, it would be more difficult for him to accumulate points. Chapter 31:45 We meet again. Duan Ling Tian's here. So, he's Duan Ling Tian. Hey, it's true, he's not even 100 years old. Is he really a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before the age of 100? Is it even possible to achieve such a feat before the age of 100? A commotion broke out among the disciples of the profound Nether Mansion as soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared in one of the sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. They had been waiting for Duan Ling Tian at the site all this time. After all, they knew Duan Ling Tian was staying with Qi Tianming on this island. Moreover, the previous time Duan Ling Tian had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had used the transporting formation here. Therefore, most of them were certain he was going to use the transporting formation here again. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian's arrival proved their speculation right. After Duan Ling Tian entered the main hall, he randomly made his way to one of the counters instead of going to the counter he went to previously. Elder, I want to apply for an accumulative point jade. At the counter Duan Ling Tian had gone to previously, a new elder had replaced the elder who had previously attended to Duan Ling Tian. The new elder looked at Duan Ling Tian intently as he thought to himself, so, he's Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the elder who was attending Duan Ling Tian smiled amicably as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, your performance last month is remarkable. Are you confident about making it into the top 10 this month? If I'm lucky, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank at the top this month, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile as he reached out to take his accumulative point jade from the elder. Every month, participants who entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were required to apply for a new accumulative point jade. After spending 10 days in the middle realm, the accumulative point jade would shatter on its own and transport its owner out of the middle realm. Naturally, their points would not be affected by the accumulative point jade's self-destruction. In another case, Similar to Duan Ling Tian during his sojourn into the Middle Realm last month, one's accumulative point jade would also shatter on its own before 10 days were up when the Middle Realm closed at the end of the month. Rank at the top. The elder's eyes widened upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Those who heard Duan Ling Tian's words were stunned as well. They only regained their senses after Duan Ling Tian entered the transporting formation and was transported to the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Isn't Duan Ling Tian too arrogant? He said it shouldn't be difficult for him to rank at the top. He's crazy. Although his innate talent and comprehension skills are heaven-defying, does he think the other 10 direction celestial dukes from the other grade 6 celestial mansions are pushovers? I wouldn't have any doubts if he had said these words after a few decades. However, he's still green now. The same people have been dominating the top 6 places in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm over the last few years. Their ranks might change from time to time, but all of them have always ranked in the top 6. Recently, the person who's ranked first managed to maintain his rank for 2 consecutive months, right? That's right, the 6 of them are equally strong. Fate and luck decide who ranks at the top. This year, all 6 of them have ranked first before. Although it'd be amazing if Duan Ling Tian manages to enter their circle, it's just unrealistic for him to rank first. I wonder where he gets his confidence from. After Duan Ling Tian left, those who heard his words shook their heads in disgust among themselves. All of them were of the opinion that Duan Ling Tian was too naive and optimistic. Those who heard about Duan Ling Tian's words from the others shook their heads disapprovingly as well. It was clear everyone doubted him. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian might be able to rank in the top 6 if he had comprehended 8 profundities, but even then, they thought it was impossible for him to rank first. To rank first, they thought Duan Ling Tian would need to comprehend all 9 profundities from the law of space at least. The disciples and elders of the profound Nether Mansion were not the only ones who felt this way, but the people from the other grade 6 celestial mansions shared the same opinion as well. Hang Feng has progressed tremendously. He just appeared on the scoreboard 2 days ago, but he has already entered the top 30 now. Someone suddenly exclaimed at this moment. These words caused the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion present on the scene to fall silent. Naturally, they did not care about the progress of ordinary people, but Hang Feng was different. Previously, Hang Feng had just entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before he was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian as soon as he stepped out of the base. It was undoubtedly Hang Feng's most devastating loss in the Middle Realm thus far. However, after his battle with Duan Ling Tian, he had successfully comprehended the 7th profundity from the Law of Earth. Prior to that, there was only one 10 direction celestial duke in the martial battle mansion who had comprehended 7 profundities of a law. There were rumors about this 10 direction celestial duke that he was in the process of comprehending the 8th profundity and that he had already comprehended the 8th profundity and was in the process of comprehending the 9th profundity. Over the last year, although it was not consecutive, he had managed to rank first twice. These 2 feats were more than enough to prove his strength. He was in the circle of the top 6 10 direction celestial dukes who were considered the cream of the crop among the 10 direction celestial dukes in all grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. In such a short time, Hang Feng rose to 26th place. Not too long ago, Hang Feng was ranked 29th. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had risen to 26th place. Although Hang Feng has comprehended 7 profundities, the profundities are from the Law of Earth. Defense is his forte, and speed is his weakness. Usually, his rank doesn't increase so fast since his opponents can easily escape from him, a disciple said. You're right, however, don't forget he can join forces with another person. As long as his partner is able to prevent their targets from escaping, it'd be easy for Hang Feng to eliminate his targets, an elder said. You have a point. As long as Hang Feng works with someone who has a fast speed, it won't be difficult for him to accumulate points. That's right. Moreover, it'd be a win-win situation. If their target is strong, joining forces would make it easier for them to eliminate their target. The Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm doesn't prohibit 10 direction celestial dukes from working together. For Hang Feng, who has always been prideful, to work with another person, it seems like he's feeling ambitious this month. Hang Feng's performance not only caught the attention of the people from the profound Nether Mansion, but he caught the attention of the other grade 6 celestial mansions as well. Did Hang Feng finally come to his senses and put his pride aside? There's a 10 direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth as well. In recent years, he managed to enter the top 10 by joining forces with another person. Hang Feng is probably trying to emulate his success. Those strong and fast 10 direction celestial dukes from the martial battle mansion might look down on Hang Feng previously. However, now that Hang Feng has comprehended the 7th profundity, the law of earth's defense profundity, they should be more than willing to work with him now. The question is, who is he working with? If he's cooperating with Wan Qingqing, there's a high likelihood that he or Wan Qingqing will rank in the top 10 this month. Last month, Wan Qingqing ranked 17th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Most importantly, she was a woman. Above a forested mountain, a tall and muscular man smiled as he looked at the young woman next to him. Junior sister Qing, it's your turn to collect the points next. The young woman was dressed in a simple green robe. Her long hair fell like a waterfall on her back, and she had such alluring delicate features that her surroundings seemed to dim in comparison. Her eyes shone with such coldness that it made her seem aloof. Upon hearing the tall and muscular man's words, she nodded expressionlessly. All of a sudden, she looked ahead in the distance as though she had detected something. Soon after, a person seemed to appear out of thin air. The newcomer looked at the tall and muscular man with a faint smile on his face as he said, "What a coincidence. We meet again, it's you," the tall and muscular man exclaimed. His expression changed drastically when he saw the person who had eliminated him last month. Meanwhile, the young lady's expression turned grim when she heard the tall and muscular man's words. After all, she knew only a handful of people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were capable of eliciting such a reaction from the tall and muscular man. Even she could not breach the tall and muscular man's defenses. She sent a voice transmission to the tall and muscular man. "Who's he?" A hint of bitterness could be heard in the tall and muscular man's voice as he replied through voice transmission, "Duan Ling Tian." Chapter 3146 Wan Qingqing. Duan Ling Tian. The young woman narrowed her eyes when she looked at the purple figure in front of her. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of her eyes. 6 days ago, she was not even aware of the existence of Duan Ling Tian, an outer disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. However, over the last 6 days, she had learned from her peers in the martial battle mansion that he was a 10-direction celestial duke who was suspected of comprehending 7 profundities from the law of space before even reaching the age of 100. She had also naturally heard about how Hang Feng, a fellow disciple of the martial battle mansion, had been eliminated by Duan Ling Tian shortly after Hang Feng had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. During the battle, at the critical juncture, Hang Feng had comprehended the defense profundity, the 7th profundity from the law of earth. Based on this, one could see how formidable Duan Ling Tian was. A few days ago, Hang Feng had proposed to join forces with her to obtain more points in the middle realm. Moreover, he even promised that he would not surpass her ranking. Considering the fact that most people in the middle realm would not be able to breach Hang Feng's defenses, coupled with her speed, she knew they were suited to work together. Therefore, she agreed to join forces with Hang Feng. As they traveled together after entering the middle realm, Hang Feng had also recounted his experience of battling Duan Ling Tian to her, which made her further realize how formidable Duan Ling Tian was. It was out of her expectation that they would run into Duan Ling Tian, whom everyone had been fervently discussing, 3 days after entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. "Junior sister Qing, take me with you and leave. We're no match for him." Hang Feng hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Wan Qingqing. He could sense Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness had locked onto him. It was not easy for him to come this far with Wan Qingqing's help. He was reluctant to be eliminated so early, therefore, he did not hesitate to urge Wan Qingqing to help him escape. Before Wan Qingqing finished listening to Hang Feng's words, her body flickered, and she appeared next to Hang Feng before her afterimage even disappeared. In the next moment, a green light burst forth and shrouded Wan Qingqing and Hang Feng. Like 2 streaks of green light, they shot away soon after. In terms of strength, she was no match for Hang Feng. However, speed-wise, she was superior to him. In fact, her speed was on par with the top 6 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This was also the main reason Hang Feng had chosen to collaborate with her. "We just met, old friend, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he saw the young woman bringing Hang Feng with her to escape. Her speed was so fast that it was comparable to his teleportation profundity. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and cast the teleportation profundity and other profundities from the law of space to boost his speed. Even with this, he could only barely catch up with Hang Feng and the young woman. Based on his current speed, he would need an hour to catch up to the duo. She's fast. Duan Ling Tian was astonished by the young woman's speed as he chased after the duo. As he probed her with his divine consciousness, he thought to himself, her speed is comparable to a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 3 movement profundities from the law of wind. However, she seems to have comprehended the law of wood. I wonder how someone who has comprehended the law of wood came to possess such speed. Even if she has comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of wood to the rudimentary stage, it would still be impossible for her to possess such speed, right? As Duan Ling Tian probed deeper, he discovered Wan Qing Qing's speed seemed to come from another force, not the profundities she had comprehended. Is her speed an inherent skill? After all, celestial talismans and celestial pills are prohibited in the middle realm. There's no way her speed is from those things. Duan Ling Tian asked the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine metal, is it possible that her speed comes from the clear heaven's divine wood, one of the 5 divine elements? Although the middle realm prohibited external help, it did not apply to the 5 divine elements. He had confirmed this during his previous visit to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In fact, he also possessed a clear heaven's divine wood, but it was in its first form. Since the clear heaven's divine wood had not gained sentience, it was of no help to him at the moment. The chaos divine flame's gruff voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind immediately. No, if she's using drawing power from the clear heaven's divine wood, we would have sensed it. No, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wan Qing Qing intently. So it must be an inherent skill like Ling Juyun's power of blood. He recalled Ling Juyun's power of blood that Ling Juyun was born with. Naturally, inherent skills were not considered as external help. I didn't expect him to be so fast. Hang Feng could tell it would only be a matter of time before Duan Ling Tian caught up to them. He said decisively, "Junior sister Qing, leave me behind and escape." Provided he didn't conceal his strength previously, he should be slower than you. He knew if Duan Ling Tian cast his profundities from the law of space to restrain them, both of them would not be able to escape at all. Therefore, he decisively told her to leave him behind. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was hot on the duo's trail, said, "Hang Feng, you only gave me a point last month. This time, I'm impressed and delighted by the points you've accumulated." Previously, he only obtained 1 point from Hang Feng since he eliminated Hang Feng when Hang Feng had just entered the middle realm. This time, before he entered the middle realm, he saw Hang Feng had already accumulated more than 20 points and was ranked 29th on the scoreboard. He was unaware that after he entered the middle realm, Hang Feng had eliminated a 10-direction celestial duke with Wang Qing Qing's help. Therefore, currently, Hang Feng had accumulated 33 points and was ranked 26th on the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian, who had been surprised by Wan Qing Qing's speed, continued to say, "You must have joined forces with this person, right? Based on her speed, she'll definitely be able to help you break into the top 20. However, I don't remember seeing the name of a female disciple from the martial battle mansion on the scoreboard before I entered the middle realm. This means she hasn't obtained any points, right?" Duan Ling Tian, who possessed a good memory, had committed the names on the scoreboard to memory. Among the 100 names he remembered, only 2 names were from the martial battle mansion. Apart from Hang Feng, the other name was clearly masculine. It was obvious it was not the young woman's name. Since it was impossible for Hang Feng to work with someone from other grade 6 celestial mansions, he knew the young woman had to be from the martial battle mansion and had yet to gain any points. As he looked at the young woman who was helping Hang Feng escape, he speculated inwardly, last month, there were 3 participants from the martial battle mansion who were ranked on the scoreboard. One of them is currently ranked 4th, the other person is Hang Feng, and the final person from the martial battle mansion is Wan Qing Qing. The name is clearly feminine. I'm sure this young woman is Wan Qing Qing. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "Boy, if it's possible, you should join forces with the young woman. Although we can increase the strength of your attacks, there's not much we can do to boost your speed. Both of you are suited to work together in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." The profound divine metal chimed in, "I agree. You should collaborate with her." It was rare for the profound divine metal to agree with the chaos divine earth. Collaborate with her. All right. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth and the profound divine metal's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. If the two divine elements did not voice their opinions, it would not have crossed his mind to work with the young woman. Although his speed was fast, he might not be able to catch up with opponents whose forte was speed in the middle realm. Let alone those who have comprehended 3 movement profundities from the law of wind, he might not even be able to catch up with those who comprehended 2 movement profundities from the law of wind. Meanwhile, upon hearing Hang Feng's words and after seeing Duan Ling Tian was drawing closer and closer, Wan Qingqing did not hesitate to heed Hang Feng's words. As soon as Wan Qingqing dropped Hang Feng, her speed increased by a level. She shot forward like a fired arrow before she disappeared from Duan Ling Tian's sight. Hang Feng hovered in the air calmly with a wry smile on his face as he waited for Duan Ling Tian's arrival. Chapter 3147 Duan Ling Tian and Hang Feng battles again. Hang Feng already had a battle plan in mind before Duan Ling Tian arrived. Drawing from his previous mistakes and experience, he cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity, crystal barrier profundity, and defense profundity. After he cast the crystal barrier profundity, what seemed like crystal armor appeared on his body. At the same time, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity had reached its peak, and he could easily cast another 3 profundities from the law of earth at a moment's notice. Apart from the 3 profundities he had just cast in the earth elemental profundity, he had comprehended the shake profundity, the gravitational space profundity, and the recovery profundity as well. As Hang Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian who was standing across from him, he smiled wryly and said, "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect I'd be so unlucky to run into you again 3 days after entering the middle realm. How long has it been since you entered the middle realm?" "I just entered not too long ago. You and your partner are the first people I encountered after entering the middle realm," Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. "He just entered, and we're the first people he ran into." Hang Feng's heart sank upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Previously, Duan Ling Tian was the first person he encountered after entering the middle realm. Now, he was the first person Duan Ling Tian encountered after entering the middle realm. What sort of luck was this? Duan Ling Tian did not seem to pay attention to Hang Feng who was ready to attack or defend. Instead, he asked, "Hang Feng, that young woman with an incredible speed is your martial battle mansion's Wan Qingqing, right?" Since he clearly remembered the names of those who ranked in the top 30 last month, he knew that Wan Qingqing had ranked 17th previously. "You're right," Hang Feng nodded. Then, he scoffed before he said confidently, "However, you might as well give up if you intend to eliminate her. Her speed is comparable to the strongest 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Only a few people can match her speed. It's impossible for you to catch her." After witnessing Wan Qingqing's speed, Duan Ling Tian did not doubt Hang Feng's words. If Wan Qingqing wanted to escape, he had no way to catch up to her. He looked at Hang Feng as he asked, "If I'm not mistaken, she has already helped you to obtain points, but you've yet to return the favor, right? Don't you feel guilty about not being able to return the favor?" Duan Ling Tian's words seemed to affect Hang Feng deeply. His expression was rather unsightly after he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Indeed, he felt guilty. Without Wan Qingqing's help, he would not have been able to accumulate so many points in just a few short days. Alas, before he could return the favor, they ran into Duan Ling Tian. In the end, he scoffed before he said, "I'll return the favor after I'm done with you." A faint smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he narrowed his eyes. It seems like she hasn't left. It was not difficult for him to figure out that Wan Qingqing was lingering nearby. He had a hunch Wan Qingqing would not really leave Hang Feng behind. Moreover, with her speed, as long as she was prepared, she could easily escape from him again. He would not have watched her leave without asking her to collaborate if she really left, Hang Feng sneered. "What can you do even if you know she hasn't left? Do you think you'll be able to catch her?" Duan Ling Tian did not answer Hang Feng's question. Instead, he asked with a smile on his face, "Hang Feng, do you want to crush your accumulative point jade or do you want me to help you? Previously, you only managed to defeat me because I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity as well. I have to say I'm not sure if you've comprehended the transportation profundity or if you're still in the process of comprehending it. However, if you haven't fully comprehended it, your attack won't be able to breach my defense profundity and crystal barrier profundity, Hang Feng said in a lowered voice. He knew there was a huge difference between completely comprehending a profundity and only grasping the basics of a profundity. He had researched the transportation profundity a few days ago as well. After mulling over it, he thought there was a high chance that Duan Ling Tian only had a basic comprehension of the transportation profundity. If he was right, he would be able to defend himself against Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was slightly startled by Hang Feng's words. He said bluntly, I didn't expect you to be so astute. You're right, I only have a basic comprehension of the transportation profundity. Since you cast the defense profundity to boost the crystal barrier profundity, I really can't breach your defenses. Hang Feng's eyes flashed as the corners of his lips curled into a smile. Well, at least you know that. He looked into the distance before he boosted his voice with celestial origin energy and called out, Junior Sister Qing, you can come back now. A green figure appeared in the distance almost immediately. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had a good look at Wan Qing Qing. She was rather pretty with her long black hair and curvaceous figure. In fact, her beauty was comparable to his two wives. When his eyes met hers, time seemed to stand still. He only recovered his senses when Hang Feng broke the silence. Junior Sister Qing, Duan Ling Tian's unable to breach my defenses. Let's eliminate him together, Hang Feng said with a hint of excitement as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. This was his chance to redeem himself. Then, he added after a moment, however, I'm not sure if he still has any trick up his sleeves. If he manages to breach my defenses, you must leave immediately. Whatever I owe you, I'll definitely repay in the future. Wan Qing Qing nodded slightly in response. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wan Qing Qing with a smile on his face and said, Senior Sister Wan, if I'm unable to breach Hang Feng's defense, you can join forces with him to eliminate me. However, if I'm able to breach his defenses, please don't leave in a hurry. Why don't we work together? I can guarantee that if both of us work together, you'll make it into the top 10. Hang Feng and Wan Qing Qing were taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's proposal to join forces. Hang Feng scoffed. He said confidently, as though he could read Duan Ling Tian's mind, Duan Ling Tian, are you trying to trick my junior sister so you can eliminate her? How many points has she accumulated? Do you think it's worth it for me to eliminate her when I can work with her? If you were in my shoes, would you eliminate her? Duan Ling Tian replied as he glanced at Hang Feng. Hang Feng was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. Indeed, it was meaningless for Duan Ling Tian to eliminate Wan Qing Qing who only had 1 point at the moment. At this moment, Wan Qing Qing said nonchalantly, the three of us can work together. He has no value to me as far as I'm concerned. Moreover, it's not efficient to distribute the points 3 ways, Duan Ling Tian replied. Wan Qing Qing replied coldly, I won't join forces with you if you eliminate him. Regardless if you join forces with me or not, I'm still going to eliminate him. Although you'd help me gain points faster, it's not like I can't do without you, Duan Ling Tian said domineeringly. Despite his words, he admired Wan Qing Qing's attitude. However, he was unwilling to compromise. Wan Qing Qing was infuriated by Duan Ling Tian's words. This was the first time she was treated in such a manner by a man. Hang Feng snorted. Duan Ling Tian, you'll have to breach my defenses if you want to eliminate me. Otherwise, you'll be the one who's eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Duan Ling Tian like a rampaging bull. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Wan Qing Qing in an attempt to persuade her. Junior Sister Qing, if Duan Ling Tian manages to eliminate me, you should join forces with him. Although I don't know him well, I have a good eye when it comes to judging people. He's not the type that will renege on his promise. Perhaps, with his help, you'll be able to make it into the top 10 this time. We'll see if he's capable of breaching your defense, Wan Qing Qing replied. Duan Ling Tian said flippantly with a smile on his face, since you're confident about your defenses, I won't use the teleportation profundity, and I'll breach your defenses with just 1 strike. Hang Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He's not going to use the teleportation profundity. Is it possible that he has comprehended another 2 profundities from the law of space? Previously, he had seen Duan Ling Tian cast 7 profundities from the law of space, including the transportation profundity. Based on Duan Ling Tian's confident words, he could not help thinking that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended another 2 profundities from the law of space. Alarmed, he quickly cast all the profundities he had comprehended from the law of earth. He was afraid that Duan Tian would attack before he could even make his move. After all, the law of space was unpredictable. Gravitational space profundity, shake profundity, recovery profundity. Chapter 31:48 History repeats itself. Faced with Hang Feng's fierce attack, Duan Tian had no intention of using the teleportation profundity just like he had said. The space within a 10-meter radius around him began to ripple and distort in just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, he had cast the law of space's territory profundity and distortion profundity of the law of space. Restraining profundity. As soon as Hang Feng entered the distorted space, Duan Tian mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity to restrain Hang Feng. Cross-dimensional / profundity. In the next moment, a gray sword ray shot out of a spatial tier that had appeared in the void. It cut across the sky as easily nullified Hang Feng's attack. Its strength did not diminish, boosted by the territory profundity, the distortion profundity, and the restraining profundity. In fact, its strength seemed to have doubled as it continued on its trajectory. Meanwhile, Hang Feng cast the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity and the shake profundity. Rock pillars appeared and formed a barrier, separating him from Duan Tian. The energy from the rock pillars repelled the incoming energy from the other side. It was clear he had been prepared for this. He had switched his strategy and focused entirely on his defenses as he waited for Duan Tian to attack. His mind was completely focused on the rock pillars. He would not allow himself to be distracted. He was prepared to shift the rock pillars if Duan Tian were to transport or teleport his attack to another direction. He did not think Duan Tian would refrain from using the teleportation profundity at all. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, Senior Profound Divine Metal, please help me. Duan Tian said. He wanted the two divine elements to boost the gray sword rays that had shot out of the spatial tear. At the end of his words, two streaks of energies shot out from his body and merged with the attack from the cross-dimensional / profundity. A dazzling golden flame shrouded the gray sword ray immediately. It was visually impactful. What technique is this? Wan Qingqing, who was watching from afar, was shocked upon seeing this. At this moment, Hang Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had also noticed there was something different about this attack from the cross-dimensional / profundity. It was different from Duan Tian's previous attack. He really concealed his true strength before this. Hang Feng could tell the golden flame that shrouded the gray sword ray was not from any profundities from the law of space. Therefore, he assumed this was Duan Tian's inherent skill, similar to how Wan Qingqing's speed was an inherent skill that she was born with. Wan Qingqing's original form was a celestial grass, the gale grass, in a canyon in the southern heaven territory. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she gained a human form and began to walk on the path of cultivation. Since her original form was that of a plant, her comprehension of the law of wood was high and her cultivation speed was fast compared to humans. Most importantly, she had an inherent skill due to her origin as a gale grass that was called the gale after she gained a human form. Her current speed from her inherent skill was comparable to 3 movement profundities from the law of wind. However, she was not able to further boost her speed with the profundities from the law of wood. Even then, her speed was superior to most of her peers. For all these reasons, Hang Feng assumed Duan Tian had an inherent skill as well. He thought to himself, Duan Tian must not be human. At this moment, Hang Feng was under immense pressure. His heart raced wildly in his heart when he recalled Duan Tian's confidence and his speculation about Duan Tian being a foreign being. He forced himself to calm down as his eyes flashed with determination. Calm down. Even if he has an inherent skill, it might not be able to breach my defenses. Hang Feng, prepare yourself. My attack will land in 3 breaths. Duan Tian raised a hand. The gray sword ray shrouded in golden flames seemed to increase in strength and speed. Hang Feng was infuriated upon hearing Duan Tian's words. He felt humiliated. He retorted, Duan Tian, I'd love to see if your performance matches your confidence. In just a blink of an eye, 3 breaths had passed. Duan Tian swung his arm. The gray sword ray released by the cross-dimensional / profundity shot toward Hang Feng's first line of defense, the rock pillars that were strengthened by the earth elemental profundity, the gravitational space profundity, and the shake profundity. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing looked at the gray sword ray unblinkingly. She could not tear her eyes away from it at all. The void shook in the gray sword ray's wake. She watched as the gray sword ray landed on Hang Feng's first line of defense before destroying it. Even with the reinforcement from the gravitational space profundity, the shake profundity, and the earth elemental profundity, the gray sword ray cut through the rock pillars like a hot knife through butter. Although the rock pillars Hang Feng had manifested were rather impressive, their defensive strength was incomparable to the defense profundity nor the crystal barrier profundity from the law of earth. It was, at most, comparable to the defensive strength of the rock-style profundity. Nevertheless, Hang Feng's expression changed drastically as he watched his first line of defense crumble in just a blink of an eye. Only he alone knew even the recovery profundity was not fast enough to restore the rock pillars. The gray sword ray continued on its course toward Hang Feng. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the golden flame surrounding it had dimmed. It was obvious Hang Feng's first line of defense had exhausted some of its power. Soon after, it finally landed on the crystal armor that he had manifested and boosted using the crystal barrier profundity and the defensive profundity, the two main defensive profundities from the law of earth. After a short stalemate, the gray sword ray pierced through the crystal armor that had been strengthened with the defensive profundity. After a short standoff, the gray sword ray destroyed the seals on the crystal armor. With that, the gray sword ray had successfully breached the defense profundity. However, the golden flame around the gray dimmed even further. It looked as though it was going to vanish at any moment. No, Hang Feng cried out as his expression changed dramatically. He discovered that although the golden flame seemed as though it was going to disappear due to exhaustion, the gray sword ray's power was not exhausted at all. Even after breaching his first line of defense and the seals from the defensive profundity, the golden flame, weak as it might be, had not died out. Moreover, the gray sword ray still had its full strength. Heavens, what kind of power was this? The power of this attack was not inferior to the combined power of two main offensive profundities at all. In fact, this attack might be even stronger. After breaching the defense profundity, the gray sword ray met with the layer of crystal from the crystal barrier profundity. As a few fine cracks appeared on the crystal, the golden flame finally vanished. The powers that the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal had released had been exhausted. All that remained was the power from the cross-dimensional profundity. History repeated itself, the scene from their previous battle was reenacted. Hang Feng's crystal barrier was about to be destroyed, and his rock-style profundity was rendered useless. The gray sword ray left a shallow cut on Hang Feng's body before Duan Ling Tian teleported it away to spare Hang Feng's life. Wan Qingqing's eyes widened imperceptibly as she watched this scene unfold. Her expression remained frosty, but her eyes lit up as she thought to herself, such a formidable attack. Even those in the top 6 aren't capable of something like this, right? If I work with him, I don't have to fear encountering them at all. Chapter 3149 Distribution Plan. After Duan Ling Tian breached the defenses from the law of Earth's defense profundity, the crystal barrier profundity, and the rock-style profundity, Hang Feng hastily cast the recovery profundity. Alas, the speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed of destruction. With this, he could only watch as history repeated itself. If Duan Ling Tian did not show mercy, he would have died. Thank you. Previously, Hang Feng had been caught unaware and was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. However, this time, he had been fully prepared but was still defeated. For this reason, he accepted his loss this time. He thanked Duan Ling Tian for sparing his life before he brought his accumulative point jade out. Before he crushed his accumulative point jade, he looked at Wan Qingqing who was standing in the distance and said, "Junior sister Qingqing, I owe you this time. In any case, I hope you'll consider working with Duan Ling Tian. You've seen his strength. Coupled with your speed and agility, both of you will have a chance of eliminating those 6 people from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." Without waiting for Wan Qingqing's reply, he shattered his accumulative point jade. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the 33 points he had gained from Hang Feng. Coupled with the 1 point he now had 34 points. After a moment, he lifted his head and looked at Wan Qingqing who was still standing in the distance. "Looks like you and Hang Feng have been busy before I entered the middle realm. Anyway, have you made up your mind? Are you going to join forces with me?" Meanwhile, as soon as Hang Feng crushed his accumulative point jade, people from various grade 6 celestial mansions who had been keeping an eye on the scoreboard instantly noticed the change. The martial battle mansion's Hang Feng had disappeared from the 25th place on the scoreboard and was replaced by another person. Their eyes widened in shock when they saw the new name. D. Duan Ling Tian. The profound nether mansion's Duan Ling Tian was not on the scoreboard earlier. However, as soon as he made an appearance, he eliminated Hang Feng and directly entered the top 30. How could everyone not feel shocked? Based on what I heard, the martial battle mansion's Hang Feng was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian last month. He's really unlucky to run into Duan Ling Tian again. Last month, Hang Feng was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian as soon as he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian only obtained 1 point from him at that time. This time, he's defeated by Duan Ling Tian again, and Duan Ling Tian managed to gain 33 points from him. Hang Feng had accumulated so many points, but they've all gone to Duan Ling Tian. He must be filled with resentment now. The martial battle mansion's Hang Feng is really unlucky. Meanwhile, there was an uproar in all 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound nether mansion's estate. Duan Ling Tian just entered the middle realm a few hours ago, but he has already made it into the top 30. Is this a joke? Is it possible that the martial battle mansion's Hang Feng is helping Duan Ling Tian to cheat? Cheating? Impossible. Last month, Hang Feng was eliminated when he only had 1 point. What's the point of cheating over 1 point? After Hang Feng was defeated last month, he revealed that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Now that he's eliminated again by Duan Ling Tian, it proves that Duan Ling Tian is stronger than him. Hang Feng must have joined forces with someone earlier to accumulate so many points in such a short time. I wonder if Hang Feng's ally was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian as well. Well, if his ally is Wan Qingqing, I don't think Duan Ling Tian is capable of eliminating her. Within the day, news of Duan Ling Tian entering the top 30 reached Qi Tianming. His eyes were gleaming with excitement as he thought to himself, "Good job, boy. I thought he'd be behind since he entered the middle realm rather late. Who knew he'd gain so many points in such a short time?" It was a disadvantage to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 days after it opened. If one was unlucky, regardless of how strong one was, it would be difficult for one to make it into the top 10 on the scoreboard. Therefore, after receiving the news that Duan Ling Tian had gained so many points and entered the top 30, Qi Tianming felt immensely relieved. He muttered to himself, based on the current situation, it shouldn't be difficult for him to rank in the top 10. Hang Feng's appearance in the transporting formation drew the attention of the mansion's elders and disciples. However, after a moment, all of them quickly shifted their eyes to the scoreboard. Naturally, there was an uproar when they saw the name that replaced Hang Feng on the scoreboard. It's Duan Ling Tian again. Hang Feng, didn't you join forces with Wan Qingqing this time around? How did the profound nether mansion's Duan Ling Tian manage to eliminate you? Where's Wan Qingqing? Isn't she eliminated? How's that possible? Can ordinary people catch up to Wan Qingqing? As strong as Duan Ling Tian is, he might not be able to match Wan Qingqing's speed. Hang Feng could only smile bitterly when he heard the conversations in his surroundings. He had no one to blame but his inferior strength. In the Hanqing Mansion's estate, at this time, Lu Ji had also received news of Duan Ling Tian ranking in the top 30 after entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian has already entered the middle realm. He's rather lucky to encounter the martial battle mansion's Hang Feng and obtain 33 points. I guess it's time for me to enter the middle realm as well. Lu Ji had yet to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm because he was waiting for Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he knew he might not run into Duan Ling Tian even if both of them were in the middle realm at the same time. However, as long as they were both in the middle realm, there was still a chance of them meeting. He still felt humiliated when he recalled how he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian last month due to his own carelessness. He was determined to seek revenge this month. Wan Qingqing did not instantly agree to join forces with Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she asked, "How do you propose we distribute the points after we join forces?" Duan Ling Tian mulled over the question for a moment before he replied, "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. When meeting opponents whom we are able to defeat on our own, we'll take turns obtaining their points. However, if we meet opponents whom I'm able to defeat on my own but you're incapable of defeating, their points will go to me. The reverse applies. If we encounter opponents whom you're able to defeat on your own but I'm incapable of defeating on my own, their points will go to you. Do you agree with this?" "I agree." Wan Qingqing was slightly surprised. She had assumed Duan Ling Tian would propose a plan that would be disadvantageous to her. However, after listening to his words, she found his suggestion fair. Moreover, she could tell he was sincere about working together, therefore, she agreed to it. Naturally, she was still wary of him. Since she and Hang Feng were both from the martial battle mansion, they wouldn't be able to gain points from each other. As such, there was no need to be wary of each other. However, it was different joining forces with Duan Ling Tian. Since they were able to gain points from each other, there was always a chance of betrayal. After Wan Qingqing agreed to work together, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "If you covet my points and attack me at any point while we're allies, don't blame me for being heartless." Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingqing scoffed. "I will definitely honor my words. Similarly, if you betray our alliance, I will let everyone know how despicable you are once I leave the Middle Realm. At that time, your reputation will be tarnished. I might not be able to kill you, but I won't have a problem escaping from you. At that time, no one will dare to join forces with you except for the people from the profound Nether Mansion. You won't have such an opportunity," Duan Ling Tian said lightly. Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingqing grew nervous. "What do you mean?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. As though he could read her mind, he said, "What do you think I mean? Let me guess, you think I'll kill you to silence you after obtaining your points." He chuckled before he continued to say, "Relax. What I mean is you won't have an opportunity to tarnish my reputation since I don't have any intention of betraying our alliance." Wan Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Her instincts told her Duan Ling Tian was a trustworthy person. Moreover, Hang Feng also felt that Duan Ling Tian was trustworthy. Otherwise, she would not risk joining forces with Duan Ling Tian. After all, he was much stronger than her. If he were to betray her, there was nothing she could do. After that, both of them did not waste time and continued roaming the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As they traveled, Wan Qingqing maintained a safe distance from Duan Ling Tian. In case Duan Ling Tian attacked, at least, she would have a chance of escaping. Although she somewhat trusted him, she still could not completely let down her guard. At this moment, she asked, "Are you really an outer court disciple in the profound Nether Mansion?" "That's right." Duan Ling Tian showed her his identity token that was hanging from his waist. Then, he asked teasingly, "Why are you maintaining such a distance between us? Are you afraid that I'll eat you?" Chapter 3150 Wan Qingqing is shocked. "I forgot to ask, how many points do you have at the moment? I didn't see your name on the scoreboard when I entered," Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Wan Qingqing was not embarrassed and replied truthfully, "1. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. Hang Feng had 33 points while Wan Qingqing only had 1 point. This meant that all the people whom the duo from the martial battle mansion had eliminated had gone to Hang Feng. So all the points from the people you and Hang Feng eliminated went to Hang Feng. How did both of you plan to distribute the points?" He said that as long as he has 100 points, the rest of the points would be mine, Wan Qingqing said. When Hang Feng had first proposed this idea, she felt the deal was advantageous to her. After all, as long as it was not those 6 people, almost no one could eliminate them if they joined forces. In fact, if they were lucky, it was not impossible for them to obtain 300 or 400 points. In fact, they might even gain more than that. However, she did not expect that Hang Feng would be eliminated before he even obtained 100 points. Moreover, she did not even gain 1 point from Hang Feng. She felt rather frustrated when she thought about this. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wan Qingqing and speculated out loud, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have been rather pleased by his suggestion, right? You thought you got the long end of the stick, right?" "Yes." Wan Qingqing smiled bitterly. After that, Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing no longer spoke. They traveled silently for half an hour before Duan Ling Tian spoke up again. "From what I know, there's someone quite powerful from the martial battle mansion, right? He was ranked 5th last month. You're talking about Wang Tai," Wan Qingqing said. Wang Tai is an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion. His strength and cultivation base are profound. Over the last few decades, he has consistently ranked in the top 10. In the last 10 years, his rank has risen to the top 6. Since then, his rank has never fallen beyond the 6th place, Wan Qingqing said. Before entering the Middle Realm, I heard people saying that the top 6 places are occupied by the same people for the past few years. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he said, Wang Tai aside, those 5 must be pretty strong as well. I'm not sure about the extent of their strength, but I know I'm no match for them. I have met all 6 of them in the Middle Realm at some point or other, Wan Qingqing said as she shook her head. Well, Wang Tai is from the martial battle mansion, so he won't attack you. What about the others? How powerful are they? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Like I said, I'm no match for them. They're all far stronger than me. Most importantly, their speed is not inferior to mine. If I encounter them, I'd surrender and crush my accumulative point jade, Wan Qingqing said with a sigh. Duan Ling Tian had expected as much. Since those 6 people had consistently occupied the top 6 places over the past few years, their strength was definitely not ordinary. However, he was surprised to hear that their speed was not inferior to Wan Qingqing's speed. This meant that even if he could defeat them, he could only watch if they fled. He knew his speed was his shortcoming. Currently, his speed depended solely on the law of space's teleportation profundity. Although the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth could help him in a battle, they could only boost his attacks. They were unable to boost his speed. Unless I completely comprehend the law of space's transportation formation to the rudimentary stage, my speed would be inferior to those people. The transportation profundity and the teleportation profundity from the law of space complemented each other. If Duan Ling Tian comprehended the 2 profundities, his speed would be comparable to those who had comprehended 3 movement profundities from the law of wind. Based on this, one could see how the law of space, or any of the 4 supreme laws, was superior to ordinary laws. 2 movement profundities from the law of space were comparable to 3 movement profundities from the law of wind. Regardless, things might go differently now that I joined forces with Wan Qingqing. Even if we encounter any one of those 6 people, with her speed and her comprehension of the law of wood, which is an assistive law, she should be able to hold them back and prevent them from escaping while I strike. Apart from Wan Qingqing's speed, another reason Duan Ling Tian had chosen to join forces with her was due to her comprehension of the law of wood. If she had comprehended the law of wind, even with her incredible speed, he would not be interested in joining forces with her. After all, even if she was fast and could catch up to her opponent, if she had comprehended the law of wind, she would have a tough time restraining her opponents. Well, if we encounter any of them, I'll help you get even. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up. Although she did not run into those people often, every time they met, she would end up in a miserable state. In fact, 2 of those people would always verbally harass her. However, due to her inferior strength, there was nothing she could do even if she loathed them. At this moment, an idea appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He quickly said, Wan Qingqing, why don't we make a deal? Why don't you lead me to the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Previously, he had waited outside the Martial Battle Mansion and gained many points as a result. Unfortunately, the positions of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would change every month, so he was unable to return to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. However, with Wan Qingqing leading the way, he would have no problem finding the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Disciples of the mansions they belong to would be able to find their mansion's bases, after all. Similarly, he knew where the Profound Nether Mansion's base was located in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Unless he was forcefully ejected when the allocated 10 days were up, or if he crushed his accumulative point jade, if he wanted to leave, he would have to return to the base and use the transporting formation there to return to the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. What, you're thinking of waiting outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Wan Qingqing's expression changed slightly as she shook her head decisively. Impossible, I won't lead you there. I'd be betraying the Martial Battle Mansion if I do that, and I'd rather die than betray the Martial Battle Mansion. Her actual form was a gale grass. If it were not for the Martial Battle Mansion's care, she would not have everything she had now. Perhaps, she was not originally human, so she was pure compared to humans. Her sense of gratitude was incredibly strong. Previously, Wan Qingqing had heard how Duan Ling Tian had waited outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base and eliminated roughly a dozen disciples. It was a humiliation for the Martial Battle Mansion. Therefore, there were many disciples who wanted to retaliate and seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. She knew very well that everyone who walked out of the Martial Battle Mansion's base, except for Wang Tai, would be eliminated if she brought Duan Ling Tian there. It's fine if you're unwilling. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's vehement refusal, Duan Lingtian did not force the issue. He just felt that it was a waste since he could easily gain points with the method. At this moment, Wan Qingqing suddenly said, although I can't and won't lead you to the Martial Battle Mansion's base, I can lead you to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Hang Feng and I passed by the base 2 days ago. Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised when he heard these words. His eyes lit up. He did not expect Wan Qingqing would know the location of another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base. The Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing was unwilling to lead Duan Lingtian to the Martial Battle Mansion's base since she did not want to betray the mansion. However, she should have no qualms about leading him to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, right? I can lead you there if that's what you want. However, I'll be upfront with you, I won't reveal myself nor will I help you while you wait outside their base, Wan Qingqing said. To wait outside a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base and attack their disciples were tantamount to blatantly provoking the Celestial Mansion. She was not willing to offend a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion for no good reason. That's fine with me, Duan Lingtian said eagerly, I'll deal with them on my own, and you can just hide at the side. So can you lead me there now? Even if everyone who came out from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base only had 1 point, he would still gain a lot of points. There were, at least, tens of thousands of people from various Grade 6 Celestial Mansions who entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every month. On average, there were at least a few hundred people from a Celestial Mansion who would enter the middle realm. Most of them would enter the middle realm during the first half of the month. There would be no less than 20 people exiting the base during this time. Celestial talismans, including the communication celestial talismans, can't be used in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, I'm sure people have other means of communicating with one another. If word spread from outside to inside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, I'm sure more disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion would charge out indignantly. At that time, I'd be able to gain even more points. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes shone in anticipation. Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingqing exclaimed in horror, What? You're planning to do that so openly? Her cold and indifferent expression had vanished at this moment. She felt this outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion was crazy. His action would make him the enemy of all the 10 Direction Celestial Dukes from the Fire Glaze Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 3151 He's Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Wan Qingqing felt slightly regretful. She regretted revealing to Duan Lingtian that she was privy to the location of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. She had assumed Duan Lingtian was going to wait outside the base and silently eliminate those who came out. Who knew he was going to do it so openly so that he could lure those from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base out? If she did not join forces with Duan Lingtian, she would not care less about Duan Lingtian's plan. Even if groups of disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion attacked him and eliminated him, it would have nothing to do with her. However, things were different now that she decided to work with him. If he was somehow eliminated, she would be on her own. Since so many days had passed since the middle realm opened and she had yet to gain any points, without Duan Lingtian's help this time, her rank would definitely fall. Currently, she only had 1 point after all. Duan Lingtian, although none of the top 6 are from the Fire Glaze Mansion, the Fire Glaze Mansion has disciples who often rank in the top 10. They also have 2 disciples who consistently rank in the top 30. Most importantly, if you deliberately wait outside their base to eliminate their disciples, they won't fight with you one-on-one. They'd definitely group up to fight you, Wan Qingqing said solemnly. It was obvious she was trying to dissuade Duan Lingtian from carrying out his dangerous plan. Even those 6 people who were ranked in the top 6 would not do something as bold as this. After all, they would have a difficult time as well if everyone grouped up to attack them. Moreover, they would not want to offend another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion. Duan Lingtian nodded after he heard Wan Qingqing's words. However, he still said, I understand. Now, can you please lead me to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base? Our time is limited, and I don't want to spend too much time near the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing sighed in relief when she heard Duan Lingtian said he did not wish to spend too much time near the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. She thought she had successfully dissuaded him from openly provoking the Fire Glaze Mansion. Nevertheless, she would find out how naive her thinking was after she led Duan Lingtian to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing hid somewhere in the distance once they arrived in the vicinity of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. She watched as Duan Ling Tian teleported to the sky above the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the sky and laced his voice with his celestial origin energy before he said, "Listen up, disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. You'd better stay in your base. Otherwise, I'll eliminate each and every one of you who dares to step out." Not only did Duan Ling Tian's voice resound clearly through the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, but even Wan Qingqing, who was hiding a distance away, could clearly hear his voice. What? Wan Qingqing was dumbfounded. Was this what he meant when he said he did not wish to spend too much time near the Fire Glaze Mansion's base? Meanwhile, silence descended briefly in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Soon enough, a commotion broke out. "Who's kicking up a fuss in our Fire Glaze Mansion's base? State your name. It seems like you want to die a gruesome death. Who's that? Are you trying to provoke the Fire Glaze Mansion?" Every single disciple who was in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base was angered. They stopped what they were doing and looked at the sky outside of the formation protecting their base. However, despite their angry words, no one stepped forward to take action. After all, for these people to reach this stage in their cultivation base, they were naturally cautious. Since the purple figure hovering in the air was confident enough to cause a ruckus, there were only two possibilities. The purple figure had a death wish, or he truly had nothing to fear. In their opinion, the second possibility was more likely. "Come out of your base if you want to know my name. Cowards aren't qualified to know my name." Duan Ling Tian continued his provocations. Inwardly, he was slightly puzzled. His words were rather harsh, but the disciples from the Fire Glaze Man could still maintain their composure. Since Duan Ling Tian was hovering quite a distance away from the disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion and he had taken measures to hide his identity token with his celestial origin energy, the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples could not see anything when they tried to look at his identity token. "Who the hell is he? He dares to call us cowards. I say we fight him at once. With our collective strength, can he still threaten us? If he's really too much for us to handle, we can always crush our accumulative point jades to escape. Once we return to the mansion's estate, we can spread word of this as well." "You're right, let's go." After listening to Duan Ling Tian provoking them again and again, the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples could no longer endure it. All of them flew up into the air one after another. About 20 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion charged at Duan Ling Tian immediately, leaving their base in its protection. Colorful energies sailed in the sky toward Duan Ling Tian as the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples attacked in unison. Just as the attacks were about to land on Duan Ling Tian, he suddenly vanished into thin air. He reappeared behind the group of disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, blocking their path back to the base. Where did he go? Is he dead? However, I don't think my attack landed. Me too. Due to the chaotic energies and Duan Ling Tian's timing, the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion did not have a good look at what happened. All of a sudden, someone cried out, "He's behind us." The group of disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion hastily turned around. Heavens, when did he get there? I didn't see any signs of movement earlier. What a terrifying speed. At this moment, a few of them finally had a good look at Duan Ling Tian's identity token. An outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. He's Duan Ling Tian. With this revelation, the expressions of the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples changed drastically as they inhaled sharply. A few of them even shuddered in fear. After all, they knew if the purple figure in front of them was truly Duan Ling Tian, the outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion, they were no match for him at all. Until last month, none of them had heard of Duan Ling Tian. They only learned about his existence after the commotion he caused by consecutively eliminating 11 Martial Battle Mansion disciples all on his own. Moreover, the Martial Battle Court's Heng Feng and Lu Xiaozhou were part of these 11 people who were eliminated. One had to know that Heng Feng and Lu Xiaozhou were ranked on the scoreboard. Despite their number, there was only a handful of them who were ranked on the scoreboard in the past. However, it was mostly due to luck that they even managed to rank on the scoreboard. At this moment, it could be seen that Duan Ling Tian's reputation preceded him. Teleportation profundity. He must have used the teleportation profundity earlier one. That's why none of us saw him moving. It has to be the teleportation profundity. As it turns out, the rumors are true. He really comprehended the law of space. He must be extremely confident about eliminating us since he dares to come here. In my opinion, we should just crush our accumulative point jades now. When we return, we can spread the word about his despicable act. This Duan Ling Tian is too much. Although the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples hated Duan Ling Tian and wished they could kill him, they could only crush their accumulative point jades one after another when they saw Duan Ling Tian's energy stirring up the corner of his robes. In just a brief moment, all 20 of them disappeared from sight. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered his points had increased from 33 points to 58 points. He thought to himself, 58 points. From what I remember, I should be ranked 17th with these points. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was watching from afar, saw the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion disappearing. She was stunned despite knowing that they had taken the best course of action. They only attacked once. When she recalled the faces of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion who had attacked Duan Ling Tian earlier, she did not see anyone familiar. Since she did not recognize them, they were probably not very strong. It was no wonder they were frightened into surrendering after only attacking once. In the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate, one after another, disciples were transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Their sudden appearance, naturally, caught people's attention. Why did all of you come out at the same time? Faced with these questions, the expressions of the disciples who were just eliminated turned even more unsightly. The profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian, found our base and lured us out. He was making a ruckus, telling us to stay in the base and that he would eliminate those who dared to step out. As soon as these words fell, the entire place was as silent as a graveyard. Chapter 3152 The Old Man Who's Fishing. When the Fire Glaze Mansion elders and disciples finally regained their senses, they turned to look at the scoreboard in unison. They were dumbfounded when they saw Duan Ling Tian's name had risen to the 19th place with 58 points. 58 points. If I'm not mistaken, he only had about 34 points before this. This means he gained 24 points from the disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion, 24 points. How many of you did he eliminate? He eliminated 23 of us. One of us had 2 points. The most insufferable part was him making a ruckus outside our base, saying he'll eliminate whoever dares to step out. He's too arrogant. I'm going to inform Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji about this. If he's truly as powerful as rumored, I'm afraid even Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji are no match for him. That's right, since he dares to do this, I'm sure he has already considered having to deal with Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji. Someone scoffed. Who says we have to fight him one-on-one? Ask Senior Brother Tan Yuan to team up with Senior Brother Mo Pingji and the others in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Isn't that unfair though? Unfair. He is pissing all over our territory, and you dare say we're being unfair? The news about profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian, making a ruckus outside of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and eliminating more than 20 disciples at one go spread in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate. Many members of the Fire Glaze Mansion were infuriated when they received news of this. Even the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion was enraged. One after another messages were sent from the Fire Glaze Mansion to the sites of the Fire Glaze Mansion's transporting formations. The elders at the sites of the transporting formations would then relay the message to those disciples who were still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, the other Grade 6 celestial mansions had also noticed the change in Duan Ling Tian's ranking. The profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian managed to make it into the top 20 in such a short time. He gained 24 points. I wonder who he eliminated. There is only one person on the scoreboard with 24 points, but he's not eliminated yet. In fact, no one on the scoreboard has been eliminated. That's odd. What's happening? Almost everyone was curious about how Duan Ling Tian obtained his points. It was not even mid-month, but he had already accumulated so many points. Even if he did not gain any more points after this, he should still be able to rank in the top 50. At this moment, an elder said, "Do you remember Duan Ling Tian eliminated roughly a dozen disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion last month?" Elder, are you saying Duan Ling Tian eliminated disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion again? Are you stupid? The locations of the bases change every month. It was only a coincidence that Duan Ling Tian found the Martial Battle Mansion's base last month. Do you think he'd chance upon their base again? How could they be so unlucky? Then, he probably found another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base, right? Everyone was speculating among themselves until they received news from the Fire Glaze Mansion. They were shocked. Duan Ling Tian went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and eliminated more than 20 disciples there. I heard he was making a ruckus, saying he'd eliminate those who dared to step outside. Did they have enmity between them? Duan Ling Tian is crazy. He offended the Martial Battle Mansion last time, and now, he has gone to offend the Fire Glaze Mansion. Just watch. The Fire Glaze Mansion won't let this slide. Words of Duan Ling Tian's deed in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm continued to spread. Naturally, the Profound Nether Mansion had also received news of it. Many people from the Profound Nether Mansion thought he was too reckless. I was wondering how he obtained so many points when no one on the scoreboard was eliminated. Who knew he had gone to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and killed those disciples who aren't ranked on the scoreboard? Does he have a death wish? He might have obtained a lot of points, but does he really think the Fire Glaze Mansion will let this matter go? Even if the Fire Glaze Mansion can't do anything to him in the Middle Realm, they will surely secretly act against him once he comes out. Reckless. He's way too reckless. That lad, Qi Tianming, was stunned as well when he heard about what happened. Never mind what he did to the Martial Battle Mansion last month, since it was a coincidence. The Martial Battle Mansion won't take the matter to heart since it was a coincidence. However, why would he deliberately provoke the Fire Glaze Mansion and humiliate them? Hints of worry could be seen in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a palace hidden by an illusory formation in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate, a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in dark green robes with a majestic and imposing air about him hurried into the palace. He made his way to the backyard immediately, clearly familiar with the place. Half of the backyard was occupied by a lake. A skinny old man wearing a bamboo hat was fishing by the lake at this moment. The green-clad middle-aged man stood behind the old man quietly. He only spoke after the old man reeled a fish up and placed it in the basket. Grand Master. The old man, who was dressed in a patched robe, put his fishing rod aside before he lifted a wine gourd from his waist and drank from it. Then, he asked impatiently, "Why are you here again?" "Grand Master, it's about that boy," the green-clad middle-aged man said, slightly nervous. Although he was the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion, he was still fearfully respectful when faced with this old man who raised him. The old man's strength and majesty had left a deep impression on him. Oh, the old man turned around and looked at the green-clad middle-aged man with eyes that had seen the vicissitude of life. This was one of the rare instances where his eyes twinkled with curiosity. What happened to him? He managed to make it to the 19th place less than a day after he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and announced he'd eliminate anyone who dares to step out of the base. The green-clad middle-aged man said with a bitter smile on his face, "Grand Master, are you really going to make him the Imperial Tutor? He's a troublemaker. He has caused such a big trouble before he even becomes the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. Once he becomes the Imperial Tutor, I shudder when I think about the trouble he might stir up. Moreover, after my investigations, I discovered he only achieved these feats at such a young age because he consumed the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit." The green-clad middle-aged man continued to say, "When he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect a few years ago, he was just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At that time, he hadn't even comprehended the law of space. It's all thanks to the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit that he's a 10-direction celestial duke and is able to comprehend the law of space." At that point, the old man interjected, "You have said a lot. What are you trying to imply?" "Grand Master, I just want to say he might not be as remarkable as you think he is." The green-clad middle-aged man sighed. "Are you afraid that he would let the position of Imperial Tutor go to his head and act recklessly, and in turn, indirectly harming me?" The old man looked at the green-clad middle-aged man knowingly. "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. "Only mediocre people are afraid of stirring up trouble," the old man said indifferently. "I think we'll get along quite well. As for becoming the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, it'll depend on whether he's able to pass my test." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the green-clad middle-aged man and continued fishing. Upon seeing this, the green-clad middle-aged man could only smile bitterly and leave. He did not dare to continue disturbing the old man. "Duan Ling Tian, aren't you going to leave? I'm sure the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples whom you eliminated have spread word about what happened here. I'm afraid they've already informed the other disciples who are still in here about what happened, and they're on the way back now to deal with you." Wan Qingqing grew even more nervous when she saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of leaving after eliminating more than 20 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. After listening to Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian replied calmly, "No hurry. I will wait for one more day. If no one from the Fire Glaze Mansion comes, we can leave." Then, he said in an attempt to reassure her, "Don't worry. I'll give you more of the points we collect later to compensate you for wasting your time here." Wan Qingqing retorted, "That can only happen if you manage to leave this place alive." Duan Lingtian no longer replied to Wan Qingqing. Instead, he sat in the air in front of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing fumed. Before she left, she said, "Fine. I'm going to search around the area for targets and come back after a day to see you. If you're still alive, that's it." Chapter 3153, The Figure Hidden in the Shadows. Transportation Profundity. As Duan Lingtian rested, he was comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity as well. At this time, he had already comprehended more than half of the transportation profundity. Once he had successfully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would double. His speed would be comparable to Wan Qingqing's. At that time, he no longer had to join forces with other 10 directions celestial dukes with high speed like Wan Qingqing when he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the future. Needless to say, while Duan Lingtian was comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity, he did not let his guard down. He had extended his divine consciousness into his surroundings. Not long after Wan Qingqing left, he sensed a few divine consciousness from the direction of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. He could feel the few divine consciousness trying to probe him, and it was not long before more divine consciousness joined in and probed him as well. That's quite a lot of them. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes after he discovered the increasing divine consciousness that were probing him. He looked down at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base as his eyes glinted coldly. With just a glance, he saw the base was packed with people. So many of them. Well, it's not surprising, I suppose. After all, as long as they haven't become celestial kings, they would be able to enter. Moreover, they know as long as they don't step out of the base, they'd be safe. Duan Lingtian knew the majority of the crowd were probably not 10 directions celestial dukes and had only come to watch the show. Indeed, Duan Lingtian was right. The Fire Glaze Mansion members were infuriated when they heard about Duan Lingtian's actions. Many of those who were not at the stage of a 10 directions celestial duke had obtained accumulative point jades so they could enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to join in the fun. Most of them were just outer court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. There were actually more disciples who had wanted to enter to watch the show, but the elders on duty no longer let them in since there were too many disciples who had entered the middle realm. If they continued letting people in, the Fire Glaze Mansion's base would not be able to hold all of them. At that time, some disciples would have no choice but to leave the base due to overcrowding. Needless to say, those who stepped out of the base would only be free points for Duan Lingtian. For all these reasons, the elders had stopped people below the stage of a 10 directions celestial duke from coming in. At this moment, the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples who had just arrived were looking at Duan Lingtian. Is he Duan Lingtian? Wow, he's quite handsome. Moreover, it's true that he's not even 100 years old. How did he become so powerful at such a young age? It'd be amazing if I can marry someone like that. Many female disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. I wonder where the profound Nether Mansion found someone so young and powerful. Someone scoffed before saying, I heard the senior brother Tan Yuan, senior brother Mo Pingji, and the other seniors who are in the middle realm have already received word about this. They should be arriving shortly. At that time, they'd probably join forces to eliminate Duan Lingtian. Don't you think just eliminating him is too light of a punishment? Yes, but that's all we can do for now. Duan Lingtian achieved so much at such a young age. Even the 10 major clans and top 5 sects might not have any disciple as talented as him. There's a possibility that he has a remarkable background. That's right, we don't know how or where the profound Nether Mansion found him after all. Until we confirm he doesn't have a remarkable background, we can't openly kill him. He's a powerful 10 directions celestial duke even though he hasn't reached the age of 100. Is it even possible for someone like that to have an ordinary background? Well, if he doesn't have an extraordinary background, his luck must have been incredibly good. Based on the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples' conversation, it was clear that the Fire Mansion Glaze only intended to eliminate Duan Lingtian. They were not told to kill him because they were uncertain of his origins. If he had truly come from an extraordinary background, the Fire Glaze Mansion would only suffer if they killed him. Therefore, regardless of how angry they were, before they confirmed his origins, they did not dare to kill him, not openly at least. "It's a pity we can't attack from the safety of our base," one of the disciples said with a sigh. The formation in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base not only protected the people inside the base, but it also blocked the attacks from inside and outside. Although attacks from the base would not trigger a response from the formation, the attacks still would not be able to bypass the formation. "Are you daydreaming? Anyway, just wait for senior brother Tan Yuan and senior brother Mo Pingji to arrive and eliminate him." Currently, there was roughly 1,000 Fire Glaze Mansion disciples in the base. However, none of them dared to leave the base to attack Duan Lingtian. They stayed in the base and waited for the arrival of Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the others. At that time, they would join forces to eliminate Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion Outer Court disciple. In their opinion, it would not be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Lingtian since they were led by powerful disciples like Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. In fact, they thought there was a possibility Duan Lingtian would crush his accumulative point jade as soon as the number of people they had on their side. Half a day later, from different directions, many had appeared 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Senior brother Mo Pingji. The three figures who had just appeared respectfully bowed to two men. To be precise, they were bowing at the younger man. The young man who was dressed in a long and loose blue robe was slender, and his features were sharp. He was none other than Mo Pingji, the second strongest 10-direction celestial duke in the Fire Glaze Mansion. He was only second to Tan Yuan in the mansion. During the last year, he had ranked in the top 20 10 out of 12 times. His highest rank so far was the 11th place. Due to his strength, friendly disposition, and righteous character, he was rather popular with the 10-direction celestial dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion. In fact, the disciples respected him more than they respected Tan Yuan. If Tan Yuan did not have his strength, nobody would have paid any attention to him at all. On the other hand, even if Mo Pingji lost his strength, his peers would still respect him. He had rushed back after he received the news from two vice mansion masters of the Fire Glaze Mansion. He did not expect someone would be so bold as to wait outside of their base to eliminate people. Moreover, that person was none other than Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's Outer Court disciple, who had recently risen to fame. "Senior brother Mo, how many people should we join forces with before we attack? We'll discuss that when senior brother Tan Yuan arrives. Our opponent is simple after all," Mo Pingji said solemnly. Although he had yet to meet Duan Lingtian, he believed the rumors that were flying outside. He was rather certain that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. Therefore, being the cautious person he was, he did not act recklessly. "Senior brother Mo Pingji, the message I received from my master said that we shouldn't kill Duan Lingtian. The others received the same message as well. With this, how are we supposed to vent our anger?" One of them said angrily. "I received a similar message from Vice Mansion Master Xiao. They're just being extremely cautious. Although there's a chance he doesn't have an extraordinary background, there's a higher chance that he has an extraordinary background. If that's true, the force he's from will definitely not let the matter slide if we kill him." Despite the killing intent flashing in Mo Pingji's eyes, he said in a low voice, "I'm sure all of you understand why we can't kill him for now." "Yes, but it feels terrible," one of the three cultivators said with a bitter smile. "We can't openly kill him before we confirm his background. The only thing we can do now is to endure." After these 5 people finished speaking, they continued to circle the area about 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. This was because they had been told by the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion had told them to meet and gather 10 meters away. They were told to attack when their number was sufficient. Apart from that, both Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji had to present before they were allowed to attack Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Mo Pingji and the others were unaware that someone was hiding in the shadows and had been observing them for quite a while now. Why's Mo Pingji circling around the Fire Glaze Mansion's base? Chapter 3154. A coincidence. They're clearly deliberately maintaining a 10-meter distance from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. The figure hiding in the shadows was none other than Wan Qingqing. Just a while ago, she had run into 2 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Although she was capable of eliminating those 2 disciples, she did not make a move. This was to save herself trouble in case they make the connection that she was working with Duan Lingtian. She was afraid of being targeted by the Fire Glaze Mansion after all. Earlier, she had also seen Mo Pingji meeting with a fellow disciple first before he ran into the other 3 disciples. They must be waiting for everyone to arrive before they confront Duan Lingtian. Wan Qingqing speculated inwardly. A hint of worry could be seen flashing in her eyes. As though she had made her mind, she gritted her teeth before she secretly made her way back to the place where she had left Duan Lingtian earlier. When she arrived near the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Wan Qingqing was shocked by the number of disciples who had gathered in the base. There's so many of them here. There were roughly 1,000 people in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base at this moment. How could Wan Qingqing not feel shocked when on average, only slightly more than 300 disciples from each grade 6 celestial mansion would enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? How can he remain so calm? Wan Qingqing was rather speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged in the air as though he did not have a care in the world. Did he not feel the danger at all? If she did not agree to work with Duan Lingtian, she really would not have bothered with him at all. After a beat, she quickly sent a solemn voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, some of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion have returned. They're gathered about 10 meters away from here. If I'm not mistaken, they're waiting for the others to arrive before they come for you. Are you suggesting that I go to them now to defeat them instead of waiting for all of them to come here? Duan Lingtian asked. Well, this is a good opportunity. Wan Qingqing shrugged. Indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air before he reappeared 100 meters away. Teleportation profundity. Meanwhile, the outer court disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, naturally, noticed Duan Lingtian's sudden disappearance. Hey, where did Duan Lingtian go? Did he run away? What a coward. I was looking forward to seeing him get eliminated. Someone scoffed. Well, he has to be smart since he achieved so much at such a young age. He must have felt something's amiss with so many of us gathered here. I agree, he must know we're here to watch a show. Some of the 1,000 disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion were disappointed when they saw Duan Lingtian left. Since most of them were of the opinion that Duan Lingtian had run away after detecting something amiss with the situation, they began to leave one after another. Since the main character had left, what use was there for them to stay here? In the end, only a small group of 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who usually did not enter the Middle Realm remained. At the sites of the transportation formations in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate, the disciples who left the base began to appear one after another. This attracted the attention of those who were gathered there. They began to discuss among themselves excitedly. Has Duan Lingtian been eliminated? I think so. Otherwise, why would all of them return? It's such a shame I came too late. Otherwise, I would have been able to enter the Middle Realm to watch the show as well. However, when these disciples heard the conversations between the disciples who had just returned from the Middle Realm, they discovered they had been overthinking. I can't believe Duan Lingtian just left. What a waste of my time. If I knew he's going to be so cowardly, I wouldn't have bothered entering the Middle Realm. All my efforts to enter the Middle Realm is a waste. That's right, I wasted so much time waiting in there as well. In the end, it was all for naught. At this moment, 7 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion who looked miserable appeared in the transporting formation. Damn it, wasn't Duan Lingtian waiting at our base? Why did he suddenly appear? Before I could react, he had already made a move. Thank the heavens he spared my life. Otherwise, I would have died. Did he take action first because he's afraid we'll join forces and attack at the same time? These 7 disciples who were wandering the Middle Realm had received a message asking them to return to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and to team up to eliminate Duan Lingtian. After 7 of them met up, they were about to look for other fellow disciples. At that time, Duan Lingtian suddenly appeared like a ghost and almost killed one of them. As soon as they realized their opponent was Duan Lingtian, they hurriedly crushed their accumulative point jades. After all, with just 7 of them, they knew they were no match for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, since Duan Lingtian had shown mercy to one of them, would they not only provoke him to kill them if they continued to resist? The elders and disciples were rendered speechless when they learned these 7 disciples were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Naturally, they were all unaware that Duan Lingtian did not coincidentally meet these 7 disciples. All of you met Duan Lingtian. How unfortunate. Duan Lingtian had just left the base, but 7 of you ran into him. At this moment, someone suddenly cried out, "Heavens! Look at Duan Lingtian's points. He has 70 points now and has risen to 16th place. He gained 12 points from 7 of them. He's really lucky. He has already chosen to leave our base, but he still managed to run into 7 of them. Why are these 7 people together anyway?" The higher-ups must have sent a message to those who are in the middle realm to meet up before heading to the base to deal with Duan Lingtian together. Do you think those 7 told Duan Lingtian where they were supposed to meet up under duress? I hope not. Otherwise, the others would be in trouble. If Duan Lingtian decides to eliminate them before all of them gather, they won't be able to stop him at all, right? That's right, let alone Senior Mo Pingji. I'm afraid even Senior Tan Yuan would be eliminated by Duan Lingtian if he's alone. Upon hearing these discussions, the 7 disciples who had just arrived began to speak up. Don't worry, we didn't reveal our meeting point. That's right, we won't betray our seniors and juniors even if our lives are threatened. You said earlier that Duan Lingtian gave up and left our base. It must be a coincidence that he ran into us. That's right, I'm sure he doesn't know about our meeting point. We were just unlucky to run into him. Upon hearing these words, the others sighed in relief. The people from the profound Nether Mansion and other grade 6 celestial mansions were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian had risen to the 16th place with 70 points. Is Duan Lingtian still waiting at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base? Did he gain these points from the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples? Isn't that obvious? What's going through those people's minds? Don't they know they shouldn't act recklessly unless they're certain they're able to defeat Duan Lingtian? No one on the scoreboard has been eliminated. Those people Duan Lingtian have eliminated must be ordinary 10 direction celestial dukes from the Fire Glaze Mansions. Most people thought the 7 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion had acted recklessly and were, thus, eliminated by Duan Lingtian. However, those who had received news from the Fire Glaze Mansion knew better and began to spread the news of what really happened. The latest news is that Duan Lingtian had left the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. After he left, he encountered 7 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion and eliminated them. That's how he obtained 70 points and rose to 16th place. Chapter 3155A Snitch. Coincidence. Duan Lingtian's luck is heaven-defying as well. After he left the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, not only did he run into their disciples, but he ran into 7 of them. That's right. He's really lucky. Most people thought Duan Lingtian's luck was extremely good after learning about what happened from the Fire Glaze Mansion. But why were the 7 of them together? Were they all working together to obtain points? A team of 7? Impossible. It makes no sense since they won't obtain many points if they had to divide it between 7 of them. While everyone was discussing this matter, the Fire Glaze Mansion received news again. The 7 disciples who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian did not reveal the fact that they were supposed to meet with their fellow disciples at a designated place before eliminating Duan Lingtian together. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to leave. I thought I'd be able to watch a good fight. I thought I'd be able to see Duan Lingtian's name vanish from the scoreboard. Although none of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion are ranked in the top 6, Tan Yuan consistently ranks in the top 10. If all of them join forces, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is too intelligent. It's as if he could sense danger. There must be a snitch among those from the Fire Glaze Mansion who informed the profound Nether Mansion about this matter. That's probably why Duan Lingtian knew when to leave. That must be it. He must have known he was in danger. That's why he left so suddenly. In the sites of the transporting formations in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate. 13 figures appeared in various transporting formations. With this, a commotion broke out again. Why did all of you come out? Were you eliminated? Didn't they say that Duan Lingtian has left? He even eliminated 7 people after he left. How did he manage to find us anyway? Among the 13 of us, 5 of us would have died if he didn't show mercy. Does he know our meeting place? Is that why he left our base? He must have found out about our plan. First, he met 7 other disciples, then, he met 13 of us. How could there be such a coincidence? There's only one possibility. He must have found out about our meeting place and intercepted us before we arrived at our meeting place. There must be a spy among us. Otherwise, how could he have known about our plan? News about the 13 disciples being eliminated quickly spread in the Fire Glaze Mansion, creating an even bigger commotion. "There's a snitch among us. We must investigate this matter at once. It's either a snitch or one of the 7 disciples earlier told him about our plan. We have to investigate this. That's right, we have to catch the snitch." At this point, most of the elders and disciples were certain they had a spy among their ranks. After all, in such a short time, 20 disciples had been eliminated. All of them were clamoring for an investigation to be carried out. The commotion was so big that even the mansion master and vice mansion masters came together for an emergency meeting. In a grand hall in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate, the mansion master of the Fire Glaze Mansion looked at the high-ranking officials before him and solemnly said, "Before the 7 inner court disciples were eliminated, we were the only ones who knew the location of their meeting place." His eyes flashed coldly after he finished speaking. Based on the current situation, he was also of the opinion that there was a spy among their ranks. Otherwise, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to find out about their meeting place. An inner court elder said, "My lord, I agree there has to be a spy among us. However, he or she might not be among those of us present here. There's a possibility. The snitch is among the 7 disciples." Upon hearing these words, the other high-ranking officials agreed one after another. "My lord, Elder Qian is right. It's impossible for the spy to be among us. I personally think it's one of the 7 eliminated disciples." The expressions of the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion were unsightly. When they first learned about a snitch in their ranks, they were worried their disciples' lives were in jeopardy. They were relieved when they discovered Duan Ling Tian did not kill their disciples and only eliminated them. An old man walked into the hall at this moment. "My lord, this old man was one of the vice mansion masters of the Fire Glaze Mansion. He was not privy to the location of the disciples' meeting place since he was sent out by the mansion master to investigate a matter. I've investigated the matter. Before the 13 inner court disciples were eliminated, none of our disciples had returned to the base. Therefore, it's not possible for a snitch to be among our disciples." With these words, he eliminated the possibility of the snitch being a disciple of the Fire Glaze Mansion. "Vice Mansion Master Yuan, summon the 7 inner court disciples here," the mansion master ordered. "Yes, my lord." It was clear the vice mansion master already knew the 7 inner court disciples were since the mansion master did not mention their names. "My lord, you must get to the bottom of this matter." "That's right, we have to find that snitch and kill him to make an example out of him." The high-ranking officials were furious about their disciples' location being exposed. "We can only hope the remaining inner court disciples have received our latest message and leave immediately," an elder said with a sigh. The hall was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. The high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion, including the mansion master, could not help but worry about their disciples who were still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in the sites of transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Everyone was still shocked that Duan Ling Tian gained 70 points and rose to 16th place when they saw the latest change on the scoreboard. Heavens, Duan Ling Tian is too terrifying. His points just increased to 70 a while ago, and now, he obtained another 23 points. With 93 points, he's now ranked 12th. He hasn't even been in there for 2 days, right? In less than 2 days, he accumulated 93 points and rose to 12th place. How did he do it? When Qi Tianming received the latest news, he only smiled wryly and said, "This lad is truly heaven-defying." The other grade 6 celestial mansions were similarly shocked when they received the latest news. It did not take long before they found out Duan Ling Tian's recent surge in points was due to him eliminating another 13 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. What's the Fire Glaze Mansion doing? Are they deliberately sending their disciples to Duan Ling Tian? How absurd. In such a short time, Duan Ling Tian eliminated 20 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. This number doesn't even include the dozens of Fire Glaze Mansion disciples he had eliminated earlier. Is it possible that the Fire Glaze Mansion is intentionally surrendering their points to Duan Ling Tian? Perhaps, the profound Nether Mansion and the Fire Glaze Mansion came to an agreement earlier. That's possible. I suspect one of the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples had led Duan Ling Tian to their base after they encountered him in the Middle Realm. The audacity! Aren't they afraid the 10 major clans and the top 5 sects would investigate this matter? The sects and clans have zero tolerance for matters like this and would punish them severely if they were found guilty. The 10 major clans and 5 top sects had strictly prohibited grade 6 celestial mansions from working together in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Failure to comply with this rule would definitely result in a harsh punishment. It did not take long before other grade 6 celestial mansions received news about the existence of a snitch in the Fire Glaze Mansion's ranks. I think there's a misunderstanding. I don't think the Profound Nether Mansion and the Fire Glaze Mansion are working together. That's right, I just received news that there's a snitch in the Fire Glaze Mansion. So that's how Duan Ling Tian managed to find those disciples. Chapter 3156 Strong and Bold. There's a snitch in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Does this mean the 13 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were betrayed by their own members? So that's what happened. It makes sense. I didn't think the Profound Nether Mansion and the Fire Glaze Mansion would be so bold as to openly defy the rules set by the 10 major clans and top 5 sects. Someone scoffed. Of course they won't dare to violate the rules. Many people sighed when they found out there was a snitch in the Fire Glaze Mansion. They pitied the Fire Glaze Mansion for the predicament they found themselves in. A snitch. Wan Qingqing had learned about the Fire Glaze Mansion's theory from the Martial Battle Mansion. It seems like no one knows there's no snitch in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Duan Ling Tian only knew where to find those disciples because I informed him about it. Although she knew the truth, she was naturally going to keep it to herself. Otherwise, she would be only shooting herself in the leg if the Fire Glaze Mansion found out she was the one who exposed their disciples' location. It was in her interest to let the Fire Glaze Mansion misunderstand this matter. A frown appeared on her face as she thought. The 20 disciples Duan Ling Tian found are only ordinary inner court disciples. Why didn't he meet Mo Pingji? The Fire Glaze Mansion must have told them to leave. Before Wan Qingqing entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Mo Pingji had already accumulated more than 100 points and made it into the top 10. She knew he managed to obtain so many points because he had entered as soon as the middle realm opened. She knew luck played a big part in him obtaining so many points as well. Although Mo Pingji was rather strong, he had comprehended the law of water. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian could easily catch him if he tried to escape. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had also comprehended the teleportation profundity. For this reason, she was certain Mo Pingji was no match for Duan Ling Tian. Chills ran up her spine when she recalled how Duan Ling Tian had eliminated Heng Feng. She knew not even the top 6 directions celestial dukes, who were skilled in different areas such as offensive strength, defensive strength, and movement speed, were incapable of unleashing such power. One of the top 6 directions celestial dukes whose defenses were as strong as Heng Feng possessed speed that could match hers. Based on this, one could see how powerful he was. Even then, Duan Ling Tian was still stronger. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Duan Ling Tian to find Mo Pingji now. Wan Qingqing thought to herself. Indeed, the Fire Glaze Mansion had already sent messages to Mo Pingji and the other disciples telling them to leave as soon as they could. When Mo Pingji received the message, there were 7 disciples next to him. All of you have received the message, right? Mo Pingji was clearly not the leader of this group of disciples. The disciples, including Mo Pingji, looked at a middle-aged man with a medium build and average appearance, silently asking for his opinion. It was clear all of them acknowledged him as their leader. One of the disciples' expression was extremely unsightly as he said, "Senior Tan Yuan, you've heard the message as well, right? I didn't expect there to be a snitch among us. I won't let him go when I find out who he is." Another disciple said sarcastically, "What if the snitch is one of the inner court elders? What do you think you'll be able to do? It can't be one of the inner court elders. It has to be one of the 7 disciples who were eliminated. One of them must have exposed our location." The disciple with the unsightly expression said confidently. Mo Pingji stepped forward and said, "Let's not jump to conclusions before the matter is investigated. Junior brother Mo is right. Let's not simply jump to conclusions," the leader of the group said. He was none other than Tan Yuan, the strongest 10 directions celestial duke in the Fire Glaze Mansion. "Senior brother Tan Yuan, should we leave as the messages instructed us or?" Mo Pingji looked at Tan Yuan with eyes burning with battle intent. It was obvious he wanted to disregard the message that was sent to him and fight Duan Ling Tian. He was so bold because he was now with Tan Yuan. If he was alone, he would not entertain the thought of confronting Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan said with a smile, "It seems like junior brother Mo is eager to meet that outer court disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion. I'm afraid I'm not the only one." Mo Pingji promptly glanced at the other disciples who were looking at him and Tan Yuan. Apart from Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan, among the 6 disciples, only one of them managed to rank in the top 100 in the last decade. His highest rank was 86th place. The rest of them were rather weak, only 2 out of 5 managed to rank in the top 100 in the past, and it was mostly due to luck they were able to rank in the top 100. When Tan Yuan saw the anticipatory gazes of his fellow disciples, he asked with a wide smile on his face, "Are all of you so confident in our collective strength?" "Senior brother Tan Yuan, since you and senior brother Mo are here, I don't believe Duan Ling Tian is capable of eliminating all of us." One of the disciples replied, "That's right, we believe in you and senior brother Mo. Senior brother Tan Yuan, let's wait for Duan Ling Tian. I bet he won't expect you and senior brother Mo to be together," another disciple said excitedly. It was as though he could already see his 2 seniors defeating Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing these words, Tan Yuan laughed. "Since all you have such confidence in us, won't it seem like I'm afraid of Duan Ling Tian if I refuse to stay? All right, let's stay." Then, he looked at Mo Pingji and asked, "Junior brother Mo, what do you think?" "Senior brother Tan Yuan, of course, I'll stay. I really want to meet that outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion whom everyone has been talking about recently," Mo Pingji replied with a confident smile on his face. "Junior brother Mo, Duan Ling Tian must not be simple for him to be able to make a name for himself that quickly. We must not underestimate him when we face him," Tan Yuan solemnly reminded Mo Pingji. "Rest assured, senior brother Tan Yuan, although I don't think he'll be able to beat us if we join forces, I'll be cautious and fight with all my strength." Mo Pingji vowed. Very well. Tan Yuan was relieved upon hearing these words. As the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fire Glaze Mansion, he knew someone like Duan Ling Tian could not be a weakling. Therefore, he would not underestimate his opponent and would fight with all his might. After a moment, he looked at the other 6 disciples and said, "Brothers, you can stand aside and look out for us or leave when Duan Ling Tian appears. With me and junior brother Tan Yuan here, he won't be able to get to you." The other 6 disciples began to reply one after another. "Senior brother Mo, I won't leave. I'll stay back and look out for both of you. Moreover, I want to see how you defeat that person from the profound nether mansion." "Senior brother Mo, I'll stay as well. Senior brother Mo, I want to watch both of you eliminate Duan Ling Tian." The 6 disciples were adamant about staying back and looking out for Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Naturally, they knew Tan Yuan was only being courteous when he asked to be on the lookout. In reality, even if the 6 of them combined their strength, they were still not a match for Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan, let alone an opponent who was stronger than Tan Yuan. After the 8 of them came to a decision, they stayed in the same place, waiting for Duan Ling Tian to find them. Meanwhile, the other disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion within 10 kilometers of their base who were on the way to the designated meeting place received the messages from the Fire Glaze Mansion as well. All of them left immediately, unlike Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the disciples with them. "After I eliminate 2 groups of people, the Fire Glaze Mansion must know I've found out about their meeting place," Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself inwardly as he continued to search the area within 10 kilometers of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. "I've already searched half of the area. When I finish searching, I'll return and look for Wan Qing Qing." Although Duan Ling Tian did not think he would meet any more disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, he decided to complete his search around the area. Due to his decision, he eventually encountered the strong and bold duo, Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji, and 6 other disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. Chapter 3157 Crushed. After teleporting for a while, Duan Ling Tian saw 8 figures hovering in the distance. In just a blink of an eye, he teleported in front of them. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the identity tokens hanging from their waists. Upon seeing the identity tokens, his eyes lit up immediately. They're all disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. With just a glance, the names Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji caught his attention immediately. He knew the duo were the 2 most outstanding 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glare Mansion. Wan Qing Qing had briefed him about the duo previously. Therefore, he knew Tan Yuan had comprehended the law of metal whereas Mo Pingji had comprehended the law of water. His speed was comparable to Mo Pingji, but Tan Yuan was slightly faster than him. However, with the teleportation profundity, Tan Yuan would not have an advantage over him in terms of speed. Offensive strength-wise, Mo Pingji was far inferior to Tan Yuan as well. "It's obvious they were waiting for me. Duan Ling Tian could easily tell they had deliberately waited for him and that their confidence was boosted by Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji's presence. Meanwhile, as soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared, all 8 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion glared at Duan Ling Tian. They easily identified him after looking at the identity token hanging from his waist. He's here, it's the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. Tan Yuan stepped forward with a solemn expression on his face. His eyes glinted coldly as he said, Duan Ling Tian, you're finally here. Although he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian, he did not dare to act recklessly. After all, who knew if Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background? Even the higher-ups in the Fire Glaze Mansion had told them repeatedly not to kill Duan Ling Tian even if they were capable of doing so. It was imperative that they investigated Duan Ling Tian before they acted. After Tan Yuan stepped forward, Mo Pingji followed suit and stood next to Tan Yuan. He looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said, Duan Ling Tian, you're really something. In less than a day, you eliminated roughly 40 inner court disciples from our Fire Glaze Mansion. There were roughly 200 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion who entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Alas, in less than a day, Duan Ling Tian eliminated roughly 40 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, setting an unprecedented record in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji confronted Duan Ling Tian, the remaining 6 disciples spread out and surrounded Duan Ling Tian from a distance. However, despite their actions in Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji's presence, it was obvious they were still slightly fearful and wary of him. After all, they knew he had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. If he wanted to eliminate or kill them, Tan Yuan or Mo Pingji might not necessarily be able to save them. At this moment, they felt slightly regretful that they did not leave when they had the chance to leave. Soon it'll be roughly 50 people. Duan Ling Tian smirked when he heard Mo Pingji's words. At the same time, his celestial origin energy coursed through his 99 heavenly veins before surging out. The air around him rippled and distorted immediately. How dare you? Mo Pingji's expression darkened immediately when he heard Duan Ling Tian insinuating that he would eliminate all 8 of them. How could he not be enraged by Duan Ling Tian's disdainful words? Did he think they were so easily eliminated? The 6 disciples' expressions were no better than Mo Pingji's expression. Preposterous. Do you think you're a match for our seniors? You're not even 100 years old. You must have had some sort of fortuitous encounter to possess such strength at this age. Regardless, you're destined to be eliminated by Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Pingji today. Your time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realms this month will come to an end today. If you're smart, you should just crush your accumulative point jade now and leave. If you insist on being stubborn, our seniors will definitely teach you an unforgettable lesson today. At this moment, Tan Yuan said, everyone can boast. You'll have to see if you have the capability to eliminate us. He smiled coldly as a burst of golden light shrouded him. Then, his skin seemed to be plated by gold, making him look like a golden statue. The law of metal's metal-style profundity. Duan Ling Tian raised a brow. Mo Pingji scoffed. Then, a surge of blue light shrouded him. In just an instant, it seemed as though he had turned into a body of water. Tan Yuan charged out, looking like a streak of golden light, as golden sword rays trailed after him. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Mo Pingji did not waste time and followed suit. He seemed like the towering waves as he swept out toward Duan Ling Tian. 2 streams of water shot out, looking like water dragons charging at Duan Ling Tian with their fangs bared. The duo from the Fire Glaze Mansion was swift with their attacks. In just a blink of an eye, they were almost upon Duan Ling Tian. However, seconds before their attacks landed, Duan Ling Tian suddenly vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was behind the duo. Suddenly, a spatial tear appeared out of thin air before a gray sword ray shot out. Cross-dimensional / profundity. This cross-dimensional / profundity caught the attention of the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion disciples. Immediately, they were not surprised about the teleportation profundity since they had heard about it many times before. They were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian casting the cross-dimensional / profundity. Is that the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity? When the duo saw Duan Ling Tian vanished and their attacks had missed, they instinctively spun around. Naturally, Tan Yuan was a step faster than Mo Pingji. After all, in terms of reaction, strength, and speed, he was superior to Mo Pingji. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian clearly had the upper hand. In order to end this quickly, he asked for help from the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal. In just a second, the Grey Sword Ray was further boosted as a golden flame shrouded it. Upon seeing this, the 8 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were confused. They did not know what technique Duan Ling Tian had used to boost the cross-dimensional profundity, but they knew it was not the other profundities from the law of space. Naturally, they knew it could not be celestial talismans, celestial pills, or celestial weapons since they were prohibited in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. What technique is this? The cross-dimensional profundity cut across the sky, firmly locked on its 2 targets. No matter where the duo from the Fire Glaze Mansion flew, they could shake the Grey Sword Ray of their trail. Tan Yuan sent a voice transmission to Mo Pingji at this moment, let's face it directly and destroy his attack. Initially, Mo Pingji had been feeling slightly gloomy because they were unable to get away from the Grey Sword Ray. However, his eyes lit up as soon as he heard Tan Yuan's words. He had been waiting for these words. After all, he firmly believed as long as he joined forces with Tan Yuan, they would be able to easily eliminate Duan Ling Tian. Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji came to a halt immediately and turned around before they attacked in unison. A towering wave swept out and numerous golden sword rays sailed in the sky. In the course of collision with the Grey Sword Ray from the cross-dimensional profundity, the duo watched, certain they would be able to eliminate Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, they discovered they had been too naive. The cross-dimensional profundity's Grey Sword Ray easily cut through the wave of water and golden sword rays like a hot knife through butter. The duo saw the golden flames on the Grey Sword Ray disappear after that, but its momentum did not seem to decrease at all. It continued on its trajectory toward them. Their combined attacks did not weaken the Grey Sword Ray at all, let alone nullify it. Faced with the terrifying and domineering Grey Sword Ray, the golden light shrouding Tan Yuan brightened before he fled like a streak of golden light. Alas, he had just moved when a crisp noise rang in the air. Soon after, blood splattered in the sky like blooming red roses. Another crisp sound rang in the air. Unfortunately, Mo Pingji, who was slower than Tan Yuan, could not escape in time. The Grey Sword Ray left a terrifying cut on his chest. At the critical moment, the Grey Sword Ray suddenly disappeared before piercing through his chest and flew back to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you for sparing my life. Mo Pingji thanked Duan Ling Tian at once. He was drenched in cold sweat and fear lingered in his heart. He knew very well that if Duan Ling Tian did not show mercy, he would have died. Chapter 3158, 5th place with 286 points. The other 6 Fire Glaze Mansion disciples were shocked as they watched the one-sided battle in front of them. They did not regain their senses for a long time. It was simply too terrifying. Not only did Duan Ling Tian injure Tan Yuan, but he nearly killed Mo Pingji as well. Moreover, it was apparent that if Duan Ling Tian did not show mercy, Mo Pingji would have died. Watch out! Tan Yuan cried out. The 6 disciples shuddered when they heard Tan Yuan's warning that thundered in their ears. When they regained their senses, they saw the Grey Sword Ray flickered in front of them one after another. Soon after, they felt a cold sensation on their chests. When they lowered their heads, they saw their robes were torn, and they were bleeding on their chests. It was very clear to them that Duan Ling Tian had held back. The moment Duan Ling Tian struck the 6 disciples, he vanished, causing Tan Yuan's attack to miss again. Damn it! Tan Yuan cursed loudly. His expression was incredibly unsightly at this moment. Mo Pingji spoke up at this moment. Senior brother Tan Yuan, let it be. His attacks are too terrifying. Moreover, although his speed is slightly slower than yours, your speed has no advantage over him. Then, without waiting for Tan Yuan's reply, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said earnestly, Duan Ling Tian, I was wrong to underestimate you. I hope you'll be able to make it to the top. After he finished speaking, he did not waste time and brought his accumulative point jade out before crushing it. Mo Pingji was aware that if Duan Ling Tian did not spare him, he would not be alive. He had done all he could by warning Tan Yuan. He knew there was nothing else he could do, so he did not waste time and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm immediately without wasting any more words. He thought to himself as he was transported back to the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate, Duan Ling Tian, thank you for your kindness. If there's a chance, I'll certainly repay you in the future. After Mo Pingji crushed his accumulative point jade, the other 6 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion brought their accumulative point jades out and crushed them with a helpless expression on their faces after they thanked Duan Lingtian. Similar to Mo Pingji, they knew Duan Lingtian had spared their lives. Although they were thankful, they knew it was futile to stay any longer. Moreover, they were too embarrassed to stay as well. Light and shadow profundity. Mo Pingji's parting words to Tan Yuan successfully calmed him down. When he was first injured by Duan Lingtian, he had been enraged and lost his reason for a moment. Mo Pingji's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on him. He quickly prepared to escape using the law of metal's main movement profundity. At the same time, he prepared to boost his speed with other profundities from the law of metal as well. Too late, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, Tan Yuan discovered he could not leave. When he tried to move, he crashed into an invisible wall, causing the air to ripple. He was even sent flying by the impact. His eyes widened as he cried out, "The law of space is restraining profundity." Nevertheless, Tan Yuan had no intention of giving up. He lifted his hands, ready to cast his offensive profundity. This time, his target was not Duan Lingtian, but the invisible prison he was in. He knew that as long as he had sufficient strength, he would be able to break free of the law of space's restraining profundity. However, as soon as Tan Yuan attacked, golden flames burst forth from the edges of the invisible prison, illuminating the boundaries of the otherwise invisible prison. If Duan Lingtian did not seek help from the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal to boost the restraining profundity, he might not be able to restrain Tan Yuan. With the 2 divine elements' help, Tan Yuan was firmly trapped in the boundaries of the restraining profundity. Naturally, with Tan Yuan's continual assault, signs of weakening were starting to appear. However, it would still take Tan Yuan a few breaths to break free. This time was more than enough for Duan Lingtian to act. Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance, waved his hand. A gray sword ray shot out the spatial tear as Duan Lingtian cast the cross-dimensional slash profundity again. Similar to before, it was shrouded with golden flames as it flew toward Tan Yuan. Faced with the incoming gray sword ray, Tan Yuan weighed his options. It did not take long before he hastily brought his accumulative point jade out and crushed it with an unsightly expression on his face. When the gray sword ray arrived in the invisible prison, Tan Yuan had already been transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, even if Tan Yuan did not escape in time, Duan Lingtian had no intention of killing Tan Yuan. He knew he had trodden on the Fire Glaze Mansion's bottom line with his actions this time. If he killed the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples as well, it would only aggravate the matter. After all, if he did not kill their disciples, they would not go over the line as well even if they sought revenge from him. Duan Lingtian's objective was to gain as many points as possible. He would not hesitate to offend grade 6 celestial mansions in order to achieve his goal. However, it was not necessary for him to kill his targets to obtain their points. Now that he had eliminated the 8 Fire Glaze Mansion disciples, he quickly brought out his accumulative point jade. His eyes widened and shone as bright as the stars in the night sky when he saw his current points. My points. In one of the sites of the transporting formations in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate, Mo Pingji and the other 6 disciples appeared one after another. Mo Pingji, heavens! Senior brother Mo Pingji was eliminated. The elders and the disciples were still shocked by Mo Pingji and the 6 disciples' elimination when an uproar greater than before broke out immediately. The site of the transporting formation resembled a market at this moment. Tan Yuan, it's senior brother Tan Yuan. Heavens! How did senior brother Tan Yuan get eliminated? What's going on? Senior Mo Pingji has been eliminated as well. Both of them are the strongest representatives of the Fire Glaze Mansion in the Middle Realm, but they're both eliminated. It's not just that, but they're eliminated consecutively as well. At this moment, someone cried out, "Look at the scoreboard." Everyone shifted their attention to the scoreboard immediately. Their eyes immediately found Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard. His name had disappeared from 12th place and appeared in 5th place. Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was currently ranked 5th with 286 points. Everyone inhaled sharply when they saw Duan Lingtian's new ranking. They stared at his name in stunned silence. The outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion had risen to 5th place. Most importantly, he had only entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm less than 2 days ago. What kind of monster was he? In the history of our southern heaven territory, was there anyone who managed to accumulate so many points in just 2 days? An elder finally asked. I don't think so. There isn't anyone like that. Gaining 286 points in less than 2 days is unprecedented in the Southern Heaven territory. If I'm not mistaken, the highest points someone managed to obtain in 2 days were 190 points, right? It has only been a month since Duan Lingtian appeared, but his achievements are mind-blowing. Nobody in this generation will forget his name unless they lose their memories. Where did the profound nether mansion find such a monster? The news spread like a wildfire through the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate, leaving commotions in its wake. The members soon discovered the reason for Duan Lingtian's rapid rise in rankings. He had eliminated their mansions Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Tan Yuan had entered the middle realm a few days later than Mo Pingji, but he had close to 100 points. After adding Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the 6 disciples' points, Duan Lingtian's points jumped from 93 points to 286 points. At a grand hall in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate, the higher-ups in the Fire Glaze Mansion were furious. They were rebuking 7 disciples who were standing before them. These 7 disciples were precisely Mo Pingji and the 6 other disciples. For some reason, Tan Yuan was not present. Why didn't all of you leave? All of you could have left without any problem, but you intentionally waited for Duan Lingtian. Were you confident about your strength? Damn it, all of you could have easily avoided him. Now, due to your arrogance, all your points have gone to him. The Fire Glaze Mansion is humiliated this time because of all of you. Chapter 3159 A Stan Chapter and Upright Huang Jialong. Tan Yuan, who represented the Fire Glaze Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, was one of the few, if not the most, extraordinary 10-direction celestial dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Due to his extraordinary status, he was able to behave willfully and not show up after being summoned by the higher-ups of the mansion. Mo Pingji could have done the same and disregarded the higher-ups since he was an outstanding disciple in the Fire Glaze Mansion as well. However, he decided to face the music after considering the other 6 people who were eliminated along with him. This was the reason he was much more likable than Tan Yuan. The other 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion were rather moved when they saw Tan Yuan standing alongside them and getting rebuked by the higher-ups. After all, they knew Mo Pingji did not have to be there if he did not want to. At this moment, Mo Pingji stepped forward and said, "Lord Vice Mansion Masters, Elders. This matter has nothing to do with the 6 of them. I was careless and underestimated Duan Lingtian. I had believed that as long as Tan Yuan and I worked together, we would be able to eliminate Duan Lingtian." Upon hearing Mo Pingji's words, the higher-ups of the Fire Glaze Mansion sighed inwardly. They knew they could not be too harsh on Mo Pingji. If they were too excessive, it might displease Mo Pingji. At that time, who knew if he would still enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the future? If he decided not to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm anymore, the mansion would only suffer a great loss. After a few moments, one of the Vice Mansion Masters said with a sigh, "In fact, we can't solely blame Mo Pingji for this matter. After all, he had never met Duan Lingtian until today. It's understandable that he thought he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian as long as he joined forces with Tan Yuan. No one expected the profound Nether Mansion to find such a powerful helper after all." The other higher-ups nodded and expressed their agreement when they heard these words. Upon seeing this, the other 6 disciples sighed in relief inwardly. They felt even more grateful to Mo Pingji at this moment. They were aware that if it were not for Mo Pingji, there was no way they could avoid shouldering the blame. At this moment, all the Grade 6 celestial mansions had seen Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciples, rising to 5th place with 286 points. Most importantly, he had risen to his current rank within 2 days of entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Currently, even those who did not pay much attention to the ranking in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had heard about him. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a monstrous talent? All of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion have been completely eliminated this month. Duan Lingtian is really bold. Isn't he afraid the Fire Glaze Mansion would hold a grudge and seek revenge from him? Based on Duan Lingtian's strength and bold actions, do you really think he has a simple background? Before verifying his background, the Fire Glaze Mansion won't dare to act against him. In fact, they probably wish nothing would happen to him for now. After all, if something were to happen to him, they would be the prime suspect. I'm really curious about where the profound Nether Mansion found him. What does he want from the profound nether mansion? He's even willing to represent them in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'm afraid only Duan Ling Tian and the profound nether mansion have the answer to this question. Meanwhile, the profound nether mansion's estate was like a bustling market at this moment. There was a huge commotion in the estate. After all, the mansion had not trumped all the major grade 6 celestial mansions in this manner for a long time now. Good kid, he rose to 5th place within 2 days. It's truly an impressive feat. Qi Tianming, an inspector of the profound nether mansion, laughed heartily when he received news of this. He was, naturally, delighted with Duan Ling Tian's impressive achievement in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Meanwhile, Bihai Mingfeng, an inspector of the profound nether mansion and also one of the sect leaders of the coupling celestial sect, was shocked as well when he received news of what had happened. Duan Ling Tian rose to 5th place. He single-handedly eliminated the Fire Glaze Mansion's Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan. He's actually so strong. If I'm not mistaken, he has a pretty good relationship with one of the disciples we accepted at Scaling Cloud Lake previously. What's that disciple's name again? With these thoughts in mind, he quickly sent a communication talisman back to the grade 7 coupling celestial sect. When the other sect leader of the coupling celestial sect received the message from Bihai Mingfeng, he quickly ordered his subordinates to investigate the identity of the person who was said to have a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, but he was already a 10 directions celestial duke who had comprehended so many profundities from the law of space. Apart from that, he had risen to 5th place in less than 2 days after entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Such a person's future would be exceptionally bright unless he died an untimely death. It was beneficial for the coupling celestial sect to strike a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Now that they learned one of their new disciples had an existing relationship with Duan Ling Tian, how could they remain indifferent? It did not take long before Huang Jialong was brought to the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. A confused expression could be seen on his face at this moment. It was obvious he did not have the slightest clue about what was going on. He even wondered if Duan Ling Tian had gotten into some sort of trouble. Lord Sect Leader, you're Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong, who had been nervous about being suddenly summoned, sighed in relief when he saw the sect leader's amiable expression. It seemed like he had been overthinking things. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect did not beat around the bush and asked, I heard you have a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Huang Jialong nodded faintly. He's like a brother to me. Lord Sect Leader, is something the matter with Duan Ling Tian? A hint of worry could be heard in his voice at this moment. Although he did not know Duan Ling Tian for long, due to their compatibility, they were close friends. It was only natural that he would worry about Duan Ling Tian. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect did not answer Huang Jianlong's question. Instead, he asked in return, how did both of you get acquainted? We met in the supporting Fall Nation. My father's the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, the sect leader's expression turned cold without any warning. I'll give you one more chance to be honest. Do you really have a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian? Yes. Huang Jialong's heart sank when he saw the sect leader's abrupt change. It seemed like his initial thoughts were correct. Duan Ling Tian had indeed gotten into some sort of trouble. Moreover, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had somehow offended the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect looked at Huang Jianglong with narrowed eyes and said in a threatening and low voice, you should have Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl, right? Bring it out. I'm going to send him a message. If he doesn't come to our sect, I'll kill you. After a brief pause, he added, naturally, I'm not going to really kill you. I'm just planning to use you to lure him here. As long as I manage to kill him, I'll definitely reward you. I'll accept you as my last disciple. In the future, you'll stand a chance of becoming the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. It was clear now that the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was trying to entice Huang Jialong into helping him to kill Duan Ling Tian. Lord Sect Leader, may I ask how Duan Ling Tian offended you? Huang Jialong's expression changed drastically. A crisp noise rang when Huang Jialong suddenly fell to his knees. When he rose to his feet, a shattered soul pearl could be seen lying on the ground. With this, the soul mark branded in the soul pearl was naturally destroyed as well. Before he destroyed the soul pearl, he had managed to quickly send a message to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, I don't know what happened, but don't listen to any threats from the coupling celestial sect. The sect leader wants me to lure you here with your soul pearl and threaten you using my life. I'll be destroying your soul pearl after sending this message. I hope I'll have a chance to be brothers with you again in my next life. You destroyed the soul pearl. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect asked incredulously, "You're not afraid of death?" "Of course I'm afraid of death. Who isn't? However, I'd rather die than betray my brother," Huang Jialong said resolutely. He was fearless now that he had accepted the fact that he was going to die. At this moment, whatever respect he had for the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was gone. Contrary to Huang Jialong's expectations, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect laughed heartily and applauded as he said, "Good. Very good. From today onward, Huang Jialong, you will become my, Gongsun Wenqing, last disciple." Huang Jialong was stunned by Gongsun Wenqing's sudden change in behavior. When he finally recovered his senses, he asked in confusion, "Lord Sect Leader, what's going on?" Duan Ling Tian, who had just met up with Wan Qingqing, just received Huang Jialong's message. His expression changed drastically when he heard the content of the message. His expression was one of confusion and worry. What happened? Why does the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect want to lure me to the sect? Despite his confusion, Duan Ling Tian was certain Huang Jialong's message was real. He knew Huang Jialong would never play a prank like this. He turned to Wan Qingqing and said in a grave and urgent tone, "I have something urgent to deal with. I'm returning to the Profound Nether Mansion. Follow me to the Profound Nether Mansion's base before we part, and give me your soul pearl. I'll contact you once I'm done dealing with my affairs." Chapter 3160 Wan Qingqing is shocked. Duan Ling Tian wanted to show Wan Qingqing the way to the Profound Nether Mansion's base so it would be easier for them to meet up later. Although he could also meet her at the Martial Battle Mansion's base in the Middle Realm, he knew it would be difficult for her to reveal the location of her mansion's base. After Duan Ling Tian received Wan Qingqing's soul pearl, he said, "If the Fire Glaze Mansion's base is close to the Martial Battle Mansion's base, we can meet near the Fire Glaze Mansion's base." "Where's the Profound Nether Mansion's base in the Middle Realm?" Wan Qingqing asked. She did not fuss about Duan Ling Tian's sudden need to leave. She could tell he was not trying to get out of his promise to her and that he genuinely had something urgent to attend to. After all, if he really wanted to renege on their deal, there was no need for him to come up with an excuse at all. That way, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the Profound Nether Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing nodded. "Let's meet near the Fire Glaze Mansion's base then." Since she would need to pass the Fire Glaze Mansion's base on her way to the Profound Nether Mansion's base, it was more convenient for both of them to meet near the Fire Glaze Mansion's base that was like a middle point for both of them. "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded before he added, "I'll send you a message before entering the Middle Realm again. If you're occupied and can't enter at that time, just let me know." After he finished speaking, he did not wait for her response and cast the Law of Space's teleportation profundity. In just a few moments, Duan Ling Tian vanished from Wan Qingqing's sight. With this, she returned to the Martial Battle Mansion's base as well. Like a streak of green light, she made her way to the base. Her speed was so fast that Duan Ling Tian's teleportation profundity would not have been a match for her speed at all. The distance between the Martial Battle Mansion's base and the Fire Glaze Mansion's base was closer compared to the distance between the Profound Nether Mansion's base and the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Coupled with her superior speed, Wan Qingqing arrived at the Martial Battle Mansion's base before Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Profound Nether Mansion's base. "Senior Sister Wan." A group of disciples greeted Wan Qingqing in unison as soon as she arrived at the Martial Battle Mansion's base. She nodded faintly in response before she left the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion discussed fervently among themselves. "I heard Senior Sister Wan was working with Senior Brother Heng Feng. It's unfortunate that Senior Brother Heng Feng was eliminated," one disciple said with a sigh. "I just entered the Middle Realm. I didn't see Senior Sister Wan's name on the scoreboard at all. It seems like things aren't going well for her after Senior Brother Heng Feng was eliminated," a disciple who had just entered the Middle Realm 15 minutes ago chimed in. "With her capabilities, it won't be difficult for her to make it onto the scoreboard. It's only her fourth day here, after all. It won't be a problem for her to make it into the top 30 over the next 6 days." "That's right, unless Senior Sister Wan has really bad luck, she shouldn't have a problem ranking in the top 30. But why is she leaving? Who knows? Maybe there's something urgent she has to attend to. At this time, Wan Qingqing appeared in one of the sites of the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion's estate. Since participants who were eliminated and participants who left on their own accord were sent to different sites, people knew she was not eliminated. Wan Qingqing instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard as soon as she arrived. He's ranked 5th. It did not take long for her to discover Duan Ling Tian was ranked 5th and had 286 points. A disciple who had discovered Wan Qingqing's presence asked curiously, "Senior Sister Wan, when Senior Heng Feng was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian, it must have been terrifying for you when you were escaping, right?" Another disciple chimed in, "Of course it's terrifying. Even the Fire Glaze Mansion's Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan failed to eliminate Duan Ling Tian after they joined forces. Senior Sister Wan is really lucky that she was able to escape." That's right. News from the Fire Glaze Mansion said that in terms of speed, Tan Yuan failed to escape even though his speed was on equal ground with Duan Ling Tian's speed. Duan Ling Tian prevented him from leaving with the restraining profundity before eliminating him. Well, you can't say Senior Sister Wan managed to escape due to luck. After all, Senior Sister Wan is much faster than Tan Yuan. Moreover, Tan Yuan has never been able to eliminate Senior Sister Wan. Whatever it is, Tan Yuan was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian, and Senior Sister Wan successfully escaped from him. This proves that she's stronger than Tan Yuan. It seemed as though Wan Qingqing was deaf to the praises and flattery in her surroundings. She seemed to be lost in thought, and a hint of surprise could be seen in the depths of her eyes. He eliminated the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Didn't he just enter the Middle Realm 2 days ago? Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing had only just met up in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before he suddenly had to leave. Therefore, she was unaware that he had eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji and was clueless about his current rank. I have 6 more days to raise my ranking in the Middle Realm. Wan Qingqing thought to herself excitedly. She could not wait to meet Duan Ling Tian in the Middle Realm again. She wondered how many points she would be able to gain and how high she would rise on the scoreboard with Duan Ling Tian's help. At this moment, she seemed to recall something and hastily sent a message to Heng Feng. "Senior Heng Feng, did you tell anyone that I'm working together with Duan Ling Tian?" Apart from Heng Feng, who knew there was a possibility she would work with Duan Ling Tian, no one from the Martial Battle Mansion knew anything about this matter at all. After all, before Heng Feng shattered his accumulative point jade, Heng Feng had heard Duan Ling Tian inviting her to join forces with him. Moreover, Heng Feng had also persuaded her to join forces with Duan Ling Tian before he left. "Junior Sister Qing, does this mean you ended up joining forces with Duan Ling Tian?" A hint of surprise could be heard in Heng Feng's reply. "Since you're able to send me a message, does this mean you're out of the Middle Realm?" Since one could not send messages out of the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Heng Feng knew Wan Qingqing had left the Middle Realm. He asked, "Were you eliminated?" "No, I left the Middle Realm," Wan Qingqing replied. "You agreed to work with Duan Ling Tian, right? It's highly unlikely for him to be able to locate the Fire Glaze Mansion's base on his own. I remember both of us running into the Fire Glaze Mansion's base previously." Heng Feng replied through voice transmission. 4 days ago, when Heng Feng and Wan Qingqing entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they accidentally discovered the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to figure out that Wan Qingqing had joined forces with Duan Ling Tian and had led him to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. "Yes," Wan Qingqing replied honestly. There was no need for her to lie after all. Heng Feng asked solemnly, "You didn't reveal the location of our base, did you?" "Of course, I'll never reveal something like that to him," Wan Qingqing said. "That's great. It's best that no one knows about you joining forces with Duan Ling Tian. At the very least, you can't let people know you've already joined forces with him before he went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Otherwise, the Fire Glaze Mansion might seek revenge from you," Heng Feng reminded her. "I know. That's why I hid myself when he went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base," Wan Qingqing said. "That's good. Rest assured, your secret is safe with me," Heng Feng added. "Thank you, Senior Heng Feng." Wan Qingqing promptly expressed her gratitude. She knew Heng Feng was trustworthy. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to work with him at all. In the profound Nether Mansion's base, Duan Ling Tian's sudden appearance, naturally, caught a group of disciples' attention. With his achievement, he had become the pride and treasure of the profound Nether Mansion. Before the disciples regained their senses, Duan Ling Tian had already teleported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Why did he leave? It seems like he's in a hurry. Something must have happened. Similarly, when Duan Ling Tian arrived at one of the sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, he caught everyone's attention again. Chapter 3161 False Alarm. Old Qi, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to the eyes trained on him. He hastily sent a message to Qi Tianming, an inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, as soon as he returned to profound Nether Mansion's estate. He quickly told Qi Tianming about the message he had received from Huang Jialong, his good friend. The first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wants to lure you to the sect to kill you. Impossible. Give me a moment, I'll ask that brat Bihai Mingfeng about this. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's message, Qi Tianming was perplexed. Bihai Mingfeng was similarly perplexed when he received Qi Tianming's message. Gongsun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Feeling anxious, he quickly sent a message back to the coupling celestial sect to inquire about what was happening. Duan Ling Tian left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Gongsun Wenqing knew he had gone overboard when he heard that Duan Ling Tian had left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after receiving Huang Jialong's message. He immediately explained to Bihai Mingfeng that he was only testing Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong is now my direct disciple. Tell Duan Ling Tian not to worry and to return to the middle realm. I have to say that boy really treats Duan Ling Tian like a brother. Bihai Mingfeng heaved a sigh of relief after discovering the truth behind the matter. He did not waste time and explained the matter to Qi Tianming. It's just a false alarm. That bastard Gongsun Wenqing. Qi Tianming instantly sent a message to reassure Duan Ling Tian and explained the matter to him. So it's just a misunderstanding. The first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect tested Jia Long before accepting him as his direct disciple. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, relieved upon hearing the explanation. At this time, he finally noticed the commotion in his surroundings. Duan Ling Tian, are you confident you'll be able to maintain your current rank? Duan Ling Tian, there are many people who haven't made a move yet. Do you think you'll be able to stay in the top 10? Although Duan Ling Tian managed to accumulate near 300 points and ranked 5th after spending only 2 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the elders and the disciples of the profound Nether Mansion knew it was mostly because he was lucky enough to come across the Fire Glaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They assumed he had only managed to eliminate Tan Yuan because he had caught Tan Yuan off guard. Otherwise, with Tan Yuan's speed, he should be able to escape from Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, they felt that Duan Ling Tian might not be able to maintain his current rank or even stay in the top 10 for long. Maintain my current rank or stay in the top 10. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's lips curled up into a smile when he heard the words of the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion. He teleported into the transporting formation as he held his accumulative point jade in his hand. Before he was transported to the middle realm, he said, "My goal is to rank first." Duan Ling Tian's words echoed in the air, causing everyone to fall silent for a moment. His goal is to rank first. Isn't he too ambitious? Is it possible he's still hiding his true strength? Impossible. He's not even 100 years old. If he's really still hiding his strength, he's a monster. However, he sounds really confident. I can't wait to see how he fares this month. Unless he's able to repeat his stunt at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base a few times, it's difficult for him to rank first. Only a few people took Duan Ling Tian's words seriously. Most of them did not think it was possible for him to rank first, and a few thought he would only be able to rank at the top if he managed to replicate his success at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base at other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions bases in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from that, they believed Duan Ling Tian only managed to obtain so many points from the Fire Glaze Mansion because he had hidden his true strength and managed to catch the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples off guard. Now that everyone knew about this strength, they would be more cautious of him. Even if Duan Ling Tian managed to find another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base, their disciples would not recklessly leave the base. Before entering the Middle Realm, Duan Ling Tian had already sent a message to Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion. Therefore, when he arrived near the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Wan Qingqing was already waiting for him there. You've dealt with your affairs. Wan Qingqing initially thought Duan Ling Tian would require at least half a day to handle his matter. She was surprised to receive a message from Duan Ling Tian not long after she arrived at the Martial Battle Mansion's estate. Yes, it was just a misunderstanding. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not expect such a misunderstanding to occur. He was not surprised Huang Jialong passed Gongsun Wenqing's test. After all, he knew Huang Jialong was trustworthy and loyal. Nevertheless, he was still moved by Huang Jialong's actions. Although they had a close relationship, they did not have much contact over the past few years. Both of them shared the sentiment, they did not want to disturb each other's cultivation. Despite their lack of communication, he was pleased to discover their relationship remained strong. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was certain there was a reason Gongsun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, suddenly decided to accept Huang Jialong as his direct disciple. Moreover, he was certain the reason had something to do with him. It could not be a coincidence that Gongsun Wenqing suddenly decided to accept Huang Jialong as his direct disciple on the day he ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, Gongsun Wenqing had even used him to test Huang Jialong. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I should ask old Qi to accompany me to visit the coupling celestial sect after I leave the middle realm. It's been a long time since I last saw Jialong. A visit to the coupling celestial sect will definitely help Jialong's advancement in the sect. At this moment, Wan Qingqing said with a sigh, Duan Ling Tian, I only found out you eliminated the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji after I left the middle realm. Wan Qingqing might not realize her attitude toward Duan Ling Tian had thawed. Moreover, she treated him differently from others as well. Although she might be unaware of the changes, Duan Ling Tian could sense the shift in her attitude. She was no longer as aloof and indifferent as before. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, although it wasn't difficult for me to eliminate Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji, if I didn't catch Tan Yuan off guard and he wasn't reckless, he would have been able to escape. He knew speed was his biggest shortcoming for now. It was the main reason he had wanted to work with Wan Qingqing. After a moment, he said, let's go. I'll help you obtain points. Although Duan Ling Tian was certain he would be able to run into Tan Yuan and the others even without Wan Qingqing's reminder, he would probably encounter them close to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. At that time, with the joint attack from the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples in the close proximity of their base, it would be easy for Tan Yuan to escape him even though he was confident he would be able to eliminate Mo Pingji and the others. Therefore, he credited Wan Qingqing for his successful elimination of Tan Yuan. It was also for this reason that he was determined to repay her. You don't owe me anything. You could have eliminated them even if I didn't alert you to it. Wan Qingqing knew the meaning behind Duan Ling Tian's words. She had been worried initially. She was not certain Duan Ling Tian would be able to deal with Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji if they joined forces. After discovering what had happened, she knew she had been worried for nothing. In any case, if you didn't tip me off, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate Tan Yuan. There's no need for you to say anything else. I'm determined to repay you. Otherwise, you can forget about working together, Duan Ling Tian said adamantly as he shook his head. Thank you. Wan Qingqing saw how determined Duan Ling Tian was, so she no longer said anything. Inwardly, she felt grateful since she knew there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to repay her at all. Chapter 3162 The core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion. Lu Ji, a disciple from the Hanqing Mansion, who was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian, still held a grudge. His dissatisfaction did not vanish at all. He felt that Duan Ling Tian only managed to eliminate him because of his carelessness. Indeed, he was faster than Duan Ling Tian. He had comprehended 2 movement profundities from the law of wind, after all. Among the second tier 10 direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he could be considered the fastest. Moreover, at this point, most people considered Duan Ling Tian to be between the second and third tier. After he had entered the middle realm, he accumulated many points this month. He was unaware of the commotions Duan Ling Tian had caused outside of the middle realm. Moreover, despite his strength, many of the disciples and higher-ups disliked him due to his withdrawn and indifferent personality. For this reason, no one informed him about Duan Ling Tian's recent achievement in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As time passed, people from other celestial mansions gradually grew less and less concerned about Duan Ling Tian. After 3 days, Duan Ling Tian had dropped to 7th place. However, there was more than 100 points difference between the 7th and 8th place. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had gained 322 points. The points he had gained were just a fraction of the points he had gained in the first 2 days he entered the Middle Realm. It seemed like the incident at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base will be the highlight of Duan Ling Tian's time in the Middle Realm this month. It'd be difficult for him to gain as many points as he did before. In less than half a day, the person that ranked behind him managed to close the gap by more than 30 points. He's catching up to Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will be able to make it into the top 10 in the end. Wan Qingqing just appeared on the scoreboard 2 days ago, but she's already ranked in the top 30. Over these few days, she's progressing much faster than Duan Ling Tian. It seems like Duan Ling Tian is not as lucky as Wan Qingqing. Well, I don't know if he's stronger than Wan Qingqing, but I know for sure Wan Qingqing is faster than him. Her speed is among the fastest, after all. Duan Ling Tian's progress was rather slow over the past few days while Wan Qingqing was progressing rapidly. Therefore, she began to draw a lot of attention. Apart from the top 6 participants, she was now the participant with the fastest progress. It seems like those 6 will continue to occupy the top 6 positions this month. The 6 participants occupying the top 6 places had been consistently ranking in the top 6 over the past few years. These people were Wang Tai from the Martial Battle Mansion, Yi Chu Feng from the Dazzling Moon Mansion, Examen Haoshuan from the Red Leaves Mansion, Zhuge Yunqi from the Vast Sky Mansion, and Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion. They are too strong. It's impossible to displace them from the top 6 places. Initially, I thought Duan Ling Tian would be able to make it into the top 6. However, based on the current situation, it seemed like I was too naive. Duan Ling Tian, he's really strong, but he's not strong enough to rank in the top 6. That's right, in my opinion, it's already an amazing feat if he's able to rank in the top 10. In many people's opinion, Duan Ling Tian's outstanding performance was short-lived. 2 days later, he slowly faded out of the minds of the people from various grade 6 celestial mansions. The people of the Profound Nether Mansion were of the opinion that it would be considered good enough if Duan Ling Tian managed to rank in the top 10, let alone the top 6. After all, it had been almost a year since any disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion managed to rank in the top 20. They would be satisfied even if Duan Ling Tian only ranked in the top 20. It seems like Duan Ling Tian was just joking when he said that his goal was to rank first, a Profound Nether Mansion disciple said with a sigh. Why did you take his words seriously? Do you think those 6 people are pushovers? Let alone those 6 people, Duan Ling Tian might not even be a match for. Wan Qingqing, who's been on the rise recently, another disciple said as he shook his head. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming, an inspector of the Nether Profound Mansion, was not surprised when he discovered Duan Ling Tian had dropped from 5th to 7th place. I hope that boy will make it into the top 10. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to rank in the top 6, he only wished Duan Ling Tian would rank in the top 10. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian could maintain his position at the 5th place due to the method he used to obtain those points. Wan Qingqing, a middle-aged man in fiery red long robes, faintly smiled as he stared at the green figure in the distance. I didn't expect us to meet again. The green figure who was now standing across from the middle-aged man was none other than Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. Yun Yan. Wan Qingqing was no stranger to the middle-aged man. He was Yun Yan, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion who was regularly ranked in the top 10. Before she entered the Middle Realm, she remembered seeing Yun Yan ranked at the 13th place. Last month, she had fought Yun Yan. She had tried to use her speed to her advantage, but she could not gain an edge over him. She was faster, but he was stronger. In the end, both of them fought to a deadlock. For that reason, they gave up on fighting since they knew it would go nowhere. 2 hours ago, I received a message saying your progress is only second to that group of 6 people. You weren't even ranked on the scoreboard, but you've now entered the top 30, Yun Yan said. I was just lucky, Wan Qingqing replied indifferently. Yun Yan was not offended by her indifference. After all, the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing was famously known as an ice queen. Congratulations, Yun Yan said before he made a move to leave. Based on their fight last month, he felt it was unnecessary to fight with her. None of them could gain an advantage over the other, after all. He was certain Wan Qingqing shared the same opinion as well. Therefore, he was surprised when Wan Qingqing flashed and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Yunyan frowned slightly as he said, Wan Qingqing, do you think you're capable of eliminating me? If your strength has improved, I'm willing to fight you. Otherwise, let's not waste our time here. Last month, their battle lasted half a day, it ended up being a waste of time. Therefore, he had no intention of wasting his time this time around. My strength didn't improve, Wan Qingqing replied honestly. Then stop wasting my time. Yunyan grew impatient. He had thought Wan Qingqing had stopped him because she had grown stronger. As soon as Yunyan finished speaking, a figure appeared out of nowhere like a ghost next to Wan Qingqing. The figure belonged to a handsome purple-clad young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Wan Qingqing and the young man looked like a match made in heaven when they stood together. Yunyan narrowed his eyes, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the purple-clad young man. No wonder she stopped me. She's joined forces with another person. He had heard of Wan Qingqing joining forces with Heng Feng, but he knew Heng Feng had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. He did not expect her to join forces with another person after Heng Feng was eliminated. An ominous feeling rose in Yunyan's heart. Since Wan Qingqing was willing to join forces with this young man, he was certain the young man was not a pushover. His eyes instinctively shifted to the identity token hanging from the young man's waist. His eyes widened and his expression changed drastically when he discovered the identity of the purple-clad young man. Duan Lingtian. Over the past 10 days, most people in Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory had heard about Duan Lingtian. As a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion, he had, naturally, heard about Duan Lingtian as well. Yunyan shifted his gaze back to Wan Qingqing and said in disbelief, Wan Qingqing, you've joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, it's been 2 days. It's time for me to make a move. Duan Lingtian had learned from Wan Qingqing through voice transmission that Yunyan was a regular in the top 10. He was rather strong, and Wan Qingqing had been unable to eliminate him. Chapter 3163 Wan Qingqing ranks 7th. Realization dawned on Yunyan. He knew now why Wan Qingqing had blocked his path. She had joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'm one of the core disciples of the Magic Cloud Mansion. I've heard a lot about you recently. Yunyan cupped his hands together and greeted Duan Lingtian. Since Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion, whose strength was on par with him, was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he knew Duan Lingtian was not to be taken lightly. Faced with Duan Lingtian, the best course of action for him was to escape. His speed was on par with Tan Yuan's speed. He was of the opinion that Tan Yuan could have escaped from Duan Lingtian if Tan Yuan was not careless. Therefore, he thought he would be able to escape Duan Lingtian as well. However, this was only under the premise that Wan Qingqing was not around. Although he was stronger than Wan Qingqing, his speed was inferior to Wan Qingqing's speed. If she decided to hinder him, it would be almost impossible for him to escape. He thought to himself, Wan Qingqing comprehends the law of wood, and her speed is incredibly fast. Both of their combined strength is enough to fight any of the top 610 direction celestial dukes in the Middle Realm. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly in response to Yunyan's words before he said, brace yourself. We're going to make a move now. Following Duan Lingtian's words, a burst of green light surged out of Wan Qingqing's body before she was shrouded in green flames that illuminated her curvaceous body and almost perfect features. Under normal circumstances, Yunyan would have admired the beauty before him, but now was clearly not the right time. He smiled wryly as he said, there's no need for you to make a move. I surrender. Yunyan was aware that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing if they joined forces. After all, the duo's combined strength was enough to challenge any of the top 6 participants in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's identity. An identity token could not be faked after all. Therefore, he chose to surrender. Duan Lingtian, visit me at the Magic Cloud Mansion if you have the time. Let's have a drink together, Yunyan said with a smile as he brought his accumulative point jade out. It would only benefit him to befriend a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian after all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Wan Qingqing, if you don't collect his points, there's no need for us to work together anymore. Wan Qingqing was briefly stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She had planned to move further away so Yun Yan's points would go to Duan Ling Tian. However, after she heard his words, she dismissed that idea. After all, she knew Duan Ling Tian was a man of his words. Duan Ling Tian cast the law of space's teleportation profundity and moved away so Wan Qingqing could collect the points. Before the duo ran into Yun Yan, Wan Qingqing could deal with the people they encountered. As per the rules they had agreed on, she had rights to the points. However, she had given some of the points to Duan Ling Tian as well. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was adamant about her collecting Yun Yan's points. After Wan Qingqing collected the points, she said solemnly, "The next time we run into an opponent who requires both of us to deal with, the points will go to you. If you refuse, then, there's no need for us to work together." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. There was no change in his expression. However, inwardly, he was rather moved. Wan Qingqing and him were similar in the sense that they would not take advantage of people. "How many points do you have now? I remember Yun Yan had more than 200 points and ranked 13th on the scoreboard previously." Duan Ling Tian was curious. He wondered if Yun Yan had collected more points than him. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wan Qingqing checked her points in the accumulative point jade. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief when she saw her current points. Her current points had surpassed Duan Ling Tian's points. 364 points. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. It seems like Yun Yan accumulated many points over the last 2 days. Unfortunately for him, his points became ours. You would have made it into the top 3 if you had collected his points, Wan Qingqing said as she regarded Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression. She knew it would be difficult for them to run into opponents like Yun Yan who had accumulated so many points in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, even if one was incredibly strong, one still had to be lucky enough to run into opponents. Who knows, maybe the next opponent we run into would have more points than Yun Yan. Duan Ling Tian said lightly. Based on his nonchalant appearance, it was clear he did not care about the points that he had given to Wan Qingqing. Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingqing's eyes seemed to soften when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. In the sights of the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion's estate, a commotion suddenly broke out when everyone saw the recent change on the scoreboard. Look at the 7th place on the scoreboard. Heavens, is this real? How shocking. The elders and disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion discovered that apart from Wang Tai, a disciple, another one of the mansion's disciples had also entered the top 10. Moreover, the person had taken over Duan Ling Tian's place on the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian had dropped from 7th to 8th place. The person who ranked 7th now was none other than the inner court disciple, Wan Qingqing. How did senior sister Wan manage to rank 7th? A disciple asked in shock. An observant disciple exclaimed, "Look! Yun Yan, the core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion, who was ranked 10th has disappeared from the scoreboard. Senior sister Wan must have eliminated him. Yun Yan, the core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion. If I'm not mistaken, he's the strongest 10 directions celestial duke in the Magic Cloud Mansion, right? Although senior sister Wan is faster than Yun Yan, there's no doubt Yun Yan is stronger than her. When they fought last month, neither could gain an advantage over the other, so the fight was a draw. In such a short time, senior sister Wan is already capable of defeating him. Perhaps, Yun Yan was injured when senior sister Wan ran into him. That would explain how she managed to get the upper hand. Regardless, our Martial Battle Mansion now has 2 disciples who are ranked in the top 10. This seems to be her highest ranking ever. It's likely that she'll be made a core disciple after this. The requirements to become a core disciple varied from Celestial Mansion to Celestial Mansion. For example, the Profound Nether Mansion's Zhou Hongjia was a core disciple, but the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing was only an inner court disciple even though she was stronger than Zhou Hongjia. This was due to the bar that the Martial Battle Mansion's Wang Tai had set. Although her speed was on par with Wang Tai's speed, in other regards, she paled in comparison. It was inevitable that the higher-ups would compare her to Wang Tai. However, after her recent performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it seemed likely that she might become the second core disciple in the Martial Battle Mansion who was below the stage of a celestial king. In the sights of the transporting formations on the Magic Cloud Mansion's estate, in contrast to the excitement in the Martial Battle Mansion, the atmosphere in the Magic Cloud Mansion was heavy and solemn. the people present on the scene shifted their attention to Yun Yan as soon as he appeared, so they had not seen the recent change on the scoreboard. It was also for this reason they assumed Yun Yan was eliminated by one of the top 6 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They were understandably shocked when they discovered he was eliminated by the martial battle mansion's Wan Qing Qing. Senior Yun Yan, is Wan Qing Qing really capable of eliminating you? Yun Yan, Wan Qing Qing should be weaker than you, right? How's it possible that she was able to eliminate you? The elders and disciples present were perplexed. They could not help but feel skeptical when they saw Wan Qing Qing had eliminated Yun Yan. A wry smile appeared on Yun Yan's face as he replied, "Well, Wan Qing Qing wouldn't have been able to eliminate me if she were alone. I was eliminated by her and Duan Ling Tian." Chapter 3164 Encountering Lu Ji again. Yun Yan's words shocked the members of the Magic Cloud Mansion. Wan Qing Qing is working with Duan Ling Tian, the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian. Yun Yan, is it really Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion? A bitter smile appeared on Yun Yan's face when he heard all the questions. Apart from the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian, who else in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is capable of such a feat? The people on the scene inhaled sharply upon hearing Yun Yan's words. Wan Qing Qing is actually working together with Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian's speed is slightly slower than hers, he's strong enough to breach the defenses of the martial battle mansion's Heng Feng. In the past, Heng Feng's defenses were only considered second tier in the middle realm. However, after he comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity, his defenses can be considered top tier. That's right, even then, Duan Ling Tian managed to breach his defenses. Wan Qing Qing makes up for his shortcomings and vice versa. It's indeed smart of them to work together. Their combined strength is enough to threaten those 6 people. For a moment, the elders and disciples of the Magic Cloud Mansion shifted their attention to the top 6 places on the scoreboard. The 6 people who occupied the top 6 spots had consistently maintained their ranks over the past few years. Over the years, there were people who joined forces, thinking they would be able to defeat the top 6 participants. Alas, none of them had succeeded. They wondered if this time Wan Qing Qing and Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat any one of the top 6 participants by joining forces and break their winning streaks. They were eager to see the outcome. After all, the top 6 participants were not only strong, but they were mysterious as well. I wonder how they hooked up. After all, Wan Qing Qing is from the Martial Battle Mansion while Duan Ling Tian is from the Profound Nether Mansion. What do you mean by hook up? They're working together. I thought I heard Wan Qing Qing was working together with Heng Feng before Heng Feng was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Wan Qing Qing managed to escape. Maybe they decided to work together at that time. I don't think so. When Duan Ling Tian was waiting outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Wan Qing Qing was nowhere to be seen. Maybe they ran into each other later on and decided to join forces. It did not take long before news of Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qing Qing joining forces spread from the Magic Cloud Mansion to the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. It did not take long before the top 6 participants in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm also received word about Wan Qing Qing and Duan Ling Tian from the higher-ups from their respective celestial mansions. A lonely figure stood unmoving at the peak of a dangerous mountain ridge. The figure belonged to a handsome, tall, and well-built young man who was dressed in a long crimson robe. The wind flew against the robe, causing it to flutter in the air like blood rippling in the sky. Duan Ling Tian joined forces with Wan Qing Qing. Interesting. The corner of his lips lifted up in a smirk as his eyes glinted. The sound of an explosion rang in the air. The surface of the calm lake was disturbed as a skinny figure shot out of the lake. The figure belonged to a good-looking young man who looked gentle like a scholar. A faint smile appeared on his face as he murmured, "Duan Ling Tian. Wan Qing Qing, I hope I run into them. I need some excitement after all." After he finished speaking, he left like a streak of light. In the sky above a forest, a figure descended domineeringly, frightening his opponent. "Wang Tai, I surrender." The frightened participant hastily shattered his accumulative point jade. The figure seemed divine as surging flames shrouded his body. He muttered to himself, "Junior sister Qing Qing actually joined forces with the Profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian." In a cave on the wall of a canyon, a figure sat cross-legged with his eyes closed as though he was waiting for something or someone. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a long gray robe. Strangely, despite his youthful experience, He had a head full of long white hair. Moreover, even his eyes were white. A soft sound rang in the air. At some point, a coin had appeared in his hand, and he was flipping it. After the coin landed accurately in his palm, he murmured, "It seems like I'm not fated to meet with duan-Ling-Tian this month." He sighed softly before he closed his eyes again. It was clear he had no intention of leaving the cave. The profound Nether Mansion disciple who killed Gongsun Jing teamed up with the martial battle mansion's Wan Qingqing. In the sky above a field of ice, a black-clad young man who was flying suddenly came to a stop when he received a message. His eyes narrowed as he scoffed. "Even if you join forces with Wan Qingqing, it's useless. You'll definitely die if we meet. Since the profound Nether Mansion treats duan-Ling-Tian as their hope, I'll stomp out their hope." His eyes shone with killing intent as he continued on his flight. "It would be great if I ran into duan-Ling-Tian and Wan Qingqing. Otherwise, I'd be bored." A swift figure flew in the sky above a mountain range. His eyes brightened when he received news of duan-Ling-Tian and Wan Qingqing working together. "It would be boring to run into those 5 people. It's not like they can eliminate me, and I can't eliminate them either. They're the only people I can fight without holding back. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to fight unreservedly with duan-Ling-Tian and Wan Qingqing as well. How exciting. I really hope I'll run into them." Meanwhile, the profound Nether Mansion was shocked when they received news about duan-Ling-Tian and Wan Qingqing's collaboration. Duan-Ling-Tian teamed up with Wan Qingqing. They eliminated the Magic Cloud Mansion's Wan Qingqing. Why did duan-Ling-Tian concede the points to Wan Qingqing though? As it turns out, this is the reason duan-Ling-Tian's points stagnated over the past 2 days. He must have given the points to Wan Qingqing. A hero always has a weakness for beauty. Even duan-Ling-Tian isn't an exception. Most of the elders and disciples were of the opinion that Wan Qingqing was taking advantage of duan-Ling-Tian. Regardless, they did not say much. After all, it was duan-Ling-Tian's choice. Moreover, even if he continued to concede points to Wan Qingqing, his current achievement was more than enough to make the profound Nether Mansion proud. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming, an inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, felt slightly exasperated when he heard this news. Is that lad infatuated with the martial battle mansion's Wan Qingqing? He was rather worried, so he quickly sent duan-Ling-Tian a message. "Lad, don't forget your test. Wan Qingqing isn't human, who knows what intentions she harbors. It's best if you can maintain a distance, lest she betrays you. Please don't foolishly give up your points to her." Old Qi. Duan-Ling-Tian was dumbfounded when he received Qi Tianming's message. He smiled wryly and shook his head helplessly. Qi Tianming was unaware that he had joined forces with Wan Qingqing quite a while ago, and if it were not for her, he might not have been able to eliminate Tan Yuan. Due to her information, he had successfully eliminated Tan Yuan. Therefore, he owed her a favor. How could it be considered as him foolishly giving up his points to her? Now that he had given her Yun Yan's points, he no longer owed her. This also meant the subsequent points they obtained would be distributed per their agreement. At this moment, Wan Qingqing's voice transmission rang in his ears. Word has gotten out that we're working together. Both of them usually maintained quite a distance when they traveled. However, their divine consciousness was linked. In case of an attack on either one of them, the other would be able to make a move immediately. That's not unexpected, duan-Ling-Tian replied through voice transmission. At this moment, his eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. It was as though he had sensed something. A figure shrouded in green energy was flying in another direction. However, when it discovered duan-Ling-Tian's presence, it switched direction and made its way over to duan-Ling-Tian immediately. "Duan-Ling-Tian," the figure called out coldly. Based on its voice, the figure clearly belonged to a man. His speed was faster than duan-Ling-Tian but slower than Wan Qingqing. His speed was considered second tier in the middle realm with the likes of the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan and the Magic Cloud Mansion's Yun Yan. The man's eyes shone with killing intent when he appeared, blocking duan-Ling-Tian's path. His voice was cold as he said, "Duan-Ling-Tian, you managed to eliminate last month by sneaking an attack. Today, I, Lu Ji, will kill you to clear my reputation." Chapter 3165 Futile Effort. Lu Ji. Duan-Ling-Tian recognized the man who suddenly appeared before him immediately. When he eliminated Lu Ji last month, he did not even need to borrow the strength of the 5 divine elements. He had swiftly and easily eliminated Lu Ji with his own strength. Naturally, He knew the elimination was so swift partly because Lu Ji had been careless. It was too late for Lu Ji when Lu Ji realized he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji, Wan Qingqing had come to a halt in the distance when Duan Lingtian stopped moving as well. Since she was standing far away and also because Lu Ji did not bother to scan his surroundings, he did not notice her presence. He wants to kill Duan Lingtian. She could hear the two men's conversation even though she was standing far away. She was rendered speechless by Lu Ji's words. Lu Ji was not even as powerful as she was, but he thought he could kill Duan Lingtian. If she was capable of killing or defeating Duan Lingtian, would Hang Feng even be eliminated? It seems like the rumors are true. Lu Ji doesn't have the best character, and he's not very popular in the Hanqing mansion. News has already spread about us working together and eliminating the Magic Cloud Mansion's Yunyan, but it's clear no one has informed him about it. Moreover, it seems like he's also unaware that you've eliminated the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan. Wan Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. She had come to this conclusion because she knew if Lu Ji were aware of all these things, he would not dare to act so arrogantly in front of Duan Lingtian. I'd like to see how you're planning to kill me. Duan Lingtian remained indifferent when faced with Lu Ji's killing intent. Duan Lingtian's indifference further enraged Lu Ji. You won't be as lucky this time around. As soon as Lu Ji finished speaking, he charged at Duan Lingtian, shrouded in green energy, like a predator lunging at its prey. Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh. Numerous wind blades appeared in the air immediately. Lu Ji moved at top speed as he charged out with the wind blades. He had cast all the profundities from the law of wind he had comprehended in his first attack. The wind blades fell on Duan Lingtian like the rain. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian unhurriedly raised one of his hands. A crisp sound rang in the air as a spatial tear appeared in front of the wind blades. A gray sword ray shot out and circled Duan Lingtian as it pulsed with energy. Soon enough, a golden flame surged out and shrouded the gray sword ray. At this point, the wind blades were less than 10 meters away from Duan Lingtian. Although they were in Duan Lingtian's space territory that contained the law of space's distortion profundity, it could not completely nullify the fierce wind blades. For a moment, it seemed as though the wind blades had the advantage as they continued to advance. Upon seeing this, Lu Ji smirked. It was as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian dying. Go. Despite the wind blades being in close proximity to him, Duan Lingtian remained nonchalant. He waved his hand again as the gray sword ray shot out like a bolt of lightning. The golden flame surged angrily from the gray sword ray as it sailed in the air, looking immensely powerful. Soon enough, it collided with the numerous wind blades. The two forces seemed to be at a stalemate for a brief moment. Then, the golden flames slowly dimmed, and the wind blades were completely destroyed. Lu Ji's eyes widened in shock, disbelief, and horror as he cried out, "Impossible!" The gray saber ray continued on its flight toward Lu Ji as Lu Ji watched on helplessly. No matter how impossible it seemed, he could not deny the truth before his eyes. His energy surged as he mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the wind elemental profundity, trying to dodge the gray sword ray. Lu Ji moved like the wind and narrowly escaped the gray sword ray. However, before he could catch his breath, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he saw a figure appeared a few dozen meters away from him like a ghost. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who had teleported close to Lu Ji. Restraining profundity. Before Lu Ji reacted, Duan Lingtian cast the law of space's restraining profundity to confine Lu Ji. You think you're able to restrain me? How funny. Lu Ji quickly regained his composure despite being held captive in Duan Lingtian's space. He sneered as the green energy around him stirred before forming hundreds and thousands of wind blades. As soon as the wind blades shot out, the outline of the invisible cage that held Lu Ji burned with a golden flame, illuminating its outline. The golden flames were translucent so Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji could still see each other. As soon as the golden flames appeared on the edges of the space, Wan Qingqing knew the fight was about to end. Therefore, she appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Wan Qingqing. Lu Ji was taken aback when he saw Wan Qingqing appearing next to Duan Lingtian. It seemed like she had no intention of attacking Duan Lingtian at all. His expression changed drastically. It was not hard to figure out that Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian were working together. The wind blades raged in the space Lu Ji was confined in. They attacked the prison ceaselessly. Alas, even after Lu Ji exerted all his strength, the prison remained firm. Shock. Disbelief and fear flitted across his face. How is this possible? How's Duan Ling Tian so powerful? If he had known Duan Ling Tian was so powerful, he would not have made a fuss when he saw Duan Ling Tian despite how much he hated Duan Ling Tian for eliminating him last month. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lu Ji and said tonelessly, "Even the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan couldn't break free, do you really think you'd be able to break free?" Tan Yuan. Lu Ji's body stiffened upon hearing these words. Why you eliminated Tan Yuan? The Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan usually ranked in the top 10 on the scoreboard. The few times he had run into Tan Yuan, he was eliminated by Tan Yuan. Although his speed was not inferior to Tan Yuan's speed, Tan Yuan was stronger than him. Why are you so uninformed? Currently, almost everyone outside and possibly inside of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm knows about this. Did no one inform you about it? Do you not know that I currently have more than 300 points, and I rank 8th on the scoreboard? Duan Ling Tian asked as he feigned surprise. With every word Duan Ling Tian said, Lu Ji's face darkened even more. His attacks had unconsciously weakened as well. At this moment, Wan Qingqing chimed in, I ranked 7th at this moment. However, it's all due to his help that I'm able to rise so high. We even joined forces to eliminate the Magic Cloud Mansion's Yun Yan. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback that Wan Qingqing had spoken up. After spending time with her, he knew she was a taciturn person. However, despite her cold demeanor, he knew she was a warm person inside. Even then, he did not expect her to speak up. As soon as Wan Qingqing finished speaking, Lu Ji stopped attacking immediately as he hastily brought out his accumulative point jade. Alas, before Lu Ji could shatter his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a green figure shot toward him at a frightening speed. At this moment, it felt as though time stood still. Before Lu Ji could shatter his accumulative point jade, the green figure had snatched it away from him. Wan Qingqing's afterimage had not disappeared when she appeared next to Duan Ling Tian again with Lu Ji's accumulative point jade in her hands. Before Wan Qingqing revealed herself, Duan Ling Tian had already reminded her to keep a close eye on Lu Ji. He had instructed her to snatch Lu Ji's accumulative point jade away if Lu Ji tried to shatter it. She was not confident she could stop Lu Ji in time from a distance, so she had moved to stand next to Duan Ling Tian. At this distance, she was confident she would be able to snatch the accumulative point jade away before Lu Ji could do anything. From the moment she appeared next to Duan Ling Tian, she had been watching Lu Ji closely. As soon as she saw Lu Ji bringing out his accumulative point jade and was about to shatter it, she easily snatched it away from him. Chapter 3166 Examen Haozan. Since Lu Ji no longer had his accumulative point jade, he could no longer leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven unless he returned to the Hanqing Mansion's base. However, how was he supposed to return to Hanqing Mansion's base when he was being restrained by Duan Ling Tian? Even if he was not restrained by Duan Ling Tian, how could he escape with Wan Qingqing around? Wan Qingqing's speed was superior to his, after all. Lu Ji began to tremble, and his eyes widened in fear as he looked at his accumulative point jade in Wan Qingqing's hand. Let me give you one piece of advice. Duan Ling Tian said evenly, in your next life, before you seek revenge, it's best if you determine your opponent's strength first. Otherwise, you'll only end up dead. A sneer appeared on his face when he finished speaking. The gray sword ray shot out again toward Lu Ji, who was frightened to death. Before he could even contemplate kneeling and begging for mercy, he was already killed. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were filled with horror at the moment of his death. Subsequently, Wan Qingqing tossed Lu Ji's accumulative point jade in her hand to Duan Ling Tian before taking a big step back. The accumulative point jade shattered, and the points in there went to Duan Ling Tian. Lu Ji actually managed to accumulate more than 60 points. When Duan Ling Tian checked his accumulative point jade, he discovered he now had 387 points. Before obtaining Lu Ji's points, he had 322 points. Therefore, it was clear he had obtained 65 points from Lu Ji. Lu Ji, you were really seeking death. Wan Qingqing thought to herself as she briefly looked at Lu Ji's plummeting body. Throughout Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing's time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month, none of the opponents they encountered harbored killing intent. For this reason, they did not kill their opponents when they eliminated them. Even when Duan Ling Tian was eliminating so many people outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, he did not kill anyone. This was enough to prove he was not someone who killed without rhyme or reason. Wan Qingqing understood Duan Lingtian's reason for killing Lu Ji. If Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji's roles were reversed, Lu Ji would have definitely killed Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had collected Lu Ji's spatial ring, called out, "Let's go." Currently, Duan Lingtian had already been in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for 5 days, while Wan Qingqing had been in there for 7 days. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "I hope we'll run into one of the top 6 participants before Wan Qingqing has to leave." In 3 days, Wan Qingqing would be forcibly sent out of the middle realm. Duan Lingtian was not certain he would be able to eliminate any of the top 6 participants without Wan Qingqing's help. As they continued on their journey, Wan Qingqing reminded Duan Lingtian, although Lu Ji wasn't popular in the Hanqing mansion, the Hanqing mansion won't let the matter slide since you killed one of their inner court disciples. I, Duan Lingtian, have always lived by one principle. I will never do anything that I'll regret, Duan Lingtian replied, clearly not worried. It was as though he saw the Hanqing mansion as a toothless tiger. Wan Qing could tell Duan Lingtian was not feigning indifference, and her impression of him rose even more. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples gathered in the sites of the transporting formations in various grade 6 celestial mansions saw Duan Lingtian, who was pushed down the scoreboard by Wan Qingqing, rise from 8th place to 7th place again. Duan Lingtian suddenly gained 65 points. Who did he eliminate this time? Look, Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji has disappeared from the scoreboard. Lu Ji, it is Lu Ji again. That's right, Lu Ji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month as well, right? Yes, Lu Ji is really unlucky. To think he encountered Duan Lingtian again. Moreover, he ran into Duan Lingtian, who has teamed up with Wan Qingqing. After Lu Ji was eliminated last month, he made no secret about his desire to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian. In fact, even people from other grade 6 celestial mansions knew about his intention to seek revenge. Just as Lu Ji had hoped for, it seemed like he was able to meet Duan Lingtian. Alas, the result was the same. He was still eliminated by Duan Lingtian like last month. Soon enough, news spread from the Hanqing mansion. I just received word from Hanqing mansion. Not only was Lu Ji eliminated, but he's dead as well. Duan Lingtian killed him. Although Duan Lingtian eliminated many disciples from the Fire Glaze mansion at their base, he didn't kill any of them, right? That's right. Apart from Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian had only killed one other person in the middle realm. That person's from the Azure Green mansion. However, that's not much of a surprise since the Profound Nether mansion and the Azure Green mansion are hostile toward each other. The disciples from those two mansions who meet each other would usually fight to the death. Lu Ji was cruel by nature. He had been furious that Duan Lingtian had eliminated him last month. I wouldn't put it past him to try to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian most likely killed him because he tried to kill Duan Lingtian. Isn't that obvious? Duan Lingtian didn't kill him when he eliminated him last month. Why would he kill Lu Ji now for no reason? Although the people from the other grade 6 celestial mansions were not familiar with Duan Lingtian, based on his past actions, they knew he was not someone who would kill without reason. In fact, even those from the Hanqing mansion shared similar opinions. Nevertheless, by killing Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian had firmly pitted himself against the Hanqing mansion. Therefore, if they met him in the future, they would not be friendly to him even if they had no intention to fight to the death with him. Time passed as the rankings on the scoreboard kept changing. Even the names in the top 10 kept changing, especially the 9th and the 10th place. However, the 7th and 8th place remained unchanged. They were firmly occupied by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing respectively. Nevertheless, their points kept increasing as time passed. At this point, there was a difference of almost 100 points between the 8th and 9th place. Apart from that, the difference between the 6th and 9th place was almost 200 points. Duan Lingtian, the points of the person who's ranked 6th is far ahead of you, and they're increasing faster than yours. I can only stay here for another day. If we still don't run into any top-ranking participants, I'm afraid your ranks won't be able to rise any more this month, Wan Qingqing said. 2 days had passed since Duan Lingtian killed Lu Ji. This meant that Wan Qingqing had already spent 9 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient heaven. She would be sent out even if she was not eliminated after 10 days, although Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing Qing encountered several people in the past 2 days. Their opponents were not top scorers. They were not even ranked in the top 50. The point difference between you and the person in 6th place is 196 points. Wan Qing was privy to this information because she was constantly informed about the changes of the scoreboard. 196 points. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Over the past 2 days, his points had grown from 380 to 435, and yet, there was still such a big gap between him and the person in 6th place. That's the biggest gap for you. In fact, the current person in the 1st place only has 266 points more than you. The top 6 participants usually don't have a big gap between their points. This has been the case over the past few years. Any one of them could take the 1st spot. It depended more on their luck than their strength at this point. My points are 196 points behind the 6th place but only 266 points behind the 1st. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted. Similarly, it seemed like he had to depend on luck to improve his rank as well. If he was unlucky and did not encounter anyone, he would be stuck in 7th place. When they were passing through a mountain range, a voice rang out. Wan Qing. The distant voice seemed to draw closer and closer as it continued to say, "Then, that person next to you should be Duan Ling Tian, right?" Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qing stopped moving immediately and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a handsome young man flying toward them. At this moment, Wan Qing said, "It seems like we're rather lucky after all. He's Examen Haozan, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion." Chapter 3167 Examen Haozan strikes. A figure stopped Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qing above a mountainous terrain before sizing Duan Ling Tian with great interest. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could feel the person in front of him quickly probing him with his divine consciousness. "You're really less than 100 years old. Duan Ling Tian, are you really from the Southern Heaven territory?" The handsome young man exclaimed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously. "Sort of," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Sort of." Examen Haozan, the green-clad young man who was a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, frowned slightly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. His curiosity seemed to deepen even more as he said solemnly, "Be clear with your words. I can explain in detail, but first, crush your accumulative point jade and leave. After that, you can come to the profound Nether Mansion to look for me, and I'll explain it all to you," Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile on his face. "Ridiculous." Examen Haozan shook his head. "Well, we'll just have to see if teaming up with Wan Qing makes you strong enough to claim my points." Duan Ling Tian was only casually responding to Examen Haozan earlier. He, naturally, knew it was impossible for Examen Haozan to give up his points for the sake of curiosity. The atmosphere turned tense as soon as Examen Haoshuan finished speaking. At the same time, Wan Qing's voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Duan Ling Tian, Examen Haozan didn't comprehend any of the 5 elemental laws or their derivative laws like the law of ice and thunder. He didn't comprehend any of the 4 supreme laws as well." After listening to Wan Qing's words, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly, could he have comprehended the law of destruction? The law of destruction was rather unique. It was not derived from the 5 elemental laws nor was it one of the 4 supreme laws. Unlike the 5 elements laws, but similar to the 4 divine laws, it could not be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. Certainly, it was much easier to comprehend compared to the 4 supreme laws. In fact, the comprehension difficulty was similar to the 5 elemental laws. Strength-wise, it was more powerful than the 5 elemental laws. Only the law of thunder and ice, which were known as the 2 most powerful elemental laws, could compare to it. Duan Ling Tian recalled the information about the law of destruction that he had come across when he was in the Simplicity Sect's library. The law of destruction is born when one is extremely focused on offensive techniques. For example, sword cultivators, saber cultivators, and rod cultivators who are incredibly focused on offensive techniques have a high chance of comprehending the law of destruction. With these thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian's expression grew solemn as he looked at Examen Haozan. After all, based on their incredible focus on offensive techniques, it could be seen that those who were capable of comprehending the law of destruction had an incredibly strong will. How could they be ordinary? "Duan Ling Tian, shall we make a bet?" Examen Haozan suddenly asked. "What bet?" Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes lit up. He was clearly very interested. "If I manage to eliminate you and Wan Qing, you have to tell me about your origin." If you manage to eliminate me, I'll give you a floating image pearl that contains the battle of two celestial kings who had comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space. What do you think? Examen Haozan did not waste time and immediately stated the stakes of the bet. A floating image pearl that contains the recording of the battle between two celestial kings who had comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Examen Haozan's words. A floating image pearl like that was very useful to him. It would be able to help his comprehension of the transportation profundity and the other 2 profundities from the law of space. For this reason, he did not hesitate to reply, okay. Good, you're very straightforward. Examen Haozan laughed heartily upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. Then, he said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, no matter who's eliminated, I'll visit the profound nether mansion in the future to have a drink with you. I hope you won't refuse me. All right, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. He had a rather good impression of Examen Haozan based on his character. Based on your team composition, I assume Wan Qingqing is in charge of distracting or restraining me while you attack, right? Just to be safe, I won't wait for you to strike first, Examen Haozan said before he quickly made the first move. Examen Haozan stirred up a gust of wind as he shot toward Duan Ling Tian like a fired arrow. When Examen Haozan charged toward Duan Ling Tian could feel a sharp and fierce aura from Examen Haozan as though Examen Haozan was not human but a sharp weapon instead. Examen Haozan's body seemed as flexible as a snake. However, when he drew close to Duan Ling Tian, he suddenly stiffened. In just a blink of an eye, a black energy surged out and transformed into a huge energy sword that shrouded him. Then, he waved his right hand lightly before a black sword ray with a destructive aura and terrifying sword intent shot toward Duan Ling Tian. With this one strike, heaven and earth seemed to tremble. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had obtained the legacy of a sword powerhouse, Feng Qingyan, in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. For this reason, he was quite an accomplished swordsman. Although he could not compare to Examen Haozan, he could sense the strength of Examen Haozan's attack. The ferocious black sword ray shot out in the sky as though it could tear the void open. Duan Ling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he saw the fierce sword ray headed his way. With just a thought, he teleported away with the law of space's teleportation profundity. Duan Ling Tian reappeared 100 meters away from Examen Haozan's back in just an instant. His robes fluttered in the air as he quickly created a space territory with the territory profundity. The air in the territory thrummed and rippled immediately. No wonder the teleportation profundity is known as an unpredictable movement profundity. It's truly impossible to guard against. Examen Haozan did not seem surprised that his attack missed. After all, Duan Ling Tian would be unworthy of his fame if he could not even dodge his first strike. Watch out for my next attack. Examen Haozan's body trembled briefly as the black energy around him expanded. At the same time, a terrifying aura rolled out from his body. Countless black sword rays rose from the black energy that shrouded Examen Haozan and began to revolve around him. The terrifying aura that he emitted grew even more fearsome. At this moment, it felt as though he could destroy everything that stood in his way. At this moment, Wan Qingqing scoffed softly. Examen Haozan's attack was so fast that she almost did not have time to react. Her expression turned cold when she realized Examen Haozan had completely disregarded her and was only focused on attacking Duan Ling Tian. Wan Qingqing stood in the center as a gust of cold and biting wind raged around her before it swept toward Examen Haozan. At the same time, an emerald energy surfaced on her skin. It was her celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of wood's wood elemental profundity. The wind whistled as the emerald energy transformed into vines as thick as an adult's arm. The vines shot toward Examen Haozan, clearly intending to restrain him. Wan Qingqing, you can't restrain me. Examen Haozan smiled indifferently as he looked at the countless vines that were shooting toward him from all directions. At the same time, the black sword rays around him shot out as well. Before the green vines could draw closer to the black sword rays, the green vines were destroyed. However, after the green vines were destroyed, more green vines appeared and shot toward Examen Haozan from the back. It's useless. Examen Haozan did not seem bothered by Wan Qingqing's attacks at all. With a casual wave of his hand, a sword that was formed from his celestial origin energy and the law of destruction's fundamental profundity, the destructive elemental profundity, appeared out of thin air. Examen Haozan waved the sword nonchalantly and cut down the green vines. In just a blink of an eye, the vines withered and turned yellow. At this moment, spots of emerald energy rained down dazzlingly. They landed on the chopped withered vines and seemed to give them life again. In just a second, the vines reconnected. After that, the vines continued shooting toward Xianxia and circled him before forming a cage of vines that trapped him inside. Chapter 3168 More than 1,000 points. Neat trick. Although Xianxia was trapped in the green vines formed by emerald energy, he was clearly not nervous at all. Although Wan Qingqing's restraints were powerful, they were not enough to trap him. He could easily break them within a few breaths with his full strength. He knew this move consumed a lot of Wan Qingqing's strength, and she would not be able to use this move again in a short time. At that time, he could easily eliminate her. At the moment Xianxia was about to break free of the restraints, a figure appeared in the cage. In fact, the cage formed from the vines had blocked off all lights so he could not see anything outside. However, due to his divine consciousness, he was conscious of what was happening in his surroundings. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaffected by the cage of vines. For this reason, he could easily teleport into the cage with the law of space's teleportation profundity. As soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared, Xianxia could feel the space around him distorting as energy from the space territory swept over him. Nevertheless, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the destruction elemental profundity surged, turning into black sword rays. The black sword rays spun around him at top speed, keeping the space energy at bay. So the rumors are true after all. Speed is your shortcoming, Xianxia said bluntly, exposing Duan Ling Tian's plan. As he looked at Duan Ling Tian, "You're planning to use Wan Qingqing to restrain me so you can attack me. It's still not too late for you to crush your accumulative point jade. Otherwise, you might suffer external injuries," Duan Ling Tian said in response. Once he attacked, Xianxia would not have time to unleash his full strength to fight since Xianxia would need time to break free of Wan Qingqing's restraints. He was certain the impact of their attacks would not be able to destroy Wan Qingqing's vines in a short time. However, if he can't defeat Xianxia quick enough, the vines would certainly be destroyed. Wan Qingqing had also told him she would need to recuperate for half a day before she could use this move again. Therefore, he knew he only had one shot at Xianxia. Divine Chaos Earth. To be safe, please lend me your strength. In order to defeat Xianxia as soon as possible before Xianxia had a chance to exert all his strength, Duan Ling Tian decided to seek help from the Chaos Divine Earth. The Chaos Divine Earth scoffed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. "Boy, you finally remember me. Although I might not be as great a help as the Profound Divine Metal or the Chaos Divine Fire in terms of offensive strength, it's still comparable to offensive profundities at the rudimentary stage." Deafening booms rang from within the cage of vines at this moment. Wan Qingqing was drenched in sweat as time passed, trying to maintain the cage of vines with all her might. Not only was the sound thunderous, but the strength was incredibly powerful as well. After only 4 breaths, her face had already turned pale from the overwhelming stress. Just a few breaths have passed, but the shockwave of their attacks is already taking a toll on me. Moreover, Xianxia's attacks aren't even directed at me. If this continues, I can only hold on for another 6 breaths. At this moment, Wan Qingqing grew anxious when she realized she had underestimated the shockwave from Xianxia and Duan Ling Tian's attacks. Just the shockwave alone was comparable to Xianxia actively trying to break her restraints. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to hold on. She was so focused on maintaining the cage that she had no time to communicate with Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission or even pay attention to her surroundings. She knew the cage would be destroyed if she was even slightly distracted. She thought to herself bitterly, as it turns out, even if we join forces, it's still not enough to eliminate Xianxia. Although Wan Qingqing did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's strength, she did not think he would be able to defeat Xianxia within 6 breaths. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he would need, at least, 10 breaths to eliminate Xianxia even if Xianxia did not exert all his strength or utilize speed, which was one of his specialties. Naturally, Wan Qingqing's speculation was based on her understanding of Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia's strength. She had been eliminated by Xianxia once, so she was familiar with his strength. After 5 breaths passed, Wan Qingqing was shocked to discover the shockwave assaulting her vines seemed to have disappeared. The crushing pressure that was bearing down on her had disappeared as well. Wan Qingqing was about to extend her divine consciousness to check what was going on in the cage when a voice rang from within the cage. "Thank you for showing mercy." The words sounded sincere. This voice. Wan Qingqing's eyes brightened when she realized the voice belonged to Examen Haozan. She quickly withdrew the vines and saw two figures standing in front of her. Duan Ling Tian seemed unharmed. Although his robes were slightly torn, there was no wound on him. On the other hand, Examen Haozan had more than 10 wounds on his body. The wound on his chest, in particular, looked terrible. If it had gone several inches deeper, he would have lost his life. "Don't forget our bet," Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Examen Haozan. "Don't worry, I will personally bring it to you," Examen Haozan said after he caught his breath. He did not look like he had a close brush with death as he smiled at Duan Ling Tian as though nothing had happened. "I'll be waiting for you." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "There's no need for you to wait. I'll ask my junior uncle to bring me to the profound nether mansion once I leave the middle realm." "By the time you leave the middle realm, I should be in the profound nether mansion's estate," Examen Haozan said. Since he was a core disciple of the grade 6 Red Leaves mansion, there were people notifying him of the changes on the scoreboard. Therefore, he knew when Duan Ling Tian had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and could roughly estimate when Duan Ling Tian had to leave. "Let's drink when we meet," Examen Haozan said with a smile before he crushed his accumulative point jade. After Examen Haozan was sent out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian took out his accumulative point jade. He was incredibly curious about his current points. Examen Haozan had consistently ranked in the top 6 over the past few years in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he was also ranked first a few times. Before Duan Ling Tian eliminated Examen Haozan, naturally, ranked above him. He knew Examen Haozan was ranked in the top 6, but he did not know Examen Haozan's exact rank. After all, the point difference between those people who were ranked in the top 6 was very small, so their ranks changed easily. How many points? Wan Qingqing was equally as curious as Duan Ling Tian. 1207, Duan Ling Tian said with a grin. Wan Qingqing fell into a daze when she saw Duan Ling Tian grinning from ear to ear. This was the first time she had seen him smiling so happily. When she regained her senses, she discovered she was blushing. Then, she hurriedly congratulated him. "Congratulations. With your current points, you'll surely rank first on the scoreboard. Based on my knowledge, it has been 12 years since anyone has accumulated more than 1,000 points in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." She continued to say with a smile, "By now, those people outside the middle realm and those from the Red Leaves mansion must be shocked. I bet no one expected you to be capable of eliminating Examen Haozan." Just as Wan Qingqing had said, when everyone from the Red Leaves mansion saw Examen Haozan who had been transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 3169 Duan Ling Tian ranks first. Examen Haozan was a core disciple of the Red Leaves mansion. He was the strongest disciple below the stage of a celestial king in the mansion. In fact, those who were below the stage of a celestial king in grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory did not dare to say they were capable of eliminating Examen Haozan. For this reason, the elders and disciples of the Red Leaves mansion were in disbelief when they saw him. "Senior Examen, what happened? Senior, did those in the top 6 join forces to eliminate you?" Since Examen Haozan and the other 5 celestial dukes began to consistently rank in the top 6, he had never been eliminated. "It's true that I was eliminated by 2 people who joined forces, but they're not any of those 5 people," Examen Haozan replied calmly when faced with the people who were looking at him in shock and disbelief. Then, he turned to look at the scoreboard and thought to himself with a faint smile on his face when he saw the name ranked at the top, "It seems like he'll rank first this month. What an interesting character." Examen Haozan did not seem dissatisfied with his elimination at all. He was convinced by Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing's combined forces, even though he knew Wan Qingqing would not have been able to restrain him so easily if he was not careless. Nevertheless, with Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing joining forces, he knew it would be a matter of time before Wan Qingqing managed to restrain him anyway. He continued thinking to himself, "Unless I can improve my speed to another level, I'm no match for them if they work together." Among the other 5 people, perhaps, only Zhuge Yunqi is a match for them. Meanwhile, the members of the Red Leaves mansion followed Examen Haozan's gaze and looked at the scoreboard as well. As expected, There was an uproar when they saw the newest change on the scoreboard. Look, the scoreboard has changed. The person who was ranked first has been pushed down to the second place by Duan-Ling-Tian. The elders and disciples from the Red Leaves Mansion were shocked to see the person who ranked first was not among the 6 10 Direction Celestial Dukes who consistently ranked in the top 6 over the past few years. Instead, Duan-Ling-Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion was currently ranked first. None of them had expected this. A disciple who regained his senses first cried out, "I understand Senior Examin's words now." As it turns out, it's Duan-Ling-Tian and Wan Qing who eliminated him, not the top 5 10 Direction Celestial Dukes. Although I thought of the possibility of Duan-Ling-Tian being a match for the 6 strongest 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in the Middle Realm after joining forces with Wan Qing, I didn't expect him to eliminate Senior Examin. That's right, since they're capable of eliminating Senior Examin, there's no doubt they're capable of eliminating the other 5 10 Direction Celestial Dukes as well. Isn't that obvious? After all, Senior Examin's strength is not inferior to the other 5. The group of elders and disciples felt more at ease when they arrived at the conclusion that Duan-Ling-Tian and Wan Qing were capable of eliminating the other 5 strongest 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in the Middle Realm as well. They could only lament Examin Hao Zan's bad luck for encountering the duo. Similarly, there was uproar in the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. Duan-Ling-Tian made it to first place. Is this real? Heavens, is Duan-Ling-Tian a monster? It's only his second time in the Middle Realm, but he has already made it to the top. Apart from that, he has accumulated more than 1,000 points. If nothing out of the ordinary happens, he should be able to maintain his rank until the end of the month. Gongsun Wuji, who had dropped to second place, has slightly more than 700 points. To surpass Duan-Ling-Tian, he'll need to eliminate Wan Qing. It won't help him to eliminate those who are ranked below her. Meanwhile, the people from the Profound Nether Mansion were, naturally, ecstatic when they saw the new changes on the scoreboard. I didn't expect that I would live to see the day when a Celestial Duke from our mansion manages to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of the elders and disciples were greatly moved. Their eyes were slightly red as they looked at the first name on the scoreboard. This was a glorious moment for the Profound Nether Mansion after all. Regardless if Duan-Ling-Tian was just hired help or not, there was no changing the fact that the Profound Nether Mansion was now ranked first on the scoreboard. Unbelievable. Duan-Ling-Tian actually made it to the top. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion has slightly more than 700 points now. If he wants to climb back to the top, he'll have to eliminate Wan Qing. A disciple said excitedly. After Examin Hao Zan was eliminated, Wan Qing had risen from 8th place to 7th place. All those who ranked behind her had risen 1 place as well. Eliminate Wan Qing. Duan-Ling-Tian and Wan Qing definitely worked together to eliminate Examin Hao Zan. Do you think Gongsun Wuji is capable of eliminating Wan Qing with Duan-Ling-Tian by her side? Another disciple said confidently. Time's running out for Gongsun Wuji. The only way for him to return to the top is to eliminate Wan Qing. If I'm not mistaken, he entered the Middle Realm earlier than Examin Hao Zan. He seems to be the first among the 6 to enter the Middle Realm. For this reason, he has a slight advantage over the others. Many of the elders and disciples thought it would be difficult for Gongsun Wuji to encounter people who had accumulated many points. Seems like Duan-Ling-Tian's rank for this month is secure. Amazing. Duan-Ling-Tian is our hero. As news of this continued to spread in the Profound Nether Mansion, even elders and disciples who did not usually concern themselves with rankings in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were excited. After all, it had been a few thousand years, at least, since the Profound Nether Mansion was ranked first. Meanwhile, a heavy and gloomy atmosphere seemed to loom over the Azure Green Mansion's estate. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji, who had just been sent out of the Middle Realm because his time was up, appeared in the transporting formation. Fortunately, I'm at the top when I left the Middle Realm. I wonder if any of those 5 would be able to surpass me this month. Since he had just arrived, he was unaware that Duan-Ling-Tian had already risen to first place after eliminating Examin Hao Zan. At the same time, the disciples in the surroundings were fervently discussing the new changes among themselves. I didn't expect Senior Gongsun would lose the first spot. Damn it, Duan-Ling-Tian wouldn't have been able to eliminate the Red Leaves Mansion's Examin Hao Zan if he didn't join forces with Wan Qing. Senior Gongsun wouldn't have dropped a place as well. I wouldn't feel unresigned if any of the 5 strongest 10 directions celestial dukes took first place. However, I feel very unresigned that Duan Ling Tian took first place. Upon hearing the conversations in his surroundings, Gongsun Wuji's expression turned unsightly. He quickly looked at the scoreboard and discovered he was now ranked second. Duan Ling Tian was now ranked first with more than 1,000 points after eliminating Examen Haozan. With these points, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian's rank would be unshakable this month. Duan Ling Tian. Gongsun Wuji's eyes burned with killing intent as he looked at the first name on the scoreboard. In just a blink of an eye, a day had passed. In another 15 minutes, I'll be transported out of the middle realm. You should leave as well. It's impossible for anyone to surpass your points now, Wan Qingqing said to Duan Ling Tian. After eliminating Examen Haozan, Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing had encountered a few other people. He had ceded all the points to her. With the points, Wan Qingqing's rank was rather stable. This was the highest rank she had achieved in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after all these years. Chapter 3170 The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. After Wan Qingqing left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Just as she had said, he was confident he would remain in first place for the month with his current points. He could have stayed in the middle realm to accumulate points, but he knew it was unlikely for him to be able to gain a huge number of points at this point in time. Therefore, it was better for him to save time and leave the middle realm as well. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the base, a group of 10 directions celestial dukes greeted him respectfully and even addressed him as their senior. Since they knew Duan Ling Tian had made it to the top, they, naturally, admired the young man who was not even 100 years old. Their enthusiasm was not dampened by their assumption that he was just hired by the profound Nether Mansion to help them. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at one of the sites of the transporting formation in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, many people were already gathered to wait for his arrival. Hundreds and thousands of eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian as soon as he arrived, and everyone began to cheer. Senior Duan Ling Tian, you're really amazing for obtaining more than 1,000 points. Senior Duan Ling Tian, you'll definitely remain at the top this month with the points you've accumulated. Senior Duan Ling Tian, you're my idol. A group of disciples from the profound Nether Mansion clamored for Duan Ling Tian's attention. Their eyes were shining brightly when they looked at him. Some female disciples even boldly propositioned him. Senior Duan Ling Tian, I like you. Senior Duan Ling Tian, do you have a cultivation partner? Although Duan Ling Tian had expected a certain degree of attention, he did not expect the profound Nether Mansion disciples to be so enthusiastic, especially the female disciples. He found it slightly difficult to accept. When did women become so bold? At this moment, an elder stepped forward and blocked the group of clamoring disciples. Duan Ling Tian, I can't believe you eliminated the Red Leaves Mansion's Examen Haozan. I was just fortunate. Duan Ling Tian faintly smiled. I couldn't have eliminated Zeman Haozan without Wan Qingqing's help. In the past, many people had tried working together to ruin the winning streak of the 6 strongest 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm. However, you and Wan Qingqing are the only ones who have succeeded. There's no need for you to be humble, the elder said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly and politely rejected an invitation by a group of elders before he left the transportation site. After he left, he sighed in relief. The elders were enthusiastically recommending their daughters and granddaughters to him, clearly eager for him to become their son-in-law. He made his way to Qi Tian Ming's residence where he was temporarily staying. Old Qi, you're back early. Qi Tian Ming was rather surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Don't you have 2 more days before your days in the middle realm are up this month? Wan Qingqing has left, so it's meaningless for me to stay. It'd be better for me to leave early so I can continue comprehending the law of space, Duan Ling Tian replied. That makes sense. After all, with your score, your rank at the top is secure. Qi Tian Ming had already learned about Duan Ling Tian ranking first the day before and had sent him a congratulatory message. I can't believe you really managed to rank first. Before Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tian Ming did not place much hope in Duan Ling Tian ranking first even if he waited outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Moreover, there were those 6 monsters who stood between him and the first place. Those 6 10 directions celestial dukes were so strong that nobody could move them from their places over the past few years. Although he had learned about Duan Lingtian joining forces with Wan Qingqing, he still did not think Duan Lingtian stood a chance. "We were just lucky," Duan Lingtian said. After his encounter with the Red Leaves Mansion's Examen Haozan, he dared not underestimate the 6 strongest 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He knew if he were to go against them on his own, he would not be able to eliminate them. Naturally, they would not be able to eliminate him as well. After all, their speed was much faster than his. Even with the help from the 3 divine elements, it would be difficult for his attacks to land. At most, he would be able to defend against their attacks. In order to eliminate them, he would have to master the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity from the law of space. It doesn't matter if it's due to luck. The important thing is you managed to rank first this month, Qi Tianming said with a smile. Then, his smile waned suddenly as he said, "Alas, there's no guarantee you'll be able to work with Wan Qingqing again next month since you don't know if you'll be able to meet her in the middle realm. Moreover, there's no one in our mansion who has speed comparable to hers." Although he did not witness Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing's battles, it was not difficult for him to deduce that Wan Qingqing's speed played a big part in Duan Lingtian's success. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian join forces with her? If you manage to work with someone as fast as Wan Qingqing every month, it won't be difficult for you to pass the test and become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, Qi Tianming said with a sigh. He still found it difficult to accept the insurmountable task that the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian, who was not even 100 years old. There's always a solution to a problem. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Contrary to Qi Tianming, Duan Lingtian was rather optimistic. "Old Qi, I want to visit the coupling celestial sect, are you free to take me there? Are you planning to meet your friend?" Qi Tianming knew Duan Lingtian had a good friend named Huang Jialong who joined the coupling celestial sect due to a misunderstanding that happened previously. "Sure, I'll take you to the coupling celestial sect." Qi Tianming did not waste time and immediately brought Duan Lingtian with him, leaving the profound Nether Mansion for the coupling celestial sect. With Qi Tianming's speed, it only took them 3 days and 2 nights to arrive at the coupling celestial sect. As one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, it was only natural that the first and second sect leader of the coupling celestial sect personally greeted them upon their arrival. "Senior Uncle Qi." The first and second sect leader of the coupling celestial sect were lower in rank, therefore, they had to address Qi Tianming as senior uncle. "This must be Duan Lingtian, right?" The first sect leader, Gongsun Wenqing, smiled and looked at Duan Lingtian. "Yes, he's Duan Lingtian." Qi Tianming nodded. "Duan Lingtian, you've achieved a remarkable feat. Based on my knowledge, it's been years since someone from the profound Nether Mansion managed to rank first in the middle realm of the profound Nether Mansion. You surely made the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion proud." Gongsun Wenqing said amicably. "Sect leader Gongsun, you flatter me. I'm actually here to look for Jialong," Duan Lingtian said. "I've already sent him a message to summon him over." Just a few moments after Gongsun Wenqing finished speaking, Huang Jialong arrived. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong exchanged a hug as soon as they met. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming and the 2 sect leaders tactfully retreated to give the duo some time alone. "Brother Duan, my master told me you're ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month." "How amazing," Huang Jialong said excitedly. "From what I know, the middle realm is a stage for 10 directions celestial dukes. My master said you must have consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Is it true? The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped you comprehend the law of space as well?" Huang Jialong asked. Duan Lingtian did not notice the slight changes in Huang Jialong's expression when Huang Jialong asked this question. Huang Jialong's eyes shone brightly as though he had something in mind at this moment. "Come with me." Huang Jialong beckoned to Duan Lingtian and led him deeper into the coupling celestial sect's estate. Since Huang Jialong was the direct disciple of the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, it was only natural that his cultivation place was located deep in the estate where the heaven and earth spirit energy was most abundant. Duan Lingtian followed Huang Jialong and entered his room. Huang Jialong extended his divine consciousness to investigate the room before he extended his hand in front of Duan Lingtian. Soon enough, a diamond-shaped black stone appeared in his palm. At this moment, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth cried out in unison, the supreme powerhouse divinity. Chapter 3171, The Ultimate Treasure Left Behind by a Supreme Powerhouse. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's sudden exclamation. This was the first time he had seen them so excited. What's a Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? Duan Ling Tian asked the three divine elements curiously. However, there was no response from them. Perhaps, they were still in shock. In the end, he could only ask Huang Jialong, "What's this, Jialong?" In his opinion, Huang Jialong must have a certain degree of understanding of it. Huang Jialong replied solemnly, "I have no idea. I only know it's related to a formidable supreme powerhouse. Apart from that, I know it complements the law of space and benefits the law of space's users. I have it in my possession for many years now, but I'm too dumb to figure out what it is. It complements the law of space and benefits its users." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Huang Jialong's words. He asked curiously, "Where did you obtain it?" Duan Ling Tian recalled the three divine elements had referred to it as the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, but he had no idea what it was. However, he knew about the existence of a Supreme Powerhouse. Supreme Powerhouses were the strongest beings in existence in heaven and earth, and there were very few of them. The realms of gods that were on a higher level than Devata realms were created by supreme powerhouses. This alone showed how formidable and strong a supreme powerhouse was. Huang Jialong explained, 100 years ago, when I was just a golden celestial, me and a few friends were exploring the supporting Fall Nation with the powerhouses from our families protecting us. One day, we arrived at dark and gloomy marshland. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't extend our divine consciousness into the marshland. Somehow, I was separated from my friends. Alone and afraid, I waited a few days in the marshland before I was found. During those few days when I was alone, the void in my surroundings distorted and rippled. At one point, through a spatial tear, I saw two figures battling. You know how terrifying spatial turbulence is, right? Even heavenly emperors might not survive if they were caught in a spatial turbulence. However, despite the turbulence, the two figures were completely unaffected. Moreover, they moved as though they were taking a stroll in the park. With this, you can just imagine how strong they were. I don't know how long they battled, but I watched them for a day and a night. When I first saw them, one of them was badly injured and the other one was slightly better. The one who was in a disadvantageous position chose to escape. Naturally, the other party gave chase. The one who was escaping chanced upon me when he was escaping. Without a word, he brought this stone out and threw it to me. After that, he clapped his hands once and everything returned to normal. No turbulence, no spatial tear, and no ripples or distortion in the void. It was as though everything was just a dream. A hint of incredulity could be seen in Huang Jialong's eyes as he continued to say, "Naturally, I knew whatever the man had given me was extraordinary, so I kept in my spatial ring. Ever since that encounter, I would occasionally dream about the man demonstrating a variety of techniques. Initially, I couldn't tell what the techniques were. It was only after I learned about the law of space that I realized the technique he had shown me had something to do with the law of space. Naturally, that's about the extent of my knowledge. Until today, I still haven't completely figured them out. Since you've become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke and have comprehended the law of space, I think you're more suited to have this stone. It'll only collect dust in my possession." As he spoke, he passed the stone over to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not make a move to take the stone. He was thoroughly stunned and lost in his thoughts. The spatial turbulence didn't affect them and they moved as though they were just strolling through a park. The spatial turbulence outside of Devata realms is in a different league compared to the turbulence outside mundane realms. It's almost impossible for heavenly emperors to survive spatial turbulence. The divine elements said that. Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he thought about this. "Boy, hurry up and take it. Boy, this is a great fortuitous encounter. With this thing, your future will be smooth sailing. There's nothing more valuable than this in heaven and earth." The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's voices rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind simultaneously. It was as though they were afraid Huang Jialong would change his mind and refuse to give Duan Ling Tian the stone. What is it? Does this supreme powerhouse divinity have something to do with a supreme powerhouse? The supreme powerhouse divinity is the essence left behind by a supreme powerhouse after spending his life comprehending a certain law. No one is capable of extracting the essence of a supreme powerhouse if the supreme powerhouse is unwilling. The chaos divine fire began to explain. Your friend said he dreamt of the man demonstrating various techniques after he obtained the stone. Based on his explanation, it seemed like the supreme powerhouse who had given him the stone had fully mastered the law of space. This means the supreme powerhouse has the highest comprehension of the law of space. Only another supreme powerhouse who has also mastered the law of space would be a match for him. With this tone, nobody would be a match for your speed in comprehending the law of space. Needless to say, our speed can't match this stone as well in regard to comprehending the law of space. After a brief pause, it said with a sigh, your friend had this in his possession for 100 years, but he didn't even manage to comprehend the law of space's fundamental profundity, the space elemental profundity. It seems like he really has no fate with the law of space. Cultivators had certain laws that they had a high affinity with. Therefore, some cultivators could easily comprehend one law but would have a difficult time comprehending another kind of law. It was clear to see that Huang Jialong had no affinity with the law of space at all. If one had even the slightest affinity with the law of space, after possessing the supreme powerhouse divinity for 100 years, they would be incredibly accomplished in the law of space by now. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words. His eyes lit up in excitement as he looked at the supreme powerhouse divinity in Huang Jialong's palm. With it, comprehending the law of space in the future would be easy for him. Despite his excitement, he asked solemnly, Jialong, do you have any idea how valuable this thing is? It doesn't matter how valuable it is, I've had it for 100 years, and I couldn't use it all. Since you've comprehended the law of space, you're destined to have it. Don't be shy, and just take it, Huang Jialong said with a smile. This is a supreme powerhouse divinity. Duan Ling Tian recounted everything he found out about the diamond-shaped stone black stone from the three divine elements to Huang Jialong without holding anything back instead of taking it. The chaos divine earth was clearly vexed by Duan Ling Tian's actions. He cried out, what are you doing? Idiot, there's no way he'll let you have it after you tell him everything. However, Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to the chaos divine earth. He lived by his own principles. Moreover, Huang Jialong treated him like his brother. How could he deceive Huang Jialong? So the two men were supreme powerhouses, beings who are even stronger than heavenly emperors. Huang Jialong was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's explanation. After a brief moment, he said excitedly, Brother Duan, keep it. I'm sure with this supreme powerhouse divinity, your success will be even greater. All I ask for is that you remember me when you become a supreme powerhouse and to occasionally visit me so that we can drink together. Even after finding out how valuable the diamond-shaped stone was, he was insistent that Duan Ling Tian should have it. You should keep the supreme powerhouse divinity. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be able to comprehend the law of space. Duan Ling Tian said sincerely. Take it, I know my limits. Huang Jialong shook his head. He laughed before he said, as a matter of fact, thanks to you, the first sect leader accepted me as his direct disciple. I believe the greater your accomplishments, the greater my accomplishments would be as well in the coupling celestial sect as well. Take the supreme powerhouse divinity. Consider it as me investing in you. He treated the supreme powerhouse divinity casually as though it was merely an ordinary stone. Chapter 3172 Duan Ling Tian is brimming with confidence. Finally, Duan Ling Tian took the stone. Despite the size, it was heavier than he had imagined. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, can I transfer the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong? Duan Ling Tian asked. Since Huang Jialong had given him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he wanted to give Huang Jialong something more in return. Although Huang Jialong was accepted as the direct disciple of the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect because of him, it was nothing in comparison to the supreme powerhouse divinity. Yes, you can. However, it's unlikely the world-cleansing divine water would acknowledge him as its master, so it might leave him, the chaos divine flame said. Then, I'll just keep Jialong by my side. With our presence, the world-cleansing divine water will believe Jialong is worthy of becoming its master, right? Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted. No, the Chao divine flame said with a sigh, since we're in your body, we can't interfere at all if another world-cleansing divine water attacks the world-cleansing divine water in Jialong's body. After all, our power will harm Jialong as well. If you transfer the world-cleansing divine water to him, he can only rely on his strength to make it acknowledge him as its master. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. In the end, he still decided to give the world-cleansing divine water. However, Huang Jialong refused to accept his kind gesture after realizing what it was. Jialong, if you refuse to take it, then I'll return the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity to you. This Supreme Powerhouse Divinity is far more valuable than a second-form world-cleansing divine water. Duan Ling Tian said resolutely. In the end, Huang Jialong had no choice but to accept it. Duan Ling Tian reminded him, it's still in slumber. When it awakens, it's up to you to make it acknowledge you as its master. Huang Jialong nodded. Duan Ling Tian spent the next 2 days staying in one of the rooms in Huang Jialong's residence. He recounted his journey to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Huang Jialong was drenched in cold sweat after he heard about Duan Ling Tian's experience. Speaking of walking into the lion's den, the reincarnated celestial emperor was truly extraordinary to be able to come up with such a huge scheme. Fortunately, you and Ling Juyun have trump cards in hand. Otherwise, both of you would have been sacrificed to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. During the last 2 days, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate. However, after half a night of sleeping, he managed to successfully comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. This was, naturally, all thanks to the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. Since you already have a basic grasp of the transportation profundity, it's only natural that you manage to comprehend it completely with the help of the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, the Chaos Divine Flames said. It was clearly not surprised that Duan Ling Tian managed to fully comprehend the transportation profundity in such a short time. After all, the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity contained the essence of a Supreme Powerhouse who had completely mastered the law of space. With the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, there was no doubt Duan Ling Tian would be able to easily master the law of space in the future. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. It was only a matter of time before he comprehended the remaining 2 profundities from the law of space with the help of the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. Before leaving the coupling celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian asked Huang Jialong, Jialong, do you want to join me in the profound nether mansion? As long as Huang Jialong was willing, he would bring Huang Jialong with him to the profound nether mansion. I would love to join the profound nether mansion, but I want to join with my own strength instead of relying on your connections, Huang Jialong replied with a grin. Upon hearing the conviction in Huang Jialong's words, Duan Ling Tian no longer persuaded Huang Jialong. All right, I'll wait for you in the profound nether mansion then. On the 2nd day after Duan Ling Tian returned to the profound nether mansion, he was summoned out of his room by Qi Tianming. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was confused. Based on Qi Tianming's expression, it was clear something was going on. Examen Haozan and one of the vice-sect leaders of the Red Leaves Mansion are here to see you. Do you want to meet them? Otherwise, I'll reject them on your behalf, Qi Tianming said. The profound nether mansion would definitely be hospitable since a vice-mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion was here. However, if Duan Ling Tian refused to meet with them, Qi Tianming would still reject them on behalf of Duan Ling Tian. There's no need for that. I have an appointment with him. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Examen Haozan to visit so quickly. After learning that Examen Haozan was temporarily staying in the profound nether mansion's estate, he quickly went to meet him. Duan Ling Tian, we meet again. Examen Haozan greeted Duan Ling Tian as soon as he arrived. He wasted no time in passing the floating image pearl to Duan Ling Tian. This is the floating image pearl I promised you. Duan Ling Tian accepted the floating image pearl even though it was not useful anymore now that he possessed the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. After all, who knew if he could speed up his comprehension even more after watching the recording? Although the possibility was small, he still wanted to try it. After that, Duan Ling Tian and Examen Haozan continued to chat. Duan Ling Tian was rather surprised that Examen Haozan did not bring up his origin. In fact, he learned many things about the 10 major clans and 5 top sects in the Southern Heaven territory from Examen Haozan that were not recorded in the scrolls or memory celestial talismans that he had seen. Duan Ling Tian, there's one more thing. Examen Haozan paused briefly and scanned his surroundings, as though making sure no one was eavesdropping. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. I heard the Blood Skull Gang has opened up your case. The mission to assassinate you is currently active again. Initially, they thought you'd been killed by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. However, you've gotten famous after your performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, so they've heard about it as well. He looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully after he finished speaking. With this, Duan Ling Tian discovered Examen Hao Zan knew a thing or two about him. Perhaps, this was why Examen Hao Zan did not ask about his origin. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at Examen Hao Zan and asked, "How do you know the Blood Skull Gang assassin is after me?" "Don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with the Blood Skull Gang. A friend of mine told me about it." Examen Hao Zan shook his head and said when he saw the suspicion in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, his father is an elder in the Blood Skull Gang. In fact, Examen Hao Zan only found out the day before that the Blood Skull Gang had taken the job to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. After he was eliminated, his friend had tried to comfort him by saying Duan Ling Tian would not be alive for long unless Duan Ling Tian stayed in the profound Nether Mansion's estate forever, since the Blood Skull Gang was out for Duan Ling Tian's blood. "Duan Ling Tian, you must bring Inspector Qi with you if you ever leave the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Since he brought you here from the Simplicity Celestial sect, he'll definitely take good care of you, especially now that you've become so important to the profound Nether Mansion." Examen Hao Zan solemnly said, "If Inspector Qi is unavailable, you should look for the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion. I'm sure he'll protect you since you're indispensable to the mansion now. If you're unhappy staying in the profound Nether Mansion, just send me a message. I'll have our old ancestor bring you to the Red Leaves Mansion. As long as you're a member of the Red Leaves Mansion, we won't let the Blood Skull Gang's assassins kill you." It was clear that his words were sincere. "Why did you tell me about this?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Examen Hao Zan intently. "If I'm killed by the Blood Skull Gang, it'll only benefit you and the other 5 people. You're right. However, I, Examen Hao Zan, am not someone who resorts to such a low tactic to get what I want. If I want to defeat you, I'll defeat you with my own strength and in an upright manner," Examen Hao Zan said confidently. Examen Hao Zan's direct attitude definitely left a good impression on Duan Ling Tian. "In return for your kind gesture, I won't team up with another person to fight you the next time we meet in the Middle Realm," Examen Hao Zan said with a smile. "I'm afraid you won't be a match for me if you don't join forces with another person. You should wait a few years before making such a statement. Just because I'm not a match for you alone previously doesn't mean I'm not a match for you now." After fully comprehending the transportation profundity, Duan Ling Tian's speed was now on par with the 6 strongest 10 direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Territory. Therefore, he was confident he could defeat Examen Hao Zan without Wan Qing's help if they met again in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Territory. "You seem confident. I look forward to the day we meet in the middle realm." Although Examen Hao Zan was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words, he did not seem to think of them. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would improve so quickly in such a short time to the point where Duan Ling Tian was able to defeat him without any help. Speed-wise, Duan Ling Tian was no match for him. Moreover, he was 70% confident he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian just by relying on speed alone. After Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Examen Hao Zan, he made his way back to his residence. "I have to rank first consecutively for 12 months. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to pass the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test easily." Duan Ling Tian was feeling rather confident about passing the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test. Chapter 3173 A Nightmare. There was half a month left before the rankings of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would reset. At this moment, 5 out of the 6 people who occupied the top 6 places had already left the middle realm. Out of the 5 people, Duan Ling Tian was the only one who left willingly, while the other 4 were transported out of the middle realm because their time in the middle realm this month was up. Only a few people who are ranked in the top 30 are still in the middle realm. I don't think there'll be any huge change in the ranking until the end of the month. I'm not sure about the other rankings, but I'm certain the first place won't change." That's right, he accumulated more than 1,000 points, and he even surpassed the person in second place with almost half of that person's points. Under these circumstances, his place at the top is secure. Most of the people from other grade 6 celestial mansions were certain Duan Ling Tian's ranking would not change this month and that he would remain at first place. Soon enough, news of an unknown disciple from the profound Nether Mansion rising to the top of the scoreboard spread further and further. This, naturally, piqued the interest of many people. It did not take long before even the 10 major clans and top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory learned about duels. Investigate the origins of that outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion. He's a 10 directions celestial duke and is said to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Most importantly, he's not even 100 years old. Upon receiving this news, the high-ranking officials from the 10 major clans and top 5 sects wasted no time and sent their men to investigate duels. Naturally, the Su clan, the clan that the profound nether mansion was under, sent someone to the profound nether mansion to meet the mansion master of the profound nether mansion because of duels. It did not take long before the 10 major clans and top 5 sects learned that duels had come from the Simplicity Celestial sect and had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With this, they assumed duels' innate talent and comprehension skills were not as heaven-defying as they had originally thought. They attributed his current achievements to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. They considered his talent to be similar to those peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100 who had comprehended 2 or 3 profundities of Allah. There was no lack of these people in the 10 major clans and top 5 sects, therefore, most of them no longer paid any more attention to duels. In a vast courtyard in the Tao Scholar Profound sect, the Tao Scholar Profound sect was a grade 5 sect and one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory. Duels didn't die in the Jade Emperor Heaven. He even succeeded in snatching the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from that reincarnated celestial emperor. A young man cocked an eyebrow when he received the news about duels. The young man was handsome. He wore a long white robe and held a fan in his hand. Based on his extraordinary bearing and elegant manner, it was apparent he was not an ordinary character. This young man was Unravel, one of the 3 true disciples in the Tao Scholar Profound sect. He was the youngest true disciple in the history of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. After receiving this news, Unravel sent a message to Chen Li, the son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Chen Li, did you hear the news regarding duels? You've heard about it as well? Chen Li asked. Clearly, he had also heard the news about duels. That's right. How's everything on your side? Are you alright? Please let me know if you need any help, Unravel said. Don't worry, I'm fine. My father is taking care of it. The Blood Skull Gang will continue with this mission, Chen Li said. A member from the Simplicity Celestial sect had hired the Blood Skull Gang to assassinate duels, and Chen Li was the guarantor of the mission. Initially, everyone thought it was going to be a simple mission. However, when the Blood Skull Gang lost Celestial King assassins one after another to the mission, they began to realize the mission was not as simple as they had thought. Naturally, the higher-ups in the Blood Skull Gang were displeased by the matter. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that Chen Li, the guarantor of the mission, was under immense pressure. However, since his father was a vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, it was not difficult for his father to help him deal with this matter. The realm battlefield was the intersection where 2 realms met. It only appeared once every 10,000 years and would last for 1,000 years. The current realm battlefield was formed by the meeting between the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land. At this moment, it had been open for a few decades. A few towering mountains collapsed, stirring up clouds of dust, as 2 figures could be seen flying high into the sky. One of the figures belonged to a muscular man while the other figure belonged to a beautiful woman dressed in white robes. The muscular man seemed completely unharmed while a trace of blood could be seen on the edge of the white-clad beauty's mouth. The muscular man smirked before he said arrogantly, "You're no match for me." The beautiful woman gritted her teeth with a bitter expression on her face. She seemed to be lost in her thoughts at this moment. A hint of reluctance flashed in the depths of her eyes as she thought to herself, "Am I going to die here today? No, if I die, what will happen to Sister Li Fei, Nian Tian, Si Ling, my parents, and Uncle Feng? If I possess the strength from my past life, I won't need to fear him. Currently, I'm only 1 step away from recovering my previous strength." Alas, at this moment, that 1 step is like a huge chasm. As she fell into despair, her blood chi surged in her body. At this moment, the muscular man exclaimed in surprise, "You're a descendant of the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land. Are you related to Sha Jia? You're familiar with my 3rd uncle." A startled expression appeared on the beauty's face. At the same time, her blood chi gradually calmed down. "He's your 3rd uncle." The muscular man's eyes widened imperceptibly. A hint of nostalgia could be seen on his face as he recalled the past. After a moment, He shook his head and said with a sigh, 10,000 years ago, he saved my life in the sanctioned land. Since you're his niece, I won't kill you. After he finished speaking, he left immediately. When the beauty regained her senses, the muscular man had already disappeared from sight. A faint smile could be seen on her face as she murmured to herself, I didn't expect I'd be able to escape with my life intact due to third uncle. The beauty was none other than Kae, who was Sha Ning Shui from the Divine Offering Land's Sha clan in her past life. With my current strength, I can't go too far into the realm battlefield. If my opponent weren't an old acquaintance of third uncle, I would have died today. Kae sighed as she thought to herself, I miss brother Tien so much. After a moment, Kae turned around and left. She was not going to venture deeper. After all, she could not risk her life. There were still many things she had to do, she must not die. The Southern Heaven Territory's profound nether mansion in the spirit overarching heaven. Kae, Duan Ling Tien abruptly sat up, waking up from a nightmare. He was drenched in cold sweat. Initially, he was dreaming about the supreme powerhouse demonstrating the law of space. However, he suddenly dreamt of Kae in trouble. Unbeknownst to him, it was not just a nightmare. He had dismissed it as a nightmare, unaware of the close brush Kae had with death. He was unaware that due to the supreme powerhouse divinity containing the essence of a supreme powerhouse, the strongest beings to exist in heaven and earth, he could somehow sense Kae when she was in danger. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The rankings were finalized, and those who were still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were transported out. Duan Ling Tien is first. Although the members of the profound Nether Mansion had expected this, there was still an uproar when Duan Ling Tien's rank was confirmed at the end of the month. With this, the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion made a public announcement about his decision to make Duan Ling Tien an inner court disciple. Duan Ling Tien did not even have to take the test to become an inner court disciple. Naturally, nobody objected to it, nor were they dissatisfied. With the glory Duan Ling Tien had brought to the profound Nether Mansion, they thought Duan Ling Tien more than deserved this privilege. On the other hand, the title of an inner court disciple did not matter to Duan Ling Tien at all. His only goal was to become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion so he could enjoy the best cultivation resources. He might not need the mansion's help to comprehend the law of space since he possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity, but in regard to cultivation, he would need the mansion's cultivation resources to go beyond the stage of a 10-direction celestial duke. It was a long and tedious process to break through even with the divine crystal and the branch of the divine tree of life to help with his absorption of the heaven and earth spirit energy. There were resources in the profound Nether Mansion such as pills that could raise one's cultivation base. However, they were incredibly rare. Usually, only core disciples of the mansion were given the chance to obtain these precious items. After becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, I should have a chance to obtain these celestial pills and celestial fruits. Well, that's if the position of imperial tutor is as high as old Chi said. When the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened in the new month, Duan Ling Tien only entered through the transporting formation in the profound Nether Mansion's estate after 3 days had passed. Chapter 3174 The Azure Green Mansion's Base. Senior Duan Ling Tien. A group of profound Nether Mansion disciples greeted Duan Ling Tien reverently as soon as he appeared in the profound Nether Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tien nodded lightly with a smile on his face in response to the greeting before he prepared to leave the base. It's unfortunate that Duan Ling Tien can't meet with the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qing Qing and join forces with her. Otherwise, both of them can wait outside the Azure Green Mansion's base since Gongsun Wuji isn't a match for both of them if they join forces. A profound Nether Mansion disciple lamented out loud before Duan Ling Tien left the mansion's base. Over the past few years, Gongsun Wuji had waited 3 times outside our base. Nobody dared to leave the base during those 3 times, another disciple chimed in. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was considered a public provocation to wait outside another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base. However, it was a normal occurrence between Grade 6 Celestial Mansions that were enemies to begin with. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple from the Azure Green Mansion, was one of the 6 strongest 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Whenever he discovered the location of the profound Nether Mansion's base, he would make a point of waiting outside the profound Nether Mansion's base. The profound Nether Mansion disciples were no match for him, so they could only stay in the base in fear whenever he waited outside their base. Duan Ling Tian, who was about to leave the profound Nether Mansion's base, came to halt when he heard the conversation in his surroundings. He turned to look at the disciples who had spoken and asked, "Do you know where the Azure Green Mansion's base is located this month?" "Senior Duan Ling Tian, one of my friends almost died yesterday near the Azure Green Mansion's base. Fortunately, he managed to crush his accumulative point jade in time and escaped. He knows the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base. It's not difficult to find." The disciple who had spoken first quickly replied, "It's unfortunate none of us is as fast as Wan Qing. Otherwise, we would be able to help you." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he said, "Where's the Azure Green Mansion's base? Show me the way." "Senior Duan Ling Tian, we know you're strong, but the Azure Green Mansion has Gongsun Wuji." A disciple warned Duan Ling Tian, "Gongsun Wuji is as strong as the Red Leaves Mansion's Examen Haozan." "That's right, Senior Duan Ling Tian, the Azure Green Mansion is not like the Fire Glaze Mansion. The Fire Glaze Mansion's strongest 10 directions celestial duke is Tan Yuan. Gongsun Wuji is much stronger than Tan Yuan," another disciple said. "Gongsun Wuji is as strong as Examen Haozan." A faint smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. "Don't worry, just tell me where's the Azure Green Mansion's base." Seeing Duan Ling Tian's determination to find out the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base, the disciples could only reveal the location to him. "Thank you." After Duan Ling Tian thanked the disciples, he vanished without a trace. One of the disciples asked worriedly, "Do you think Senior Duan Ling Tian is going to wait outside the Azure Green Mansion's base?" "I don't think so. Although Senior Duan Ling Tian is strong, I don't think he's as strong as Gongsun Wuji. It's not wise for him to wait outside the Azure Green Mansion's base unless he finds someone to work with," another disciple replied. The other profound Nether Mansion disciples remained silent but nodded in agreement. Most of them thought Duan Ling Tian would search for someone to join forces with before heading to the Azure Green Mansion's base. As the day passed by, Duan Ling Tian's ranking improved tremendously. At the same time, Gongsun Wuji's name appeared on the scoreboard as well. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion has entered the Middle Realm. Gongsun Wuji's progress was even faster than Duan Ling Tian. After only a day, he had surpassed Duan Ling Tian on the scoreboard. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who was wandering around the Middle Realm, was unaware of this. He would nod at the profound Nether Mansion disciples whenever he encountered them and eliminate those from other grade 6 celestial mansions. Up until now, he had encountered 2 disciples from the Azure Green Mansion. One of them was only eliminated while the other was killed. This was because the disciple who had died intended to kill Duan Ling Tian when he recognized Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, would not let those who intended to kill him go. Meanwhile, the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qing discovered that Duan Ling Tian had already made it into the top 10 before she entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Duan Ling Tian, if we meet, I hope we can join forces again. However, the Middle Realm is so vast that it's unlikely that we'll run into each other." Wan Qing knew the chances were slim for her to encounter Duan Ling Tian again in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As time passed, more and more people from other grade 6 celestial mansions were eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. The profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian is really strong. He nearly killed me before I could even react. If he didn't spare me, I would have died. I used to doubt Duan Ling Tian's capabilities, but now I'm truly convinced. Didn't they say his capabilities are on par with the second-tier 10 direction celestial dukes in the Middle Realm? My speed is definitely among those in the second tier, but he's clearly faster than me. It wasn't easy for me to make it into the top 20, but everything's lost thanks to Duan Ling Tian. At this time, many people were astonished by Duan Ling Tian's strength. They began to think that Duan Ling Tian was as strong as the 6 strongest 10 direction celestial dukes in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm even without joining forces with Wan Qing. On the 6th day Duan Ling Tian entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was already ranked 7th with 383 points. Unexpectedly, on this day, he returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base. "Senior Duan Ling Tian, congratulations on ranking 7th on the scoreboard." "Congratulations, Senior Duan Ling Tian." The disciples in the profound Nether Mansion's base congratulated Duan Ling Tian as soon as they saw him. Soon after, they saw him stepping into the transporting formation and leaving the base. After he left, they continued discussing among themselves. Senior Duan Ling Tian didn't seem to join forces with anyone, and yet, he's capable of ranking 7th. How remarkable. However, he lacks experience in comparison to the 6 strongest 10 direction celestial dukes in the middle realm. Otherwise, his rank would be higher. Experience is accumulated over time. Senior Duan Ling Tian has performed exceptionally well so far. Nobody knew why Duan Ling Tian suddenly left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He, naturally, caught everyone's attention when he appeared in the transporting formation in one of the sites in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Duan Ling Tian remained indifferent to everyone's curious gaze as he turned to look at the scoreboard. The corners of lips curled up into a smile as he thought to himself, Examen Haozan is ranked 3rd, and Gongsun Wuji is ranked 2nd. It's time to act now. Otherwise, he might return to the Azure Green Mansion's base before I have a chance to act. After obtaining the information he wanted, Duan Ling Tian returned to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in just a blink of an eye. The disciples at the site of the transporting formation did not even have a chance to greet him before he had left again, a day later. Finally, the Azure Green Mansion's base. After following the directions given to him by one of the profound Nether Mansion disciples, he finally arrived at the Azure Green Mansion's base. He did not bother to hide and openly approached the Azure Green Mansion's base. At this moment, 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples coincidentally walked out of their base. A gray sword ray shot out from a spatial tear and shot toward the 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples, vital points before they could even react. The 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples' expressions changed drastically. They could not even see the person who had attacked them. Their hearts raced in their chests when it dawned on them that they would have died if the person who had attacked them chose not to spare them. Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared in front of the 2 frightened Azure Green Mansion disciples. Return to your base or die, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly as he stared at the 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples. Duan Ling Tian, the 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples, expressions changed again when they saw the identity token hanging from Duan Ling Tian's waist and heard his threatening words. They no longer wasted time and scurried back into their base. Although Duan Ling Tian did not speak loudly, his words were clearly transmitted to those in the Azure Green Mansion's base. With these, the Azure Green Mansion disciples in the base were all aware of Duan Ling Tian's presence outside of their base. Chapter 3175 Gongsun Wuji, Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air and looked down at the Azure Green Mansion's base indifferently. On the contrary, the group of Azure Green Mansion disciples in the base looked grim. Many of them were trapped in the base now since they could not leave their base because of Duan Ling Tian. One of the Azure Green Mansion disciples cursed, "Damn it! How did Duan Ling Tian discover the location of our base?" A well-informed disciple replied, "I heard that a profound Nether Mansion disciple was eliminated when he was near our base. That disciple must have exposed our location. Damn it, is Duan Ling Tian really going to wait here and stop us from leaving? Is he trying to mimic Senior Gongsun Wuji who waited outside of the profound Nether Mansion's base previously? Mimic Senior Gongsun Wuji? What a joke. Does he think he's comparable to Senior Gongsun Wuji? Ridiculous. Words of Duan Ling Tian waiting outside our camp have spread. Senior Gongsun should have received news of this. He must be on his way over now. I can't wait for Senior Gongsun to teach him a lesson. Does Duan Ling Tian think he's strong just because he ranked 1st last month? Would he even be capable of eliminating the Red Leaves Mansion's Examen Haozan if he didn't have the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing's help? He might be able to fight Senior Gongsun if Wan Qingqing were here. Alas, he has no hope of defeating Senior Gongsun alone. The group of Azure Green Mansion disciples was, naturally, furious since they were trapped in the base by Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, more and more disciples appeared in the transporting formation in the Azure Green Mansion's base. Most of them had come to watch the show. After the number of disciples reached a certain number, the other disciples were finally barred from coming in. It was clear the Azure Green Mansion had stopped their members from entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven. So that's the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian. Amazing. He's really less than 100 years old. I had assumed it was just a rumor. Regardless, there's no way he's a match for Senior Gongsun. Someone scoffed and said, in my opinion, he's going to turn tail and run immediately as soon as Senior Gongsun arrives. Run? Is he capable of running away from Senior Gongsun? Senior Gongsun is as fast as Wan Qingqing. How's Duan Ling Tian going to run away when he's clearly slower than Wan Qingqing? That's right, if he wants to run away, he can only crush his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm. At the sites of the transporting formations in the Azure Green Mansion's estate, many people were gathered at this moment. Why aren't we allowed to enter? I want to see Senior Gongsun Wuji kill Duan Lingtian. Even if Senior Gongsun Wuji doesn't kill Duan Lingtian, I want to watch Duan Lingtian crush his accumulative point jade to escape from Senior Gongsun Wuji. How bold of him to wait outside our base. Where did he get his courage from? The Azure Green Mansion disciples who arrived late and were denied entry to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could only wait as they stared at the scoreboard intently. Currently, Gongsun Wuji was ranked 2nd with 522 points while Duan Lingtian was ranked 7th with 383 points. After Senior Gongsun Wuji eliminates Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely secure the top spot this month. That's right, in my opinion, Duan Lingtian is sent by the heavens to help Senior Gongsun rise to the top of the scoreboard. Similar to the other members of the Azure Green Mansion, the high-ranking officials were keeping an eye on the scoreboard as well. As soon as they received news of Duan Lingtian waiting outside their base, they had notified Gongsun Wuji. Immediately. As the strongest 10-direction celestial duke in the Azure Green Mansion, he was the only person capable of defeating Duan Lingtian. The second strongest person after Gongsun Wuji was only ranked in the top 30, therefore, he was not a match for Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, news of Duan Lingtian waiting outside the Azure Green Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had also spread to the other Grade 6 celestial mansions. Duan Lingtian's waiting outside the Azure Green Mansion's base. Does he have a habit of waiting outside of Grade 6 celestial mansions' bases? It's obvious he deliberately went there because of the grudge between the Profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. Moreover, Gongsun Wuji had done this to Profound Nether Mansion a few times as well. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Duan Lingtian had easily dealt with the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples because he had defeated Tan Yuan, the Fire Glaze Mansion's strongest 10-direction celestial duke. However, how could Tan Yuan compare to Gongsun Wuji? That's right, Gongsun Wuji's strength is on par with Examen Haozan. Although Duan Lingtian eliminated Examen Haozan previously, he couldn't have done it without Wan Qingqing's help. How does he plan to fight Gongsun Wuji without Wan Qingqing's help? Clearly, most people did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Gongsun Wuji. Senior Duan Lingtian has gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base. How reckless. Doesn't he know about the Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wuji? Gongsun Wuji is in a different league from the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan. Let's hope he leaves before Gongsun Wuji arrives. Otherwise, the only way he can escape at that time is to crush his accumulative point jade. Similar to those from the other Grade 6 celestial mansions, the people from the Profound Nether Mansion did not feel optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chance of winning. Meanwhile, as soon as Qi Tianming received news of this, he sent a message that was brimming with urgency to Duan Lingtian. Boy, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave the Azure Green Mansion's base before it's too late. Wan Qingqing, who had just entered the Middle Realm a few days ago, had also received news about this from one of her sisters in the Martial Battle Mansion. Duan Lingtian has gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base. He's really too reckless. However, at the same time, he's not the kind that would recklessly. Does this mean he's confident that he'd be able to defeat Gongsun Wuji? About half an hour later, she received another message from her sisters telling her the route to the Azure Green Mansion's base. She discovered it was not far from her current location. I wonder if Gongsun Wuji has arrived at the Azure Green Mansion's base. After receiving the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base, Wan Qingqing made her way there immediately. At the same time, more and more people in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm learned about Duan Lingtian waiting outside the Azure Green Mansion's base as well. As a result, a crowd began to form outside the Azure Green Mansion's base as well. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was hovering above the Azure Green Mansion's base, cocked an eyebrow when he saw the crowd that had gathered. So many people turned up. As he swept his eyes across the crowd of people, he saw a familiar face. It was none other than the Martial Battle Mansion's Heng Feng. When Heng Feng saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he nodded and smiled awkwardly. It did not take long before Wan Qingqing appeared with a group of Martial Battle Mansion disciples as well. Her presence caused a small commotion immediately. It's Wan Qingqing. Is she here to join forces with Duan Lingtian? That's unlikely. If she joins forces to defeat Gongsun Wuji now, the Azure Green Mansion will definitely hold her accountable. That's right, if she and Duan Ling Tian eliminate Gongsun Wuji in any other place, apart from the Azure Green Mansion's base, it'd be fine. However, she'll definitely offend the Azure Green Mansion if she joins forces with Duan Ling Tian in front of their base. Under these circumstances, nobody, except for those from the profound Nether Mansion, would dare to help Duan Ling Tian. They're only going to make an enemy out of the Azure Green Mansion if they help Duan Ling Tian now. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing did not pay attention to the discussion in her surroundings. Instead, she sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. "Do you need help, junior sister Qing?" Hang Feng called out as his expression changed drastically. Although he did not hear Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, he could tell she planned to help Duan Ling Tian based on the look in her eyes. "There's no need for that." Duan Ling Tian was surprised by Wan Qingqing's voice transmission. When he turned to look at her, he could see the determination in her eyes. He was rather touched by her offer to help him. Although they worked together last month, it was a purely business relationship, driven by mutual benefits. After all, he did not expect her to risk offending the Azure Green Mansion for him. "Are you confident?" Wan Qingqing asked. With this, Wan Qingqing stepped backward. Hang Feng heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. A cold voice rang from the distance. "Duan Ling Tian." It was clear the person who had spoken was moving at top speed. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of the Azure Green Mansion disciples in the base lit up immediately. Senior Gongsun Wuji, Chapter 3176. A match of speed. It's Gongsun Wuji's voice. "Gongsun Wuji is here." Some people in the crowd who recognized Gongsun Wuji's voice cried out immediately. In just a brief moment, a figure dressed in a long black robe appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was handsome and possessed a pair of piercing eyes. With just a flash, he appeared above the Azure Green Mansion's base, across from Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly and asked, "You're Duan Ling Tian?" "Gongsun Wuji." Duan Ling Tian returned Gongsun Wuji's gaze. His fighting spirit soared at this moment. Ever since he had obtained the supreme powerhouse divinity, his strength had improved tremendously. He was no longer the same person who entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month. It was due to his recent improvements that he had confidently waited outside the Azure Green Mansion's base. He wanted to accumulate more points here. When he had left the middle realm to check the scoreboard, he had seen that Gongsun Wuji had accumulated 513 points and was ranked second. Apart from that, he wanted to fight Gongsun Wuji so he could test his improved strength. "You better ask whoever you've joined forces with to come out now. You alone are no match for me." Gongsun Wuji smiled at Duan Ling Tian frostily. Although he had not spoken to Examen Haozan, he had learned from an Azure Green Mansion inner court disciple about Duan Ling Tian's strength and shortcoming. Therefore, he knew Duan Ling Tian's attack was formidable, but his speed was slow. "I have no helper, it's just me this time around," Duan Ling Tian said lightly. "We haven't even fought. Don't you think it's too early for you to conclude that I'm no match for you?" "Just you." Gongsun Wuji's smile deepened as killing intent flashed in his eyes. "It seems like you came here to seek death today. It'll depend on whether you're capable of killing me." Duan Ling Tian's narrowed eyes glinted coldly when he saw the killing intent in Gongsun Wuji's eyes. With this, he decided not to hold back in his upcoming fight with Gongsun Wuji. Gongsun Wuji sneered. "I only need 10 breaths to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, his long black robe fluttered in the air as a green energy surged out of his body. Based on this, it was obvious that he had comprehended the law of wind. His body seemed to flicker as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian, leaving afterimages in his wake. At the same time, a wall of wind blades swept toward Duan Ling Tian as well. Gongsun Wuji was so fast that most of the people present on the scene could not catch his movements at all. "He's incredibly fast." Gongsun Wuji must have comprehended all of the movement profundities from the law of wind. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for him to be so fast. "I've only heard about how powerful he is, but I've never seen him in action. Thanks to Duan Ling Tian, I finally have a chance to see Gongsun Wuji fight." The disciples from the other grade 6 celestial mansions who had gathered outside the Azure Green Mansion's base were astonished by Gongsun Wuji's speed. They were in awe. Based on his speed, it was not difficult to tell he had comprehended all the movement profundities from the law of wind. It seems like Gongsun Wuji is even faster than Wan Qingqing. Most importantly, it seems like even Examen Haozan is slightly slower than him, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Gongsun Wuji possessed the fastest speed among all the opponents he had encountered in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian was aware that if he had met Gongsun Wuji last month, he would not be able to restrain Gongsun Wuji even with Wan Qingqing's help. The Law of Wind was not only known for its speed, but it was known for its attacks as well. Therefore, Wan Qingqing would not have been able to hold Gongsun Wuji back. This was the advantage that Examen Haozan, who had comprehended the law of destruction, did not have. However, this did not mean Examen Haozan was weaker than Gongsun Wuji. Gongsun Wuji and Examen Haozan both had their strengths and weaknesses. The duo had fought many times in the past, but their fights would always end in a draw. When Gongsun Wuji was almost upon him, Duan Ling Tian vanished from where he was standing and reappeared about 100 meters away. The crowd exclaimed in excitement upon seeing this. It was their first time seeing the law of space's teleportation profundity, after all. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws and was known to be notoriously difficult to comprehend. In the Southern Heaven territory, there were only a few people who had comprehended the law of space. Even then, they had only comprehended the space elemental profundity and other profundities from the law of space. Those who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity were as rare as a phoenix's feather. The teleportation profundity, it's the law of space's teleportation profundity. There's no trace of his movements at all. He really teleported. The teleportation profundity allows one to move through space. It's only natural that there are no traces of movements. Meanwhile, Gongsun Wuji scoffed. He was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian had cast the teleportation profundity. He shifted direction and continued to charge toward Duan Ling Tian again. Once again, he left afterimages in his wake again as he moved at a higher speed. Gongsun Wuji was only inches away from Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian teleported away again. The crowd broke out in cold sweat when they saw how close the two opponents came to colliding. A disciple from a grade 6 celestial mansion said. Indeed, the law of space's teleportation profundity is remarkable. However, it can't be used in quick succession. If this continues, it won't be long before Gongsun Wuji catches Duan Ling Tian. In fact, in my opinion, Gongsun Wuji would catch Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian even has a chance to cast the teleportation profundity for the 3rd time. At this time, Gongsun Wuji's laughter rang in the air. 2 breaths have passed. I want to see how you're going to dodge my next attack. Gongsun Wuji's words stirred up the Azure Green Mansion disciples in the base. They cheered excitedly and asked for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious they had overflowing confidence in Gongsun Wuji. Senior Gongsun Wuji, kill him. Senior Gongsun Wuji, kill Duan Ling Tian. Senior Gongsun only needs 3 breaths to kill Duan Ling Tian. Gongsun Wuji continued to leave afterimages in his wake as he cut across the sky toward Duan Ling Tian, who had appeared 100 meters away. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene, including Gongsun Wuji, were certain Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape from Gongsun Wuji this time. However, similar to earlier, before Gongsun Wuji's attack could land, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from where he was standing again. Impossible. Gongsun Wuji abruptly came to a halt. His indifferent expression finally showed cracks. After a brief moment, he discovered Duan Ling Tian had reappeared 50 meters away instead of 100 meters. The crowd was briefly stunned speechless before they broke out in an uproar. It's the law of space's transportation profundity. Duan Ling Tian has comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. With his cultivation base, coupled with his comprehension of the law of space's teleportation profundity and transportation profundity, Duan Ling Tian is undoubtedly part of the first tier 10 direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Speed-wise, he's on par with Wan Qingqing. I thought he joined forces with Wan Qingqing last month because of her speed. However, it seems like he's as fast, or almost as fast, as her. Perhaps, he joined forces with her because he needed someone to help him restrain his opponents. Since when did he comprehend the transportation profundity? Wan Qingqing was similarly shocked. She knew very well that Duan Ling Tian only had a basic grasp of the law of space's transportation profundity last month. Otherwise, he could have easily eliminated her after eliminating Heng Feng last month. It seems like he has comprehended the transportation profundity before entering the middle realm this month. No wonder he's so bold as to wait outside of the Azure Green Mansion's base. Heng Feng sighed. Since he was eliminated twice by Duan Ling Tian, nobody knew Duan Ling Tian's strength as well as he did. It seemed like he already knew the outcome of the battle as he muttered to himself, even if he has comprehended the transportation profundity, he's still slower than Gongsun Wuji. If he doesn't escape now, it's only a matter of time before Gongsun Wuji catches up to him. However, I'm afraid before Gongsun Wuji has a chance to catch up, he won't be able to withstand Duan Lingtian's attacks. Chapter 3177 The Death of Gongsun Wuji. Examen Haozan's comprehension ability was on par with Gongsun Wuji. Although Examen Haozan was slower than Gongsun Wuji speed-wise, Gongsun Wuji was weaker than Examen Haozan in other aspects. Previously, Examen Haozan had openly said that his offensive power was inferior to Duan Lingtian's and that Duan Lingtian's offensive power was peerless in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In short, this meant that Gongsun Wuji was not a match for Duan Lingtian in a direct battle. Gongsun Wuji might have had a chance of defeating Duan Lingtian with his speed before Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. Alas, now that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the transportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, Gongsun Wuji did not stand a chance of defeating Duan Lingtian even if he was slightly faster than Duan Lingtian. The difference in their speed now was negligible. Damn it, he's comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. Gongsun Wuji cursed inwardly as his eyes flashed with resentment. With this revelation, he was aware that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian. He had already lost this battle. I have to return to the base. Although Gongsun Wuji felt incredibly reluctant to return to the Azure Green Mansion's base, he knew he had no other choice. After all, he knew he would only be giving Duan Lingtian a chance to defeat him if he did not return to the mansion's base. Gongsun Wuji was about to make his way back to the Azure Green Mansion's base when a purple figure suddenly appeared before him and barred his way. Needless to say, the purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just cast the teleportation profundity to stop Gongsun Wuji from leaving. Duan Lingtian looked at Gongsun Wuji and said mockingly, "What's the problem? Didn't you say you're going to kill me? Don't tell you're trying to escape now." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, peals of laughter rang in the air. A group of profound Nether Mansion disciples had come over to watch the spectacle. Initially, they were not confident that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Gongsun Wuji. However, after watching the recent development that proved Duan Lingtian's strength, many of them felt reinvigorated. Some of them even began to taunt Gongsun Wuji. "Gongsun Wuji, didn't you say that you wanted to kill senior brother Lingtian? What happened? Why are you trying to escape back to the Azure Green Mansion's base? Gongsun Wuji, you're a joke. Our profound Nether Mansion senior brother Lingtian is the strongest. Even Gongsun Wuji needs to turn tail and run when faced with senior brother Lingtian." On the contrary, a gloomy atmosphere loomed over the Azure Green Mansion disciples. A few of those who were knowledgeable already knew the outcome of the battle as soon as they saw Duan Lingtian casting the law of space's transportation profundity. On the other hand, the remaining majority of the Azure Green Mansion disciples only felt disappointed that the show was ending when they saw Gongsun Wuji trying to return to the Azure Green Mansion's base. The fact was, most of the Azure Green Mansion disciples only came to watch the show. After all, the match between their mansion's core disciple, Gongsun Wuji, and the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Lingtian was bound to be exciting. They were eager to watch Gongsun Wuji defeat Duan Lingtian. Alas, not only did Gongsun Wuji fail to defeat Duan Lingtian, but Gongsun Wuji was even forced to escape as well. How could they not feel disappointed? Let's go, there's nothing interesting to see here. I really didn't expect the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Lingtian to be so strong that even senior brother Gongsun isn't a match for him. Is there anyone in the middle realm who's capable of defeating Duan Lingtian now? Even senior brother Gongsun Wuji was forced to escape. I think the other 5 strongest 10 directions celestial dukes aren't any faster than Duan Lingtian, right? Senior brother Gongsun might be able to escape, but the other 5 might not be able to escape from Duan Lingtian, right? Duan Lingtian's appearance has completely disrupted the power balance in the middle realm. That's right, unless he's extremely unlucky, the top spot on the scoreboard definitely belongs to him now. The Azure Green Mansion disciples' expressions were rather gloomy as they whispered among themselves. Many of them even left the middle realm. Meanwhile, back at the sites of the transporting formations in the Azure Green Mansion's estate, the disciples who chose to return caught everyone's attention. Those who could not enter previously grew excited. Now that there were people leaving, they assumed they would be granted entry to the middle realm. Someone's coming. Does this mean I'll be able to enter the middle realm? I want to enter. I want to enter. The group of disciples who had returned from the middle realm shook their heads when they heard the others clamoring to enter the middle realm. Enter the middle realm? Do all of you plan to enter the middle realm to see how our azure green mansion gets humiliated? It's pointless to enter now. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered entering the middle realm. How embarrassing. The azure green mansion disciples who were denied entry to the middle realm were naturally confused when they heard these words. Embarrassing. Humiliating. What happened? Hasn't senior brother Gongsun arrived at our base yet? Then, the group of disciples who had just returned from the middle realm recounted what had happened, leaving the others in shock. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the azure green mansion, whom they were confident could overpower Duan Lingtian, was forced to escape. It's truly embarrassing. I'm not going to enter the middle realm. It's so disappointing. I am not entering as well. Not only did the expressions of the disciples turn sour, but even the elders' expressions did not look too good. If even Gongsun Wuji could not defeat Duan Lingtian, was there anyone in the azure green mansion who was capable of defeating Duan Lingtian? It was destined that the azure green mansion's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven realm would not be good this month. Fortunately, senior brother Gongsun has already risen to second place this month. Even if he's forced to escape, he'll still be able to maintain his rank this month. As soon as someone said these words, some of the disciples instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard with a relieved expression on their faces. However, in just a moment, their expressions stiffened when they saw Gongsun Wuji's name disappearing from the scoreboard while Duan Lingtian, who was ranked 7th, instantly leapt to the top spot. Senior brother Gongsun is eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Didn't you say senior brother Gongsun was going to escape? He's faster than Duan Lingtian, right? How did this happen? Gongsun Wuji's disappearance from the scoreboard, naturally, caused a huge commotion. After all, even if he was forced to escape by Duan Lingtian, the azure green mansion disciples and elders did not expect him to be eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian's speed was on par with Gongsun Wuji, if push came to shove, Gongsun Wuji should still be able to escape from Duan Lingtian, right? Who could tell them what happened? Back in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the azure green mansion disciples in their mansion's base were even more shocked compared to those in the mansion's estate. After all, not only did they witness Gongsun Wuji's elimination, but they witnessed Gongsun Wuji's death. Although Duan Lingtian's speed was impressive after he had comprehended the two movement profundities from the law of space, the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity, his speed should still be slightly slower than Gongsun Wuji. With this, Gongsun Wuji should have been able to escape from Duan Lingtian. However, all of them saw Duan Lingtian appearing in a flash in front of Gongsun Wuji as soon as Gongsun Wuji tried to escape. They had even seen the expression of disbelief on Gongsun Wuji's face before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. With this, it was clear to the onlookers that Duan Lingtian had been holding back his strength. The disciples from the other grade 6 celestial mansions were equally stunned when they witnessed this scene. How terrifying! Duan Lingtian cast the cross-dimensional profundity thrice around Gongsun Wuji and created 3 spatial tiers before sword rays shot out at such a speed that Gongsun Wuji didn't even have time to dodge them. Casting the cross-dimensional profundity 3 times in a row. Is that even possible when he has only comprehended the cross-dimensional profundity to the rudimentary stage? Based on my knowledge, one can only cast the cross-dimensional profundity thrice and create 3 spatial tiers once one has comprehended it to the initial stage. Duan Lingtian has yet to celebrate his 100th birthday, but he's already a 10-direction celestial duke who's comprehended the law of space. As if that's not impressive enough, he even managed to comprehend one of the profundities to the initial stage. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten about Gongsun Wuji's death. All of their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. Usually, only those who had comprehended 9 profundities from a law to the rudimentary stage would have the opportunity to further comprehend the profundities to the initial stage. Apart from that, the majority of those who comprehended profundities to the initial stage were celestial lords. It was already a rare occurrence for a celestial king to comprehend a profundity to the initial stage, let alone a celestial duke. No one had ever heard of a celestial duke who managed to comprehend a profundity to the initial stage. This was unprecedented in the southern heaven territory. Duan Lingtian must have been hiding his true strength all this time. Hang Feng, a disciple from the martial battle mansion, said solemnly and with great certainty as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering high above the azure green mansion's base like a god. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was standing nearby, was thoroughly shocked as well. At this moment, her usually expressionless face was filled with disbelief and shock. Similar to Heng Feng, she was sure Duan Lingtian had hidden his true strength before this. Even without her help, he could have ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She could still accept him comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity within 2 weeks. However, she had difficulties believing he had comprehended the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. So not only did Duan Lingtian comprehend at least 7 profundities from the law of space, but he has also comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. Many keen observers arrived at the same conclusion. At this moment, an inner disciple from the Hanqing mansion said, "This is only Duan Lingtian's 3rd time in the middle realm, but he has already killed Gongsun Wuji. After this battle, I don't think there'll be anyone bold enough to go against him in the middle realm." Chapter 3178. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion summons Duan Lingtian. Wan Qingqing was puzzled. She could not help but ask through voice transmission, "You've comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. With your strength, why did you need to join forces with me last month?" In her opinion, since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage, he could easily defeat the 6 strongest 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm without her help at all, even if his speed was slower. After all, the speed of the attack from the cross-dimensional profundity that had been comprehended to the initial stage was not something that could be easily avoided. As seen earlier, the Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wuji did not even have time to react before he was killed by the cross-dimensional profundity. At that time, "I haven't comprehended it to the initial stage yet," Duan Lingtian answered honestly. There was no need for him to hide this. The only thing he had to keep a secret was the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. In truth, even with the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, Duan Lingtian himself did not expect he would be able to comprehend the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage at all in such a short time. According to the Chaos Divine Flame, the reason for this was due to the Supreme Powerhouse, who had left the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity behind, being skilled with the cross-dimensional profundity. Unlike fundamental profundities, comprehending other profundities to the next stage increased one's strength significantly. Therefore, Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended the cross-dimensional profundity from the rudimentary stage to the initial stage, had seen his strength increased by several folds. "Why, you've only comprehended the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage recently." Although Wan Qingqing was shocked by this revelation, she did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. "What about the other profundities from the law of space? Since you're able to comprehend the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage, you must have already comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space, right? You're as strong as Examen Haozan, Gongsun Wuji, and the others. There's no need for you to join forces with me at all." Wan Qingqing asked through voice transmission again. It was clear that she was insistent on getting answers. Duan Lingtian was rather speechless when he saw how persistent she was. In the end, he only said, "Anyway, all you have to know is that I didn't have the strength to defeat them on my own last month. If I could eliminate them on my own, I wouldn't have joined forces with you." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the onlookers in the surroundings with bright eyes. When the disciples from the various grades 6 celestial mansions saw Duan Lingtian looking at them with a predatory gaze, their expressions changed immediately. Many of them even tried to flee. Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air before he reappeared in front of a few disciples from other grade 6 celestial mansions, preventing them from fleeing. He asked with a grin, "Do I need to make a move?" The expressions of the disciples who were blocked by Duan Lingtian were unsightly. Nevertheless, none of them had the courage to fight Duan Lingtian. "No, I'll do it myself." All of them took the initiative to shatter their accumulative point jades. After obtaining the points, Duan Lingtian wasted no time in moving on to his next targets. Apart from those from the Profound Nether Mansion and the Martial Battle Mansion, everyone was his target. Since the Azure Green Mansion disciples were in their mansion's base, they were safe from Duan Lingtian. None of them dared to leave the base after they witnessed Gongsun Wuji's death. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not manage to eliminate anyone from the Azure Green Mansion. Initially, the martial battle mansion disciples were frightened as well, since they thought Duan Lingtian would target them. All of them sighed in relief when they saw Duan Lingtian had no intentions of attacking them. Heng Feng looked at Wan Qingqing and said with a bitter smile on his face, "Junior sister Qingqing, it's all thanks to you that we're safe." It was not difficult to guess why Duan Lingtian did not target the martial battle mansion disciples. It must be a gesture of goodwill toward Wan Qingqing. Apart from that, Heng Feng could not think of any other reason why Duan Lingtian would spare them. Meanwhile, the disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm began to leave one after another through the transporting formation in their base. After the Azure Green Mansion disciples returned to their mansion's estate, news of Gongsun Wuji's death, naturally, began to spread in the Azure Green Mansion. The high-ranking officials from the Azure Green Mansion were all summoned to an emergency meeting by the Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion not long after news of Gongsun Wuji's death spread out. The Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion was so furious that he broke the table in front of him when he slammed his hands down on the table. The profound Nether Mansion's Duan Lingtian killed Gongsun Wuji. From now on, it'll be difficult for us to perform well in the Middle Realm and obtain rewards from the 10 major clans. Duan Lingtian must die. Don't let me run into him. Otherwise, I'd tear him into a million pieces. Similarly, the high-ranking officials of the Azure Green Mansion were furious as well. Gongsun Wuji was the Azure Green Mansion's most outstanding disciple in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now that Duan Lingtian had killed him, they had lost their trump card. This was undoubtedly a huge loss to the mansion. Apart from that, this was also the first time the Azure Green Mansion suffered such a huge loss in the hands of the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, someone said, "Let's hire an assassin to get rid of Duan Lingtian." One of the vice mansion masters of the Azure Green Mansion said in a low voice, "I have a contact in the Blood Skull Gang. Contact the Blood Skull Gang now." With permission from the mansion master, the vice mansion master wasted no time in contacting a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang. However, as soon as he received the reply from the Blood Skull Gang, a strange expression appeared on his face. The others, naturally, noticed the vice mansion master's strange expression. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has an extraordinary background and the Blood Skull Gang doesn't dare to accept this job. The Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. If they don't accept this job, I'm afraid other assassin organizations won't dare to accept this job as well. Finally, the Vice Mansion Master shook his head and said, "No, it's not that. I spoke to my contact in the Blood Skull Gang. He said there's no need for us to hire them for this job because someone has already put out a hit on Duan Lingtian." So someone has already put a hit out on Duan Lingtian. It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended quite a number of people. Someone said with a scoff, "That's great then. We don't have to waste our celestial crystals." Although the members of the profound Nether Mansion were shocked as well, the atmosphere in the estate was naturally different from the atmosphere in the Azure Green Mansion's estate. Duan Lingtian killed the Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wuji. That's great news. I didn't expect I would be able to see this day. Gongsun Wuji killed my cousin in the past. I say good riddance. Good riddance. I wonder where senior brother Duan came from. He's so powerful that he's even able to kill Gongsun Wuji. Rumors have it that not only senior brother Duan has comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space, but he has also comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. He comprehended the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. Is that real? As far as I know, in the entire history of the Southern Heaven Territory, no one under the stage of a celestial king has ever comprehended a profundity to the initial stage. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has made history. The profound Nether Mansion elders and disciples were delighted by the news of Gongsun Wuji's death, but they were puzzled by Duan Lingtian's strength. Meanwhile, those who were at the 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion looked at the scoreboard intently as Duan Lingtian rose to the first place with more than 1,000 points. Look, senior brother Duan Lingtian has accumulated more than 1,000 points again. Amazing, truly amazing. Since senior brother Lingtian is capable of killing Gongsun Wuji, he should be able to eliminate the other 5 as well. I'm sure those 5 10 Directions Celestial Dukes have already received the news of senior brother Duan killing Gongsun Wuji. With this, they probably won't dare to fight senior brother Duan if they meet him. Not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine our profound nether mansion would one day be invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven, ancient heaven. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is truly outstanding. I'm afraid he won't stay in the profound nether mansion for long. Senior brother Ling Tian achieved all these feats even before reaching the age of 100. It's obvious he's destined for bigger things. In my opinion, it won't be long before the Su clan sends someone over for him. The grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory were under the control of a clan. Each of the 10 major clans controlled 6 grade 6 celestial mansions. The profound nether mansion was under the Su clan. Meanwhile, after receiving a message from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, Qi Tianming hurriedly sent a message to Duan Ling Tian, who was still in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Ling Tian, since you've already accumulated more than 1,000 points, you can leave the middle realm now. That person in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion wants to meet you. Similar to everyone else, Qi Tianming was also shocked when he heard about Duan Ling Tian comprehending the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. He was rather skeptical and thought, perhaps, the matter had been exaggerated. Therefore, he planned to ask Duan Ling Tian about this matter when Duan Ling Tian returned to the profound nether mansion's estate. With this thought in mind, Qi Tianming sent another message to Duan Ling Tian again. If you really comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage, there's a high chance the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion will end the test in advance and directly make you the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion. After Duan Ling Tian received the 2 messages from Qi Tianming, he made his way to the profound nether mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm so he could return to the profound nether mansion's estate through the transporting formation in the base. Once Duan Ling Tian returned to the estate, all the elders and disciples who saw him would cheer and greet him enthusiastically. After all, he was now one of the most famous people in the profound nether mansion. Duan Ling Tian wasted no time and went to look for Qi Tianming immediately as soon as he returned. I'll bring you there. Qi Tianming led Duan Ling Tian to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. During their journey, Qi Tianming could no longer hold back his curiosity, so he asked, Did you really comprehend the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage? Chapter 3179, a lavish meeting gift. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to Qi Tianming's question. It was not a secret since many people from various grade 6 celestial mansions had witnessed this when he killed the Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wuji. Although Qi Tianming had prepared himself for this answer, he still inhaled sharply when Duan Ling Tian confirmed it. He asked curiously, when did you comprehend it to the initial stage? I recall you still had to team up with Wan Qing last month to eliminate the Red Leaves Mansion's Examen Haozan. I comprehended it just a few days ago before I entered the middle realm, Duan Ling Tian replied lightly. The corners of Qi Tianming's mouth began twitching upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. After a beat, he asked, what about the other profundities from the law of space? Have you already comprehended the remaining profundities to the rudimentary stage? No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I have yet to comprehend the remaining 2 profundities from the law of space. Currently, apart from the space elemental profundity, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the territory profundity, the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional / profundity. He had comprehended 7 out of 9 profundities from the law of space and had yet to encounter the other 2 profundities. Apart from the cross-dimensional / profundity that had been comprehended to the initial stage, the remaining 6 profundities were all comprehended to the rudimentary stage. There are still 2 profundities you've yet to comprehend. Is this true? Qi Tianming asked in disbelief. He was so surprised that he stopped in his tracks immediately upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew why Qi Tianming was shocked. Generally, before comprehending a profundity to the initial stage, one would comprehend all 9 profundities from a law to the rudimentary stage first. This was the case for 9,999 out of 10,000 people. Those who could comprehend a profundity to the initial stage before comprehending all 9 profundities to the rudimentary stage were extremely rare. They were considered as peerless geniuses. Initially, I assumed you were only able to comprehend the law of space due to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, it's obvious now that your comprehension ability is truly outstanding. Qi Tianming exclaimed. The law of space was notoriously difficult to comprehend. Only a handful of people had succeeded in comprehending the law of space. Among 10,000 people who had comprehended the law of space, perhaps, only one person would be able to comprehend a profundity from the law of space to the initial stage before comprehending all 9 profundities from the law of space to the rudimentary stage first. Duan Ling Tian was clearly that person. Although the supreme powerhouse divinity played a big part in Duan Ling Tian's success of comprehending the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage before comprehending all 9 profundities from the law of space to the rudimentary stage, Duan Ling Tian's high comprehension skill played a role as well. Soon enough, Qi Tianming and Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. This time, the illusory formation disappeared as soon as they arrived. Qi Tianming remained silent, he did not dare to speak. As soon as the illusory formation disappeared, Duan Ling Tian saw a figure standing nearby looking at him. The figure belonged to a tall and muscular middle-aged man who was dressed in a dark green robe. He looked majestic and imposing even without having to try. Is he the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. At this moment, Qi Tianming, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, bowed and greeted the middle-aged man, Lord Mansion Master. Mansion Master. With this, Duan Ling Tian knew that he had guessed wrongly. The Mansion Master nodded in response to Qi Tianming before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said with a small smile on his face, Duan Ling Tian, you did well in the middle realm of Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound Nether Mansion definitely will not mistreat. Now, let's meet the Grand Master. Inspector Qi, you may take your leave. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion added before he turned around to lead Duan Ling Tian away. Grand Master. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion is most likely Lord Mansion Master's Grand Master, Qi Tianming said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. Then, he cupped his fists together at the Mansion Master before he left. The Pavilion Master is the Mansion Master's Grand Master. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion to be the Grand Master of the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Ling Tian followed the Mansion Master's lead until they finally arrived at the backyard of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The backyard was huge, and half of it was occupied by a lake. At this moment, a skinny old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing by the lake. Grand Master. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion bowed respectfully. I've brought him here. The old man put down his fishing rod as soon as the Mansion Master finished speaking. He rose to his feet and turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze. When the old man looked at him, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his thoughts were laid bare before the old man. I thought it'd take you longer to pass the test. Who knew you'd grow so strong and overpower everyone in the Middle Realm in just a few short months? Although Duan Ling Tian did not have a clear look at the Pavilion Master's appearance previously, he could tell the voice belonged to the person who had spoken to him during his first visit here. Since you've already overpowered everyone in the Middle Realm, I'll consider you to have passed the test, the old man said with gleaming eyes. From today onward, Duan Ling Tian, you're the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. After such a long time, my Profound Nether Mansion has an Imperial Tutor again. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion will open once again. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian thanked the old man. Since he had already expected this, he was not surprised. Then, the old man looked at the Mansion Master as he said, you may take your leave. The Mansion Master bowed before he left. Currently, only the old man and Duan Ling Tian were left in the huge backyard. The first time we met, I've already asked you for your reasons for wanting to become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, so I won't ask you that again, the old man said. Duan Ling Tian remembered his answer. He had said that he wanted to become the Imperial Tutor so he could enjoy the cultivation resources that came with that position. Apart from that, the Profound Nether Mansion was a perfect stepping stone for him to move on from the Southern Heaven territory to a higher stage. With your current strength, it's pointless for you to enter the Middle Realm again. Here, these 2 celestial fruits are for you. The old man casually tossed 2 celestial fruits over to Duan Ling Tian. One of the celestial fruits was red while the other was green. The red fruit emitted heat while the green fruit emitted a chilly air. These are. Duan Ling Tian instinctively reached out to catch the celestial fruits. His eyes widened a moment after he had a good look at the fruits. Are these the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit? You're quite knowledgeable to be able to recognize the fruits. The old man was slightly surprised that Duan Ling Tian recognized the fruits. However, from the beginning until the end, his face remained expressionless. Since you know what the fruits are, I'm sure you know about their effects as well. I won't explain so much then. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had a hard time concentrating on the old man's words. His attention was drawn to the two celestial fruits in his hands. Duan Ling Tian had only read about these two celestial fruits in the Simplicity Celestial Sects library, he had not seen them before. Both the Fire King Celestial Fruit and the Ice King Celestial Fruit were incredibly rare. The price of one of the fruits on the black market would not be any less than the cost of an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon. The combination of the Fire King Celestial Fruit and the Ice King Celestial Fruit was likely worth the same as a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. It was only natural since their effects were heaven-defying. It was common knowledge that the higher one's cultivation base was, the harder it would be to break through. The gap between the higher stages was like a huge chasm. However, if a 10-direction celestial duke were to consume these two celestial fruits, they would instantly break through and become a one-basic celestial king. It should be noted some people cultivated their entire lives but they could only stay at the stage of a 10-direction celestial duke. However, with these celestial fruits, they would be able to become a celestial king. When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses, he looked at the old man and asked tentatively, "Senior, are you really giving these to me? Why would I give them to you if they weren't for you?" A rare smile appeared on the old man's face when he spoke. "Thank you, Senior." Although Duan Ling Tian knew there were many benefits to becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he did not expect to receive a Fire King Celestial Fruit and an Ice King Celestial Fruit as a meeting gift. They were truly a lavish meeting gift. "There's one more thing. Someone from the Su clan will be here in a few days. I won't be able to hide you away at that time," the old man said as his expression turned slightly solemn. "I can promise you that you'll definitely gain more by staying in the profound Nether Mansion compared to the Su clan. Certainly, when the time is right, I won't hinder your progress and keep you in the profound Nether Mansion. I'll personally bring you to the Su clan. With your strength at that time, you'll receive the best treatment in the Su clan. With that said, the first thing you'll have to do is trust me." Chapter 3180 Duan Ling Tian is a Celestial King. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly when he heard the old man's words. "Senior, you're saying I shouldn't join the Su clan too soon?" "That's right. If you join them too early, they won't value you," the old man replied. "Naturally, I won't stop you if you insist on joining them now. Apart from that, if you decide to stay in the profound Nether Mansion in the meantime, you'll have to promise me something. If you agree to it, I can tell you it'll be more beneficial than going to the Su clan now. Even if you don't agree to it, I still think it's more beneficial for you to stay in the mansion now." Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow upon hearing the old man's words. "Promise? What is it? What's the condition?" "It's not exactly a condition, it's an old rule of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Since the former Imperial Tutor perished, and I took it upon myself to guard the pavilion, we've had this rule," the old man explained. "The new Imperial Tutor must avenge the former Imperial Tutor. If you succeed, you'll get the best treatment in the profound Nether Mansion." The former Imperial Tutor? Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. "Senior, are you referring to the Imperial Tutor from 30,000 years ago whose wife was raped?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he felt a terrifying energy roll off the old man's body. As soon as the energy swept over him, he felt his blood chi and energy surged. With this, he could tell the old man was incredibly angry. Why is he so angry? 30,000 years have passed since then. Is it possible that he's also the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion at that time? Perhaps, he was the one who guided and cultivated the former Imperial Tutor. Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. If his speculation was right, he could understand why the old man was so angry. "Yes, I'm referring to that Imperial Tutor." The old man forcibly suppressed his anger and calmed down before he said, "Before you decide, it's my duty to inform you the person you're to seek revenge from is the current clan leader of the He clan, which is one of the 10 major clans. He's a celestial lord. Will you agree to this?" After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently, waiting for Duan Ling Tian's answer. "I agree," Duan Ling Tian said. "That man has no conscience. He deserves to be punished." He had never considered himself to be particularly righteous, but he would not stand by and do nothing if people went overboard with their actions. Previously, when Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, told him about what happened to the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he had already been disgusted by the behavior of the current clan leader of the He clan. If he had the chance and the strength, he would certainly right the wrong. For this reason, he did not hesitate to promise the old man. Great. The old man's eyes brightened upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. Then, he said solemnly, Duan Ling Tian, my seniority is the highest in the profound Nether Mansion. Even the current mansion master is a disciple of my disciple. Today, I promise you that once you become the profound Nether Mansion's imperial tutor, you'll enjoy the treatment similar, if not better, to the mansion master. You're also now under my protection. In fact, I'll deal with Blood Skull Gang as well. I'll personally ask them to abort their mission and make them promise not to accept any jobs to assassinate you. He sounded confident when he spoke, it was as though the Blood Skull Gang was nothing. Senior, I have no objections to everything you promised me, but you don't have to deal with the Blood Skull Gang on my behalf. I'll deal with them myself. You'll deal with them yourself. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian, slightly taken aback. There are many assassins who are celestial lords in the Blood Skull Gang. Moreover, their leader isn't an ordinary celestial lord. In fact, he isn't any weaker than me. Senior, where does he stand in comparison to the clan leader of the He clan? Duan Ling Tian asked. Naturally, the clan leader of the He clan is much stronger, the old man said as his eyes flashed with killing intent. If the clan leader of the He clan was weaker than the leader of the Blood Skull Gang, he would have killed the clan leader of the He clan a long time ago. Since the clan leader of the He clan was more powerful than him, he had created the rule to avenge the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. If that's the case, why should I worry about the leader of the Blood Skull Gang? If I can't even deal with the leader of the Blood Skull Gang, how am I supposed to seek revenge from the clan leader of the He clan? The old man was briefly rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. Inwardly, he thought Duan Ling Tian was rather admirable and righteous despite being ambitious. Naturally, his expressions did not betray his thoughts. In the end, he said, in that case, I hope you'll show me your strength and deal with the Blood Skull Gang soon. Just as the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had said, the Su clan sent someone to the profound Nether Mansion to bring Duan Ling Tian to the clan. The profound Nether Mansion's disciple, Duan Ling Tian, is extraordinarily talented, so the Su clan would like to bring him back to help him with his cultivation, the representative from the Su clan said to the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. The mansion master replied with a smile, the profound Nether Mansion has no objections. We'll leave the decision to Duan Ling Tian. Could he possibly reject the Su clan? The representative from the Su clan was clearly confident Duan Ling Tian would not refuse the Su clan's invitation. The representative from the Su clan was, naturally, stunned when the mansion master summoned Duan Ling Tian over, and Duan Ling Tian refused the invitation. He asked in disbelief, you're declining the invitation? It's not that, I just think that I'm not powerful enough to join the Su clan yet. When I grow stronger, I'll definitely join the Su clan. I won't consider the other 9 clans and 5 sects, Duan Ling Tian said, this is my promise to you and the Su clan. Will you reconsider your decision? The representative from the Su clan frowned. He had come on the orders of the Grand Elder of the Su clan. If he failed to bring Duan Ling Tian back to the clan, the Grand Elder would surely question his ability. However, the Grand Elder had also said not to use force if Duan Ling Tian refused to join the Su clan. I've made up my mind. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. All right, I hope you'll remember your promise. The representative from the Su clan looked at Duan Ling Tian before he left. He did not think his trip to the profound Nether Mansion was a waste. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian had given his word that he would only join the Su clan. I think the Grand Elder won't punish me since Duan Ling Tian has promised to join our clan in the future. After the representative from the Su clan left, Duan Ling Tian asked the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion, Mansion Master, the pavilion master has said that there's no longer any need for me to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and to concentrate on becoming a celestial king. Are you okay with this? Duan Ling Tian knew how important the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was to grade 6 celestial mansions. Otherwise, the grade 6 celestial mansions would not expend so much effort to cultivate so many 10 direction celestial dukes to represent them in the middle realm and fight for high rankings on the scoreboard. I have no objections regarding Grandmaster's decisions. The mansion master made it clear he would agree to whatever the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion said. With this, Duan Ling Tian could see the weight the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion carried in the profound nether mansion. In fact, before he spoke to the mansion master, he had already expected this outcome. He merely wanted further confirmation. He was ready to break through and become a celestial king with the help of the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit. Previously, Duan Ling Tian was granted the power of a celestial king from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. However, it was only for a brief period. Once he had broken through and become a celestial king, the power of a celestial king would be truly his. As soon as Duan Ling Tian returned to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, he went into closed-door cultivation. After consuming the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit, he could feel 2 orbs of medicinal efficacy slowly traveling through his body. At the same time, he circulated his energy according to his cultivation method. He cultivated using the King Grade Tai Yi Profound Method, which was given to him by Huaner's grandaunt. Time continued to pass by silently. Duan Ling Tian was so immersed in cultivation that he lost all track of time. It was only when he had become a celestial king that he opened his eyes. He could clearly sense his celestial origin energy was different from before. It was now richer and purer. The biggest change he discovered was in the little world that he had created. With his recent breakthrough, not only did the little world grow bigger, but it was even more lifelike. Apart from that, the main branch from the divine tree of life that was located in the heart of the little world had grown to twice its original size. It looked like a vibrant tree now. Now that I've become a celestial king, I think it's possible for me to create another little world. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand. Subsequently, a spatial tier appeared in the void next to him. Instead of leading to the turbulent space, this spatial tear was an opening to another little world. With another wave of his hand, he pulled the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings into the space inside the spatial tear. Chapter 3181 The Upper Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Territory. A celestial king could create little worlds anywhere, and they could hold living things as well. When Duan Ling Tian had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had entered the little world created by the celestial king from the blissful sect. It was in that little world that he had a fateful encounter with the compassionate celestial traveler sect's Murong Bing. Everything has gone quite smoothly so far. In less than 100 years since I ascended here, I've already become a celestial king. I have 900 years left to get stronger. I'm going to set a goal for myself today. I must stand at the pinnacle of this Devata realm within 500 years. I'll have 400 years left after that to get even stronger so that I can enter the divine offering realm to save Ka, Fair, and the others. After Duan Ling Tian casually tried to create a little world, he destroyed it once he confirmed he could create another little world. I'm a celestial king now. Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet after he opened his eyes. Although he had a taste of what it was like to possess the strength of a celestial king in the past, it felt different now that the strength was his own and not granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Half an hour later, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's backyard. Senior, you've broken through. The old man was still fishing. He did not turn around to look at Duan Ling Tian, but it was obvious he knew Duan Ling Tian had broken through and become a celestial king. Not bad, you managed to break through in less than half a month. Although, it's largely due to the celestial fruits, it wouldn't be so quick if you're not talented as well, the old man said. You can continue comprehending the law of space over this period of time. If possible, try not to leave the profound nether mansion before becoming a 10-direction celestial king. You've made many enemies, after all. Apart from the Blood Skull Gang, the Azure Green Mansion has also sent men to spy on our mansion. They're waiting to kill you if you leave the mansion. A 10-direction celestial king. How long must I stay in the mansion then? Although Duan Ling Tian wanted to break through and become a 10-direction celestial king as soon as possible, he was only a 1-basic celestial king now. How long would it take before he became a 10-direction celestial king? With your talent in cultivation, you should be able to break through in 300 years, the old man replied. 300 years? The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. He was only almost 100 years old now. 300 years were too long a time to become a 10-direction celestial king. Naturally, he was aware that in Devata realms, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more difficult it would be to break through. To become a 10-direction celestial king from a 1-basic celestial king, most people would need more than 10 times the time it took for them to become a 1-basic celestial king from the moment they cultivated. the old man replied, "Well, it's just a conservative guess of mine. The profound nether mansion will do all it can to help you become a 10-direction celestial king. We'll provide you with celestial fruits, celestial pills, and other resources to ensure you'll be able to become a 10-direction celestial king as soon as possible. If you're lucky, you might become a 10-direction celestial king in less than 300 years. The old man continued to say, "At this point, the profound nether mansion still has some resources that can boost your cultivation base. Naturally, these resources aren't limitless. I have sent the disciples of my disciples to look for celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help with your cultivation. In any case, you'll be able to become a 10-direction celestial king faster by staying in the profound nether mansion than staying in the Sioux clan. It's a long and slow process to become a 10-direction celestial king. There's nothing as heaven-defying as the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit that can instantly raise your cultivation base to that of a 10-direction celestial king." Duan Ling Tian fell silent and pondered on the old man's words. "Moreover, didn't you say you want to personally deal with the Blood Skull Gang? With your current strength, you'll only die if you go against them. From what I know, the Blood Skull Gang sent a 10-direction celestial king and 2 9 palaces celestial kings this time to assassinate you," the old man said. "A 10-direction celestial king and 2 9 palace celestial kings?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing these words. However, he was not worried. After all, he still had one use left in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that would grant him strength comparable to a 1 basic celestial lord. With his comprehension of the law of space, he was confident he would be able to kill all the assassins. Moreover, although one of the assassins was a 10-direction celestial king, Duan Ling Tian thought it was unlikely that the assassin had comprehended any profundity to the initial stage. In comparison, he had comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. With that and the temporary strength of a 1 basic celestial lord, he was certain he would be able to kill the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian did not spare much thought for the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Instead, he was wondering if he really had to stay in the profound nether mansion's estate until he became a 10-direction celestial king. Senior. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian gave voice to the thoughts in his mind. If I leave the profound nether mansion to explore the southern heaven territory, what are the chances of me coming across fortuitous encounters that will help me become a 10-direction celestial king faster? You're naive. The old man immediately put his fishing rod down as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He rose to his feet and turned around to look at Duan Ling Tian before he continued to say, "The cultivation resources that the profound nether mansion will provide you can be considered a fortuitous encounter as well. Even if you manage to safely leave the mansion's estate to gather cultivation resources, they won't be able to compare to the resources the mansion is able to provide you. If you need someone to spar with, I can always suppress my cultivation base to spar with you. You can choose if you want to sustain light scratches, to be severely injured, or incapacitated. I can do it all." A chilling smile appeared on the old man's face as soon as he finished speaking. Chills ran up Duan Ling Tian's spine when he saw the old man's smile. After a beat, the old man said, "This is the Southern Heaven Territory, not the 7 Upper Province. I can't speak with certainty for the 7 Upper Province, but I can tell you for sure that in the Southern Heaven Territory, your best option is to stay in the profound nether mansion if you want to become a 10-direction celestial king in the fastest time possible." The old man's words successfully wiped away Duan Ling Tian's doubt. After all, he knew his knowledge of the Southern Heaven Territory was lacking in comparison to the old man. After a while, he asked, "Senior, are you planning to send me to the Sioux clan after I become a 10-direction celestial king?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the old man would reply to him so candidly. The old man explained, "Once you become a 10-direction celestial king, you can join the Sioux clan and enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the Southern Heaven Territory, it's almost impossible to become a celestial lord from a celestial king. You'll need help or some sort of fortuitous encounter. Therefore, you can only hope to come across some fortuitous encounter in the upper realm to help you break through and become a 1 basic celestial lord. If the middle realm is a stage for celestial dukes, then the upper realm is the stage for celestial kings in the Southern Heaven Territory. Regardless if you're from the 10 major clans, the top 5 sects, or if you're a sectless cultivator, as long as your cultivation base meets the requirement, you'll be able to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to look for fortuitous encounters." With the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian gained knowledge of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The only place in the Southern Heaven territory that can possibly help you to become a 10-direction celestial king faster than the profound nether mansion is the upper realm. However, the risks of entering the upper realm with your current strength are extremely high. It'll be akin to suicide if you enter now. For this reason, I didn't consider letting you enter the upper realm now, not until you're strong enough to protect yourself in there. However, if you manage to comprehend another profundity from the law of space to the initial stage, I will allow you to enter the upper realm even if you're only a 7-star celestial king or an 8 trigrams celestial king. Then, the old man looked at Duan Ling Tian intently and said, "For now, it's best you stay put in the profound nether mansion's estate." Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly upon hearing the old man's words. He asked, "Senior, do you mean to say there are many celestial kings in the upper realm who have comprehended one profundity to the initial stage?" Since Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage, he could easily hold his ground against a 3-talent celestial king or a 4-phenomena celestial king. Naturally, if his opponents had comprehended a profundity to the initial stage as well, then he would be no match for them. This was the way things worked. When you had something that others did not, it would be your strength. However, if others possessed what you possessed, it would no longer be your strength. The old man nodded. That's right, many disciples from the 10 major clans and the top 5 sects have comprehended one profundity to the initial stage. Even if you've become a 10-direction celestial king now, your strength would only be considered comparable to second-tier disciples due to your comprehension of the law of space. The old man's words were rather effective. Duan Ling Tian no longer felt as gung-ho as before. Initially, he had been rather confident of his strength. He was certain those below the stage of a celestial lord would not be able to harm him once he had become a 10-direction celestial king. How could he not feel disheartened after discovering that his strength would only be considered second tier if he had only comprehended one profundity to the initial stage after becoming a 10-direction celestial king? Nevertheless, it did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to regain his confidence. The pavilion master thinks it's acceptable as long as I manage to comprehend 2 profundities to the initial stage when I become a 7 stars or 8 trigrams celestial king. He doesn't know I possess the supreme powerhouse divinity from a supreme powerhouse who had mastered the law of space. With the supreme powerhouse divinity, the speed of my comprehension is beyond anyone's imagination. Duan Ling Tian, who was persuaded by the old man's words, finally made up his mind. I'll stay in the mansion's estate for now. After comprehending another 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage, I think I'll be able to enter the upper realm even if I haven't become a 7 stars or 8 trigrams celestial king at that time. Chapter 3182 Huaner. Most of the people from the profound nether mansion, including Qi Tianming, were unaware that Duan Ling Tian had already become a celestial king, so they were looking forward to Duan Ling Tian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm again and continuing to maintain his spot at the top. They believed that with his strength, it would be easy for him to stay at the first place unless he was extremely unlucky. It was only natural that they were confused when Duan Ling Tian did not enter the middle realm even though half a month had passed since it opened again. Everyone was fervently discussing his absence from the middle realm this month. What's going on? Where's Senior Duan Ling Tian? I hope he didn't leave the profound nether mansion. That's possible, otherwise, he should have entered the middle realm by now. Wasn't Senior Duan hired by the profound nether mansion? It's not surprising that he left, right? Rumor has it that he's not hired by the profound nether mansion. He came from the Simplicity Celestial sect. The Simplicity Celestial sect from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Heavens, I didn't expect Senior Duan Ling Tian to come. From there, I think the Su clan might have brought Senior Duan back to the clan. Otherwise, it's impossible that he still hasn't entered the middle realm. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming could not hold back his curiosity and sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. You don't plan to enter this month. Enter where? Duan Ling Tian, who was having a conversation with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, received Qi Tianming's message at this moment. For a moment, he did not understand what Qi Tianming was talking about. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming replied. Oh, I've already broken through and become a celestial king. Do you think I can still enter the middle realm? Duan Ling Tian replied. He's already become a celestial king. Qi Tianming was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. He did not expect this at all. He knew that Duan Ling Tian was able to become a 10 directions celestial duke due to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, Duan Ling Tian had only become a 10 directions celestial duke not too long ago, and yet, he had already broken through and become a celestial king. He knew Duan Ling Tian's recent breakthrough could not possibly have anything to do with heaven sacrificial divine fruit, since the fruit could only help one become a 10 directions celestial duke, not a celestial king. Senior, I promise to stay in the profound Nether Mansion's estate for now. I'll only consider leaving once I'm strong enough to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian said to the old man. The old man nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Recently, we discovered there's a woman hanging around the estate. She might be a spy." Strangely, there seemed to be 2 people tailing her. She appeared soon after the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang and the people from the Azure Green Mansion appeared. Could she be someone you know? Since he could not figure out the woman's identity, he could only ask Duan Ling Tian about it. A woman? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. What does she look like? She was wearing a veil and a hat, so I couldn't see her face at all, the old man replied. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. He was reminded of someone as soon as he heard the old man's words. Could it be Huaner? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. He looked at the old man and asked anxiously, "Senior, where's she now?" "She might be a friend whom I've been searching for a long time now. Perhaps she had come to the mansion because she heard about me being here." His instincts told him there was a high chance that the woman was Huaner. "She's a friend of yours?" The old man cocked an eyebrow. Then, he raised his hand, and an energy swept out and shrouded Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered they had left the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. They were moving so fast that his surroundings were just a blur. After a moment, they began to slow down and came to a halt before the old man said, "There she is." Duan Ling Tian hastily turned to look in the direction where the old man was looking. He saw a white-clad woman with a curvaceous body standing in the distance. Although she was wearing a hat and veil, one could easily tell she had an extraordinary bearing. He was familiar with the veil and the hat, after all, he had bought them for her. "Huaner!" Duan Ling Tian called out excitedly. He did not expect Huaner to appear at the profound Nether Mansion. When he finally saw that she was safe and sound, the burden in his heart lifted immediately. "Don't reveal yourself first," the old man warned just as Duan Ling Tian was about to step forward. "There are 2 people hiding behind her. They seem to be celestial beasts. I've probed them with my divine consciousness, and it seems like they're from the Phantom Fox clan." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed again upon hearing the old man's words. The Phantom Fox clan, he recalled what Huaner's grandaunt had told him. Before Huaner became a celestial emperor, she should avoid meeting any members of the Phantom Fox clan apart from her mother. Apart from that, her grandaunt had also said that if any of the members from the Phantom Fox clan who did not bear the surname Du approached Huaner, Duan Ling Tian should kill them. Otherwise, Huaner would be in grave danger. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he asked the old man, "Senior, are you sure they're from the Phantom Fox clan?" "I'm almost 100% certain," the old man replied. "Senior, please take me to them so I can ask for their names. If their surname isn't Du, please kill them before they use a communication celestial talisman," Duan Ling Tian said in a solemn tone tinged with urgency. The old man nodded, clearly willing to help Duan Ling Tian without asking any questions. After all, Duan Ling Tian was his last chance to avenge his father. Without Duan Ling Tian, the chances of him avenging his father were slim to none. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago was the old man's father. The old man's mother had been on the run that year and gave birth to him before she died. He knew about his origin because his mother had left him a memory celestial talisman before she died. Driven by revenge and hatred, he successfully entered the profound Nether Mansion and rose until his current rank, and yet, he was still incapable of killing the clan leader of the He clan to avenge his parents. Duan Ling Tian's appearance had renewed his hope, therefore, as soon as Duan Ling Tian agreed to avenge his parents, he cherished Duan Ling Tian's life more than his own. Even if Duan Ling Tian wanted his life, he would gladly kill himself as long as Duan Ling Tian promised to avenge his parents. The old man brought Duan Ling Tian with him and appeared in front of the 2 men who were tailing Huaner. The two men, a young man and a middle-aged man, were taken aback when they saw Duan Ling Tian and the old man suddenly appeared in front of them. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he asked in a low voice, "What are both of you doing sneaking around the profound Nether Mansion's estate? Tell me your names and your background. If either one of you lies, I won't hesitate to kill you." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the two men's expressions turned grim. They could not see how Duan Ling Tian and the old man appeared. This indicated that Duan Ling Tian or the old man was much stronger than them. The young man hastily said, "Sir, we're from the Phantom Fox clan. My name is Zhang Qiyu, and he's Zhang Li Zhang. We come in peace." Their surnames were not due. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately. At the same time, the old man casually raised his hand. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, a vine had already pierced the bodies of the two men. Naturally, the two men had no time to react as well. Their smiles were still plastered on their faces after the vine pierced them. How powerful! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could sense the old man's profound power. Up until now, the old man was the strongest person he had encountered. "Thank you, senior." Duan Ling Tian quickly thanked the old man as soon as he regained his senses. "Senior, the members of the Phantom Fox clan might not know who killed them, but since they died near the profound Nether Mansion's estate, will this bring trouble to the mansion? The Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory isn't a match for the profound Nether Mansion. There's no need to be afraid even if they come looking for trouble," the old man replied indifferently. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved upon hearing the old man's words. After that, the old man brought Duan Ling Tian with him and appeared near Huaner, who was currently looking at the profound Nether Mansion's estate. "Huaner!" Duan Ling Tian called out softly as his eyes gleamed with unconcealable excitement. Chapter 3183 Chapter 3183 Huaner. Although the white-clad woman's back was facing Duan Ling Tian, one could see her body trembling slightly as soon as she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. She slowly turned around and saw a purple-clad young man standing near her. Although it had been years since she last saw him, he still remained the same. "Brother Ling Tian, am I dreaming?" Huaner removed her hat and veil, revealing her beautiful face. As soon as she revealed her face, the surroundings seemed to dim in comparison. Even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was slightly taken aback by Huaner's beauty. He had lived for almost 30,000 years, but this was the first time he had seen such a peerless beauty. Such a beauty actually exists in this world. Huaner. Duan Ling Tian could no longer hold back. He quickly made his way to Huaner. At the same time, Huaner moved like a gust of wind toward Duan Ling Tian as well. She ran into his arms and hugged him tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks as she said, "Brother Ling Tian, Huaner misses you very much." "I've missed you too." Duan Ling Tian held Huaner tightly and expressed the thought that he had hidden in his heart all this time. He had been worried out of his mind when Huaner first left without a word. He felt incredibly relieved now that he saw Huaner was unharmed. About 15 minutes later, Duan Ling Tian pulled away slightly before he said, "Huaner, promise me that you'll never leave again without saying goodbye." "Brother Ling Tian, did you miss me while I was away?" Huaner asked. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel distressed when he saw tear marks on her face. "Of course I've missed you. I was afraid you'd get into trouble. I searched for you for a long time, but I couldn't find you." "Where did you go?" "If that's the case, I didn't leave in vain," Huaner said. "How can you say that?" Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Huaner's words. He recalled the words Huaner left behind in a celestial talisman back then. The message read, "Brother Ling Tian, I'm leaving. Although I'm reluctant, I think it's best that I leave. Perhaps while I'm away, you'll miss me more, just like how you miss Sister Ka, Sister Li Fei, Sister Marong, and Sister Feng Tianwu." This was the reason that Huaner had left. Up until now, he still thought Huaner had behaved too immaturely. However, it was only natural since he knew she had a childlike behavior. She had never been exposed to the world until she met him. All he could do was blame himself for ignoring Huaner's feelings. "Huaner, promise me you'll never leave again. When you left, I finally realized how important you are to me." Duan Ling Tian coaxed gently. It was true that he only realized Huaner's importance after she had left. Really, a hint of excitement could be seen on Huaner's face when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She looked at him intently, clearly wanting confirmation. "Brother Ling Tian, Huaner will never leave you again." Huaner threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's arms again. For the longest time, she was unwilling to let go. Only when Duan Ling Tian told her they had company that she left his embrace with an embarrassed expression on her face. Duan Ling Tian held Huaner's hand and brought her to the old man. "Senior, this is Huaner, she's my sister." "Sister?" The old man smiled knowingly. "Isn't she your lover?" Duan Ling Tian was embarrassed when he heard the old man's words. On the contrary, Huaner was delighted. She said with a smile, "Old man, you speak really well. Are you from the profound nether mansion as well? Huaner, where are your manners?" Duan Ling Tian gently admonished her. "It's all right," the old man waved his hand and said, "it seems like this girl's not familiar with worldly affairs, it's only natural that she doesn't know much about etiquettes. However, why is she targeted by the members of the Phantom Fox clan?" He had probed her with his divine consciousness but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Huaner was the only 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox that appeared in the Phantom Fox clan in the last million years. Since her cultivation base had improved, she could hide her aura. Only those stronger than celestial emperors would be able to discern her identity. However, members of the Phantom Fox clan would be able to tell she was a fox. The more knowledgeable ones might even be able to tell she was 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox. "Senior, it's a long story. I'll tell you all about it when we have the time." Duan Ling Tian did not intend to lie to the old man. After a beat, he asked, "Senior, there shouldn't be a problem for Huaner to join the profound nether mansion, right?" "It's not a problem at all. A 10-direction celestial duke who's under the age of 100. It seems like she's monstrously talented just like you." "Heavens," the old man sighed emotionally. With this, Duan Ling Tian finally learned Huaner had already become a 10-direction celestial duke. He had only successfully become a 10-direction celestial duke thanks to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, but that was clearly not the case for Huaner. It's obvious the powers of 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox is remarkable if Huaner didn't run into any fortuitous encounter and raised her cultivation base by herself. Duan Ling Tian concluded that Huaner's cultivation base had risen so quickly due to her being 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox. At this moment, the old man brought an exquisite box out. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he saw the contents of the box. He saw an Ice King Celestial Fruit and a Fire King Celestial Fruit, similar to the ones he had consumed previously. By consuming the two fruits, a 10-direction Celestial Duke could instantly break through and become a 1 basic Celestial King in a short time. Since Duan Ling Tian had consumed them before, he was aware of their efficacy. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the old man to possess another pair of the Celestial Fruits. Were these Celestial Fruits so common now? "Girl, since this is our first meeting, here's a meeting gift for you." After the old man closed the box, he presented them to Huaner. Huaner did not immediately reach out to take the box. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian for cues. "Senior, these fruits are too valuable," Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Although he wanted Huaner to consume the celestial fruits so she could become a celestial king as soon as possible, he was too embarrassed to accept such a valuable gift. After a moment, before the old man could reply, he added, "Otherwise, we'll accept these fruits, but I'll owe you a favor." "Boy, it's clear you want these fruits, but you're still acting polite. This isn't like you. Anyway, this is a gift for the girl. Her name's Huaner, right?" the old man said with a hint of impatience. He could clearly see Huaner's importance to Duan Ling Tian and her feelings for Duan Ling Tian. By giving her these celestial fruits, he knew Duan Ling Tian would feel even more grateful to him. Moreover, he genuinely liked Huaner. "Huaner, since Senior insists on giving the fruits to you, just accept it," Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner. At the same time, he made up his mind to repay the old man in the future. "Thank you." Huaner thanked the old man and took the box. After that, she passed it to Duan Ling Tian, clearly intending to give it to him. "Huaner, keep it for yourself. The celestial fruits inside this box will help you to break through and become a celestial king in a short time after you consume it," Duan Ling Tian said. "A month ago, I've already consumed these celestial fruits and successfully became a celestial king." After he finished speaking, he could not help but glance at the old man, wondering how many of these celestial fruits the old man had in his possession. "Boy, I can read the thoughts in your mind. I only have 2 Ice King celestial fruits and 2 Fire King celestial fruits. I've given all of them to you," the old man said. Meanwhile, Huaner's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She did not expect these celestial fruits to be so powerful. After the old man brought Duan Lingtian and Huaner back to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, he left Duan Lingtian and Huaner alone, returning to the backyard. After the duo entered the room, Duan Lingtian asked, "Huaner, what happened over the past few years?" He was curious about how Huaner had become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke so quickly. After listening to Huaner's words, he learned that she had spent most of the time they were apart in closed-door cultivation. With that, she naturally broke through and became a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked. No wonder Thousand Phantoms Ice Foxes are so rare that they only appear once in a million years. Her powers are heaven-defying. Based on how quickly Huaner became a 10 Directions Celestial Duke without any external help, Duan Lingtian was rather certain no one in the spirit overarching heaven could compare to Huaner's cultivation speed. After a moment, Duan Lingtian recalled another important matter. He asked, "Huaner, did you comprehend any law yet?" Huaner nodded. "What law did you comprehend?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously as his eyes brightened. Chapter 3184 The Brand Chapter Leader of the Phantom Fox Clan. "The law of space," Huaner replied. "The law of space." Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. He did not expect her to comprehend the same law as him. However, after a while, he thought it was not that surprising. The Phantom Fox clan was known for being skilled in illusions. Moreover, as a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that only appeared once in a million years, it was only natural that she would comprehend the law of space from the 4 supreme laws. "How many profundities have you comprehended?" Duan Lingtian asked. 5 profundities, Huaner replied. 5 profundities. Duan Lingtian was no longer as shocked as he was earlier. After all, he had already comprehended 7 profundities of the law of space and had even comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. He asked again, "Which profundities did you comprehend?" "The teleportation profundity, the distortion profundity, the restraining profundity, the magnetic storm profundity, and the creation profundity," Huaner replied honestly. "The magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity." Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. These were the 2 profundities from the law of space that he had yet to comprehend. There were 9 profundities from the law of space: the space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, the distortion profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, the cross-dimensional / profundity, the magnetic storm profundity, and the creation profundity. "Huaner, you've actually comprehended 6 profundities. You forgot about the fundamental profundity, the space elemental profundity." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He did not expect her to have comprehended 6 profundities, only a profundity short of the profundities he had comprehended. Then, he asked again, "Huaner, did you comprehend any of the profundities to the initial stage?" Despite being mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian was still dumbfounded. "Which profundity did you comprehend to the initial stage?" "The creation profundity," Huaner replied. The creation profundity was an assistive profundity of the law of space. One could create countless spaces to confuse one's enemies. It was rather similar to the effects of illusory formations. Being a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, Huaner has a slight advantage in regard to the creation profundity. That said, I didn't expect her to improve so much in such a short time. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Huaner's progress. At the same time, he felt relieved again when he thought about the 2 men who had been tailing Huaner. Fortunately, they did not know she was a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Otherwise, they definitely would have attacked her instead of just tailing her. During their journey back to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had asked the old man about the 2 men's cultivation bases. He learned that one of them was a 7 stars Celestial King and the other one was an 8 trigrams Celestial King. If they were to attack Huaner, she would not stand a chance against them at all. Since they were tailing her, it's clear they were suspicious of her even if they weren't sure she's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. I wonder if they'd inform any of their members about this. It'd be troublesome if they did, Duan Lingtian thought to himself worriedly. Little did he know, he had guessed right. In the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory, it did not take long for the Phantom Fox clan to learn about the deaths of 2 of their members after the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion killed them. The deceased members were Celestial Kings. It was only natural that their soul pearls were kept in the clan. When their soul pearls shattered, the entire clan was shocked. Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Li Zhang are dead. Before they died, They sent a message saying they met a woman whom they suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Is it the same 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the clan leader in the 7 Upper Province had ordered our branch in the Southern Heaven Territory to keep a lookout for? They weren't sure, it was only a suspicion. However, considering their deaths, this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. I remember they said the woman's a 10 Directions Celestial Duke even though she's not even 100 years old, right? A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who isn't 100 years old? If that's true, she's probably 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. A person with such talents isn't all that rare anymore. Haven't you heard about the 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's under the age of 100 from the profound Nether Mansion? Moreover, it's said that he has comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space. What's even more shocking is that he has comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Whatever it is, we should investigate that woman. Did Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Li Zhang mention their whereabouts? Yes, they seem to be near the profound Nether Mansion's estate. That's where that genius from the profound Nether Mansion currently lives. At this moment, 3 members from the Phantom Fox clan were flying in the air. A white-clad young man seemed to be the leader of the group. Although his hair and eyebrows were white, his appearance was that of someone in his early 20s. He was the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory and also a celestial lord. Therefore, despite his young appearance, he was highly respected. This could be seen from the attitude of the 2 old men who flew behind him. Since the matter was related to the possible appearance of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox and the deaths of 2 of their members, the branch leader had decided to personally investigate the matter. The main branch of the Phantom Fox clan was located in the 7 Upper Province of the Spirit Overarching Heaven, and the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory was only a branch clan. 10 years ago, all branch clans of the Phantom Fox clan had received orders from the clan leader of the main branch to search for 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Branch leader, why do you think the clan leader from the main branch is desperately searching for the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? Based on my knowledge, in the past, whenever 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox appears in the clan, they will let it out to explore the world. Only when it has become a celestial emperor would it be allowed to return to the clan, one of the old men asked. From what I heard, it seems like this 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is from the Du clan. Do you understand now? The young clan leader said lightly. The Phantom Fox clan was further divided into 3 clans, the Zhang clan, the Du clan, and the Yuan clan. Our Zhang clan has always maintained a neutral stance, but the disputes between the Yuan clan and the Du clan have been going on for years. I wonder which clan will emerge victorious. The other old man wondered out loud. It's not our place to speculate about such matters. What's important is for us to find out if the woman Zhang Li Zhang and Zhang Qiyu met is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. If she is, our branch clan will be handsomely rewarded once we report the matter to the clan leader of the main clan, the young man said as his eyes gleamed brightly at the thought of the rewards. Similarly, the 2 old men's eyes brightened as well when they thought about the rewards they would receive if they found the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that the members from the Phantom Fox clan were on their way to the profound Nether Mansion, let alone the fact that the branch leader who was a celestial lord had personally come as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts. Since Huaner comprehended the law of space, she should be able to use the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity as well. He intended to share the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity with her. After all, as long as one kept the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity close, one would be able to see the law of space's demonstration in one's dreams. After he tested to see if the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity would work on Huaner since she was not human, he discovered that it worked for Huaner. Therefore, he said, Huaner, since the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity can help you, you'll sleep while I cultivate and vice versa. Alright, I'll listen to you, brother Ling Tian. Huaner nodded obediently. Huan, is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Her innate talent and comprehension skills are incredibly high. With the celestial fruits given by the old man and the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, her progress should be much faster than mine. Duan Ling Tian was certain of this. He was neither jealous nor disappointed. Instead, he was genuinely happy for Huaner. Since they were together, it would only benefit him if Huaner became stronger. While Duan Ling Tian and Huaner took turns to cultivate and sleep, the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion received news that the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan was coming for a visit. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had already told him he had killed 2 members from the Phantom Fox clan, so he was immediately alerted about the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan's visit. Upon receiving this news, the old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, was slightly surprised. His eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, "It seems like that girl isn't ordinary." After a moment, the old man said to the mansion master, "Meet him and find out what brings him here." When the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion finally met the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan, he did not beat around the bush and asked with a smile, "Branch leader Zhang, may I know what brings you to the Profound Nether Mansion? If I'm not mistaken, this is your first visit to the Profound Nether Mansion." Similarly, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan did not beat around the bush and replied, "Mansion Master Zhang, I came here because of our suspicion that 2 of our clan members were killed outside the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. I wonder if you know anything about this matter. Is this true?" The mansion master feigned an astonished expression on his face. Then, he asked with a frown on his face, "But what were the members of the Phantom Fox clan doing outside the Profound Nether Mansion's estate? Were they helping the Blood Skull Gang?" "The Blood Skull Gang?" The branch leader's brows rose. "There are 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang lingering outside our mansion's estate. Is it possible that your men had a conflict with the assassins?" The mansion master speculated out loud. Chapter 3185. The 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. The branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the words of the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion. "Mansion Master Zhang, why do you allow the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang to linger outside of your mansion's estate? There's nothing we can do since they haven't done anything wrong. Moreover, the Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. There's no need to offend them for no good reason," the mansion master replied. "Are they here because of Duan Ling Tian?" the branch leader asked. "Your Profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian is so remarkable that even I, who seldom leave the Phantom Fox clan, has heard he's a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space, even though he's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he has even comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Branch leader Zhang, it seems like you're rather knowledgeable about Duan Ling Tian. However, your information is slightly outdated. Duan Ling Tian is no longer a 10-direction celestial duke, he has had a breakthrough and is now a celestial king," the mansion master said with a smile. "He's broken through and become a celestial king." The branch leader was taken aback. After a while, realization dawned on him. No wonder there's no news about him entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Territory. I thought he just didn't enter the middle realm because no one there is a match for him. I didn't expect him to have become a celestial king. Mansion Master Zhang, I wonder if I can meet him?" the branch leader asked with a glint in his eyes. The 2 members from the Phantom Fox clan who died outside of the Profound Nether Mansion's estate had said they suspected a woman who was a 10-direction celestial duke, even though she was not even 100 years old, to be a 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox. Although the 2 deceased members said that it was a woman, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory could not help but suspect the monstrously talented Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion might be the 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox. After all, the previous 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox that appeared more than 1,000,000 years ago was a man. It was obvious that he did not hear about Duan Ling Tian becoming a 10-direction celestial due to him consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Otherwise, he would not have suspected Duan Ling Tian. He's currently cultivating in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. I'll need to ask the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion if it's convenient for him to come over, the mansion master replied. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The branch leader was shocked. Has Duan Ling Tian become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion? Well, I guess I shouldn't be so surprised. After all, with his innate talent and comprehension skills, he's more than qualified to become the mansion's Imperial Tutor. Yes, he's our mansion's Imperial Tutor. The mansion master nodded before he sent a message to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Mansion to check if Duan Ling Tian was willing to meet with the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan. I'll meet him. Duan Ling Tian had just awoken from cultivation. He did not expect the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory would arrive at the Profound Nether Mansion so quickly. Moreover, the branch leader even wanted to meet him. There must be a reason why he wants to meet me. Duan Ling Tian decided to meet with the branch leader since the branch leader was a potential threat to Huoner. Who knew if he had to fight the branch leader in the future? This was a good opportunity for him to learn about his opponent. Soon enough, an elder sent by the mansion master brought Duan Lingtian to where the mansion master was entertaining the branch leader. Mansion master, Duan Lingtian greeted the mansion master as he snuck a look at the three men standing at the sides from the corners of his eyes. A young man with white hair and eyebrows was sitting while two old men flanked him like bodyguards. Duan Lingtian, this is branch leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan. He has heard many things about you, so he's curious about you and wants to meet you, the mansion master said with a smile. Branch leader Zhang, Duan Lingtian greeted after he shifted his eyes to the white-haired young man. At the same time, the mansion master's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Duan Lingtian, the fox is a cunning creature. You must be careful when you interact with Zhang Dongnan, the branch leader. Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. After meeting you, I have to say you really do live up to your reputation as a peerless genius. Zhang Dongnan exclaimed enthusiastically as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived, he had already ascertained Duan Lingtian was not a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. In fact, there was no trace of the aura of a Phantom Fox on him at all. If a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had reached the stage of a 10-direction Celestial Duke, it would be difficult for one to tell if one's cultivation base was too low. However, this was not the case for him. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion had sent a voice transmission to warn Duan Lingtian because he was afraid Duan Lingtian might unintentionally say something he should not in front of Zhang Dongnan. He did not expect Zhang Dongnan to converse casually with Duan Lingtian. In fact, Zhang Dongnan did not even bother to probe Duan Lingtian at all. He found this rather baffling. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian found the situation rather strange as well. Zhang Dongnan seemed genuine in his intention to know more about him. About half an hour into their conversation, Zhang Dongnan appeared to have recalled something before he said, "Ah, that's right. Mansion Master Zhang, did the profound nether mansion accept any new disciples recently? To be precise, did a white-clad lady who's younger than 100 years old join the mansion recently?" The mansion master replied, "There's only one person who joined the profound nether mansion recently, and that's Duan Lingtian. Branch leader Zhang, you should be aware that the profound nether mansion doesn't accept disciples except when it's recruitment time. Of course, this rule doesn't apply to monstrously talented cultivators like Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, there won't be an exception." Zhang Dongnan nodded slightly. Then, he rose to his feet and bade farewell to the mansion master and Duan Lingtian. Before he left, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully as he said, "Duan Lingtian, do visit us if you have the time. There are many beautiful girls in the Phantom Fox clan. Who knows, you might meet your other half there." The corners of the mansion master's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Naturally, he could tell that Zhang Dongnan was trying to lure Duan Lingtian into joining the Phantom Fox clan with beauties. He was not worried about Duan Lingtian being tempted since his grandmaster had already told him about the peerless beauty whom the two deceased members from the Phantom Fox clan were tailing. Over the past 30,000 years, his grandmaster had seen countless women. For his grandmaster to call a woman a peerless beauty, he had no doubt the woman was beautiful beyond words. "Branch leader Zhang, I'm a married man with a son and a daughter. I don't seek affairs between men and women," Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Zhang Dongnan continued to look at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, "It's only natural for capable men to have many wives and concubines. Take me for example, I've just recently married my 16th concubine." Zhang Dongnan was clearly not discouraged by Duan Lingtian's refusal. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian before he left. "Duan Lingtian, remember my words. Visit the Phantom Fox clan when you have the time." Duan Lingtian only smiled wryly upon hearing the voice transmission. Why did the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan suddenly turn into a matchmaker? After Zhang Dongnan left, the mansion master looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, "Duan Lingtian, Zhang Dongnan is here because of the death of his two men. I'm really curious, who's the woman next to you?" Mansion master, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "It's inconvenient for me to say anything because her identity is complicated. Please forgive me." He knew with more people being privy to Huaner's identity, the more danger she would be in. Therefore, it was better if fewer people knew about her identity. Outside of the profound nether mansion's estate, Zhang Dongnan and the two old men did not return to the Phantom Fox clan immediately after they left the profound Nether Mansion. Mansion Master Zhang said there are 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang lingering outside the estate. There's a possibility they might have seen Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Li Zhang, Zhang Dongnan said to the two old men as his eyes glinted. Let's split up and look for the assassins. Understood. The two old men took off upon hearing Zhang Dongnan's words. Zhang Dongnan was a celestial lord, and the two old men he brought with him were rather capable. As well, the two old men were 10 direction celestial kings who had mastered a profundity to the initial stage. The duo was rather well known in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as well. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Dongnan received a message from one of the old men informing him that he had discovered the 3 assassins. North of the profound Nether Mansion's estate, a man was facing off against 3 men on the side of a towering mountain. The 3 men were clad head to toe in black. A middle-aged man with a cold expression seemed to be the leader of the group. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with fear as he looked at the old man in front of him. Situ Yu, I didn't expect you to be the one who accepted the mission. Your target isn't a simple person. The old man was clearly surprised when he saw the middle-aged man. Based on his words, it was clear he was familiar with the middle-aged man. Zhang Zhenhai, what are you doing here? Situ Yu, the middle-aged man, asked solemnly. Zhang Zhenhai, upon hearing Situ Yu's words, the eyes of the 2 black-clad men standing behind him widened immediately. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would be able to recognize the 2 men standing behind Situ Yu. The 2 men were the assassins who were sent to the Jade Emperor to kill him previously. Chapter 3186 A clue from Leng Yi. Among the 2 Blood Skull Gang assassins who were sent to the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill Duan Ling Tian, one of them was Leng Yi, the assassin who had been lying in wait for Duan Ling Tian outside of the Simplicity Celestial Sects estate. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had successfully escaped using a Wind Shadow escape talisman. He had always considered his failure to kill Duan Ling Tian outside of the Simplicity Celestial Sects estate a huge disgrace. He felt humiliated. The humiliation he felt was further amplified when he had gone to kill Duan Ling Tian in the Jade Emperor but failed his mission again. Duan Ling Tian had escaped right under his nose twice. This time, in order to ensure the success of the mission, apart from sending Leng Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King who had also gone to the Jade Emperor Heaven with him, the Blood Skull Gang also sent one of their elite assassins. This elite was none other than Situ Yu, the strongest assassins below those at the stage of a Celestial Lord in the Blood Skull Gang. Situ Yu, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, was moderately well known in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since he had comprehended all 9 profundities from the Law of Wind. He had even comprehended 1 profundity to the initial stage. Zhang Zhenhai, he's the one who has comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Metal and has also comprehended the Light and Shadow profundity to the initial stage, right? Leng Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King next to him exchanged a quick look and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhang Zhenhai was famous. Although the number of profundities he had comprehended and the number of profundities he had comprehended to the initial stage were similar to Situ Yu, he was undoubtedly stronger than Situ Yu. After all, Situ Yu was only human while Zhang Zhenhai had many mysterious and amazing techniques available to him because of his identity as a phantom fox. Most importantly, he had defeated Situ Yu before in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Zhang Zhenhai replied to Situ Yu, I'm here with our branch leader. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved a few steps back and bowed as though he had sensed something. In the next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Zhenhai like a ghost. It was none other than Zhang Dongnan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan. As soon as Zhang Dongnan appeared, another figure appeared behind him, next to Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Yunting, Situ Yu exclaimed in shock, and his eyes widened when he saw the old man who had just arrived. Zhang Yunting. Similarly, the eyes of the 2 men standing behind Situ Yu widened as well when they saw the old men standing next to Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Yunting's strength was on par with Zhang Zhenhai, and he was equally as famous in the upper realm. Moreover, he was also a phantom fox like Zhang Zhenhai. Didn't Zhang Zhenhai say he came with his branch leader? The other old man is Zhang Yunting. Then, this young man standing in front of them must be. Leng Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King exchanged a look as they communicated through voice transmission. Meanwhile, Situ Yu, who was standing in front of the 2 assassins, respectfully greeted the white-haired young man. Blood Skull Gang's Situ Yu greets Lord Dongnan. As soon as he saw the young man, he knew the young man was the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Upon seeing this, Leng Yi and the other assassin followed suit and respectfully greeted Zhang Dongnan. "Greetings, Lord Dongnan." Faced with the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Leng Yi and the other assassin did not even have the qualifications to state their names. "Situ Yu." Zhang Dongnan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Situ Yu curiously. "For the Blood Skull Gang to send you out, I wonder who's your target." Zhang Dongnan was aware that Situ Yu was considered one of the top assassins in the Blood Skull Gang. He also knew Situ Yu was called the Celestial King Killer in the Southern Heaven Territory. Although there were quite a few Celestial Kings who could fight with Situ Yu on equal footing, there were extremely few people who could escape his assassination. Up until now, Situ Yu had never failed to kill all his targets who were below the stage of a Celestial Lord. "Lord Dongnan, my target isn't a secret," Situ Yu replied, "it's the profound nether mansion's Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Dongnan was slightly taken aback. "I know him. However, don't you think it's an overkill for the Blood Skull Gang to send you out on this mission?" The Blood Skull Gang had sent Situ Yu out to kill a young man who had not even reached 100 years and had just become a Celestial King. Zhang Dongnan could not help but feel the Blood Skull Gang was taking the matter too seriously. "Lord Dongnan, you might be unaware, but previously, Leng Yi, the Nine Palaces Celestial King behind me, failed in his attempt to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. Later, the Blood Skull Gang sent the two assassins behind me to the Jade Emperor Heaven, but they failed to find him." Based on Situ Yu's words, it was clear he was unaware that Leng Yi and the Nine Palaces Celestial King had, in fact, encountered Duan Ling Tian in the Jade Emperor Heaven and unintentionally let him escape. Previously, Leng Yi and his companion had concealed their encounter with Duan Ling Tian in the Jade Emperor Heaven from the Blood Skull Gang to avoid punishment. After all, it was due to their carelessness that Duan Ling Tian was able to escape. A small hint of surprise could be seen on Zhang Dongnan's face. They went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. "Is Duan Ling Tian from the Jade Emperor Heaven?" Situ Yu shook his head as he said, "No. He was only visiting the Jade Emperor Heaven." "Lord Dongnan, you must have heard about the reincarnated Celestial Emperor who was plotting to get his hands on the heaven sacrificial divine fruits in the Jade Emperor Heaven, right? You mean to say Duan Ling Tian is the reincarnated Celestial Emperor?" Zhang Dongnan cocked an eyebrow. Indeed, he had heard this news back then, but he did not confirm its authenticity. "No." Situ Yu shook his head. "Duan Ling Tian went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. That's how became a 10-direction Celestial Duke in such a short time and managed to comprehend the law of space. So he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." Zhang Dongnan said in surprise, "No wonder. I was wondering how a human boy managed to accomplish so much before the age of 100. As it turns out, he had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." After a moment, Zhang Dongnan seemed to recall something, so he asked, "I heard the heaven sacrificial divine fruit only allows one to comprehend 7 profundities of a law at most, right? How did he manage to comprehend all 9 profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he has also comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage." "I'm not sure. Perhaps his innate talent and comprehension are high to begin with," Situ Yu replied. From the beginning until now, he had been respectful and careful when he spoke to Zhang Dongnan. Zhang Dongnan nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Situ Yu and finally asked, "Have you seen these two people near the profound nether mansion's estate recently?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and pointed at the space next to him. 2 lifelike figures appeared immediately. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would have recognized the 2 men. The 2 men were none other than the 2 phantom foxes he had caught tailing Huaner. He had asked the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion to kill the 2 men. "I've seen them." Situ Yu nodded when he saw the images of the 2 men. "A while back, we saw them following a white-clad woman. However, since we have no conflict of interest, we didn't pay attention to them. They're from my Phantom Fox clan. They're dead and last seen near the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. I suspect someone killed them outside of the Profound Nether Mansion's estate." As Zhang Dongnan spoke, his expression was so cold that it felt as though the temperature in the surroundings had plummeted. Upon hearing Zhang Dongnan's words, the expressions of the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang changed drastically. "Lord Dongnan, although we saw them, we didn't make a move against them. Lord Dong Nan, we can swear we have nothing to do with their deaths. At this time, Leng Yi and the other assassin cried out anxiously one after another. The duo could tell Zhang Dong Nan had come looking for them because Zhang Dong Nan suspected they had something to do with the deaths of his men. Unlike the duo who had lost their composure, Satuyu quickly regained his senses and said honestly, Lord Dong Nan, the Blood Skull Gang only kills when we receive a job or if someone provokes us. We don't kill for no reason. Moreover, our Blood Skull Gang doesn't accept jobs targeting the Phantom Fox clan's members. That's what I think as well. Zhang Dong Nan nodded lightly. The cold expression on his face disappeared as he said, you said they were following the white-clad woman. Do you know why they were outside of the profound Nether Mansion's estate? His instincts told him the two men's deaths had something to do with the white-clad woman who was possibly 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox. We really don't know. Satuyu shook his head and said, that woman only stayed outside the estate and looked at it as though she was waiting for someone. It seemed like she was waiting for someone. Zhang Dong Nan narrowed his eyes. Does this mean she has an acquaintance in the profound Nether Mansion? Well, if she's not waiting for someone, then I can't think of any reason for her to be there, Satuyu said. Do you know what she looks like? Did you have a good look? Zhang Dong Nan asked again. I didn't pay much attention. Moreover, her face was concealed by a bamboo hat and a veil, so I didn't see her face. All I know is she wore a white robe, and she had an elegant bearing. Satuyu shook his head. Lord Dong Nan, Leng Yi suddenly cried out at this moment as though he had just recalled something. Zhang Dong Nan looked at Leng Yi skeptically. Lord Dong Nan, I've read all the information regarding Duan Ling Tian that the Blood Skull Gang had collected. I remember reading that Duan Ling Tian came from the borderland of the Southern Heaven Territory. At the borderland, it's said that he was accompanied by a white-clad woman wearing a bamboo hat and a veil. Chapter 3187 Crisis. Are you sure? Zhang Dong Nan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan, narrowed his eyes as soon as Leng Yi finished speaking. Yes, Lord Dong Nan. Leng Yi nodded confidently. Lord Dong Nan, if you don't believe me, you can't investigate this matter. In the Borderlands 6 southeast regions, Duan Ling Tian has quite a bit of fame. There are many people who knew he was accompanied by a peerless beauty. Whenever they went out, she would always wear a veil and a bamboo hat. It's not difficult to guess that she wore the veil and the hat to hide her beauty to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Good, I'll investigate this matter. Follow me back to the Phantom Fox clan. If the matter is as you've described, I won't treat you unfairly. After a brief pause, Zhang Dong Nan's gaze on Leng Yi turned frosty as he continued to say, however, if I discover that you lied to me, don't even think about leaving the Phantom Fox clan alive. Upon hearing these words, Leng Yi did not seem nervous. He said calmly, Lord Dong Nan, I have no objections about following you to the Phantom Fox clan. However, you'll have to inform our organization first. I have a way to contact your vice leader. I'll inform him of this matter so you don't have to worry about it, Zhang Dong Nan said indifferently. Then, he nodded at Satuyu before he and the two old men brought Leng Yi back with them to the Phantom Fox clan. Satuyu remained silent when Zhang Dong Nan brought Leng Yi away. He knew it was pointless to say anything. After all, he did not have the capability to stop Zhang Dong Nan. Let alone Zhang Dong Nan, he was not even capable of stopping the two old men from the Phantom Fox clan in a direct fight. The techniques from the Phantom Fox clan were too mysterious. He had exchanged blows with Zhang Zhenhai before. Although their cultivation base, celestial weapons, and the number of profundities they had comprehended were almost the same, Zhang Zhenhai had the upper hand due to the Phantom Fox clan's innate divine ability. After a while, Satuyu finally said to the remaining assassin standing behind him, send a message to Vice Leader Chen and inform him of this incident. The assassin nodded and promptly did as he was told. The Blood Skull Gang had more than one vice leader. Satuyu was not sure which vice leader Zhang Dong Nan was acquainted with. In the end, he decided to report the matter to Chen Yuanshan, one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. This was because Chen Yuanshan was currently in charge of overseeing the mission regarding Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhenhai, who was behind Zhang Dong Nan, could not help but say, Lord Dong Nan, if Leng Yi is telling the truth, then that woman should be with Duan Ling Tian in the profound Nether Mansion's estate at this moment. Zhang Yunting chimed in, moreover, it's likely the profound Nether Mansion is responsible for the deaths of our two men. Regardless, All these are just speculations without evidence. Don't tell me you think we can just charge into the profound nether mansion without any evidence. Zhang Dong Nan said indifferently. Upon hearing these words, the two old men fell silent. Zhang Dong Nan continued to say, there are many 6th-grade celestial mansions under the 10 major clans and top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory, but the only grade 6 celestial mansion that makes me wary is the profound nether mansion. He paused for a moment before he said, my father once told me there's a powerful hidden celestial lord in the profound nether mansion whose strength is almost comparable to a titled celestial lord. In fact, his strength is comparable to some of the leaders of the 10 major clans. Upon hearing Zhang Dong Nan's words, Zhang Zhenhai, Zhang Yunting, and even Leng Yi widened their eyes in shock and fear. It should be known that the leaders of the 10 major clans were all powerful celestial lords. Ordinary celestial lords could not hope to compare to them. How could they not be shocked and frightened when they heard that the profound nether mansion might have a powerhouse with such strength? Zhang Dong Nan said, it's said that the hidden powerhouse is the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion. In terms of seniority, he should be the Grand Master of the Mansion Master of the profound nether mansion. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Zhang Zhenhai's eyes widened as he said, Branch Leader, if I'm not mistaken, didn't the Mansion Master of the profound nether mansion say earlier that Duan Ling Tian is now the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion? Doesn't this mean Duan Ling Tian is under the protection of that hidden powerhouse? His eyes were filled with apprehension and wariness when he spoke. You've only thought about it now. Zhang Dong Nan shook his head. Not to mention we don't have evidence. Even if we have evidence, it won't make a difference. To put it bluntly, the profound nether mansion has no need to fear our Phantom Fox clan at all. Even the combined forces of 3 branches of the Phantom Fox clan might not be enough to threaten the profound nether mansion. As the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory, Zhang Dong Nan was well aware of the profound nether mansion's strength. He knew the profound nether mansion was one of the strongest forces in the Southern Heaven territory under the 5th grade. Naturally, there were not many people who were aware of this fact. The profound nether mansion is so strong, and yet, the azure green mansion dares to oppose them. Zhang Yunting asked. He had heard about the conflict between the profound nether mansion and the azure green mansion after all. Indeed, there's enmity between the 2 grade 6 celestial mansions, and their members would fight upon meeting each other. However, have you heard of any strong elites from either mansion dying? The conflict is merely a trivial matter. Do you think the hidden powerhouse from the profound nether mansion would stoop so low and get involved in such petty matters? Zhang Yunting nodded. Indeed, how could a powerful elite comparable to titled celestial lords deign to intervene in such small matters? Upon hearing the conversations between the members of the Phantom Fox clan, Leng Yi felt chills running up his spine. He did not know the profound nether was so frightening. The profound nether mansion is so strong. Their pavilion master's strength is even comparable to some of the leaders of the 10 major clans. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian is now the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to have such an identity. Leng Yi continued thinking to himself as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If we had killed Duan Ling Tian outside of the profound nether mansion's estate, wouldn't the pavilion master retaliate once he finds out about it? I have to inform the vice leader about this. We have to thoroughly investigate this matter before we make a move. I'm sure vice leader knows about the hidden powerhouse of the profound nether mansion. When Chen Yuan Shan, one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, received Leng Yi's message, his expression changed drastically. What? Duan Ling Tian is now the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion? Based on what the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan said, it seems like that old man is still in the profound nether mansion. It seems like we have to put the matter of assassinating Duan Ling Tian on hold. I'll have to inform the leader about this and let him decide how we should proceed. Before Chen Yuan Shan left to look for the leader of the Blood Skull Gang, he hurriedly sent a message to the remaining 2 assassins hiding outside of the profound nether mansion's estate. Situ Yu and the other assassin were shocked when they received the message asking them to not make a move even if Duan Ling Tian left the profound nether mansion alone. They could not help but wonder about what happened in the profound nether mansion's imperial tutor pavilion. After Duan Ling Tian returned from the residence of the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, he continued cultivating. With the help from the celestial fruits and celestial pills given to him by the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion, his cultivation speed was incredibly fast. When Huaner woke up, she returned the supreme powerhouse divinity to Duan Ling Tian so he could comprehend the law of space while sleeping. The duo repeated this cycle as time continued to pass. After half a month, Huaner completely absorbed the efficacy of the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit and smoothly became a one basic Celestial King. As expected of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, not only is her cultivation speed fast, but she absorbed the efficacy of the Celestial Fruits just as quickly. Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally upon discovering Huaner's breakthrough after he had woken up. Duan Ling Tian was about to resume his cultivation when he suddenly received a message from the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Ling Tian, I just received news regarding the Phantom Fox clan. Upon his return to the clan, Zhang Dong Nan sent some of his men to the borderland of the Southern Heaven Territory. Does this have anything to do with the woman next to you? The borderland. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed into slits when he heard the message. Seems like the branch leader knows something. I'm sure this has something to do with the Blood Skull Gang. It was not difficult for him to guess how the Phantom Fox clan found out about his connection to the borderland. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he muttered to himself, if I knew this would happen, I should have let the Pavilion Master kill those 3 assassins. After a moment, he finally replied to the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion, Mansion Master, my companion and I came from the borderland. Do you want to send someone to kill the members of the Phantom Fox clan who are heading to the borderland? Since the branch leader sent them there, he must be privy to some information and sent his men there to verify the information, the Mansion Master asked. It was clear that Duan Ling Tian only needed to say the word, and he would send people to deal with the members of the Phantom Fox clan. There's no need for that, Duan Ling Tian replied to the Mansion Master's message, let them investigate. Even if we kill their men, they'd only send more men to investigate the matter. Although Duan Ling Tian appeared outwardly calm, inwardly, he was feeling a sense of crisis. The Blood Skull Gang really investigated my background thoroughly. Since they even investigated the borderland, they must know about Huaner. The 3 assassins lingering outside the estate must have seen her when she was outside the estate as well. As long as the Phantom Fox clan questions those 3 assassins, they would surely find out that Huaner's with me now. I'm afraid at this moment Zhang Dong Nan already knows that Huaner is in the Profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 3188 Nian Tian and Shui Nai. After Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, he left his room in search of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to confirm that the Profound Nether Mansion was capable of stopping the Phantom Fox clan. Although the Pavilion Master had said the Profound Nether Mansion had no need to fear the Phantom Fox clan, he was not sure if the Pavilion Master had said that only to uphold the mansion's prestige. He was not certain about the Profound Nether Mansion's status in the Southern Heaven Territory, so he thought it was better to confirm the matter again with the Pavilion Master. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw the Pavilion Master, he bluntly asked, Senior, I'm afraid the Phantom Fox clan might come to the Profound Nether Mansion for Huaner soon. Is the mansion capable of protecting her? The old man, who was unaware of the current situation, asked, what's going on? The branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan must have obtained some information from the assassins of the Blood Skull Gang lurking outside the estate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent his men to the borderland, Duan Ling Tian said after he had recounted what happened to the old man. The old man asked, why are the members of the Phantom Fox clan so persistent about finding Huaner? What's the branch leader after? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Senior, I'm afraid it's inconvenient for me to say much. I only want to know if the Phantom Fox clan comes knocking on the Profound Nether Mansion's door, is the mansion capable of protecting Huaner? So this is what you're worried about? The old man shook his head. Didn't I say the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to act boldly in front of the Profound Nether Mansion? Do you doubt my words? It's not that I doubt your words, I just want to be certain. Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed. After all, he did come looking for the old man out of doubt. Nevertheless, he felt relieved after hearing the old man's words. He did not think the old man was lying. Don't worry, even with the combined forces of 2 branches from the Phantom Fox clan, they're no match for the Profound Nether Mansion. A hint of contempt flashed in the old man's eyes when he spoke. It was clear he did not think much of the Phantom Fox clan. He continued to say, rest assured, all you need to do is to focus on improving your cultivation base as fast as you can. As long as I'm in the Profound Nether Mansion, there's no need for you to worry. Thank you, Senior, Duan Ling Tian sincerely thanked the old man before he returned to his room to cultivate. After Duan Ling Tian left, the old man's eyes glinted as he murmured to himself, "It seems like that woman is the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province is looking for. I remember the clan leader even spread the word in the black market and offered to reward anyone who could provide clues about the woman's whereabouts. The rewards offered are tempting even to someone like me. Alas, since I've decided to bet on that kid, I'll have to see through that decision." After a moment, the old man returned to sitting by the lake and continued to fish as though nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's family and friends who had left the divine offering land were all separated and sent to different mundane realms. All of them had different encounters, but only a few of them came across fortuitous encounters. Nevertheless, most of their cultivation bases had improved. This was because they had been absorbing the heaven and spirit energy in the divine offering land. In the mundane realms, there was no one whose cultivation speed was as fast as theirs. In the purple spike realm, one of the many mundane realms in the colossal world. "Aunt Shui Nai, hurry up and leave. I'll distract these people," a teenager said anxiously to the woman next to him. He was handsome with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. At this moment, they were hovering among the stars in the surroundings of a planet. "Nian Tian, you have to leave. If something happens to you, how am I going to face brother Ling Tian and sister Feier in the future?" The woman who had spoken was so beautiful that the stars seemed to dim in her presence. The teenager and the woman were none other than Duan Nian Tian and Han Shui Nai. They were among the people whom Sha Jia rescued and sent out from the divine offering land. Both of them were sent to the same mundane realm, but Han Shui Nai only met Duan Nian Tian later. A few years had passed, and Duan Nian Tian had grown from a naive child to a teenager. "Aunt Shui Nai." Before Duan Nian Tian could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept toward them from afar. "There's no need for both of you to continue talking because none of you will be able to escape." A group of 30 people surrounded the duo in just an instant. The leader of the group was an old lady. She was holding a crooked crutch and riding a strange beast that seemed to be a mix between a tiger and a lion. "Grandma, why are you wasting your breath talking to them? Since they kill Kier, they should pay with their lives." A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes standing next to the old man said. He glared at Duan Nian Tian and Han Shui Nai fiercely. The duo had killed his only son after all. Duan Nian Tian looked at the middle-aged man and scoffed before he said, "We wouldn't have attacked your son if he didn't pester my aunt. He deserves to die." A hint of anger could be seen on his childlike face when he spoke. "Nian Tian, let's not waste energy talking to them. Since they came looking for a fight, let's give them a fight," Han Shui Nai said coldly before energy surged out of her body. As soon as she raised her hand, a brilliant ice blade shot out and instantly killed 3 men who were standing nearby. Her expression remained unchanged as she killed the 3 men. She did not feel guilty at all for taking their lives due to their despicable behavior. "Kill her," the old lady said angrily as she pointed at Han Shui Nai. The middle-aged man, whose son was killed, and the remaining people charged toward Duan Nian Tian while the old woman charged toward Han Shui Nai. The old woman was the strongest among everyone present, followed by Han Shui Nai and the middle-aged man. Han Shui Nai was suppressed by the old woman. Although Duan Nian Tian was no weaker than the group of people, he was not a match for the middle-aged man. With that, Han Shui Nai and Duan Ling Tian quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. "Die," the middle-aged man said icily as energy shot out from his fingers like silk threads toward Duan Nian Tian. "Nian Tian," Han Shui Nai cried out anxiously. She suffered a blow from the old woman as she deflected the middle-aged man's attack on Duan Nian Tian. Although she managed to save him in the nick of time, she was heavily injured. At this moment, it seemed as though her life was about to come to an end. "Nian Tian, are you all right?" Han Shui Nai asked worriedly despite her heavy injuries. Her face was pale, and her eyes were brimming with anxiety. Since Duan Nian Tian and Han Shui Nai's backs were facing each other, Duan Nian Tian was not aware of her serious injuries nor did he see her pale face. The old woman said with a sneer, "You can't even protect yourself, but you want to protect that brat. Today's the day you die, brat." The middle-aged man said coldly as he looked at Duan Nian Tian as though Duan Nian Tian was a dead man walking. However, Duan Nian Tian did not seem to hear his words. At this moment, his eyes were focused on something in the distance as though something had caught his attention. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man followed the direction of Duan Niantian's gaze and saw a purple-clad woman approaching them from a distance. The purple-clad woman was a peerless beauty with a curvaceous figure. Her long and silky hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. Purple lightning bolts could be seen flashing in the purple energy that shrouded her body at this moment. Meanwhile, Han Shui-nai, who had seen the purple-clad woman as well, exclaimed in shock, "Sister Fair." "Mother." Tears brimmed in Duan Niantian's eyes when he saw the familiar figure. The purple-clad woman was none other than Li Fei. For years, she had been searching the entire Purple Spike realm for Duan Niantian. It was only recently that she had found clues that finally led her to her son, who was facing a life or death situation. "Mother, leave at once." Duan Niantian's expression changed drastically as he urgently sent a voice transmission to his mother. He knew his mother's strength was on par with his at most. If Han Shui-nai, who was stronger than him, was not a match for the old lady, how could his mother be a match for the old lady? Similarly, Han Shui-nai sent a voice transmission to Li Fei, urging her to leave. "Sister Fair, hurry up and leave." At the same time, she no longer looked at Li Fei, pretending she was not familiar with Li Fei. Li Fei, who was hovering in the air, finally shifted her eyes away from her son and Han Shui-nai to the group of people. Her gaze turned frosty immediately. At the same time, everyone felt the surroundings' temperature drop. It felt as though winter had arrived. Li Fei said, "All of you, go to hell." Chapter 3189, The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. The expressions of the old lady and middle-aged man changed drastically. Although the purple-clad woman had yet to attack, they could tell she was far stronger than them based on the sudden drop in temperature. "Your Excellency," the old woman began to say. Before the old woman could finish speaking, purple streaks of lights shot across the night sky like meteors toward the old woman. She quickly moved to dodge the attacks. If she was slightly distracted, there was no doubt she would die. "Spare me." At the same time, miserable cries rang one after another. The cries only subsided when the purple streaks of lights disappeared. The old woman looked at the group of people she had brought here only to discover everyone, including the middle-aged man, had died. "I'm sorry I'm late," Li Fei said before she vanished into thin air and reappeared next to Duan Niantian. Then, she looked at Han Shui-nai, who was standing behind Duan Niantian, and said, "Shui-nai, thank you for taking care of Niantian over these years." After she finished speaking, she brought out a bottle of pills and passed it to Han Shui-nai before she continued to say, "These medicinal pills will cure your injuries, take it." "Sister Fair." Han Shui-nai was slightly stunned as she accepted the bottle of pills from Li Fei. She could not figure out how Li Fei, who used to be weaker than her, had become so formidable within a few years. Her powers seemed to have exceeded the peak of what one could achieve in the mundane realms. "Mother." Duan Niantian was similarly shocked by his mother's strength. Now that a few years had passed, he thought his cultivation base had caught up to his mother. He did not expect his mother would suddenly become so strong. "Mother." The old lady was shocked when she heard Duan Niantian address Li Fei as mother. "I have to run." Without any hesitation, the old woman turned around to escape. Her beast had been killed by the streaks of purple lights, so she could only depend on herself to escape. However, how could she successfully escape? Li Fei scoffed softly as she looked at the old woman's back icily. Then, she extended her hand in the old woman's direction. All of a sudden, a gigantic translucent arm appeared and caught the old woman before bringing the old woman to Li Fei. Then, it turned into a purple rope and tied the old woman up. "You hurt my sister and tried to kill my son. Do you really think you'll be able to get away with it?" Li Fei asked as her voice grew colder by the second. "Your Excellency, if you spare me, I'll give you everything that my clan and I own." The old lady trembled as she pleaded for her life. Her face was as pale as paper. "I have no interest in your possessions," Li Fei said tonelessly as a streak of purple light shot out from the tip of her finger. Just as easy as it was to snap one's finger, she destroyed the old woman's cultivation base. "Arg!" the old woman screamed. She tried to mobilize her energy to staunch the bleeding but found that she could not muster up any energy. She glared at Li Fei resentfully as she shouted, "You! How dare you destroy my cultivation base? I won't let you get away with this even if I become a ghost. You'll pay for this. I'm not even afraid of you, why would I be afraid of your ghost?" Li Fei sneered, "Come find me once you become a ghost. I'll make sure to destroy you again." As soon as she finished speaking, another purple streak of light shot out and severed the old woman's leg. the old woman screeched in pain as Li Fei continued to sever her limbs. Chills ran up Duan Niantian's spine as he watched this. However, he was moved because he knew his mother was venting on his behalf. On the other hand, Han Shui-nai remained calm. After all, if she had Li Fei's strength, she would have done the same to the old woman as well. At this moment, the old woman's anger seemed to have vanished without a trace. She lay in a pool of her own blood as she cried out miserably, "Please. I beg you, please grant me a quick death." Li Fei looked at the old lady indifferently and said, "Don't beg me, beg my son." The old lady looked at Duan Niantian and hastily pleaded, "I beg you. Please." Duan Niantian, who was only a teenager, could not bear to see the old lady suffer, so he persuaded his mother to quickly end the old woman's life. Once the dust had settled, Duan Niantian threw himself into his mother's arms. His eyes reddened as he called out, "Mother! Look at you, you're all grown up now. Your Aunt Shui-nai is going to tease you if you start crying now." Li Fei patted Duan Niantian's back as she hugged him. She caressed his head and continued to say, "In just a blink of an eye, you're already taller than me." After the mother and son reunited, Han Shui-nai could not help but ask, "Sister Fei, how did you become so powerful?" "I've inherited the legacy from the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial," Li Fei said. The legacy of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Han Shui-nai and Duan Niantian's eyes widened in shock. Since they were also accidentally sent to the Purple Spike realm, a mundane realm, they had naturally heard about the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Even the Purple Spike realm was named after the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. With this, one could see what kind of existence the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was in this mundane realm. According to rumors, in the past, the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was one of the strongest celestials in the Devata realms before she returned to her hometown in the Purple Spike realm and left her legacy there. "Mother, a few years ago, I heard that someone had inherited the legacy of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. As it turns out, it was you." Duan Niantian looked at his mother in amazement. He did not expect the person who inherited the legacy to be his mother. "Congratulations, Sister Fei." Han Shui-nai congratulated Li Fei as soon as she regained her senses. "To be honest, I was only chosen because I was near the site of the legacy when I came to the Purple Spike realm. If it were you who appeared near the legacy, you would have been chosen too." Li Fei was modest. She knew she was only chosen because she had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Initially, Duan Niantian and Han Shui-nai did not understand Li Fei's words. Realization only dawned on them after Li Fei explained everything to them. "Mother, even so, the fact that you appeared near the legacy shows that you're fated with the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial," Duan Niantian said with a grin. He was delighted his mother chanced upon such a fortuitous encounter. After all, he knew his mother was under a lot of pressure all these years because the other women his father was with were stronger than his mother. Whether it was his Aunt Ka or Aunt Tien Wu, their cultivation bases were extraordinary compared to his mother's cultivation bases. Now, his mother would no longer feel pressured. "Niantian is right," Han Shui-nai agreed with Duan Niantian. At this moment, Li Fei suddenly looked in the distance and said, "All of you can come out now." In the next moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. The 4 figures belonged to 4 extraordinarily beautiful women. The most eye-catching thing about them was they looked identical. However, despite their similar appearances, their aura, bearing, and the embroideries on their robes were different. From the left, the woman wore a robe that was embroidered with plum blossoms. The woman next to her had orchids embroidered on her robes. Meanwhile, the third and fourth women had bamboo leaves and chrysanthemum embroidered on their robes respectively. "Young master," the 4 women greeted and bowed in unison as soon as they appeared. Based on their tone, it was obvious they were filled with reverence and respect for Li Fei. "Since I've found them, I can return to the Devata realm with all of you now. However, I want to bring my son and my sister along," Li Fei said to the 4 women. Then, she introduced Duan Niantian and Han Shui-nai to the 4 women. The 4 women were sent by the Purple Spike Supreme Celestials to the mundane realm to wait for the person who would inherit the legacy. They were responsible for bringing the successor of the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial back to the Devata realm. Duan Niantian said with a sigh, "Unfortunately, we don't know where Si Ling and the others went. Otherwise, we can bring them with us. If I'm not mistaken, only 3 of us were sent to the Purple Spike realm. The others should be in other mundane realms," Han Shui-nai said. "That's right. That's why I plan to leave after finding both of you, Li Fei said. She sighed before she continued to say, I didn't expect to find both of you together. This saves us a lot of time and energy. Sister Fair, is it convenient for you to bring us to meet the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial? Han Shui Nai asked hesitantly. My master will be delighted to meet both of you. Moreover, since your innate talent and potential are comparable to mine, I'm sure she'll be willing to accept both of you as disciples, Li Fei said. It was clear she was confident about her son and Han Shui Nai's ability. At this moment, Duan Niantian said in a soft voice, Father. Father must be in one of the Devata realms as well, right? Upon hearing Duan Niantian's words, Li Fei and Han Shui Nai fell silent immediately. A familiar purple figure appeared in their minds immediately as they recalled memories of the past. Chapter 31 30 years later. 30 years later. 30 years were not considered long in Devata realms. In fact, some powerful celestials would enter closed-door cultivation for a couple of decades and centuries or even more. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the Profound Nether Mansion, now that 30 years had passed, Duan Ling Tian was already more than 100 years old. His aura from when he was younger seemed to have disappeared. Senior. For the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion who had lived for more than 30,000 years, 30 years passed in just a blink of an eye. He had lost sense of time a long time ago. Is it possible for me to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm without joining the Su clan? I remember you said everyone's free to enter the upper realm as long as they meet the realm's requirement of being below the stage of a celestial lord, Duan Ling Tian bluntly asked. The old man nodded. That's right, how do I enter the upper realm? Duan Ling asked again. As long as you have a formation compass, you'll be able to find and enter the upper realm, the old man replied. Senior, do you have the formation compass? Duan Ling Tian asked hopefully as his eyes lit up upon hearing the old man's words. Why do you ask? The old man asked with a frown on his face. Are you thinking of entering the upper realm now? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I want to see if I'll be able to chance upon any fortuitous encounter in the upper realm. The chances should be quite high since the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord expended so much effort to maintain the realm. What's your current cultivation base? The old man's frown deepened. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to say he wanted to enter the upper realm now. Only 30 years had passed since Duan Ling Tian had entered closed-door cultivation. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was only a one basic celestial king. In his opinion, even with the resources provided by the Profound Nether Mansion, Duan Ling Tian should now be a two-form celestial king at most. It was possible that Duan Ling Tian had not even broken through and become a two-basic celestial king. I'm now a three-talent celestial king, Duan Ling Tian replied. The old man was shocked. Why you've broken through and become a three-talent celestial king? Duan Ling Tian knew the old man was skeptical, so he released his aura into the surroundings. Normally, his aura would be concealed by the profound divine metal if he did not deliberately release his aura. Therefore, he knew the old man could not sense his aura. After a moment, the old man said with a sigh, even if you've broken through and become a three-talent celestial king, your current strength isn't enough for you to survive in the upper realm. Unless you've comprehended. Before the old man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian cast a series of profundities from the law of space. The old man exclaimed, Boy, your talent is insane. When he finally regained his composure, he raised his hand and brought out a formation compass. This is the formation compass to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. You can use it to enter the upper realm. Remember, in order to return, you must use the same transporting formation that you were sent to when you enter the upper realm. The formation compass looked no different from an ordinary compass except that it was slightly larger and had holes on it that were meant for celestial crystals. The old man waved his hand, and the holes were soon filled by celestial crystals that shone dazzlingly under the sun. Based on the old man's actions, it was clear he no longer objected to Duan Ling Tian entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Are you planning to enter the upper realm alone, or are you planning to bring Huaner along? The old man asked. Over the past 30 years, Huaner would occasionally join Duan Ling Tian to accompany the old man while he fished in the backyard whenever they emerged from closed-door cultivation. He had taken a liking to her pure and innocent nature and treated her like his granddaughter. The old man favored Huaner so much that sometimes Duan Ling Tian felt that Huaner was even more important to the old man compared to him. I'm planning to enter the upper realm with Huaner, Duan Ling Tian replied. That girl, what's her cultivation base now? The old man asked. She's a 6-combo celestial king now. Duan Tian smiled wryly. Even he was shocked by Huaner's cultivation speed. Both of them had consumed the same number of celestial fruits, and over the last 30 years, the number of celestial pills and cultivation resources that profound nether mansion provided him were shared equally as well. And yet, after 30 years, his cultivation base was 3 stages lower than Huaner's cultivation base. However, in terms of comprehending the law of space, his progress surpassed hers. Although she had also used the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space, she was unable to comprehend the law of space as quickly as him. He wondered if it had something to do with Huaner not being human. 6-combo celestial king. The old man was dumbfounded. He had lived for more than 30,000 years, and yet, he had never heard of anyone in the Southern Heaven territory who managed to become a 6-combo celestial king from a 1 basic celestial king within 30 years. Even in the 7 upper province, someone like Huaner who managed to break through and become a 6-combo celestial king from a 1 basic celestial king was as rare as a phoenix and a unicorn. How heaven-defying. The old man thought to himself, it seems like there's no doubt that girl is 1,000 phantoms ice fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 upper province is looking for. He was sure of this now that he found out Huaner had become a 6-combo celestial king from a 1 basic celestial king within 30 years. That was the only reason she had such heaven-defying cultivation speed. Moreover, he figured out the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory was after Huaner because they would be handsomely rewarded by the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, which was also the main clan that was located in the 7 upper province, if they found her. The rewards were even greater than the rewards that were posted on the black market. One could just imagine how great the rewards the Phantom Fox clan would receive were when even the old man himself was tempted by the inferior rewards posted on the black market. How's her comprehension of the law of space? The old man asked again after a while. The level of shock when he saw the profundities from the law of space that Duan Tian had cast earlier was equal to the shock he felt when he learned of Huaner's cultivation base, after Duan Tian told the old man about Huaner's comprehension of the law of space. The old man sighed. Although her cultivation speed is heaven-defying, she can't compare to you in terms of comprehension skills. After taking everything into account, I'd say Huaner's abilities are almost on par with yours. He would have been impressed by Huaner's comprehension of the law of space if he did not see Duan Tian's demonstration earlier. After a brief moment, Duan Tian looked at the old man and asked, "Senior, can you tell me more about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm?" The upper realm is. The old man began to patiently explain what he knew about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm to Duan Tian. The upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm was different from the lower and middle realms since it was open to everyone in the Southern Heaven territory. As long as one was in the Southern Heaven territory and one possessed the formation compass, one would be able to enter the upper realm. There were scoreboards in the upper realm, and unlike the middle realm that was refreshed once a month, the scoreboards in the upper realm would be refreshed once a year. When you enter the upper realm, you'll first be transported into a safe zone. Similar to Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases in the middle realm, participants are not allowed to fight in the safe zone. Anyone who fights in the safe zone will be killed by the killing formation in the safe zone. Not even the most powerful 10 Directions Celestial King would be able to survive the killing formation in the safe zone since it was set up by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the old man explained. Duan Tian shuddered upon hearing these words. He could imagine how powerful the killing formation that was cast by a titled Celestial Lord was. The old man continued to explain, in the safe zone, you can collect your identity jade token. After engraving your name and dripping your blood on the identity jade token, it will be yours until the year has ended, and it's time for the scoreboard to be refreshed. Those who rank in the top 10 will be led to a secret realm where the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord left his treasures. There are royal grade celestial weapons, purely defensive royal grade celestial weapons, and rare and valuable celestial fruits and celestial pills that the profound nether mansion can't provide you with in there. This is the reward for those who rank in the top 10. For those who rank 11th to the 30th place, they would be led to a grade 2 realm. Finally, the remaining people who rank in the top 100 would be led to a grade 3 realm as a reward. The treasures hidden in the grade 2 and grade 3 secret realm aren't necessarily inferior to the treasures in the grade 1 secret realm. However, the 2 lower realms are much more dangerous than the grade 1 realm. Based on this, you can probably guess that the grade 3 secret realm is the most dangerous one out of 3 secret realms. The Grade 3 realm has many tests one would have to pass in order to obtain the treasures. Moreover, in order to pass the test, it would require at least 30 people to work together. In comparison, as long as you're strong enough, one person is enough to pass the tests in the Grade 1 secret realm. Apart from the secret realms, you can naturally find treasures and fortuitous encounters in the upper realm as well. Otherwise, those who aren't strong enough to rank in the top 100 wouldn't continuously try their luck and enter the upper realm. The treasures will appear according to the illusory formations. You can take the treasure if you're the only person who chances upon it. However, if more than one person finds the treasure at the same time, needless to say, you'll have to fight for it. The old man paused for a moment to let Duan Lingtian digest the information before he began to explain again. Apart from that, just like the middle realm, you can crush your identity jade token to escape from your opponents and to avoid being killed. You'll be transported out to the same place you entered. If you want to leave without crushing your identity jade token, you'll have to return to the safe zone you were transported to when you first entered and leave through the transporting formation there. With this, the old man concluded everything he knew about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 3191 Entering the Upper Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. From the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's point of view, becoming a 3-talent celestial king within 30 years was an amazing feat, but Duan Lingtian felt that his progress was too slow. Even with the resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion, it still took me 30 years to break through and become a 3-talent celestial king. If things continue this way, don't tell me it's going to take me at least 200 years before I become a 9-palaces celestial king. What about when I want to break through and become a celestial lord? It would get increasingly difficult to break through once I become a celestial lord, let alone a celestial emperor. Moreover, although a 10 directions celestial emperor is powerful and comparable to the heavenly emperors, it might not be enough to rescue Ka and the others from the divine offering land. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. If Duan Lingtian was given 10,000 years to raise his cultivation base, he would not be worried at all. However, as it was, he only had 900 years left, the time he had was too short. For this reason, he was determined to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm because it provided him with the chance to improve his strength tremendously. The upper realm holds rare fortuitous encounters that can't be found in the 10 major clans and top 5 sects. These were the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's words to Duan Lingtian a few years ago. Hence, he was more eager to enter the upper realm than to join the 10 major clans and the top 5 sects. Although he was only a 3-talent celestial king now, his comprehension of the law of space was remarkable. Therefore, he was confident he would be able to protect himself in the upper realm. Moreover, he would not be alone in the upper realm. Before entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven, the Pavilion Master solemnly reminded Duan Lingtian and Huaner, remember to always be on your guard. Crush your identity jade token if your life is at risk. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly as he took Huaner with him to enter the upper realm with the formation compass. Since the formation compass was tethered to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, they would enter the upper realm from the pavilion and would be sent out from the upper realm to the pavilion as well. Even if they crushed their identity jade tokens, they would be sent out of the upper realm to the pavilion. As Duan Lingtian and Huaner were transported to the upper realm, everything went dark in their surroundings before light flooded their vision again. Duan Lingtian discovered he and Huaner were now standing on a stone platform. When he looked up, he discovered the stone platform was rather vast. As soon as the duo appeared, Huaner began to attract the attention of a few celestial kings who had just arrived in the upper realm as well. They stared at her blatantly as though they were in a trance. After all, it was almost impossible to find another woman who was as beautiful as Huaner. How could ordinary men not be entranced by her beauty? Look at that beauty. At this moment, an ordinary-looking young man stepped forward and said, "Beauty, I'm Hong Manchu, a direct disciple of the Hong clan, one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven territory. Why don't you leave this pretty boy behind and come with me instead?" Alas, Huaner did not even spare Hong Manchu a glance. Her gaze remained fixated on Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. The smile on her face blossomed like flowers in spring as she looked at him. Upon seeing Huaner's smile, the men in the surroundings fell deeper into their trance. In just a few moments, a few more people tried to strike up a conversation with her. Similar to earlier, she ignored them completely. With this, most people began to shift their attention away from the cold and aloof Huaner to Duan Ling Tian. Boy, who are you? What makes you think you're deserving of this peerless beauty? Boy, I'm a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory. What's your background? Which force are you from? The group of people glared at Duan Ling Tian resentfully as though they had great enmity with him even though this was their first meeting. Naturally, the source of their hostility was Huaner. Idiots. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's lips curved into a sneer as he swept his eyes across the group of people. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the group of men was, naturally, infuriated. Since they were in the safe zone, no one dared to act recklessly in fear of triggering the killing formation in the safe zone. After all, they would surely die a horrible death if they were killed by the killing formation. For this reason, despite their boiling anger, none of them dared to attack Duan Ling Tian. A core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect said indignantly, "Boy, if you have the guts, don't trigger the invisibility formation in your identity jade token before you leave the safe zone." After entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven territory, everyone would be given an identity jade token. Apart from the transporting formation that would be triggered once one shattered the identity jade token, it also contained an invisibility formation that could only be triggered in the safe zone. This was to prevent one from being targeted as soon as one arrived in the upper realm when leaving the safe zone. After the core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect threatened Duan Ling Tian, a few people chimed in one after another. Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to these people and brought Huaner to collect their identity jade tokens. One could choose to engrave one's real name or fake name on the token. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, had no plans of using a pseudonym, so he engraved his real name on the token. Similarly, Huaner engraved her real name on the token as well. Although she was not formally educated, she knew how to write her name because of the memory she had inherited as a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. After the duo dripped their blood on the identity jade tokens, they felt a connection to their respective tokens immediately. Huaner, let's go. Duan Ling Tian beckoned to Huaner before they flew out of the safe zone. No one knew how many safe zones there were in the upper realm. The location of the safe zones would change from time to time. As the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had said before, they would have to return to this particular safe zone if they wanted to leave the upper realm without crushing their identity jade tokens. Naturally, unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not crush their identity jade tokens, since doing so would cause them to lose their points and all their efforts would go to waste. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian and Huaner leaving the safe zone without triggering the invisibility formation in their identity jade tokens, the group of people watching them were stunned. Where did they get their courage from? Even those powerful 10 Directions Celestial Kings wouldn't be so bold, right? Is it possible that they're really powerful? I don't think I've seen them or heard of them before this. That woman is such a peerless beauty. If she has entered the upper realm before, there's no way Yang Yue, the true disciple from the 100 Flowers Celestial sect, would be hailed as the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's right, I've met Yang Yue once and was stunned by her beauty. However, her beauty is slightly lacking compared to this woman. Those 2 unknown people left the safe zone just like that. Aren't they worried about being eliminated as soon as they leave the safe zone? Perhaps, they're just really confident of their strength. They concealed their auras with some techniques so I can't find out their cultivation bases. The safe zone that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were transported to was a vast stone platform suspended in the air. It was located in a place where the air was heavy and the ground was red, looking as though it had been stained by blood. The middle realm isn't a match for the upper realm at all. It's obvious the former Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the realm expended a lot of effort when creating the upper realm, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although the middle realm was rather lifelike, it was a far cry from the upper realm. In the upper realm, he could even feel the atmospheric pressure from the heavens and earth when he flew. As Duan Ling Tian traveled and surveyed his surroundings, a sense of desolation swept over him. He felt as though he was in an ancient war ground. At this point, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had traveled rather far away from the safe zone. It would take them quite a while if they wanted to return to the safe zone. Huaner, there are people following us, Duan Ling Tian said at this moment. After they had left the safe zone, Duan Ling Tian had sensed some people trying to probe him with their divine consciousness. Some of them were people who had just left the safe zone and some were from people who were lurking outside the safe zone. These people were like predators hunting for prey. Although some of them had stealthily followed the duo, none of them dared to recklessly make a move since they could not detect the duo's cultivation bases. At this moment, a group of 3 men lurked in a corner as they watched the duo. Hey, that woman isn't even 100 years old. The 3 men were shocked when they discovered Huan'er's age. They regained their senses when they heard a loud scoff ring in the air. Soon after, a figure appeared out of thin air and blocked Duan Lingtian and Huan'er's path. Upon seeing the newcomer, the trio cried out in unison, "It's Zhengwang Cheng, the core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect." Chapter 3192 Huaner Strikes. The Wind Thunder Dao sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory, was a grade 5 sect. All of the core disciples in the Southern Heaven Territory's 10 major clans and top 5 clans were prodigies. Most of them were celestial kings below the age of 200. Zhengwang Chen, a Wind Thunder Dao sect core disciple, was a little more than 100 years old, but he was already a 10-direction celestial king who had comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of metal. Although he had not comprehended any of the profundities to the initial stage, his strength was not to be underestimated. At the very least, the group of 3 men who were lurking in a corner would not dare to attack Zhengwang Chen even if Zhengwang Chen was unaware. "Boy, I didn't think you'd be so bold as to forego triggering the invisibility formation when leaving the safe zone." Zhengwang Chen sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He was also confident about leaving the safe zone without having to trigger the invisibility formation, but he was afraid Duan Lingtian and Huaner would discover his presence when he was tailing them, so he had triggered the invisibility formation in his identity jade token. Once the invisibility formation had been triggered, due to the restrictions of the formation, one would not be able to attack. This prevented people from using it to launch sneak attacks. After removing the invisibility formation, the restrictions would only disappear after 3 breaths. During these 3 breaths, one would not be able to attack, but others would not be able to attack as well. The invisibility formation also served as an incredibly powerful defensive formation. Normally, it would not be possible for ordinary identity jade tokens to carry such powerful formations. It was only possible because the tokens had a connection to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Why should I be afraid?" Duan Lingtian looked at the young man who blocked their path calmly. He had a slight impression of the young man. The young man was one of the people who were clamoring earlier in the safe zone. He vaguely remembered the young man say he was from the Wind Thunder Dao sect. "Remember that the person who kills you today is Zhengwang Chen, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. I'll show this beauty that a weakling like you doesn't deserve to stay by her side." As soon as Zhengwang Chen finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of metal's metal elemental profundity surged out of his body. At the same time, he looked at Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, meaningfully. Alas, he discovered that she did not even spare him a glance from the beginning until the end. He could not help but feel defeated. With this, his anger rose. He glared at Duan Lingtian as killing intent shone in his eyes, deciding to vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. "I'm going to finish you off now." Zhengwang Chen moved as soon as he finished speaking. A sword appeared in his hand at the same time. Based on its aura, it was clear the sword was rather extraordinary. A royal-grade celestial sword. Duan Lingtian cocked an eyebrow when he sensed the sword's aura. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the surroundings discussed among themselves as they watched Zhengwang Chen charge toward Duan Lingtian. Since they had never heard of Duan Lingtian, they thought he was nobody. With this, they all thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die. The purple-clad young man is doomed. Although Zhengwang Chen is the weakest among the core disciples of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, he's still a force to be reckoned with. That's right, in the upper realm, ordinary people can't hope to defeat Zhengwang Chen. Zhengwang Chen usually ranks in the top 100, so everyone knows he's strong. At this moment, a cold but melodious voice rang in the air. "Anyone who wants to kill Brother Lingtian has to die." The person who had spoken was none other than Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Her gentle gaze when she was looking at Duan Lingtian turned frosty when she looked at Zhengwang Chen. The look in her eyes was so cold that it seemed like it could turn water into ice. Without any warning, Huaner disappeared before she reappeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Her celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space's space elemental profundity surged out. The onlookers did not think Huaner would be able to defeat Zhengwang Chen when they discovered her cultivation base, but they were still shocked by her cultivation base after they found out she was not even 100 years old. This beautiful woman is a 6-combo celestial king. Wait a minute, she's not even 100 years old. She's a 6-combo celestial king who's not even 100 years old. Where did such a monstrous talent come from? It's true, she's not even 100 years old. It did not take long before people began to sense the law that Huiner had comprehended when she released her celestial origin energy. She comprehended the law of space. At the same time, Zheng Wangchen frowned when he saw Huiner shielding Duan Lingtian. However, he laughed when he sensed her cultivation base. A 6-combo celestial king. Zheng Wancheng was certain a 6-combo celestial king was no threat to him at all, therefore, he did not take Huiner seriously. It would be easy for him to toy with her. All of a sudden, he was pulled back to his senses. He discovered the space around him seemed to have frozen, and he seemed to be restrained. The law of space's restraining profundity. What's the big deal? I can easily break free of the restraining profundity cast by a 6-combo celestial king. Zheng Wangcheng waved his sword. A golden energy burst forth as he tried to break free. At the same time, Zheng Wangchen tried to break free. The air around him began to distort and thrum in order to stop him. Alas, it only stalled him for a moment before his energy surged out. When Zheng Wangchen's golden energy landed, the space distorted and thrummed, but the restraint did not break. His eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. How's this possible? It's impossible for the restraining profundity cast by a 6-combo celestial king to withstand this attack, unless she has comprehended the restraining profundity to the initial stage. It was not difficult for the onlookers to arrive at the same conclusion that Zheng Wangchen did. They were, naturally, shocked by this discovery. When they looked at Huiner again, a hint of wariness and solemnity could be seen in their eyes. A 6-combo celestial king who was not even 100 years old was already a monstrous talent, but she had also comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage. Now that Zheng Wangchen discovered Huiner had comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage, he grew serious. He struck again. This time he struck with all his might. With this, he successfully broke free of the restraining profundity. No matter what, he was still a 10-direction celestial king. In terms of cultivation base, Huiner was far inferior to him. As soon as Zheng Wangchen broke free of the restraint, he saw a figure appear before him. Huiner, who was standing in front of Zheng Wangcheng, did not waste time and immediately created a space territory. At the same time, 3 spatial tiers appeared around Zheng Wangchen, surrounding him in the shape of a triangle. Before he could catch his breath after attacking with all his might to break free, a gray sword ray appeared in each of the spatial tiers. The 3 gray sword rays shot toward him as though they could cut down everything that stood in their way. Zheng Wangchen would have no problem repelling the 3 sword rays with his full strength. However, he had just used all his strength to break free of the restraint, so it was impossible for him to exert all his strength again so soon. For this reason, he decisively put up his defenses. Soon enough, a golden light burst forth. His skin seemed to be plated with gold, making him look like a golden statue. At the same time, numerous golden energy barriers were erected around him, protecting him in all directions. Despite putting up his defenses, Zheng Wangchen was slightly nervous. His expression kept changing as he looked at the gray sword rays. He thought to himself, she's also comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. If her sword rays breached my first line of defense, I'll crush my identity jade token. Zheng Wangchen's expression was solemn as he looked at the attacks from the cross-dimensional / profundity. He was no longer as flippant as before. Meanwhile, the onlookers were once again shocked. How could this beauty who was not even 100 years old be so heaven-defying? At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a reminder to Huiner through voice transmission. Huiner, use the transportation profundity. Duan Lingtian could figure out Zheng Wangchen's intention just by looking at Zheng Wangchen's eyes. Zheng Wangchen was clearly unafraid. It was not difficult to figure out that he planned to escape by crushing his identity jade token. How could he allow someone like Zheng Wangchen to escape? As soon as Huiner received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, she cast the transportation profundity and changed the positions of the gray sword rays. She transported the gray sword rays behind Zheng Wangchen's outer layer of defenses. No, Zheng Wangchen cried out. He did not have time to retrieve his identity jade token and crush it. He could only watch as the 3 gray sword rays breached his defenses. A translucent armor appeared on Zheng Wangchen before the gray sword rays landed on him. This was clearly the work of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Unfortunately, 3 gray sword rays easily destroyed its defenses as well. With this, the gray sword rays pierced Zheng Wangchen's body and disappeared into thin air. The onlookers inhaled sharply as they watched Huiner kill Zheng Wangchen. How terrifying. Is she really just a 6-combo celestial king? Chapter 3193 ranked in the top 100. Zheng Wangchen was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. His cultivation base had reached the level of a 10-direction celestial king, and he also possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, he was killed by a woman who was not even 100 years old in just a few breaths. Using the law of space's transportation profundity, she bypassed Zheng Wangchen's outer defenses by transporting the gray sword rays behind the barriers. I bet Zheng Wangchen didn't expect that at all. He didn't even have time to crush his identity jade token to leave the upper realm. Zheng Wangchen definitely took a risk by waiting to crush his identity jade token. He could have crushed his token as soon as the woman cast the cross-dimensional /profundity. Well, he took that risk and paid with his life. Most of the onlookers felt that Zheng Wangchen died because he was reckless. At this moment, the onlookers were looking at the white figure solemnly. Although the other person was just a 6-combo celestial king, she had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. They had witnessed her casting the restraining profundity and the cross-dimensional /profundity that had been comprehended to the initial stage. Meanwhile, after killing Zheng Wangchen, Huiner quickly collected his spatial ring. Then, she returned to Duan Lingtian's side and presented the ring to Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, she also presented Zheng Wangchen's royal-grade celestial sword and purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian put the 2 celestial weapons away, he claimed ownership of the spatial ring by dripping his blood on it. He took a look and discovered mountains of celestial crystals, medicinal herbs, and some strange pieces of metal in the ring. Is this the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman? Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered 2 celestial talismans in the ring. The talismans were similar to the one Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had given him in the past. He discovered the strength of the 2 talismans he just found were as powerful as the one he used in the past. If Zheng Wancheng had used the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to escape, Huiner wouldn't have been able to kill him. Well, he probably thought it would be a waste to use the talisman in the upper realm when he could just crush his identity jade token to escape. Moreover, if he did not wait and had crushed his token earlier, he wouldn't have died. If Duan Lingtian did not remind Huiner to use the transportation profundity, Zheng Wangchen would have definitely escaped. Using the transportation profundity was the only way to kill Zheng Wangchen before he could crush his identity jade token. Duan Lingtian continued thinking to himself, since 6 months ago, Zheng Wangchen was ranked in the top 100. If I'm not mistaken, he was ranked 92nd with 59 points before he died. Now that Huiner killed him, she'll directly enter the top 100 and take over his place. Then, he confirmed Huiner's ranking by checking her identity jade token. With the default 1 point in the token, she now had 60 points after killing Zheng Wangchen. Someone checked their identity jade token at this moment and cried out, "Look! There's a new name in the 92nd place. It's that woman, Huiner. Not only is she a 6-combo celestial king and comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage before the age of 100, but she's also a peerless beauty with a perfect figure. Even the geniuses from the 7 upper province aren't as heaven-defying as her, right? So terrifying. I don't think I have ever met a 6-combo celestial king as terrifying as her." At this time, Duan Lingtian said to Huiner, "Huiner, take a look at your ranking through your identity jade token." Since there were no scoreboards for the upper realm outside of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there was no way for the people outside to know the rankings in the upper realm. The only way they could find out about the rankings was if the people inside sent them a message to tell them about it through celestial talismans. Unlike the middle realm, celestial talismans, along with celestial weapons, were permitted in the upper realm. Apart from that, once a participant left the upper realm, they would not be able to see the rankings through their identity jade tokens as well. Zheng Wangchen was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory, after all. Naturally, it did not take long before news of his death in the upper realm spread. Although there were no other disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect present when Huiner killed Zheng Wangchen, there were many who had acquaintances in the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Brother, I need to tell you something. Your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Zheng Wangchen, is dead. Brother Tian, your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Zheng Wangchen, was killed by a woman called Huaner. She's not even 100 years old. Senior sister Qin, senior brother Zheng Wangchen is dead. Messages were sent one after another to the disciples from the Wind Thunder sect. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that news of Zheng Wangchen's death had spread. Even if he was aware, he would not care. To enter the upper realm was to risk one's life, after all. Zheng Wangcheng died because he was not strong enough. Everyone understood this. Could the Wind Thunder Dao sect demand the profound nether mansion to hand him over to them? Of course not. As one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory, how could they do something so embarrassing? They could not openly seek revenge. At most, they could only send more of their disciples into the upper realm to avenge Zheng Wangchen. After Huaner saw her points and ranking, she said, Brother Ling Tian, this is really easy. I've already entered the top 100 after killing one person. Based on her tone, it was clear she thought it was easy to make it onto the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian knew Huaner was unaware of how things worked in the Southern Heaven ancient realm, so he explained to her patiently, Huaner, it's only easy because the unlucky guy you killed earlier already possessed 59 points. Since half a year had passed since the upper realm opened, this means you obtained all the points he had accumulated for 6 months. Realization finally dawned on Huaner. I see. Does this mean I'll gain more points if I can kill a few more unlucky guys like him? Well, yes. However, there are less than 100 people in the upper realm who have more points than him at this moment, Duan Ling Tian said. After a moment, he called to Huaner, let's go, Huaner. We'll make our way to the edge of the realm and see if we can find anything there. As Duan Ling Tian and Huaner made their way to the opposite direction of the safe zone, everyone in the surroundings fell silent as the duo walked past them. Some people even forgot that they had triggered the invisibility formation in their identity tokens, so they held their breaths when the duo walked past them. They only heaved a sigh of relief when the duo disappeared from their sight. Then, they began to discuss among themselves again. Most of them were curious about Huaner. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, there were many ordinary celestial kings who chose to join forces with others to gain more points. Naturally, they would only team up with close friends or those they trusted. Otherwise, there was no guarantee they would not be betrayed. At this moment, all these people who gathered together fervently speculated among themselves. Have you ever heard of this woman? I've never heard of her. In fact, I'm very sure this is the first time her name has appeared on the scoreboard in the upper realm. I've never heard of her as well. If this isn't her first time here, it's impossible that no one knows her. Put aside her strength, just her beauty alone is enough to make her famous in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone the upper realm. That's right, this should be her first time here. Huaner had left a deep impression on those who were present on the scene. Many men were jealous of Duan Ling Tian for having a peerless beauty by his side. They were all men, but why was Duan Ling Tian so lucky? What was so special about him? Meanwhile, an inconspicuous young man dressed in gray robes stood among the onlookers as he muttered to himself, her beauty, and her talent. Apart from that, she's also less than 100 years old and is dressed in a white robe, and that handsome purple-clad young man with her. Could the young man be Duan Ling Tian? If so, she must be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that the branch leader mentioned, right? After a beat, the gray-clad young man sent a message. It did not take long before he received a reply asking about Duan Ling Tian's appearance. After he described Duan Ling Tian's appearance, another reply arrived. Based on your description, he should be Duan Ling Tian. I met him once when I visited the profound nether mansion with our branch leader. As for the woman, she should be the veiled lady wearing a bamboo hat whom our men were following. Moreover, according to the men we sent to the borderland to investigate the matter, it's said that the woman who accompanied Duan Ling Tian when he was in the borderland is also called Huaner. The person whom the gray-clad young man was communicating with was also in the upper realm at this moment. It was an old man. If Duan Ling Tian saw the old man, he would have recognized the old man immediately. The old man was none other than one of the 2 old men who accompanied the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory to visit the profound nether mansion 30 years ago. Chapter 3194 Old Man He Sha. The old man, Zhang Yunting, was a 10-direction celestial king. The gray-clad young man was his son, his son was also a 10-direction celestial king. Despite having similar cultivation bases, his son was weaker than him because his son had only comprehended 8 profundities from the law of space. After receiving his son's message, Zhang Yunting wasted no time in relaying the message to Zhang Dongnan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. Duan Ling Tian is in the upper realm with the lady whom we suspect to be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the message. After Zhang Dongnan had confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was familiar with the woman his men were tailing before they died, he was eager to confirm the woman was truly a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If she was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, he would notify the main clan in the 7 Upper Province so they could send elites to bring her away if he was not strong enough to bring her away from the profound Nether Mansion. There were titled celestial lords in the main clan who were more than capable of taking that woman away from the profound Nether Mansion. The titled celestial lords were as powerful as the Southern Heaven celestial lords, after all. The only reason he had yet to inform the main clan about this was due to his uncertainty. He was not sure if the woman was really a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If he was mistaken, those from the main clan might feel displeased. If he angered the titled celestial lords in the main clan, he would not be able to bear the consequences. She's no longer a 10 directions celestial duke and has become a 6 combos celestial king. Moreover, she has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space, the restraining profundity and the cross-dimensional profundity, to the initial stage. Zhang Dongnan was rather shocked by this information even though he had experienced and seen a lot as the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan. He had never heard of anyone with such heaven-defying talents. Even the last Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox who appeared in the clan did not have such heaven-defying talents. In just 30 years, her cultivation base rose from that of a 10 directions celestial duke to that of a 6 combos celestial king. Moreover, she comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws. Zhang Dongnan's expression was grim as he muttered to himself, now that she's a celestial king, I won't be able to tell if she's the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox if she deliberately masks her aura. His eyes glinted at this moment. Should I inform the main clan about this even though I'm not sure? No, I'll wait a little longer. Perhaps, the situation might change. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Dongnan sent a message to Zhang Yunting. Elder Yunting, probe the lady for more information if you can. Understood. After Zhang Yunting received the order from Zhang Dongnan, he asked his son for the direction where Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had left. Unlike the grade 6 celestial mansions bases in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the locations of the safe zones in the upper realm would not change. Only the locations of the treasures and secret realms would change. For this reason, Zhang Yunting had no problem finding his way after receiving directions from his son. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had encountered quite a number of people as they traveled. Unfortunately, none of them were ranked in the top 100 on the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, eliminated these people in just a blink of an eye. He did not kill them since there was no enmity between them. Due to the number of people Duan Ling Tian had eliminated, after these people were sent out of the upper realm, it did not take long for words to spread about the existence of a purple-clad young man who possessed the strength of a 10 directions celestial king despite being a 3 talents celestial king in the upper realm. The people arrived at the conclusion that Duan Ling Tian possessed strength comparable to a 10 directions celestial king because there were a few 9 palaces celestial kings and a 7 stars celestial king among the people he had eliminated. Despite eliminating quite a number of people, Duan Ling Tian had only accumulated a little more than 30 points. The points were too little for his name to appear on the scoreboard. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian wondered out loud as he surveyed the land below while he flew in the air, I wonder how big is the upper realm. Meanwhile, Huaner held Duan Ling Tian's arm as she followed him. Both of them looked like a match made in heaven. At this moment, a sinister laughter rang in the air. What a perfect couple. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian and Huaner saw a ghost-like figure in the distance, drawing closer and closer to them. In just a brief moment, a figure shrouded in a long black robe appeared, blocking Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's path. The figure belonged to a skinny old man. He was so skinny that his face looked sunken, and he looked just like a bag of bones. He's a 10 directions celestial king. Duan Ling Tian had already determined the old man's cultivation base when the old man was flying toward them. He could sense the old man's cultivation base through the old man's celestial origin energy. Although Duan Ling Tian was just a 3 talents celestial king now, it was not difficult for him to discern the aura of a 10-direction celestial king since he became familiar with the aura when his strength was raised by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon previously. The old man clicked his tongue as he looked at Huoner before he said, "You're not even 100 years old. Girl, you're really beautiful. If I were several tens of thousands of years younger, I might even be interested in you." After that, he shifted his eyes to Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Boy, will both of you crush your identity jade tokens and leave, or do you want me to do it for you? Let me warn you, if I, old man He Sha, make a move, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to spare your lives." "Thank you for your reminder, senior." Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that the old man had lived for tens of thousands of years. After all, if there were no accidents, celestials could live as long as the heavens and earth. There were many celestials who had lived for a long time like the old man. For example, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion, who was more than 30,000 years old. After he thanked the old man, he said, "Senior, if you want to eliminate us, you'll have to show us your strength." "What, do you doubt my strength?" The old man was taken aback upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, a frown appeared on his face as he said, "That's not right. Have you not heard of my name, He Sha?" With this, Duan Ling Tian finally recalled he had seen the old man's name when he looked at the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the Identity Jade token. He looked at his Identity Jade token again for confirmation. His eyes lit up when he saw He Sha was ranked 69th with 186 points. Duan Ling Tian's gaze changed as he looked at He Sha again. His gaze was similar to how a predator looked at its prey. As it turns out, Senior is ranked 69th. Now that you know, aren't you going to crush your Identity Jade token? He Sha waved his hand impatiently. "I've killed too many people in the past. Nowadays, when I see young people like you, I feel like I'm seeing my own kin. If it's not necessary, I really don't wish to kill you." Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile when he heard He Sha's words. He found He Sha rather interesting. After a beat, he said with a smile, "Senior, let's duel. You want to have a duel with me even though you know I'm He Sha?" He Sha raised an eyebrow. His expression grew slightly solemn at this moment. Those whom he encountered in the upper realm who insisted on fighting him after discovering his identity were either foolish or truly powerful. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and had been in the upper realm for a long time. His instincts told him the purple-clad young man was not foolish. Hence, the purple-clad young man had to be powerful. Nevertheless, he did not think the purple-clad young man could defeat him. He Sha had become a 10-direction celestial king 10,000 years ago. Ever since then, he never had another breakthrough. Over the past 10,000 years, he had spent almost all his time in the upper realm when it was open. For this reason, he was familiar with everyone in the upper realm who was capable of defeating him, and Duan Ling Tian was not one of them. Duan Ling Tian's smile remained on his face as he said, "Please enlighten me, senior." "All right, if you insist on fighting, I'll play along." As soon as He Sha finished speaking, a scorching energy surged out of his body. Based on this, it was apparent he had comprehended the law of fire. As flames burst forth, a broad saber appeared in He Sha's hand. At the same time, a piercing energy swept out toward Duan Ling Tian. This old man He Sha is much more powerful than the Wind Thunder Dao sect's Zheng Wangchen. Although they had not exchanged blows yet, Duan Ling Tian could tell the old man was much more powerful than Zheng Wangchen based on the old man's aura. The only question he had was if He Sha had comprehended any of the profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage. Duan Ling Tian teleported away from his spot and reappeared above the old man in just a blink of an eye. The law of space's teleportation profundity. He Sha looked up, clearly surprised. However, it was apparent that he was not panicked by this discovery. Although there were not many people who comprehended the law of space, it was not rare to encounter those who comprehended the law of space. He Sha looked at Duan Ling Tian again and saw that Duan Ling Tian did not have any weapon in his hand. He said, "Lad, bring your weapon out." It was clear he did not think Duan Ling Tian was his opponent at all and reminded Duan Ling Tian so he would not win with an unfair advantage. "It's fine, senior. I'll bring my celestial weapon out when I think it's necessary to do so." Duan Ling Tian's impression of the old man grew more and more favorable. After all, not many people would remind their opponents to bring out their weapons to even out the ground as much as possible. "Lad, don't you think you're underestimating me a little too much?" Let me teach you a lesson today. The flames burned bright as Xianxia charged forward with his saber in hand, looking like a ball of fire. Chapter 31 95 65th place. Faced with a fierce opponent, Duan Tian promptly mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity. With that, his aura grew profound. Xianxia, who was charging toward Duan Tian like a ball of flames, abruptly came to a halt when he sensed that Duan Tian was merely a three-talent celestial king through Duan Tian's celestial origin energy. After a brief moment, he moved closer to Duan Tian and stared at Duan Tian with a deep frown on his face. Lad, you're just a three-talent celestial king. What gave you the courage to enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Do you have a death wish? When he spoke, his tone was that of an elder scolding a child. In Xianxia's opinion, a three-talent celestial king had no business entering the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Three-talent celestial kings were like bonus points for the others in the upper realm. Moreover, three-talent celestial kings would probably get themselves killed in the upper realm. Senior, did you stop because of my cultivation base? Duan Tian was puzzled by Xianxia's sudden inaction. He was rather speechless. Did he meet a Mr. Nice guy in the upper realm? Although Xianxia did not look like a righteous man, he had been treating Duan Tian like a caring elder. Duan Tian was suddenly at a loss over what to do. Should he attack or not? Lad, I'll give you one more chance. Leave the upper realm now. Otherwise, you might really die if I attack, Xianxia said solemnly in a slightly threatening tone. Senior, all the 7-star celestial kings, 8 trigrams celestial kings, and 9 palaces celestial kings one encountered previously said the same thing. Do you know what happened to them? Duan Tian said with a sigh. What, you managed to eliminate them? Xianxia asked skeptically. It was apparent he thought Duan Tian was merely boasting. It's better not to boast lest you shoot yourself in the foot. How can a mere 3-talent celestial king eliminate 9 palaces celestial kings? Xianxia laughed. If you don't believe me, I'll just prove it to you. You've been fair and didn't take advantage of me, so I'll treat you similarly. I hope you'll take me seriously once you see my strength. Duan Tian attacked as soon as he finished speaking. He did not wait for Xianxia's reply. Restraining profundity, distortion profundity. With just a thought, Duan Tian restrained Xianxia. The air around Xianxia began to distort and ripple immediately. The raging energy pressed down on him. Duan Tian teleported and reappeared several dozen meters away before he cast the law of space's territory profundity around Xianxia. In the past, Duan Tian's space territory only had a 10-meter radius. However, after comprehending the territory profundity to the initial stage, his territory had a 100-meter radius. The initial stage of the territory profundity. Xianxia's expression turned solemn immediately. It did not take long before a frown appeared on his face. He could feel the raging energy pressing down on him, increasing in strength. With the addition of the territory profundity, he even began to feel threatened. Did he comprehend the law of space's distortion profundity to the initial stage as well? Xianxia thought to himself. He brandished his saber, trying to break free of the restraint. At the same time, the flames around his body skyrocketed. With this, Xianxia no longer underestimated Duan Tian. He used all his might to break free. After all, although his opponent was merely a 3-talent celestial king, his opponent had already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. That alone made his opponent as formidable as an ordinary 10-direction celestial king. Moreover, who knew if his opponent had more tricks up his sleeve? He decided it was best to break free first. Otherwise, he would be giving the upper hand to his opponent. Even if he was stronger, he stood a chance of losing if he did not free himself of the restraint. Flaming saber rays shot around the space territory in an attempt to destroy the restraint. Although half of the flaming saber rays' energies were depleted from this move alone, Xianxia was confident he would be able to free himself. Unless his opponent had comprehended the restraining profundity to the initial stage as well. However, he did not think it was possible. After a while, when Xianxia discovered he could not free himself with his flaming saber rays, his expression changed drastically. For his opponent to be able to withstand his flaming saber rays, it was clear to him that the purple-clad young man in front of him had comprehended the restraining profundity to the initial stage as well, despite how impossible it seemed. Xianxia was thoroughly shocked when he discovered a 3-talent celestial king managed to comprehend the territory profundity, the distortion profundity, and the restraining profundity to the initial stage. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, it seemed as though he was looking at a monster. "Senior, are we going to continue?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he casually waved his hand. 3 spatial tiers appeared immediately. Then, a gray sword ray appeared from each of the spatial tiers. They surrounded He Sha in a triangular formation, trapping him. The initial stage of the cross-dimensional / profundity. Upon seeing this, He Sha began to curse, "Why am I so unlucky? Why did I meet a little monster like you?" The law of space had 9 profundities in total. Apart from the space elemental profundity, the other 8 profundities could be comprehended to higher stages. He Sha knew that the 10-direction celestial king who consistently ranked first on the scoreboard in the upper realm, a peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, was rumored to have comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. However, the purple-clad young man before him, a 3-talent celestial king, had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Moreover, the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was one of the hardest laws to comprehend. This feat was unheard of in the Southern Heaven territory. After taking a deep breath, He Sha finally reined in his energy and put his royal-grade celestial saber away. He had decided to give up fighting because he knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian. He knew even if Duan Ling Tian did not use any celestial weapon, Duan Ling Tian would still be able to easily defeat him despite being a 3-talent celestial king. Then, He Sha looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had also stopped his attacks, and asked with a wry smile on his face, "Lad, what's your name? It's my first time meeting a monster like you. Even reincarnated celestial emperors aren't as heaven-defying as you are. I really wonder how you achieved such a feat. Are you from one of the forces in the 7 Upper Province or the Spirit Overarching Province?" "Senior, I'm Duan Ling Tian," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, why does this name sound familiar? He Shan racked his brains for a moment before his realization dawned on him. That's right, 30 years ago, I remember there was a prodigy from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm. That prodigy's name was Duan Ling Tian as well. Nevertheless, He Sha did not think the purple-clad young man in front of him and the prodigy from the profound nether mansion were the same person. After all, there was too wide of a gap between their strength. It was impossible for one to improve so tremendously in only 30 years. However, it did not take long before He Sha recalled another piece of information. He muttered to himself, "Wait. I remember the prodigy from the profound nether mansion comprehended the law of space as well." Don't tell me. As outrageous as it might seem, He Sha could not help but ask with a gulp, "Lad, are you Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy from the profound nether mansion who became famous in the Southern Heaven territory after entering the Middle Realm 30 years ago?" Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile on his face, "That's right, senior." He had heard the old man muttering to himself earlier, so he had expected this question. Really? He Sha's eyes widened. When he regained his senses, he shook his head and said, "Each generation ushers in new geniuses. The new generation will definitely replace the old. Your generation will rule the Southern Heaven territory in the future." He Sha looked at Duan Ling Tian again and said, "Lad, I hope you'll make it into the top 10. I'll be following your progress from outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought his identity jade token out and crushed it. With that, all of He Sha's points were transferred to Duan Ling Tian. "This He Sha is quite interesting," Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself as he watched He Sha leave. After Duan Ling Tian teleported next to Huaner's side, he brought his identity jade token out to check his points. He discovered he now had 223 points and was ranked higher than He Sha did before He Sha was eliminated. He was now ranked 65th on the scoreboard of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As for Huaner, with 60 points, she dropped 1 place to the 93rd place on the scoreboard. "Huaner, you should take the points of the next person we encounter to lessen the gap between our points," Duan Ling Tian said as Huaner held his hands. Huaner nodded. "All right, Huaner will listen to brother Ling Tian." Meanwhile, those in the upper realm who kept track of the changes on the scoreboard through their identity jade tokens discovered a slight change in the ranking. Chapter 3196, a challenge from Zhang Yunting. Who's Duan Ling Tian? How did he replace He Sha and rank 65th on the scoreboard? Those who kept an eye on the scoreboard of the upper realm in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked to discover the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar name. This person made it into the top 70 as soon as he appeared on the scoreboard. Moreover, based on the points he accumulated, it seemed like he only had roughly 30 points before he obtained 223 points after eliminating Xianxia. Xianxia was ranked 69th on the scoreboard, but this person ranked 65th after eliminating Xianxia. It's unexpected for Xianxia to be eliminated. This person can't be a nobody, but I've never heard of him before today. Duan Ling Tian, this name sounds familiar. Did you say Duan Ling Tian? I remember there was a famous prodigy from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm 30 years ago. Do you think they're the same person? Impossible. The gap between their strength is too wide. Do you think a 10 directions celestial duke is capable of defeating someone like Xianxia when only 30 years have passed? What a joke. Xiaoxia's a veteran in the upper realm. Although he hasn't comprehended any profundity from the law of fire to the initial stage, he has comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of fire to the rudimentary stage. Coupled with his royal grade celestial weapon, he should be able to defeat ordinary 10 directions celestial kings as long as they haven't comprehended any profundity to the initial stage. There was a huge commotion in all of the safe zones in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm due to the new name that suddenly rose to 65th place on the scoreboard. Naturally, there were other members from the profound nether mansion who had entered the upper realm as well. They were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian's name on the upper realm scoreboard. Nevertheless, they did not think the newcomer on the scoreboard was the same person as the Duan Ling Tian from their mansion. It did not matter if Duan Ling Tian was powerful enough to become the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion or how talented he was. They did not think it was possible for a 10 directions celestial duke to improve so much after only 30 years. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunting, a 10 directions celestial king from the Phantom Fox clan, was making his way toward Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Duan Ling Tian is ranked 65th on the scoreboard. Zhang Yunting discovered Duan Ling Tian's rank when he checked the scoreboard through his identity jade token out of curiosity. After a while, he muttered to himself, I didn't expect that woman whom we suspect to be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to possess such strength. She's actually capable of eliminating Xianxia. Based on Zhang Yunting's words, it was obvious he did not think Duan Ling Tian eliminated Xianxia. He assumed Huaner had eliminated Xianxia and conceded the points to Duan Ling Tian. He had arrived at this conclusion because he had met Duan Ling Tian in the profound nether mansion 30 years ago when Duan Ling Tian had just become a 1 basic celestial king. It would be considered an amazing feat if Duan Ling Tian could become a 2-form celestial king within 30 years. Even then, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be able to eliminate Xianxia with that sort of strength. Moreover, a few thousand years ago, before he comprehended any of his profundities to the initial stage, he only managed to fight to a draw with Xianxia. Zhang Yunting's expression gradually grew more and more solemn as he thought to himself, that girl killed Zheng Wangchen, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, without the need to use a celestial weapon. She's even capable of eliminating Xianxia. I'm afraid I might not be able to defeat her. When Zhang Yunting considered Huaner's strength, he had taken Huaner's royal-grade celestial weapon into account. He thought it was impossible for her not to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. With Duan Ling Tian's status in the profound nether mansion, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon for Huaner. In any case, I still have to probe her strength and test her abilities even if I'm not a match for her. Worst comes to worst, I'll just crush my identity jade token to escape at the critical moment. Zhang Yunting felt more at ease after thinking about this and sighed in relief. In the past, if someone had told him a 6-combo celestial king was capable of defeating him, he would never have believed it. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to believe it. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, who were unaware that a member of the Phantom Fox clan was swiftly closing in on them, traveled in a straight line. Since he was not familiar with the upper realm yet, he thought it was better to stick to one direction. After Duan Ling Tian's battle with Xianxia, he allowed Huaner to fight all the opponents they encountered. With this, she became more and more famous as she slowly and steadily rose on the scoreboard. While Duan Ling Tian waited for Huaner to rejoin him after she eliminated yet another opponent, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seemed like he had noticed something. Similarly, Huaner turned around and looked in the distance as though she had sensed something as well. Soon enough, a gray-clad old man appeared before the duo. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a faint smile on his face, Imperial Tutor Duan, we meet again. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, the gray-clad old man continued to say with a smile, Imperial Tutor Duan, it's been 30 years since we last met. Do you remember me? You're the man who accompanied branch leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan during his visit to the profound Nether Mansion 30 years ago. Duan Lingtian remembered the person in front of him was one of the two old men who stood behind Zhang Dongnan 30 years ago. He did not expect to meet this person in the upper realm at all. Since the branch leader was around previously, it wasn't appropriate for me to speak. Let me introduce myself to you today, Imperial Tutor Duan. I'm Zhang Yunting, an elder of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory, the gray-clad old man said. Zhang Yunting. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened imperceptibly when he heard Zhang Yunting's name. Since he had just looked at the scoreboard 15 minutes ago, he easily recalled that Zhang Yunting was ranked 52nd in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Soon enough, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn, and killing intent began to stir in his heart when he saw Zhang Yunting appraising Huaner. Although Zhang Yunting was not capable of determining if Huaner was truly a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, he was still highly suspicious like the two men who tailed Huaner in the past. Fortunately, Huaner had become a celestial king. Due to her cultivation base, even if Zhang Yunting was suspicious, it was impossible for him to find out if she was a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. After all, they were all celestial kings. Despite the difference in their strength, they could not see through her identity. Zhang Yunting's expression did not betray his thoughts. He asked amiably, "Girl, you must be the one who killed Zheng Wangchen, the core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect, and eliminated He Sha, right?" However, Huaner did not pay any attention to Zhang Yunting. Duan Lingtian had told her through voice transmission that the old man was a member of the Phantom Fox clan and a threat to her. Zhang Yunting did not seem bothered that Huaner had ignored him. He continued to say, "I'm currently ranked 52nd on the scoreboard, why don't we battle? If you defeat me and obtain my points, you'll be able to enter the top 50. Since Zhang Yunting could not confirm if Huaner was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, he hoped that he would be able to force Huaner into revealing her true form when they battled. Even if she did not revert to her true form, there was a chance she would accidentally let her true energy leak during a battle. If that happened, he would be able to confirm once and for all if she was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox and accomplished his mission. It would be worth it even if he was eliminated and sent out of the upper realm. If I can confirm her identity, the branch leader will be able to confidently inform the clan leader of this matter and request for reinforcement to capture her from the profound Nether Mansion." Zhang Yunting thought to himself. He could not help but feel excited when he thought about the rewards their branch would receive. Although he knew the lion's share of the reward would go to the branch leader, he was still satisfied with getting the scraps. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission, "Huaner, since he challenged you, you should accept it. However, remember not to use any techniques that will betray your identity as a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Apart from techniques exclusive to a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, don't use any techniques from the Phantom Fox clan as well. Just use the law of space to deal with him. If that's not enough, use your celestial weapon." Duan Lingtian was unsure of the extent of Zhang Yunting's strength. However, based on Zhang Yunting's current rank, it was clear that Zhang Yunting was much stronger than He Sha. It was likely that Zhang Yunting had comprehended some profundities to the initial stage. Duan Lingtian continued to remind Huaner. "Even if you notice he's weaker than you, don't rush to show your strength. It's best if you give him the illusion that both of your strengths are equal for a period of time." Although Huaner did not know the reason behind Duan Lingtian's instructions, she, naturally, did not hesitate to obey him. She knew he must have a good reason for telling her to do these things. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huaner's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of her body as she stepped forward. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared about 100 meters away from Zhang Yunting. She looked at him frostily and said, "Since you challenged me, prepare to leave your points behind." Zhang Yunting's reply was simple. "If you want my points, you'll have to defeat me." Zhang Yunting made a move as soon as he finished speaking. Flames surged out from his body, not unlike He Sha whom Duan Lingtian previously fought. Clearly, both of them comprehended the law of fire. The difference was Zhang Yunting was stronger than He Sha. After a dozen breaths had passed, he has comprehended the burning profundity to the initial stage. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that Zhang Yunting had comprehended the law of fire's burning profundity to the initial stage. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunting grew stronger and stronger as time passed. It seemed like he had unleashed almost all of his strength. Chapter 3197 The Seven Upper Provinces Heaven Territory. After a dozen breaths, Zhang Yunting discovered the white-clad woman seemed to have no intention of using a celestial weapon even though he had been fighting with all his might. Moreover, she did not use any technique that would betray her identity as a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox or techniques from the Phantom Fox clan at all. Zhang Yunting narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, I have no choice but to use the Phantom Fox clan's techniques now. If she's the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, my illusory technique won't work on her. With this, I'll be able to determine if she's the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Once I obtain the answer, I'll leave the upper realm immediately and report to the branch leader. In just a moment, the silhouette of a gigantic white fox appeared behind Zhang Yunting. The silhouette of his true form appeared as he prepared to cast the Phantom Fox clan's illusory technique. All of a sudden, a frosty voice rang in the air. It seems like you've forgotten about me. Zhang Yunting's expression changed drastically. He knew the voice belonged to Duan Ling Tian, but he did not know when Duan Ling Tian had appeared behind him. Just as he was about to turn to face Duan Ling Tian, he discovered three spatial tiers around him. He watched as three gray sword rays shrouded by golden flames shot out of the spatial tiers toward him. At the same time, after Duan Ling Tian cast the cross-dimensional profundity, he quickly cast the distortion profundity as well. The combination of the two profundities from the law of space was so powerful that it easily breached the defensive barrier that Zhang Yunting had hastily erected. At this moment, Zhang Yunting discovered the white-clad woman taking out a pair of rings before she stacked one on top of the other and threw them out at him. Chills ran up Zhang Yunting's spine when he sensed the formidable aura from the pair of rings. No, faced with attacks from both sides, Zhang Yunting did not even have time to crush his identity jade token or use a celestial talisman to escape. Just like that, he was killed by Duan Ling Tian's cross-dimensional profundity and Huaner's yin-yang 9-water chestnut ring. The yin-yang 9-water chestnut ring was the combination of two royal-grade celestial weapons, the mystical yang 9-water chestnut ring and the mystical yin 9-water chestnut ring. Their combined power was almost comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Zhang Yunting died, Duan Ling Tian quickly teleported away so that Zhang Yunting's points would go to Huaner. It was just as Zhang Yunting had said. After Huaner obtained his points, she was ranked 47th on the scoreboard with almost 500 points. That Zhang Yunting really accumulated quite many points, Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh as he checked the scoreboard through his identity jade token. Since the changes in the rankings were immediate, those who kept a close watch on the scoreboard immediately discovered Huaner had eliminated Zhang Yunting and had entered the top 50. Heavens! That woman eliminated Zhang Yunting. Not only did she eliminate Zhen Wangchen, the core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, but she also eliminated Zhen Wangchen. How's she so strong? Rumor has it that she's not even 100 years old. Zhen Wangchen isn't a match for Zhang Yunting at all. I didn't expect her to be capable of eliminating Zhang Yunting as well. Many people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked when they found out Huaner had eliminated Zhang Yunting. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunting's son hurriedly brought his spatial ring out when he learned that his father had been eliminated by Huaner. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw his father's soul pearl, which was kept in his spatial ring, had shattered. Father! He cried out in despair when he discovered his father had been killed by Huaner. Soon enough, Zhang Dongnan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory, received news of Zhang Yunting's death as well. A mere 6-combo Celestial King killed Elder Yunting. It seems like that woman hid her strength when she eliminated Zhen Wangchen. Zhang Dongnan's expression was unsightly. Zhang Yunting, his right-hand man, had been killed by the woman whom they suspected was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Elder Yunting and Elder Zhen Hai are the strongest members from the Phantom Fox clan in the upper realm. Since she's capable of killing Elder Yunting, I'm afraid Elder Zhen Hai isn't a match for her as well. Zhang Dongnan's frown deepened as he continued muttering to himself. This matter was trickier than he had expected. I'll report this matter to the main clan and request them to send their powerful 10-direction Celestial Kings to deal with this matter. The 10-direction Celestial Kings in the main clan are much stronger than the 10-direction Celestial Kings in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect isn't a match for the 10-direction Celestial Kings from the main clan. After Zhang Dongnan made up his mind, he rose to his feet and brought out a celestial talisman that shone with golden light. He hurriedly sent a message using the celestial talisman. The celestial talisman Zhang Dong Nan used was not an ordinary celestial talisman. Its range was not limited to the Southern Heaven territory, it was capable of traveling through the Riot Star Sea between Devata realms and their territories. The Seven Upper Province, as its name suggested, consisted of 7 territories. It held power over ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven territory. Ordinary territories were governed by titled celestial lords, but the 7 territories in the 7 Upper Province were governed by titled celestial emperors. These titled celestial emperors were widely renowned in the spirit overarching heaven. There were many ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven territory in the spirit overarching heaven, but there were only 7 territories similar to the 7 Upper Province. The Phantom Fox clan was one of the largest and most powerful forces in the Heaven territory, which was part of the 7 Upper Province. Although there were no titled celestial emperors in the clan had many ordinary celestial emperors. They controlled many king-grade celestial crystal veins as well. The clan's status in the Heaven territory was comparable to the status of the 10 major clans and top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory. In the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province's Heaven territory. At this moment, a high-ranking official from the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan finally received Zhang Dong Nan's message. He furrowed his brows as he muttered to himself, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox might be in the Southern Heaven territory. What's Zhang Dong Nan doing? What's the point of informing me about this matter if he's not certain? After listening to the remaining half of the message, he muttered to himself in shock, one of the elders in our branch clan was killed in the upper realm even though he was a 10-direction celestial king who had comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire. Moreover, he had also comprehended the burning profundity to the initial stage. How could a woman who's only a 6-combo celestial king kill a 10-direction celestial king? Moreover, she's not even 100 years old. No wonder Zhang Dong Nan suspects she's the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. After that, the high-ranking official hurried out to look for the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan to inform him of this matter. After listening to Zhang Dong Nan's message, the Grand Elder felt it was only natural for Zhang Dong Nan to be suspicious. Even the previous 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox wasn't as monstrous as her. In just 30 years, she became a 6-combo celestial king from a 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, she even comprehended such an extraordinary law. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder continued to say, that woman is, indeed, very suspicious. I'll send Zhang Jinyi to the upper realm to test that woman. Once we confirm she's the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, I'll send a titled celestial lord to bring her back. The high-ranking official was rather shocked that the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan decided to send Zhang Jinyin to the Southern Heaven territory. Zhang Jinyin was one of the 3 strongest 10-direction celestial kings in the Zhang clan. He had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of metal to the initial stage. Apart from that, he was also a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox's Zhang clan, therefore, his illusory techniques were far superior compared to those in the branch clans. His innate talents and special techniques were exclusive only to pureblood Phantoms Foxes. A person like him was undoubtedly invincible among those below the Celestial Lord stage in the Southern Heaven territory. The Grand Elder wants me to go to the Southern Heaven territory to test the woman who's suspected to be the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Zhang Jinyi was a tall and aloof man dressed in green robes. He furrowed his brows slightly when he received the order from the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan. He did not waste time and made his way to the transporting formation in the Phantom Fox clan since he could not cross the Riot Star Sea. Moreover, he would arrive in the Southern Heaven territory in no time at all if he used a transporting formation. After he stepped into the transporting formation, his eyes flashed with killing intent as he muttered under his breath, I hope that woman is the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Otherwise, I won't let her go for wasting my time. Chapter 3198 Zhang Jinyi. In the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory. Branch leader Zhang Dong Nan of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory welcomes the main clan's envoy. Zhang Dong Nan and the elders from the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory respectfully greeted Zhang Jinyi, the envoy from the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province. Although Zhang Jinyi was only a 10-direction celestial king, as a direct descendant of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan, his bloodline was purer than Zhang Dong Nan and the others from the branch clans. Therefore, Zhang Jinyi was rather haughty and only responded airily to Zhang Dong Nan even though Zhang Dong Nan was a celestial lord. Please follow me, Lord Envoy. Zhang Dongnan personally led Zhang Jinyi to the main hall. Among the elders, only Zhang Zhenhai followed Zhang Jinyi and Zhang Dongnan into the main hall. As the trio walked away, one of the elders said, clearly dissatisfied, "That young man is the envoy from the main clan. He's just a mere 10 directions celestial king. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of the branch leader?" Due to a life-saving grace, this elder was more loyal to Zhang Dongnan compared to the main clan. He was, naturally, displeased that a junior from the main clan disrespected Zhang Dongnan even though Zhang Dongnan did not seem to take offense. Another elder shushed the displeased elder. He looked at the trio furtively before he said, "Lower your voice. He's the envoy from the main clan. Even the branch leader won't be able to do anything if he kills you. I wonder if he's capable of dealing with that woman who's suspected to be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Since the main clan sent him here, he has to be quite capable. It'd be a joke if he can't deal with that woman. At that time, I wonder how the main clan would react." "That's unlikely to happen." The group of elders from the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory was still discussing among themselves when Zhang Jinyi and the others arrived in the main hall. "Lord Envoy, how should I address you?" Zhang Dongnan asked Zhang Jinyi with a smile. "You're not worthy of knowing my name," Zhang Jinyi replied nonchalantly as he puffed his chest out and held his head high. Zhang Dongnan froze upon hearing Zhang Jinyi's words. On the contrary, Zhang Zhenhai said indignantly, "How dare you act so impudently to the branch leader?" "Impudent?" Zhang Jinyi glanced at Zhang Zhenhai as his eyes flashed with a cold light. "How dare a lowly member of a branch clan like you raise your voice at a direct descendant from the main clan?" "A direct descendant from the main clan?" Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened. He knew the main clan would send a powerful 10 directions celestial king, but he did not expect the main clan to send a direct descendant. A cold scoff rang in the air at this moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongnan's expression changed drastically. He hastily raised his hand to stop Zhang Jinyi from attacking Zhang Zhenhai. "Lord Envoy, please have mercy." Zhang Dongnan quickly cupped his fists together and bowed at Zhang Jinyi. His back was completely drenched in cold sweat at this moment. A direct descendant from the main clan. Zhang Zhenhai's expression changed drastically as well at this revelation. Naturally, he knew direct descendants from the main clan represented the prestige and purest bloodline of the Phantom Foxes. They were second only to the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. "You're trying to stop me. Do you know the consequences of your action?" Zhang Jinyi asked as he stared at Zhang Dongnan coldly. "Lord Envoy, Elder Zhenhai raised me since I was a child. I can't possibly watch him die without doing anything," Zhang Dongnan said in a placating tone. "Please have mercy." "All right, I'll give him a chance. Since he's also a 10 directions celestial king, I'll spare him if he can withstand my attack for 2 breaths." Zhang Jinyi's eyes gleamed coldly and a sneer appeared on his face when he discovered Zhang Zhenhai was also a 10 directions celestial king. 2 breaths. Zhang Dongnan was taken aback. He did not expect Zhang Jinyi to be so unyielding and arrogant. Even the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, who was widely regarded as invincible among his peers, would not dare to confidently declare he could kill Zhang Zhenhai in 5 breaths. Perhaps, he's just trying to look for a way to dismiss this matter while retaining his pride. Zhang Dongnan thought to himself. Even if Zhang Jinyi was stronger than the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, he did not think it was possible for Zhang Jinyi to kill Zhang Zhenhai in 2 breaths. 2 breaths. Zhang Zhenhai smiled. Similar to Zhang Dongnan, he assumed Zhang Jinyi was only doing this as a formality and had already decided to spare him. "Lord Envoy, please." Zhang Zhenhai gestured to Zhang Jinyi before he led Zhang Jinyi outside the main hall. Then, Zhang Dongnan and the 2 opponents rose into the sky. Upon seeing this, the members of the Phantom Fox clan's branch were confused. A group of elders gathered and watched the scene in the sky. "Isn't that the branch leader? Elder Zhenhai is there as well. Is the envoy from the main clan going to fight with Elder Zhenhai? Maybe they're testing their strength." Meanwhile, Zhang Jinyi looked at Zhang Zhenhai with eyes gleaming with disdain as he said indifferently, "I'll give you 15 minutes to prepare, and I'll give you a reminder before I attack. Like I said earlier, if you manage to withstand my attack for 2 breaths, I'll spare you. Otherwise, you can only die." The atmosphere grew heavy as soon as Zhang Jinyi finished speaking. The members of the Phantom Fox clan's branch were shocked upon hearing these words. It seems like he wants to kill Elder Zhenhai. He thinks he can kill Elder Zhenhai in 2 breaths. Isn't he a 10-direction celestial king? Even the pride of the 10,000 battles heaven sect wouldn't dare to make such a statement, right? That's right, I remember Elder Genhai fought that person from the 10,000 battles heaven sect previously. Elder Genhai managed to last for 6 breaths before he lost. Maybe he's not the envoy from the main clan. A group of members who had heard the commotion began to gather as well. All of the onlookers were confused. Why did it seem like the envoy from the main clan wanted to kill Zhang Genhai? However, after listening to Zhang Dongnan's words, they realized that Zhang Genhai had offended Zhang Jinyi, who was a direct descendant of the main clan. 2 breaths. It seems like the envoy has no intention of killing Elder Genhai. He's just saying that so he can retreat from this situation gracefully. That's right, it's impossible for him to kill Elder Genhai in 2 breaths. It's impossible unless he's a celestial lord. Similar to Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Genhai, most of the onlookers were of the opinion that it was impossible for Zhang Jinyi to kill Zhang Genhai within 2 breaths. After 15 minutes, Zhang Jinyi indicated he was about to attack. Zhang Genhai did not even have a chance to move before he discovered Zhang Jinyi had appeared behind him. His expression darkened, and in that split second, he exploded into a mist of blood. As the blood mist dissipated in the air, Zhang Jinyi said airily, "It seems like I overestimated you. You can't even withstand my attack for less than half a breath." The entire place was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. Zhang Dongnan stood frozen in place, speechless. When he regained his senses, he shuddered. This is the strength of a direct descendant from the main clan. Due to him being a celestial lord, he was able to see Zhang Jinyi using the technique that was exclusive to descendants of the phantom foxes with the purest bloodline. Zhang Dongnan continued thinking to himself, in my opinion, even that person from the 10,000 battles heaven sect wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths against him. Although he was devastated by Zhang Genhai's death and wanted to avenge him, he knew he did not have the capability to do so unless he had a death wish. When the onlookers regained their senses, they realized they had been too naive. At this moment, they looked at Zhang Jinyi as though he was a terrifying monster. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongnan finally broke the suffocating silence. "Lord Envoy, with your strength, you must be invincible among your peers in the main clan, right?" Upon hearing Zhang Dongnan's question, Zhang Jinyi cocked an eyebrow. Then, he said with a contemptuous smile on his face, "Invincible among my peers in the main clan. How naive, let alone the main clan, I'm only the 3rd strongest among my peers in the Zhang clan." Silence descended again. Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. A powerful 10-direction celestial king like Zhang Jinyi was not the strongest among his peers in the main clan. Moreover, Zhang Jinyi was only the 3rd strongest among his peers in the Zhang clan. This was the first time he felt like his knowledge was too shallow. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 3199 The New Peerless Genius in the Upper Realm. 5 months later, in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there was a huge commotion in the safe zones. Heavens! Yanru Yv, the true disciple from the Tao Scholar Profound Sect, eliminated Tang Ping Shan from the 10,000 Battles Heaven Sect. From the moment Tang Ping Shan first ranked at the top of the upper realm's scoreboard, he had never been eliminated, right? Tang Ping Shan, the peerless genius and the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven Sect, who has comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Thunder to the initial stage, is eliminated. How did someone like him get eliminated? I wonder if the Tao Scholar Profound Sect's Yanru Yv improved tremendously recently or if he had hidden his true strength all along. How did he manage to defeat Tang Ping Shan? For years, Tang Ping Shan, a true disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven Sect, was the pride of his sect. He was known for being the strongest in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, someone like that was eliminated by the Tao Scholar Profound Sect's Yanru Yv. Yanru Yv was not unknown, he was rather famous as well. He had consistently ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm, after all. Apart from that, he was very young as well. His age was half of Tang Ping Shan's age, and yet, he managed to defeat Tang Ping Shan. It did not take long before news of Yanru Yv defeating Tang Ping Shan spread like a wildfire in the entire Southern Heaven territory. Meanwhile, in another part of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a handsome young man dressed in a white robe was hovering in the air with a fan in his hand. He had an elegant and noble bearing. At this moment, the handsome young man was listening to a message. "Congratulations, you've finally realized your wish of defeating Tang Ping Shan. I, Chen Li, I'm truly blessed to have a friend like you. The handsome young man smiled after he listened to the message. Then, he replied, Chen Li, how did the investigation go? Is the Duan Ling Tian who's ranked 13th on the upper realms scoreboard the same person as the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion who's also the Blood Skull Gang's target 30 years ago? The handsome young man was none other than Yan Ru Yv, who had just defeated Tang Pingshan, the true disciple from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. He was also childhood friends with Chen Li, the son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. The duo's friendship was rather strong, and Yan Ru Yv considered Chen Li his only friend. Yes, according to the descriptions by He Sha, the sectless cultivator whom Duan Ling Tian eliminated, the Duan Ling Tian in the upper realm is the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. It's truly unexpected that he became a 3-talent celestial king in such a short time and is even capable of defeating He Sha. According to He Sha, although Duan Ling Tian's only a 3-talent celestial king, Duan Ling Tian has comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Chen Li replied, what about that woman named Huaner who's always by his side? In my opinion, he only managed to make it into the top 20 because of that woman. Otherwise, it's not possible for a 3-talent celestial king to have such an amazing performance in the upper realm, Yan Ru Yv said. That woman is a mystery. She only appeared 30 years ago in the profound nether mansion. It has been said that she had accompanied Duan Ling Tian as well when they were in the borderland. Both of them had a close relationship. Even back then, she's said to be stronger than Duan Ling Tian, Chen Li said. In any case, both of them are monstrously talented. I would have questioned the ability of the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network if I didn't hear this from you, Yan Ru Yv said with a sigh. He had thought his innate talent was rather high, but in comparison to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, his innate talent was nothing. After all, Duan Ling Tian became a 3-talent celestial king and comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage within 30 years. Most shockingly, he was not even 200 years old. Meanwhile, Huaner became a 6-combo celestial king and had also comprehended profundities from the law of stage to the initial stage before the age of 100. Although Duan Ling Tian is no longer a target of the Blood Skull Gang, I hope you can kill him on my behalf if you run into him in the upper realm. As long as he's alive, he'll always be a thorn at my side, Chen Li said. Don't worry, he'll die if he meets me, Yan Ru Yv said confidently. Finally, Chen Li changed the subject and asked, I heard there's an unknown person who suddenly appeared in the upper realm and made it into the top 10. Is it true? Yes, that person's name is Zhang Jinyi. I don't know where he came from. He killed everyone he eliminated, so nothing much is known about him. Not only is he mysterious, but he's incredibly powerful as well. He even killed Tuoku, the true disciple from the Bodhi Zen sect, Yan Ru Yv replied as fear flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing these words, Chen Li inhaled sharply. The Bodhi Zen sect's Tuoku. He was known to have the strongest defenses among his peers in the Southern Heaven territory, right? I heard he had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth to the initial stage as well. It's said that even Tang Pingshan wouldn't be able to kill Tuoku if Tuoku wanted to escape. Who's this Zhang Jinyi, and where did he come from? He knew a little about Tuoku through Yan Ru Yv. Although I'm confident I'm strong enough to kill Tuoku, there's nothing I can do to stop him if he tries to escape, Yan Rvu said. Chen Li inhaled sharply. Then, he asked incredulously, are you saying that Zhang Jinyi might be stronger than you? It's possible. However, it's also possible that Tuoku underestimated Zhang Jinyi and was reckless, resulting in his death. If that's the case, Zhang Jinyi might not be stronger than I am, Yan Ru Yv speculated. Nevertheless, since he's capable of making it into the top 10, he's definitely not to be underestimated. Why didn't both of you continue to stay in the upper realm and try to enter the top 10 since both of you are ranked 13th and 15th respectively? There's still a month left to go, so your chances are high, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion asked. He was confused when he saw Duan Ling Tian and Huaner returning from the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Something's amiss. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. His expression was grim. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression turned solemn. What's wrong? 4 months ago, a person named Zhang Jinyi suddenly appeared in the upper realm. No one has heard of him before this, it's as though he just appeared out of thin air, Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice. Today, he rose to 4th place on the scoreboard. Tuoku, who was known to have the strongest defenses among his peers in the Southern Heaven territory, has been killed by him. Although there's a chance Tuoku died due to his carelessness, the chances are slim. Apart from that, before killing Tuoku, Zhang Jinyi was already ranked 9th, Duan Ling Tian said as his expression grew darker and darker. What makes you feel uneasy then? The old man asked. I suspect he's from the Phantom Fox clan, Duan Ling Tian replied. The Phantom Fox clan? The old man furrowed his brows and shook his head. That's unlikely. If the Phantom Fox clan has someone like him, we would have heard about him. When you say the Phantom Fox clan, you're referring to their branch in the Southern Heaven territory, right? However, what if Zhang Jinyi is from the main clan? Duan Ling Tian speculated out loud. With transporting formations, it would only take a few days for someone to travel from the Phantom Foxes, main clan to the Southern Heaven territory. The Phantom Foxes, main clan? You're saying he's from the 7 Upper Provinces Heaven territory? The old man's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. I'm not sure, but it's possible. Moreover, his surname is Zhang. Duan Ling Tian had left the upper realm early because he suspected Zhang Jinyi, who accumulated points and rose in ranks much faster compared to him, was from the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not plan to enter the top 10 even if they were capable of doing so. Since those who ranked in the top 10 and those who ranked after that would be led to different secret realms, it meant that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner would not risk running into Zhang Jinyi. Moreover, based on Zhang Jinyi's performance in the upper realm, it was highly likely that even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for Zhang Jinyi. It's good to be cautious. Boy, not only is your innate talent and comprehension skills high, but you're smart as well, the old man said after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. It was obvious he agreed with Duan Ling Tian's decision. Duan Ling Tian and that woman have returned to the safe zone and left the upper realm. Zhang Dongnan frowned when he heard this message. After Zhang Yunting died, his son had been lurking around the safe zone that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner first appeared in. When he saw the duo leaving the upper realm, he quickly sent a message to notify Zhang Dongnan. That Zhang Jinyi refused to listen to me. I told him to use a fake name when he entered the upper realm. It's likely that Duan Ling Tian grew suspicious because of his name. Zhang Dongnan's expression was unsightly as he sent a message to Zhang Jinyi to inform him that his identity might have been exposed. Chapter 3200 Avoiding Zhang Jinyi. Zhang Jinyi only entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm so that he could meet Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to find out if Huaner was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Before he entered the upper realm, Zhang Dongnan had suggested that he used a pseudonym on his identity jade token. He obviously did not heed Zhang Dongnan's advice. After he received Zhang Dongnan's message, he decided to leave the upper realm as well. When Zhang Dongnan arrived in the estate of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory, he said to Zhang Dongnan in a low voice, "Since they left the upper realm, let's just head to the Profound Nether Mansion to test that woman. Can a mere grade 6 force like the Profound Nether Mansion stop me?" Zhang Dongnan felt that Zhang Jinyi's words made sense. The Profound Nether Mansion would not dare to offend Zhang Jinyi due to his identity. Soon enough, the duo left for the Profound Nether Mansion. When the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion learned of Zhang Jinyi's identity, he gave his full cooperation and even led the duo from the Phantom Fox clan to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Naturally, at this moment, apart from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion who was fishing, no one else was in the pavilion. "Senior, where are Duan Ling Tian and the woman?" Zhang Dongnan asked respectfully. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was comparable to some of the leaders of the 10 major clans and top 5 sects, so he did not dare to act impudently. The old man glanced at Zhang Dongnan before he replied, "They left 10 years ago." "They left?" Zhang Dongnan was dumbfounded. He had assumed the old man had received news about Zhang Jinyi and urged Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to leave the upper realm to avoid the Phantom Fox clan. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had already left the Profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, he sent a message to Zhang Yunting's son to check if Duan Ling Tian and Huaner returned to the upper realm again. After a while, Zhang Yunting's son replied and confirmed Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not return to the upper realm and that the duo's rankings on the scoreboard remained the same. With this, Zhang Dongnan ruled out the possibility that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had entered the upper realm through another safe zone after crushing their identity jade tokens outside. the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was different from the middle realm because those who crushed their accumulative points jade in the middle realm would not be able to enter again until the scoreboard was refreshed. However, those who crushed their identity jade tokens could still enter the upper realm again and continued to collect points as long as they obtained a new identity jade token. Zhang Dongnan's expression darkened as soon as he listened to the message from Zhang Yunting's son. Since he had ruled out the possibility of Duan Ling Tian and Huaner entering the upper realm again through a different safe zone, it was likely that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had left the profound Nether Mansion's estate or were hiding in the old man's little world. If this was the case, there was nothing they could do at all. In the end, Zhang Dongnan could only smile wryly and say, "Lord Envoy, it seems like they really left the profound Nether Mansion." Zhang Jinyi looked at the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion coldly and said, "Inform me immediately if you have news about that woman. Otherwise, if I find out you're hiding information from me, I definitely won't let you go." After he finished speaking, he threw a soul pearl to the mansion master. The old man's gaze turned cold as he put his fishing rod down and said, "I'd love to see how a mere 10-direction celestial king like you intends to deal with me. I won't bully you, I'll suppress my cultivation base to that of a 10-direction celestial king." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he made a move. He kept his words and suppressed his cultivation base to Zhang Jinyi's level. However, the law he comprehended was superior to Zhang Jinyi. Although Zhang Jinyi used techniques that were exclusive to direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan, he found he could not gain the advantage over the old man. Shocked by this discovery, he said, "Old man, your strength is not bad. With your strength, you're comparable to the leaders of grade 5 forces. Why are you hiding and fishing in a grade 6 force?" The old man asked in return, "You're not from the Southern Heaven Territory, right? It's impossible for the Southern Heaven Territory to have a 10-direction celestial king like you." "Of course, I'm from the Heaven Territory in the 7 Upper Province," Zhang Jinyi said with a hint of pride. "Listen to me, inform me immediately if you have news of that woman. Even if I'm not capable of annihilating the profound Nether Mansion alone, any one of my uncles is more than capable of destroying the profound Nether Mansion," Zhang Jinyi said threateningly before he left. "Remember my name, Zhang Jinyi. I'm a direct descendant of the Heaven Territory's Phantom Fox clan. Even the weakest among my uncles is a titled Celestial Lord." Zhang Dongnan followed closely behind as Zhang Jinyi walked away. After the duo from the Phantom Fox clan left, the old man said with a sigh, "I didn't expect the Phantom Fox's main clan to have such a talented 10-direction celestial king. Even if those two young fellows join forces now, they still won't be a match for him." He was clearly shocked by Zhang Jinyi's strength. The mansion master asked curiously, "Grand Master, where are they now?" "They're hiding in my little world." As soon as the old man finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly appeared. They were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. As long as they hid in the old man's little world, no one, apart from those with cultivation bases higher than the old man, would be able to detect their presence. The old man asked Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, "Did you see what happened earlier?" Duan Ling Tian nodded with a grave expression on his face. "I didn't expect the 10-direction celestial king from the Heaven Territory's Phantom Fox clan to possess such strength. Even Tang Ping Shan, the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect and the former undefeated champion in the upper realm, would not survive more than 10 moves from him." When the old man suppressed his cultivation base to fight Zhang Jinyi, Duan Ling Tian could tell the two opponents were evenly matched. Although the old man had cast all the profundities he had comprehended, it did not give the old man advantage over Zhang Jinyi. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner and said, "His final 2 techniques are remarkable. They should be the Phantom Fox clan's techniques. Did you manage to see them?" Huaner nodded. "Brother Ling Tian, that person also used an extraordinary illusory technique in the beginning. It has to be a unique technique that only direct descendants from the main clan can master. In regards to the 2 techniques you mentioned, they're useless against me. After all, 1,000 Phantom's Ice Foxes are supreme in the Phantom Fox clan." Duan Ling Tian and the others were shocked by Huaner's words. Duan Ling Tian said, "Now I know why they want to get rid of you. Once you grow into your full potential, they won't be able to stop you at all if you want to contend for power in the clan. Both of you should be able to defeat him once you grow stronger in the future. In fact, you don't even have to wait until you're 10-direction celestial kings," the old man said. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly and said, regardless, the important thing is even without his two special techniques, we're not his match right now. Even if Zhang Jinyi did not have his two special techniques, he had comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of metal and had even comprehended 4 of them to the initial stage. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were no match for him now even if they joined forces. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian might stand a slight chance if he used his divine artifact as well, but it would mean nothing if Zhang Jinyi possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's divine artifact was only slightly more powerful than emperor-grade celestial weapons. Even if Zhang Jinyi did not possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner could barely restrain him with their current strength even if they used his divine artifact. For all these reasons, Duan Ling Tian knew it was not wise to go against Zhang Jinyi for now. The best course of action was to avoid him. That's true. The old man nodded as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complex gaze. Boy, you were right when you said they would come to the mansion to look for you and Huaner after both of you left the upper realm. After leaving the upper realm, Duan Ling Tian had guessed that Zhang Jinyi and Zhang Dongnan would come to the profound nether mansion to look for Huaner. If I were him, I would have done the same, Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. Not everyone is as astute or meticulous as you. My confidence in you has grown even more. Perhaps, you'll really succeed in helping us avenge the former imperial tutor. The old man sighed. How little confidence did you have in me previously? Duan Ling Tian asked teasingly. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner waited another month after Zhang Jinyi and Zhang Dongnan left before they entered the upper realm again. It was also the day the ranking was refreshed. Since we ranked between 11th and 30th place, we'll enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm, Duan Ling Tian said. The Grade 1 Secret Realm was only accessible to those who ranked in the top 10. Those who ranked from 11th to 30th place, like Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, would only be able to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Those who ranked from 31th to 100th place could only enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. The treasures in all 3 secret realms were almost the same. The only differences between the realms were the difficulties of the tests to obtain the treasures. Naturally, the tests in the Grade 1 Secret Realm were easy. The tests in the Grade 2 Secret Realm were at the intermediate level while the tests in the Grade 3 Secret Realm were the most difficult. Chapter 3201, Top 10. Branch Leader, Duan Ling Tian and that woman have entered the upper realm again. They must be preparing to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Zhang Yunting's son, who had been lurking in one of the safe zones in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, immediately sent a message to the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory as soon as he discovered Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had returned to the upper realm. Lord Envoy, Zhang Dongnan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory, quickly conveyed the message to Zhang Jinyi, who was resting at this moment. Grade 2 Secret Realm. Since this was Zhang Jinyi's first visit to the Southern Heaven territory in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he did not know much about the upper realm. Lord Envoy, the upper realm's scoreboard would be refreshed annually. Those who are ranked in the top 100 would be permitted to enter 3 secret realms respectively according to their rankings, Zhang Dongnan explained. Tomorrow is the day when the scoreboard will reset. If you enter the upper realm today, your identity jade token will send you into the Grade 1 Secret Realm with the others who are ranked in the top 10 to explore the secret realm. Since Zhang Jinyi was ranked in the top 10, he would, naturally, be allowed to enter the Grade 1 Secret Realm. Will I be able to meet that woman whom we suspect to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Grade 1 Secret Realm? Zhang Jinyi asked. No, Zhang Dongnan replied. That woman and Duan Ling Tian are only granted access to the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Since the Grade 1 and Grade 2 Secret Realm are separate, you won't be able to meet them. If that's the case, I have no interest in entering the Secret Realm. When the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm reopens, I'll use a pseudonym to enter the upper realm and find them. Zhang Jinyi had no interest in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and the secret realms and the treasures within. In his opinion, the Southern Heaven territory was like a small place in the countryside. He already possessed the things that were regarded as treasures here before he even broke through and became a celestial king. In the past, when he had just become an overarching Heaven's Supreme Celestial, the Phantom Fox clan had already given him a royal grade celestial weapon. After he became a celestial duke, he was then given a purely defensive royal grade celestial weapon. As for other things like celestial pills and celestial talismans, he had never lacked them. In fact, He even owned some escape-type celestial talismans that were inscribed by titled celestial lords. Lord Envoy, I have a suggestion. Why don't we look for a sectless cultivator who consistently ranks at the top and kill him before the scoreboard resets? After that, you can use his identity in the upper realm and look for Duan Ling Tian and the woman. You can keep track of their rankings and follow them into the same secret realm at the end of the year if you don't meet them beforehand. Your name is too inconspicuous, and using a pseudonym might not work since they would probably be wary of a new and unfamiliar name, Zhang Dong Nan suggested. I'll act according to your suggestion. Zhang Jinyi was quick to agree to Zhang Dong Nan's suggestion. Perhaps, he had learned from his previous mistake. However, I'm not familiar with the sectless cultivators here, so I'll leave this matter to you. Lord Envoy, I'll take care of everything. All I need is your consent. Zhang Dong Nan was relieved that Zhang Jinyi agreed to his suggestion. He had been worried the arrogant direct descendant from the main clan would spurn his suggestion. Fortunately, Zhang Jinyi was willing to listen to his advice. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, in just a blink of an eye, a day had passed. There was only an hour left before the scoreboard would reset. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were waiting at a corner of the safe zone. Since most people were aware of how powerful they were now, nobody dared to provoke them. Moreover, they were ranked 13th and 15th respectively. This meant there were not many people who were stronger than them in the upper realm. That person, Duan Ling Tian, who was looking around his surroundings, discovered a person who would look at him and Huaner from time to time. He found the person rather familiar. After a while, he recalled he had seen the person thrice. Huaner, is that person a member from the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Ling Tian asked. After probing that person with his divine consciousness, he discovered the person's aura was somewhat similar to Zhang Yunting, a member of the Phantom Fox clan. For this reason, he asked Huaner for confirmation since she could easily identify members of the Phantom Fox clan due to her identity as the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huaner turned to look at the person. When that person looked away, she extended her divine consciousness to probe that person. In just a brief moment, she said to Duan Ling Tian, "Brother Ling Tian, he's really a member of the Phantom Fox clan." As expected, Duan Ling Tian smiled. No wonder branch leader Zhang is aware of our movements. As it turns out, he has a spy here. Despite discovering a spy from the Phantom Fox clan, Duan Ling Tian did not rush to take action since they were in the safe zone where fighting was strictly prohibited. After an hour, the rankings on the scoreboard stopped changing. There was no movement for 15 minutes. Following that, the scoreboard was refreshed. Then, those who ranked in the top 100 were sent to their respective secret realms according to their ranks. Those who ranked in the top 10 were transported to a huge cave. It did not take long before they discovered there were only 9 of them instead of 10. There are only 9 of us here. Where's the other person? After a short moment, someone said, "It's Zhang Jinyi." "He's not here," a gray-clad middle-aged man said. Zhang Jinyi appeared out of nowhere. He even managed to kill the Bodhi Zen sect's Tuo Ku. "Tuo Yi, Tuo Ku's your senior brother. Did he manage to send a message back to the Bodhi Zen sect before he was killed by Zhang Jinyi?" A handsome young man dressed in a white robe and holding a fan asked a young monk dressed in black and white kasaya. The white-clad young man had an elegant and noble bearing. He was none other than the inner disciples from the Tao scholar profound sect, Yanru YV, who was ranked at the top. He was the person who had defeated the pride of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect and became the new peerless genius in the upper realm. No, Senior Tuo Ku didn't manage to send a message before he died. The young monk, Tuo Yi, shook his head and sighed. If he had time to send a message, he would have been able to crush his identity jade token and escape. It's likely that he didn't expect that he'd die. At this moment, a handsome young man asked with a smile, "Yanru YV, you're the strongest among us now. Do you think you're capable of defeating Zhang Jinyi?" The handsome young man seemed rather familiar with Yanru YV. He was Yang YV Hao, the son of the sect leader of the 100 Flowers Celestial sect and a core disciple of the sect. He was also one of the few male disciples in the 100 Flowers Celestial sect. At this moment, a beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure could be seen holding Yang YV Hao's arm. She was even more eye-catching standing among the crowd of men. She was known as the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Yang Yue. Similar to Yang YV Hao, she was also from the 100 Flowers Celestial sect. In fact, She and Yang Yv Hao were fraternal twins. I'm not confident. Yanru Yv waved the fan in his hand and shook his head. Although I'm confident I'm stronger than Tuo Ku, due to his defenses, it's impossible for me to kill him. That's right, Tuo Ku's defenses were the best in the upper realm. Even if we were stronger than him, it'd be impossible for us to kill him. Where did Zhang Jinyi come from? Why is he so powerful? Many people were curious about Zhang Jinyi and could not help but wonder about his origin. As time passed, the topic gradually changed from Zhang Jinyi to something else. At this moment, a tall and muscular young man looked at Yang Yue and said with a smile, "Junior Yue, I heard those who had seen the woman, Huaner, said that you're not a match for her. She has to be quite strong to be able to rank 15th on the scoreboard. Moreover, it was her first time entering the upper realm. I've also heard that the man by her side, Duan Ling Tian, is actually quite useless. He only managed to rank so high because of her." The muscular young man was Hu Tongzan, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. "Given the chance, I'd love to meet her." Yang Yue smiled as her eyes narrowed imperceptibly. "I'd love to see if she's as strong as the rumor says." Meanwhile, Yanru Yv shook his head as he looked at Hu Tongzan. "Hu Tongzan, it's a mistake to underestimate Duan Ling Tian. He's not a simple person. 30 years ago, he was invincible in the middle realm. This was his first time entering the upper realm, and he has already managed to rank 13th. Do you really think someone like that is a pushover?" Among the people present on the scene, no one knew Duan Ling Tian as well as Yanru Yv did. He had long heard of Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian had joined the profound Nether Mansion and was still in the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, at that time, he did not think much about Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was just someone who would occasionally come up in his conversation with his good friend, Chen Li, who was the son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. Chapter 3202 Jun Qinhe. Wait a minute, Yanru Yv, are you saying that Duan Ling Tian is the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian? Hu Tongzan, the core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect, looked at Yanru Yv with an expression of disbelief. The others were similarly shocked by Yanru Yv's words as well. "This is ridiculous. He was just a 10 Directions Celestial Duke 30 years ago. You're saying after 30 years, he managed to rank 13th during his first visit to the upper realm? Yanru Yv, are you sure?" Everyone present on the scene looked at Yanru Yv with varying expressions of disbelief. "Why would I lie?" Yanru Yv shook his head. "It's the truth. If any of you runs into him, you can ask him about it. It's hard to believe that he managed to achieve so much in the upper realm after only 30 years. Hu Tongzan sighed. A green-clad young man said with a scoff, "In my opinion, he must have relied on that woman next to him to climb up to the 13th place. Hu Lei, don't jump to conclusions. Duan Ling Tian is not as simple as you think," Yanru Yv said. Although he was not acquainted with Duan Ling Tian, he had watched Duan Ling Tian rise step by step. "It seems like you know him very well." Hu Lei, a lineal disciple of the Hu clan that was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, said. "I don't know much about him. However, do you think someone who's capable of snatching the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit from a reincarnated Celestial Emperor is simple?" Yanru Yv asked as he looked at Hu Lei. "The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit." Everyone was shocked again when they heard Yanru Yv's words. "So that rumor is true. I've heard the elders mention it, but I thought it's just a rumor. He robbed a reincarnated Celestial Emperor of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruits. It doesn't sound believable to me." The people present on the scene were clearly skeptical. "It's true," Yanru Yv said, "the son of Chen Yuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, is a friend of mine. He was the one who accepted the job to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. Back then, Duan Ling Tian was only an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial. Even if it wasn't completely due to his own strength, he managed to kill or evade the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. I'm sure all of you know that even the weakest assassins from the Blood Skull Gang are one basic Celestial Kings. In any case, it's true that he managed to obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit and quickly became a 10 Directions Celestial Duke." With these words, everyone was convinced of the veracity of Yanru Yv's words. After all, just like Yanru Yv had said, there was no reason for him to lie at all. It seems like Duan Ling Tian really isn't simple. Robbing a reincarnated Celestial Emperor of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. I'm not confident I'll be able to pull off such a feat. That's right. Moreover, that reincarnated celestial emperor must have plotted carefully before making a move, and yet, he was still thwarted by Duan Lingtian. In the past, all of those who managed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruits were reincarnated celestial emperors. In fact, they were much stronger than that reincarnated celestial emperor whose plan was foiled by Duan Lingtian. I'm rather intrigued by Duan Lingtian now. I hope I'll be able to meet him. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that 9 out of 10 people who were ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were talking about him. At this moment, he and Huoner had already entered the Grade 2 Secret Realm with the others who were ranked 11th to the 30th place. They had been transported into a huge hall with no exit. It seems like it'll take a while before we can explore the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Duan Lingtian had heard from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion that it would take an hour after they were transported to the Secret Realm before they would be able to move around freely. At this moment, the atmosphere was rather tense in the huge hall. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Huoner, and a few people who grouped together, most people stood alone. They looked at each other warily and with suspicion. Some of them would look at Duan Lingtian and Huoner occasionally, clearly curious about the duo who had recently become famous in the upper realm. After all, there were not many who could enter the top 20 the first time they entered the upper realm. At this moment, a middle-aged man, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, asked another middle-aged man, "This is my first time entering the Grade 2 Secret Realm, I've only entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm previously. Brother, do you know anything about the Grade 2 Secret Realm?" However, the latter only looked at the former before turning away. Duan Lingtian shook his head slightly when he saw this. It seemed like no one was willing to lend a hand to anyone because they all viewed each other as competitors. After an hour had passed, a series of explosions rang in the air as 4 exits appeared in the 4 directions of the huge hall. Most people flew in different directions at top speed and vanished in just a blink of an eye. However, Duan Lingtian discovered the few people who had yet to leave staring at him and Huoner intently. In just an instant, 9 people moved and surrounded Duan Lingtian and Huoner. "What are you doing?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not familiar with any of them, but their expressions were clearly hostile when they looked at him and Huoner. Among the 9 people, there was one woman. She was dressed in tight red clothing. She looked at Huoner with a frosty expression as she replied to Duan Lingtian nonchalantly, "You may leave, but this woman must stay." Upon hearing the red-clad woman's words, Huoner furrowed her brows, slightly perplexed. She did not understand why the red-clad woman was so hostile when this was their first meeting. "Why?" Duan Lingtian asked solemnly. His gaze turned cold as well. He would not care if these people targeted him, but he found it unforgivable that they targeted Huoner. A middle-aged man glanced at the red-clad woman before he asked Duan Lingtian with a smile, "Brat, you don't know her?" Before Duan Lingtian could reply, an old man said with a grin, "She's Jun Chu-hee, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. The woman next to you killed Jun Wangchen, who was her biological brother. So that's the reason." Upon hearing these words, Duan Lingtian finally realized these people were here for revenge. "You must be quite wealthy to be able to hire so many people to help you. It must have cost a lot to hire so many people, right?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Jun Chu-hee in surprise. It would not be surprising if Jun Chu-hee had 1 or 2 friends who decided to help her to seek revenge. However, it was unlikely that 8 people who ranked in the top 30 would conveniently band together just to help her seek revenge. She must have promised them some sort of reward in exchange for their help. "No price is too high as long as I can avenge my brother," Jun Chu-hee replied with a sneer. However, from the beginning until now, her eyes were only trained on Huoner as though she could not wait to kill Huoner. Duan Lingtian's narrowed eyes flashed coldly as he replied tonelessly, "Your brother deserves to die. Leave now before it's too late. Otherwise, don't blame us for not showing mercy." Jun Hee-chu sneered with a contemptuous expression on her face before she charged toward Huoner at lightning speed. Purple lightning bolts flashed around her body as she moved. Based on this, it was obvious she had comprehended the law of thunder. At this moment, a long red whip appeared in Jun Chu-hee's hand. Lightning bolts flashed around the whip like snakes as she whipped it in the air. Following that, the other 8 people attacked as well. Since Jun Chu-hee promised to reward them, it was only natural that they helped her. "Huoner, there's no need for you to show mercy," Duan Lingtian said to Huoner as his eyes shone with killing intent. At the same time, His celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged from his body. Yes, brother Ling Tian. Huaner's gaze turned frosty as well when she sensed Duan Ling Tian's killing intent. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner vanished at the same time before they reappeared outside of the 9 people's encirclement. 4 of you go and kill that brat. The rest of you help me kill this bitch. Jun Chu he ordered as she continued moving toward Huaner with her whip in hand. With this, 4 men moved toward Duan Ling Tian while the others charged toward Huaner. Since all of you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wishes. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 4 men coldly as he cast the law of space's restraining profundity with his celestial origin energy. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 men were trapped in a cage burning with golden flames. Chapter 3203 The Wind Thunder Dao Sect. A mere 3 talents celestial king is trying to restrain us. How foolish. It'd be incredibly easy for me to break the restraining profundity. The 4 men who were trapped in the cage burning with golden flames clearly did not take Duan Ling Tian seriously. They began to attack in unison to break the cage. 3 spatial tears appeared outside the cage, looking like some beasts opening their mouths. In the next moment, 3 gray sword rays burning with golden flames shot out of the spatial tears. Transportation profundity. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had transported the 3 gray sword rays into the cage. The 4 men continued to attack the cage as they defended themselves against the gray sword rays. When they brought their royal-grade celestial weapons out, armor, vest, and cloaks appeared on their bodies respectively. Based on this, it was clear that they had used their purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. Although Duan Ling Tian was just a mere 3 talents celestial king, they felt greatly threatened by the gray sword rays from the cross-dimensional profundity. When the 4 men saw the gray sword rays continuing toward them unimpeded, they directed their attacks at the sword rays to deflect them. Alas, their attacks only managed to extinguish the golden flames around the sword rays. Their attacks failed to stop the sword rays that were shooting toward them. At this moment, their expressions changed drastically. Impossible. How's he so strong? The 4 men frantically attacked the cage in hopes of freeing themselves. Alas, similar to the sword rays, their attacks only extinguished the golden flames on the cage and failed to destroy the cage. They were still restrained by the powerful force. The ear-piercing sound of a sword cry rang in the air as the 4 men prepared to attack the cage again. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian was now standing in front of the cage. He waved the sword in his hand before it released colorful sword rays. It was none other than the 7 orifices exquisite sword that he had not used for a long time. Although it had not completely fused with Wanzher, the artifact soul, its power had increased greatly. What kind of celestial weapon is that? It was too late when the 4 men discovered the extraordinary sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Colorful rays of light shone dazzlingly as Duan Ling Tian wielded the sword. With just a wave, the 4 men were instantly killed. They did not even have time to crush their identity jade tokens to escape or defend themselves. Meanwhile, Huaner had also killed the other 5 people with the yin-yang 9 water chestnut ring. Although the 9 people had comprehended 9 profundities from a law, and some of them had even comprehended 2 profundities to the initial stage, the laws they had comprehended were only ordinary laws. How could ordinary laws compare to the law of space that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner comprehended? The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws, after all. It was no surprise the 9 people were defeated by the duo. Huaner, let's go. Duan Ling Tian beckoned to Huaner to leave the hall after the 7 orifices exquisite sword returned to his body, and he had collected the spatial rings from those they killed. Soon after, the duo left the huge hall where corpses were strewn on the ground and blood flowed like a river. In the Wind Thunder Dao sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory, at this moment, an angry roar resounded loudly from one of the residences in the Wind Thunder Dao sect's estate. Hey! Under the watchful eyes of a group of disciples, an old man flew out of the residence. They whispered among themselves and were convinced that something bad had happened. The old man was none other than Jun Chongshan, the vice hall master of the Hall of Law of Enforcement of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. What happened? Why is Vice Hall Master Jun angry again? When something similar happened a few months ago, I remember Vice Hall Master Jun's great-grandson, Jun Wangchen, died in the upper realm. Hey, I heard Jun Wangchen's sister, Jun Chu-hee, planned to avenge him in the secret realm. She should be in the secret realm now, right? Then, did something happen to her in the secret realm? At this moment, a muscular middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the air. Vice Hall Master Jun, What happened? Many of the disciples recognized the muscular middle-aged man immediately. It's the vice hall master of the Tibetan hall, Wu Gang. The old man and the muscular middle-aged man hovering in the air at this moment were powerful celestial lords. For this reason, the disciples in the surroundings were affected by the pressure that came from the old man's anger. Zheng Chongshan replied as he clenched his hands, Chu He is dead. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out uncontrollably with a terrifying aura. Many disciples with weak cultivation bases had no choice but to flee when they felt the pressure bearing down on them. What? Wu Gang's eyes widened in shock. Chu He perished as well. Before Wu Gang recovered from the shock, Zheng Chongshan flew out and vanished in just a blink of an eye. The disciples in the surroundings who heard Zheng Chongshan's words were shocked as well. Zheng Chu He is dead. Heavens, we were right. Did that woman Huaner kill Zheng Chu He and the people she hired? How terrifying. That Huaner is definitely capable of ranking in the top 10 based on her strength. Hey, it seems like Vice Hall Master Zheng flew in the direction of Vice Sect Leader Hu's residence. He must have gone to look for Vice Sect Leader Hu so he could get Senior Hu Tongzan to avenge Zheng Chu He and Zheng Wangchen. While the disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect were still discussing among themselves, Zheng Chongshan had arrived at the residence of Hu Zhen, the Vice Sect Leader of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Vice Sect Leader Hu, I beg you, please ask Tongzan to avenge my great-grandchildren. Zheng Chongshan fell to his knees as soon as he saw Hu Zhen. It was clear he did not plan to get up as long as Hu Zhen did not agree to his request. Vice Hall Master Zheng, please rise to your feet and tell me what happened, Hu Zhen said. After listening to Zheng Chongshan's words, Hu Zhen said skeptically, you're saying that woman, Huaner, killed Chu He and the other 8 people Chu He had hired. Vice Hall Master Zheng, is it possible that you're mistaken? Perhaps, Chu He died during one of the tests in the secret realm. Impossible. Zheng Chongshan shook his head and said vehemently, before Hei made a move against that woman, she had sent me a message. Soon after that, she died. Moreover, before she made a move, everyone had left the hall in the Grade 2 secret realm. Only Hei and the 8 people she hired along with that woman, Huaner, and a young man, Duan Ling Tian, were left in the hall at that time. Do you know the 8 people she hired? Hu Zhen asked. Yes, they were all elders. I've contacted the forces some of them were from and discovered they're dead as well. Zheng Chongshan's expression was unsightly at this moment. Hu Zhen's eyes widened upon hearing these words. If those 2 truly killed Chu He and the other 8 people, it means their strength is comparable to Huaner. After a moment, he added, Vice Hall Master Zheng, I'll send a message to my son. However, I can't guarantee my son's capable of killing those 2 people. Zheng Chongshan said through gritted teeth, Vice Sect Leader Hu, if Tongzan truly can't deal with them, I won't say anything else. In the Grade 1 secret realm in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, at this moment, Hu Tongzan received a message from his father, Hu Zhen. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner killed Zheng Chu He and the 8 people she hired to help her. Hu Tongzan was shocked when he heard the news. After all, Zheng Chu He and the 8 people were strong enough to rank in the top 30, and yet, they were killed by Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. When Hu Tongzan regained his senses, he replied solemnly to his father, Father, if that's true, I don't have the confidence to kill them. If the chance arises, test their strength first. From what I know, they don't simply kill unless their opponents try to kill them first. Just remember not to approach them with the intention to kill. Hu Zhen said. He had easily agreed to Zheng Chongshan's request because he knew Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would not have put his precious son's life at risk. Upon hearing his father's words, Hu Tongzan sighed in relief. It should not be a problem to test their strength. After he was done communicating with his father, Hu Tongzan's eyes glinted as he sent a message. Yanru YV, how much do you know about Duan Ling Tian and that woman next to him? Chapter 3204 The Flaming Green Striped Fruit. In the Grade 2 secret realm of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Brother Ling Tian, where are we going? After leaving the hall, a vast and seemingly boundless world appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. It was as though they had entered a whole new world. When they turned back, the hall had disappeared. Let's just explore this place, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Huaner, we can go wherever you want. The Grade 2 secret realm was filled with fortuitous encounters, celestial weapons, celestial pills, celestial fruits, and celestial talismans. However, Duan Ling Tian was only interested in celestial pills and celestial fruits that could swiftly raise their cultivation bases, since their breakthroughs would become slower now that they had become celestial kings. These treasures were as rare as unicorns and phoenixes in the Southern Heaven territory, but there were quite many of them in the secret realms. Duan Ling Tian was able to break through and become a 3-talent celestial king in 30 years due to such celestial fruits. The celestial fruits, which he shared equally with Huoner, had been given to him by the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Even if he did not share the celestial fruits with Huoner, he would still be a 3-talent celestial king, because the gap between a 3-talent celestial king and a 4-phenomenon celestial king was like a chasm. "Brother Ling Tian, let's go this way then," Huoner said to Duan Ling Tian after she briefly glanced to her right. "All right." Duan Ling Tian brought Huoner with him as he moved. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness to scan the land for treasures and fortuitous encounters. Although the Grade 2 secret realm contained treasures that were not inferior to those in the Grade 1 secret realms, the tests one had to pass to obtain them were much more dangerous and life-threatening. Needless to say, the more precious the treasures, the deadlier the tests would be. For example, the formation that protected purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons could manifest powerful spirits. Although these spirits' strength was only that of a 10-direction celestial king, the laws they comprehended were powerful. Therefore, the spirits were not any weaker than those who ranked in the top 10. Most people would join forces when they came across such formations. Similar to the upper realm, one can also crush one's identity jade token to escape from the dangers in the secret realms. Duan Ling Tian had learned this from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion previously. However, once the identity jade token was crushed, one would no longer be able to enter the secret realm again, after traveling for 2 hours. "Brother Ling Tian, there's a commotion up ahead," Huoner said as she pointed to the volcano in front of them. At this moment, the duo was crossing a desert. Far ahead, there was an active volcano that was constantly spewing lava high up in the sky. Although Duan Ling Tian did not hear any commotion, he brought Huoner to the direction that she had pointed out. It was only when they drew closer that he finally heard the commotion that Huoner had spoken about earlier. As a thunderous explosion rang in the air, Duan Ling Tian saw a few figures on top of the volcano. Apart from that, he saw a gigantic humanoid figure as well. His eyes lit up immediately when he recalled the words of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. In the secret realms, the more difficult the tests, the more precious the treasures would be. The treasures in the secret realms are so precious that even the 10 major clans and the top 5 sects covet them. Based on the strength of this formation spirit, it seems like it's protecting a rather extraordinary treasure. Duan Ling Tian could tell the gigantic formation spirit formed from lava and rocks was rather powerful. It seemed evenly matched with the few figures who were currently fighting it. "Huoner, let's go." Duan Ling Tian held Huoner's hand and teleported about 10,000 meters ahead. With this, he depleted 1/3 of his celestial origin energy. A wry smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "It's still difficult for me to cast the teleportation profundity at the initial stage with my current celestial origin energy." Since Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the teleportation profundity to the initial stage, he could teleport within the distance of 1,000 meters each time. However, each time, it would deplete much of his celestial origin energy. The amount of celestial origin energy it consumed was nothing to celestial lords, but it took a heavy toll on celestial kings. For example, Duan Ling Tian, a 3-talent celestial king, would deplete 1/3 of his celestial origin energy when he used the teleportation profundity 10 times to travel 10,000 meters ahead. However, if he had only used it to travel 100 meters or 1,000 meters ahead, it, naturally, would not consume so much celestial origin energy. In no time at all, Duan Ling Tian and Huoner finally appeared above the volcano. They could clearly see the 3 people fiercely fighting the gigantic humanoid figure that was made from magma and rocks. The rocks that formed the humanoid figure were clearly scorching hot. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the 3 people above the volcano. They were a middle-aged man and 2 young men. He had seen them earlier when they had just entered the Grade 2 secret realm. At this moment, the gigantic humanoid figure swung its fist that was the size of a mountain as celestial origin energy that was boosted by the fire elemental profundity surged from its body. After that, it cast other profundities from the law of fire. Some of them had even been comprehended to the initial stage. The explosion profundity and burning profundity are at the initial stage. Previously, Before comprehending the law of space, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of fire. Therefore, he could tell in just an instant how powerful the profundities from the law of fire were. Moreover, he could clearly tell the gigantic humanoid figure was much stronger than the 9 people he and Huiner had killed earlier. Although there were some among the 9 people who had comprehended 2 profundities to the initial stage, the profundities were not particularly powerful. On the other hand, the explosion profundity and burning profundity were the main offensive profundities of the law of fire. Comprehending these 2 profundities would boost one's strength tremendously. As the gigantic fist was about to land on the weakest among the trio, the man hastily brought his identity jade token out and crushed it before he vanished into thin air at the critical moment. The gigantic figure's fist ended up landing on the volcano, causing it to erupt violently. At the same time, the land and the surroundings began to shake and tremble. The remaining 2 men's expressions drastically changed as they quickly moved away. As soon as they retreated, the gigantic figure seemed to calm down and gradually disappeared into the spewing hot lava. Both men looked at the bottom of the soaring flames and lava unwillingly. The treasure is hidden at the bottom. Duan Ling Tian brought Huiner with him as he moved closer to get a better view. Soon enough, he saw a plant in the middle of the flames at the foot of the volcano. However, the plant was not affected by the flames at all. There were 5 bright red fruits growing on the plant. On the surface of the bright red fruits, 3 fine green stripes could be seen. These were clearly celestial fruits. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly as his eyes brightened, "Are those the flaming green striped fruits? Moreover, there are 5 of them. With my cultivation base, I only need 2 to quickly break through and become a 4-phenomenon celestial king." The flaming green striped fruits was a celestial fruit that could raise the cultivation bases of celestial kings. A 1 basic celestial king could quickly become a 2-form celestial king after consuming 2 fruits. Naturally, the higher the cultivation base of a celestial king, the lesser the effect of the fruits would be. For example, a 9 palaces celestial king would not be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial king even if he consumed 5 or 10 flaming green striped fruits. Even if there was no limit to the number of fruits one could consume, and the efficacy would not diminish. The flaming green striped fruits. Huiner recognized the fruits as well from her inherited memories as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. "I can't believe there are 5 flaming green striped fruits," Duan Ling Tian said excitedly. Although he received many resources from the profound Nether Mansion, none could compare to the flaming green striped fruits. The flaming green striped fruit was a rare and valuable celestial fruit that even the 10 major clans and top 5 sect might not have, let alone the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, the 2 men who were previously fighting the gigantic humanoid figure finally discovered Duan Ling Tian and Huiner's presence. Their eyes lit up as they flew toward the duo. "Greetings, my friends. Why don't we work together to obtain the flaming green striped fruits?" "I'm not interested," Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at the 2 men. "Why don't both of you leave this place or crush your identity jade tokens? I'll give you 5 breaths to consider this. Don't say I didn't warn you." Chapter 3205 Dong Yu. The 2 men's expressions turned unsightly as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. "It's not necessary for you to do this even if you're unwilling to work together with us, right? Don't you think you're going overboard by doing this?" The middle-aged man sneered with a dark expression on his face. The young man standing next to the middle-aged man looked displeased as well, but there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. He was aware that the purple-clad young man and woman in front of them were ranked 13th and 15th respectively. Although his companion was ranked 12th, he was only ranked 19th. "Since both of you aren't powerful enough to collect the flaming green striped fruits, why are you lingering around? Are you hoping to gain something by staying here?" Duan Ling Tian said mockingly. Are you saying that both of you are powerful enough to obtain all 5 flaming green striped fruits?" The young man exclaimed in shock. He had first-hand experience with the formation spirit, so he knew how terrifyingly powerful it was. He, the middle-aged man, and their companion who were eliminated could not defeat the formation spirit even after they joined forces. However, the purple-clad young man implied he was capable of obtaining all 5 of the flaming green striped fruits. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man grew wary. Nevertheless, he had no intention of leaving. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes at this moment. "You have 3 breaths left," Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice. "Sir, it's best not to burn all bridges, especially when we might meet again in the future," the middle-aged man said indignantly. "You're not planning to leave. In that case, you can stay here forever." When Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, saw the middle-aged man had no intention of leaving, she teleported behind the middle-aged man immediately. Following that, she quickly cast the law of space's restraining profundity to prevent the middle-aged man from leaving. In just a blink of an eye, 3 spatial tiers appeared after Huaner cast the cross-dimensional profundity. The gray sword rays shot toward the middle-aged man, who had been restrained, at lightning speed. Everything happened so quickly that when the middle-aged man regained his senses, the 3 gray sword rays were only meters away from him. His expression changed drastically as he mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body. He wielded his celestial weapon and brandished it to deflect the incoming sword rays. When he succeeded in deflecting the attack, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a voice rang in the air. "Watch out!" The young man, who was standing next to the middle-aged man, cried out in horror when he saw Huaner took out a celestial weapon that looked like a ring before throwing it at the middle-aged man. The yin-yang 9 water chestnut ring sailed in the air, leaving a streak of light in its wake. When it was approaching the space where the middle-aged man was confined, it suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared again, it was already inside the confined space. No, this time, the middle-aged did not have time to block the attack with his celestial weapon. He could only block it with his bare hands. Huaner had attacked with her celestial weapon while the middle-aged man only blocked the attack with his bare hands. The outcome was not difficult to guess. Just like that, the yin-yang 9 water chestnut ring destroyed the middle-aged man's hands before killing him. Huaner retrieved the middle-aged man's spatial ring after she killed him. Following that, she teleported next to Duan Ling Tian and presented the spatial ring to him. Her expression was gentle and obedient as she reached out to hold Duan Ling Tian's hand. The young man could only watch with a horrified expression on his face. He shuddered as chills ran up his spine. If he did not personally witness this, he would never expect such a gentle and beautiful woman to be so decisive and ruthless when she killed. "You have 1 breath left," Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he glanced at the young man. The young man regained his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. He wasted no time and hurriedly fled the scene. He did not even dare to look back when he fled. After the young man disappeared from Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's sight, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Huaner and said with a smile, "Huaner, stay in the plunder formation at the side. I'll go and retrieve the flaming green striped fruits." In fact, Duan Ling Tian wanted the 2 men to leave not because he was afraid they would seize the opportunity to snatch the flaming green striped fruits away. He wanted them to leave because he did not want to reveal his true strength and the treasures he possessed. For example, if they were around, he would not be able to use the 7 orifices exquisite sword. With his current strength, he would not be able to defeat the formation spirit without using the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Huaner might be strong enough to defeat the formation spirit, he would have to guard against the 2 men if they had stayed. It would be difficult for him to fend off the 2 men on his own if he did not use his 7 orifices exquisite sword. If one of the 2 men managed to escape, everyone would find out he possessed the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although they might not be able to tell the 7 orifices exquisite sword was a divine artifact, it was not difficult to see that it was precious. They would most likely mistake it for an emperor-grade celestial weapon. It would be bad if word spread about him owning an emperor-grade celestial weapon. "All right," Huaner nodded and obediently let go of Duan Ling Tian's hand. She watched as Duan Ling Tian stepped into the blazing flames. "It's really hot. No wonder the formation spirit's speed was so fast. In this environment, it can use the law of fire's fire-traveling profundity." The fire-traveling profundity was a law of fire's profundity. At the rudimentary stage and the initial stage, the fire-traveling profundity was not very useful since it could only be used in a fiery environment. One could only cast it without any care for the environment once it had been comprehended to the mastery stage. Nevertheless, it was quite formidable if one cast it in the right environment. As soon as Duan Ling Tian stepped into the blazing flames, a wolf-like howl rang in the air. It was so loud that it left his ears ringing. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic flaming humanoid figure appeared and lunged at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword shot toward the gigantic figure. Following that, he quickly teleported behind the gigantic figure and attacked with all his might. A piercing sword cry rang briefly as a 7-color sword ray shot into the gigantic figure. Just like that, the gigantic figure was destroyed. After Duan Ling Tian put the 7 orifices exquisite sword away, he wasted no time in collecting the 5 flaming green striped fruits. After that, he called out, "Huaner, let's go." Duan Ling Tian had no plans of consuming the flaming green striped fruits for now. He was going to search for treasures and fortuitous encounters first. The duration one could stay in the secret realms was different. One could stay in the Grade 1 secret realm for a month, while the Grade 2 secret realm and the Grade 3 secret realm only allowed one to stay in them for 20 days and 10 days respectively. Apart from having less time to spend in the Grade 2 and Grade 3 secret realm, the tests in these two realms were much more difficult compared to the tests in the Grade 1 secret realm. The tests in the Grade 3 secret realm were the most difficult among the three secret realms, while the tests in the Grade 2 secret realm were at the intermediate level. Naturally, the tests in the Grade 1 secret realm were the easiest. For 20 days, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner wandered the Grade 2 secret realm without a specific direction. After obtaining the flaming green striped fruits, they managed to obtain a few more treasures. The most valuable treasure they found was a purely defensive royal grade celestial weapon that was in the form of white female clothing. As soon as Huaner saw it, she was delighted and took a liking to it immediately. For Duan Ling Tian, he was happy as long as Huaner was happy. As for celestial fruits and celestial pills that raised one's cultivation base, the duo collected a few more. However, none of them were as potent as the flaming green striped fruits. Apart from that, the duo obtained a few fairly powerful celestial talismans. They did not think much about the talismans since they only provided external help. Moreover, they were not particularly useful in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as well. In the upper realm and its secret realms, if one used celestial talismans during a fight, one's identity jade token would lose its ability to transport one out of the upper realm. This meant that those who used celestial talismans during a fight could only leave the upper realm through the transporting formation in the safe zones. If one was in a secret realm, the only way one could leave was to wait until the secret realm closed. Now that 20 days had passed, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were transported back to the safe zone in the upper realm. "Huaner, let's go. We'll cultivate for a while before we enter the upper realm again," Duan Ling Tian said before both of them returned to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. "All right, I'll do as Brother Ling Tian suggested," Huaner said obediently. She would never oppose Duan Ling Tian no matter what. In her opinion, Duan Ling Tian could do no wrong. Duan Ling Tian knew with his and Huaner's strength, it would not be difficult for them to enter the top 10 if they joined forces. However, there were a few who were powerful enough to threaten their lives. Apart from that, there was also Zhang Jinyi to consider. Therefore, he knew they could not recklessly enter the top 10 even if they could. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to cultivate further and deepen his comprehension of the law of space before he entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm again. After returning to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, the duo entered closed-door cultivation to cultivate and deepen their comprehension of the law of space. Meanwhile, many were unaware that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had entered closed-door cultivation. One such person was Zhang Dong Nan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. After Zhang Jinyi agreed to enter the upper realm using a sectless cultivator's name, Zhang Dong Nan expended a lot of effort to search for a suitable candidate. Eventually, he decided on a sectless cultivator who was a rather powerful 10-direction celestial king. The sectless cultivator consistently ranked on the scoreboard, and his highest rank was 13th place. Although he has only started to enter the upper realm not too long ago and has never ranked in the top 10, no one will suspect a thing even if his name ranks in the top 10 after Zhang Jinyi uses his name. Zhang Dong Nan did not waste time once he made up his mind. He quickly found the sectless cultivator and killed him. Even when that sectless cultivator died, he did know why he was killed or how he offended a powerhouse to the point that it warranted death. After killing the sectless cultivator, Zhang Dong Nan looked for Zhang Jinyi as soon as he returned. "Lord Envoy, I've obtained a sectless cultivator's identity for you," Zhang Dong Nan continued to say. "This time, you'll enter the upper realm using the name Dong Yu. Since I've killed him, there's no need to worry about him appearing in the upper realm. It hasn't been long since he first entered the upper realm, and his highest ranking was 13th place." Chapter 3206 100 years passed in just a blink of an eye. Dong Yu was a sectless cultivator in the Southern Heaven Territory who was a 10-direction celestial king. He had comprehended the law of water. His highest rank in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was the 13th place. Although it had been quite a few years since he appeared on the scoreboard, no one thought he failed to make it into the top 100 because he was not powerful enough. At this moment, Dong Yu was the topic of discussion in the safe zones in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Initially, I thought Dong Yu's absence from the upper realm previously was due to him becoming a celestial lord. Who would have thought that's not the case? As it turns out, he just didn't enter the upper realm for some reason. Do you really think it's so easy to become a celestial lord? If it were so easy, there would be more celestial lords in the Southern Heaven territory. In my opinion, Dong Yu was just in closed-door cultivation during the years he was absent in the upper realm. Dong Yu is really dominating the scoreboard this time around. Only 3 months have passed, but he has already risen to 19th place. Even if he didn't become a celestial lord, it seems like he had some sort of breakthrough. If he's lucky, he might even be able to enter the top 10. At this moment, most of the conversations in the safe zones revolved around Dong Yu. After all, not only did Dong Yu, who had not been seen for years, suddenly appear again in the upper realm, but he had even climbed to 19th place in such a short time. In the past, I remember Dong Yu wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. However, this time around, he killed everyone he encountered in the upper realm. Who knows, maybe something happened to him over the past years. The way he kills indiscriminately is as bad as Zhang Jinyi, who suddenly appeared last year. Speaking of Zhang Jinyi, where did he go? I don't think he has entered the upper realm yet. Maybe he'll enter at the end of the year. After all, his rise on the scoreboard is much faster than Dong Yu. Naturally, those in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were completely unaware that Dong Yu was dead, and Zhang Jinyi was using Dong Yu's name to enter the upper realm. One could inscribe whatever name they wanted on the identity jade token as long as the name did not coincide with the name of another participant. With this, Zhang Jinyi easily took over Dong Yu's identity to enter the upper realm. At this moment, Zhang Jinyi hovered above a blood-red forest. He looked at the scoreboard through the identity jade token before he muttered under his breath, "It has been 4 months, and they still haven't entered the upper realm. Did they enter using someone else's identities as well?" Zhang Jinyi speculated out loud. With that thought in mind, Zhang Jinyi sent a message to Zhang Dongnan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory. After receiving Zhang Jinyi's message, Zhang Dongnan contacted Zhang Yunting's son and told him to check the scoreboard for any abnormalities. It did not take long before Zhang Dongnan received a reply from Zhang Yunting's son. "Branch leader, the names on the scoreboard are all familiar. There's nothing different or strange. Regarding the names on the scoreboard, in my opinion, Duan Ling Tian and the woman just haven't entered the upper realm yet." With that, Zhang Dongnan relayed this information to Zhang Jinyi. "Lord Envoy, it's likely that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner haven't entered the upper realm yet. Please wait a little longer." In the end, Zhang Jinyi, who was told to wait a little longer, ended up waiting for 100 years. "This will be the final time I enter the upper realm. Even if I don't run into Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, I can go home." Up until now, Zhang Jinyi still entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm using Dong Yu's name. Over the past 100 years, Zhang Jinyi maintained Dong Yu's rank slightly below the 10th place. He would enter the secret realm every year in hopes of running into Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. When he could not find the duo, he lost all interest in staying in the secret realm and would crush his identity jade token to leave. In the beginning, when only a few years had passed, Zhang Jinyi had already grown impatient and planned to return to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory after failing to meet Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Alas, his plan to leave was thwarted by a message from a Grand Elder of the Phantom Fox clan. "Jinyi, I know you don't want to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory, but it's imperative that we find the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Why don't you wait for 100 years? At that time, if you still can't find them, you can return." As such, Zhang Jinyi could only stay in the Southern Heaven Territory for 100 years. "I can finally return." Zhang Jinyi's mood was exceptionally good this time when he entered the upper realm. He would be able to leave the Southern Heaven Territory once the scoreboard was refreshed. "Since this is my final time here, I'm going to go all out." This year, Dong Yu will rank first on the scoreboard. For more than 99 years, Zhang Jinyi had never once used his full strength when he fought. After all, he did not want to attract attention to himself. Now that he was going to leave, he decided to fight without holding back and raise the name he had been using over the last 100 years to the top. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. The old man who was fishing was startled by the sudden noise. He put down his fishing rod and turned around to see the purple-clad young man standing nearby. A white-clad lady stood next to the young man. The duo looked like a match made in heaven. The old man asked with a smile, "Both of you have been in closed-door cultivation for almost 100 years. How did it go? What are your cultivation bases now?" The old man did not expect Duan Lingtian and Huaner to enter closed-door cultivation for almost 100 years. Nevertheless, he continued to ask the mansion master of the profound nether mansion to gather cultivation resources for the duo. Over the last 100 years, at least half of the profound nether mansion's wealth was spent on the duo's cultivation resources. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, "Huaner is now a 10-direction celestial king. She just needs to wait for the right opportunity to break through and become a celestial lord." In fact, even Duan Lingtian did not expect to be away for so long. After he consumed the flaming green striped fruits, Huaner had also given him 10 drops of her blood essence. With that, he directly broke through several stages and became a 7-star celestial king from a 3-talent celestial king. Unfortunately, Huaner was greatly weakened after giving him 10 drops of her blood essence. For each drop of blood essence, she would need to cultivate 10 years. Therefore, she needed to cultivate for 100 years after giving up 10 drops of her blood essence. Although she was greatly weakened, it was fortunate that her cultivation base was not affected, and she could continue to comprehend the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought to enter the upper realm without Huaner. However, when he saw how reluctant she was to part with him, he changed his mind. Moreover, he had promised her that he would never leave again. With this, he accompanied her for 100 years. "What about you?" the old man asked. I'm still not a 10-direction celestial king." Duan Lingtian smiled in embarrassment. After cultivating for 100 years and being provided with an endless supply of cultivation resources by the profound nether mansion, Duan Lingtian merely broke through and became a 9-palaces celestial king after he became a 7-star celestial king. "So, what's next?" the old man asked again. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal his plan to the old man. "We're going to enter the upper realm one last time. Then, we'll leave the spirit overarching heaven for the Jade Emperor heaven. Once Huaner and I grow powerful enough, we'll return to avenge the former imperial tutor." The old man furrowed his brows, puzzled. "Why do you want to go to the Jade Emperor heaven? It's dangerous for Huaner here. The Phantom Foxes, main clan in the heavenly territory, is already suspicious of Huaner. Although they have yet to confirm she's a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, it's still dangerous for her here. Leaving the spirit overarching heaven is a good way to avoid the Phantom Fox clan." Upon hearing this, the old man reminded Duan Lingtian, "There's a Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven as well. However, the Phantom Fox clan in the spirit overarching heaven is stronger since the clan in the Jade Emperor heaven can be considered as a branch of the main clan here." Duan Lingtian smiled and replied, "The Jade Emperor heaven's Phantom Fox clan is made out of those from the Du clan. They won't harm Huaner." Duan Lingtian had learned that the Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven was ruled by those from the Du clan from a memory celestial talisman in the profound nether mansion 100 years ago. At that time, he thought it was fated. After all, he was supposed to ascend to the Jade Emperor heaven. However, due to some mishap, he came to the spirit overarching heaven instead and met Huaner, whose clan members were in the Jade Emperor heaven. "I see." The old man nodded after listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation. "Since you've already made up your mind, I won't dissuade you. I only hope you'll visit this old man once in a while, even if you haven't grown strong enough to avenge the former imperial tutor." After all, the old man was usually alone. His only visitor was the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian and Huaner had spent so many years in the imperial tutor pavilion that he had also grown fond of the duo. He knew the duo's future was incomparably bright and would definitely surpass his own achievements. In fact, if everything went smoothly, he had no doubt they would become even stronger than titled celestial lords or ordinary celestial emperors. "Senior, we aren't leaving just yet. We'll talk about this when we return from the upper realm," Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. Duan Lingtian did not wait for the old man's reply before he brought the formation compass out. He quickly inserted celestial crystals into the slots on the compass and was soon transported to the upper realm along with Huaner. This would be his second and final time in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After that, he would bring Huaner away from the spirit overarching heaven to the Jade Emperor heaven. Chapter 3207 Jun. Chongshan. It felt like a lifetime had passed when Duan Ling Tian entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after 100 years. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, naturally, attracted a lot of attention when they appeared in one of the safe zones in the upper realm. Most of it was due to Huaner's beauty. Most people could not look away from Huaner at all. I've never seen a woman as beautiful as her. Her face is flawless. I think she's comparable to that woman, Huaner, who briefly made an appearance in the upper realm 100 years ago. At this moment, a voice overwhelmed all the chattering in the surroundings. Wait, she's Huaner. I was eliminated by her 100 years ago, so I know what she looks like. The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man standing nearby. At this moment, he was looking at Huaner warily. Isn't that Xiao Hong-kun? Many people recognized the middle-aged man immediately. After all, he was relatively famous in the upper realm. Xiao Hong-kun frequently ranked in the top 30, so it was only natural that people recognized him. As it turns out, she's Huaner. She disappeared 100 years ago, right? Back then, she wasn't even 100 years old. I wonder how much she has improved after 100 years have passed. If she didn't enter the upper realm again, I would have thought she had become a celestial lord. In my opinion, she's probably a 10 directions celestial king now. She managed to rank 15th when she was just a 6-combo celestial king. Now that 100 years have passed, I'm sure her comprehension of the law of space has deepened as well. If she's a 10 directions celestial king now, she's likely as strong as Yan Ru YV. Due to Huaner's shocking strength 100 years ago, most people agreed that she had most likely grown even stronger now. Meanwhile, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner collected their identity jade tokens and left the safe zone. Similar to the previous time they were here, they did not trigger the invisibility formation when they left. Even so, everyone in the safe zone only watched them leave and did not dare to follow or attack them. Those people who lingered outside the safe zone soon learned from those in the safe zone that the woman who just left was the Huaner from 100 years ago. Similarly, they did not dare to act against the duo. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner openly walked out of the safe zone without encountering any problem. Moreover, they did not meet anyone for quite some time. It was as though everyone had disappeared. Huaner, this time we should aim to rank between 31st and 100th place. The only secret realm that will be challenging for you is the grade 3 secret realm, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner. Since he did not plan to rank at the top, he was not anxious even if they had yet to encounter anyone. The only reason he decided to enter the upper realm again before heading to the Jade Emperor realm was to help Huaner look for a fortuitous encounter that could help her break through and become a celestial lord. While Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were wandering the upper realm, Zhang Jinyi, who was using the name Dong Yu, was on a killing spree. His ranking rose rapidly, and in just a month, he was ranked 39th. While Zhang Jinyi was looking for his next target, he casually glanced at his identity jade token. It did not take long before he saw the name that he had been waiting to see for the last 100 years. 96th place. Huaner. She's here. Zhang Jinyi widened his eyes in surprise. When he regained his senses, he began to laugh. Who knew she'll finally enter the upper realm during my last time here? It seems like luck is on my side. The woman he had been waiting for over the last 100 years was finally here. Well, there's no need to raise my ranking now. I'll wait for her to catch up to my rank or vice versa before I track her down, Zhang Jinyi thought to himself, dismissing his plan to rise to the top of the scoreboard. He was not anxious at all as he waited for his chance. In just a blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. Huaner was ranked 82nd while Duan Ling Tian was ranked 85th. I'll continue waiting for now. Zhang Jinyi found a quiet place to hide in the upper realm. There was rarely any cultivator who would come to this place. On the rare occasion that a cultivator came to this place, he would only chase them away and did not kill or eliminate them. For that reason, Zhang Jinyi's rank dropped from 39th to 46th. This time, Zhang Jinyi was very patient. He had already waited for 100 years, what was another few more months? Months passed one after another until there was only 1 month left before the scoreboard would be refreshed. Zhang Jinyi discovered Huaner and Duan Ling Tian's ranks had stopped rising and were fixed in the top 50 for a long time now. The duo's ranks remained the same since half a year ago. Huaner was ranked 35th while Duan Ling Tian was ranked 37th. Zhang Jinyi frowned as he thought to himself, did someone else use their names? How's it possible that she can't even make it into the top 30 when she was ranked in the top 15 previously? Whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't care about the rankings in the upper realm. I have nothing to lose by following them to the grade 3 secret realm. If those two are imposters, they'll have to pay for their stupidity with their lives. Zhang Jingyi's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. At this moment, Zhang Jingyi finally left the place he stayed in for almost a year to gather points again. His rank had dropped so low that he was no longer on the scoreboard. Naturally, he was not anxious at all. With this strength, he could easily make it into the top 100 within a month, the enforcement hall in the Wind Thunder Dao sect's estate. That woman, Huaner, has reappeared in the upper realm. The eyes of Zhen Chongshan, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, brightened when he received this news. However, soon after, a frown appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "They've been in there for almost a year, and yet, both of them are only ranked in the top 40. Instead of becoming stronger, is it possible that they grew weaker over the last 100 years?" In the end, similar to Zhang Jingyi, Zhen Chongshan concluded the duo had to be imposters. Even when she wasn't even 100 years old, she was already so powerful. Now that 100 years have passed, she must have grown even stronger. In my opinion, there's a chance that the Dao scholar profound sect's Yan Ruiv isn't a match for her. There's also a chance that she has become a celestial lord. Wang Chen, Chu He, Grandpa is useless. I'm unable to avenge both of you. Although Zhen Chongshan was filled with hatred, he knew it was almost impossible for him to avenge his great-grandchildren. At this moment, a voice rang from outside the hall. "Vice Hall Master, a core disciple requests to see you." Zhen Chongshan regained his senses and gestured for the core disciple to be brought into the hall. Soon after, the core disciple arrived. He greeted Zhen Chongshan. "Vice Hall Master, what is it?" Zhen Chongshan asked indifferently. At this time, he had already composed himself and looked no different from usual. No trace of sadness could be seen on his face at all. "Vice Hall Master, 100 years ago, I was eliminated by Huaner. This time, I was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian," the core disciple said without beating around the bush. "Vice Hall Master, I'm here to inform you that those two people have entered the upper realm again." "What, are you sure they're Huaner and Duan Ling Tian? Are you sure they aren't imposters?" Zhen Chongshan's eyes lit up. After all, he had concluded the duo were imposters earlier. "I'm certain," the core disciple nodded confidently. "Huaner eliminated me 100 years ago, and Duan Ling Tian was there at that time. I know what they look like." Zhen Chongshan muttered under his breath, puzzled. Then, why are their rankings so low this time? It's a far cry from their previous rankings. I'm not sure. Perhaps they want to enter the grade 3 secret realm. After all, in the history of the upper realm, there were many powerful 10 directions celestial kings who intentionally lowered their ranks so they could enter the grade 3 secret realm. The core disciple speculated out loud. Zhen Chongshan's eyes lit up again when he heard the core disciple's speculation. Soon after, a bold plan appeared in his mind. After a moment, he said, "You better not be lying. Otherwise, I won't let the matter go." After Zhen Chongshan finished speaking, he stared at the core disciple intently, wanting to see if there were any signs that the core disciple was lying. When he was finally satisfied, he dismissed the core disciple. After the core disciple left, Zhen Chongshan's eyes shone with determination as he murmured, "Even the heavens are on my side. Wang Chen, Chu He, it seems like Grandpa will be able to avenge both of you." Subsequently, Zhen Chongshan brought out a glowing black pill and swallowed it without any hesitation. In just a blink of an eye, celestial origin energy began to leak out of Zhen Chongshan's body. In 2 hours, Zhen Chongshan reverted to a 10-direction celestial king from a 1 basic celestial lord. It works. My cultivation base has reverted to that of a 10-direction celestial king. Fortunately, I still retained my comprehension of all 9 profundities from the law of fire. The 4 profundities that I've comprehended to the initial stage didn't regress as well. With my current strength, even Yan Ruiv isn't a match for me. If she's still stronger than me, then there's nothing else I can do. However, if she's weaker than me, then she's destined to be buried in the upper realm. Zhen Chongshan's eyes glinted as he retrieved a formation compass and traveled to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.